Chapter 1. A Nostalgic Childhood. This is the tale of Shaolin. Due to recent restrictions, please indulge in this for now. If uninterested, feel free to disregard. The Azure Dragon continent is vast and abundant, home to over 10 billion souls in its eastern regions. In the east of the Azure Dragon continent lie 6 nations. At the center is the illustrious Ming dynasty, a realm of unparalleled strength and prosperity. The Ming dynasty encompasses 9 provinces: Yangzhou, Jingzhou, Yuzhou, Qingzhou, Shizhou, Yongzhou, Yuzhou, Jizhou, and Bingzhou. To the south of the Ming dynasty lies the Jin kingdom, while to the east resides the Liao kingdom, and to the north is the Yuan Mongol nation. The military might of the Jin, Liao, and Yuan Mongol nations is formidable indeed. Additionally, in the southeastern maritime expanse of the Ming dynasty, there exists an island nation known as the Huangyu dynasty, and to the northeast, another island nation, Kaye. Goryeo. These 2 island nations are relatively weak. Goryeo has historically maintained amicable relations with the Ming dynasty, whereas the Huangyu dynasty has fostered alliance with the Jin and Liao kingdoms, thus forming 2 distinct factions. The powerful Yuan Mongol nation and the Grand Ming dynasty are separated by the formidable Tianyao mountain range, the world's most renowned mountain range. Between the 2 nations lies a narrow passage, merely 100 meters wide, rendering the Yuan Mongol nation unable to engage in combat with other nations, nor can they be attacked. Consequently, the Yuan Mongol nation has become a 3rd faction. However, this geographical isolation offers a measure of security to the Ming dynasty. Legend has it that the Ming dynasty and the Yuan Mongol nation were once separated by 2 shorter mountain ranges and a towering peak, with no significant barriers between them yet. This remains mere folklore, the truth of which is shrouded in mystery. However, the oppressive governance and heavy taxation of the past dynasties have driven numerous individuals into the Tianyao mountain range. For millennia, the influx of war refugees into this vast expanse has surged, leading to a staggering population of tens of millions, alongside a proliferation of bandits, collectively dubbed the Tianya's 100,000 bandits. They have emerged as the 7th formidable force on the continent, aside from the 6 kingdoms. To the west of the Ming dynasty lies an endless desert, where countless adventurers have ventured over the centuries, yet none have succeeded in traversing to the other side. This frontier has become an enigma for the eastern peoples. The primal wilderness is as expansive as the entirety of the eastern inhabited territories, teeming with countless terrifying beasts, including the legendary dragons of Eastern lore. Amidst this menacing vastness, there exists a settlement of humanity on the outskirts, where people congregate, too fearful to approach the heart of the wilderness. The closer one ventures, the more formidable the beasts become, with some exceedingly powerful demon beasts identified by humans. Demon beasts are recognized as the most formidable creatures discovered thus far, each possessing an inner core of immense strength. Only through the combined efforts of thousands can they be vanquished, and consuming the inner core significantly enhances one's power. Nonetheless, demon beasts represent merely a fraction of the horrors that lie within the primal wilderness, the true extent of which remains shrouded in mystery. In the primordial wilderness, the people united to form a nation, supporting one another as they toiled through their arduous lives. Their military evolved into the Imperial Guards. After millennia of propagation, their population swelled to several million, and the Imperial Guards numbered around 100,000, ensuring a relatively safe existence on the fringes of the wilderness. In the Azure Dragon continent, the nation of humanity in the primordial wilderness, within the royal palace, we find Shaolin, the sole son of the reigning emperor and the heir tot. He throne. At this moment, he is engrossed in the unfamiliar texts brought by grandfather Wang Ran, a figure held in the highest esteem by Shaolin's father, the emperor. These strange characters are part of the knowledge imparted to him by grandfather Wang Ran. This future monarch has become a source of concern for his father, as in the nation of the primordial wilderness, strength is revered, and every emperor has been a warrior. The fact that Shaolin shows little interest in martial prowess, preferring instead the written word, causes his father great anxiety. Yet, Shaolin remains disinclined to practice martial arts. Son, today your father wishes to take you to experience a most intriguing game. Would you care to join me, a middle-aged man, exuding an aura of authority without anger, entered the room, smiling as he addressed Shaolin. Upon hearing the word game, Shaolin's eyes sparkled with excitement. He bounded over to his father, exclaiming, "Father, what game is it?" "Of course, I want to go." Xiao Jian, pleased with his son's enthusiasm, knew that mentioning a game would ensure his son's compliance. He extended his right hand with a smile, saying, "Come, let's be off." With joy, Shaolin grasped his father's hand, bouncing alongside him, his mind racing with thoughts of what delightful game awaited them, tinged with a hint of impatience. Whoosh roar! A series of sounds emanated from ahead. Shaolin raised his eyebrows in delight and exclaimed, "Father, are they playing that game you mentioned? It sounds like they are having a great time. Come, let's hurry." With that, he grasped Xiao Jian's hand and urged him forward. Xiao Jian chuckled and quickened his pace, joining Shaolin as they entered the courtyard. In the square, nearly 20 young men were gathered, the eldest no more than 16 and the youngest appearing to be around 10. They were all lifting stones and hurling them. Those who threw far cheered loudly, while those who did not immediately picked up another stone to try again, seemingly taking turnsy. In an orderly fashion, Shaolin's wide, glistening eyes were filled with astonishment as he beheld this scene. He had never witnessed such a game before, with the older boys throwing stones with great fervor. Shaolin's mind appeared perplexed by the nature of the game. Turning to his father with a puzzled expression, he asked, "Father, what are the older brothers doing? They're all throwing stones and taking turns. Is this a game? I don't quite understand what it means." Seeing Shaolin's confusion, Xiao Jian thought to himself, "Step 1, successful." Yet he immediately wore a warm smile and replied, "My son, this game is called stone throwing. At the outset, 2 stones weighing 15 pounds each are selected. The participants line up, taking turns to throw. Each person gets 10 attempts, and whoever throws the farthest is crowned the little warrior." Shaolin's bright, glistening eyes sparkled with excitement at the mention of the term little warrior. In the land of primordial chaos, warriors are held in the highest esteem by the populace, revered as true heroes. Naturally, the young Shaolin harbored a deep admiration for warriors as well. Upon hearing the title Little Warrior, he felt a stirring within him. Moreover, upon discovering the engaging nature of the game, he turned to his father with a pleading expression, exclaiming, "Father, may I partake in this game?" As he spoke, his sparkling eyes remained fixated on Xiao Jian. Xiao Jian felt a surge of joy within. In truth, today's events were all part of a carefully orchestrated plan designed to encourage Shaolin to train his strength. It seemed that the plan was beginning to bear fruit. However, maintaining a composed demeanor, he replied with a gentle smile, "My son, of course, you may join this game. However, to participate, you must throw a distance of 5 meters. Are you capable of that?" Upon hearing this, Shaolin felt a rush of urgency. Being just a child, he was not accustomed to such challenges, yet he boldly declared, "Father, I can certainly do it. 5 meters is nothing. Allow me to demonstrate." With that, Shaolin dashed forward with enthusiasm. "Make way. Let me give a try," Shaolin shouted imperiously. The other children, engaged in their game, turned in astonishment to see the prince, who had never shown an interest in martial training. They glanced at Xiao Jian behind Shaolin, understanding that it was time to proceed according to the plan. A bald-headed boy feigned ignorance of Shaolin, arrogantly stating, "You little brat think you can play? Are you aware that this game requires a certain standard? Do you know what that standard is?" Shaolin felt a surge of joy, for just moments ago, his father had informed him of this very requirement. He proudly replied, "Of course I know. It's just about throwing at 5 meters, right?" The bald boy appeared astonished and remarked, "Oh, you do know? Looking at you, it seems you can manage 5 meters. Why not show us?" Shaolin swelled with pride, declaring, "Absolutely. Watch closely, I will demonstrate right now." With that, he sauntered over to the stone, casting a proud glance around, noticing everyone's attention fixed upon him, which filled him with satisfaction. He then bent down to grasp the stone. However, to his embarrassment, he found that he could hardly lift it with one hand. Glancing at the crowd, he felt all eyes upon him, and his cheeks flushed with urgency. He exerted himself with a sudden burst of strength, but the stone remained obstinately immobile. Overwhelmed by heat on his face, Shaolin abandoned his hesitation and employed both hands to seize the stone. After finally lifting it, he scanned the crowd, sensing that many were mocking him. A wave of indignation surged within him as he summoned all his strength to hurl the stone. Once he released it, he collapsed to the ground, utterly drained of energy. Ha ha, ha ha ha. Laughter erupted around him, echoing in waves. With a surge of vexation, Xiao Lin eyed the stone a mere meter away, his eyes reddening as tears threatened to spill. Observing the desired effect and noticing his precious son's teary eyes, Xiao Jian swiftly rushed forward, enveloping Xiao Lin in a comforting embrace. He then turned, casting a deliberately fierce gaze upon the perpetrators of the stone-throwing game. The bald man, taking the cue, promptly knelt, kowtowing as he exclaimed, "Greetings, your majesty." Xiao Jian feigned a stern demeanor, retorting, "Were you unaware that he is his royal highness, the prince? How dare you treat him in such a manner? Do you have no regard for your lives?" The bald man, playing along, feigned panic, replying, "Ah, your royal highness, the prince." This humble one was indeed ignorant. "Your royal highness, I beg your forgiveness. Can you spare my life?" Xiao Jian, as if pacifying a child, addressed Xiao Lin, "My son, tell me, how should we punish this blind servant? Shall we sever his tongue or behead him?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Lin momentarily forgot his previous distress. The mere mention of severing tongues and beheading instilled fear in his heart. Wiping away his tears, he pleaded, "Father, let it be. Wouldn't that be too cruel?" Xiao Jian, feigning magnanimity, declared, "Did you hear? His Royal Highness has pardoned you. Now, express your gratitude to the prince." "Thank you, your Royal Highness," they chorused. Upon hearing this, Xiao Lin felt as though he had been made a fool of, yet his father immediately embraced him and carried him towards his chamber. It took a while for Xiao Lin to regain his composure. Pushing against his father, he indignantly exclaimed, "Father, I meant for you to be less severe in your punishment, not to spare them altogether." Xiao Jian chuckled inwardly at this realization, thinking to himself that it was too late for such considerations. However, he maintained an expression of feigned astonishment and replied, "Oh, is that so? Now that I have pardoned them, what shall we do?" Xiao Lin, as if it were a matter of course, declared, "What else is there to say? We must punish them again." Xiao Jian immediately adopted a pained expression and said, "My dear son, do you not understand that your father's words are as binding as gold? I just proclaimed their release. How can I justly punish them now? How would I govern in the future?" Xiao Lin furrowed his little brow and slowly responded, "In that case, let it be." A look of satisfaction spread across Xiao Jian's face, seemingly pleased by his son's understanding, though internally he was exclaiming, "My little one, you're still too young to talk. Challenge me." Seated upon a small chair, Xiao Lin was consumed by the embarrassment he had felt during the earlier incident of throwing stones. The more he pondered, the tighter his small fists clenched, and with a sudden outburst, he shouted, "Bring me someone." A quick-witted maid rushed in promptly and stood respectfully at attention, awaiting her orders. Xiao Lin's bright, sparkling eyes shone with determination as he raised his tiny fist and commanded, "Go find me 2 stones weighing 15 pounds each, and do so swiftly." "Understood, your highness." As the days passed by, the ancient land remains tranquil, with soldiers venturing out daily to hunt here. Meat is the staple. Xiao Jian quietly stood outside the courtyard, observing everything within with clarity. Once again, Xiao Lin hurled the stone, and the mark etched in the earth indicated his distance, for meters. Frustrated, Xiao Lin thought to himself, "Why am I still not reaching 5 meters? I must persist." A year has elapsed since that day, and now Xiao Lin is 8 years old. His lack of training in the past has led to his current inadequacies. It is worth noting that during the last competition, a child of merely 1 year had already achieved a distance of 10 meters. Unbeknownst to Xiao Lin, that child was actually 11 years old and exceptionally skilled. Xiao Jian quietly departed once more, a smile gracing his face. In truth, for an 80-year-old to throw a 15-pound stone 4 meters is quite impressive. He himself had on them. And again, 5 meters at that age, having trained from a very young age. As a father, Xiao Jian holds unwavering confidence in Xiao Lin. However, Xiao Lin is dissatisfied with himself at this moment. He picks up the stone again and continues to throw it. Chapter 2. Blades and Blood. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, Xiao Lin has turned 10. Since he astonishingly threw a stone a remarkable distance of 10 meters, leaving those who engage in stone-throwing utterly astonished. He has ceased all practice. In truth, he never relished training, however. He despises being underestimated by others. Thus, he has returned to devour the books that captivate him. Xiao Jian finds himself at a loss as old methods are ineffective, for Shaolin has outgrown the age of obsession with games that in the kingdom of primordial chaos within the royal palace. Father, do you know what date it is today? Shaolin pondered and decided to grant his father one final chance. Shaolin was utterly disheartened by his father's forgetfulness and, in a fit of anger, exclaimed, "Today is my birthday." With that, he looked at his father, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Upon hearing this, Xiao Jian smacked his forehead, realizing, "Oh no, today is my son's birthday. How could I have forgotten?" Stealing a glance at Shaolin, he noticed the boy's big, dark eyes were red, as though he were on the verge of tears. Panic surged within Xiao Jian. Just then, the voice of Zhang Lanxin echoed from outside. "I knew you would forget the prince's birthday. See, I was right." Zhang Lanxin entered with a beaming smile, seemingly delighted by Xiao Jian's blunder. The moment Shaolin spotted Zhang Lanxin approaching, he dashed into her embrace, overwhelmed by a sense of grievance that brought forth a torrent of tears. Between sobs, he cried, "Mother, father forgot my birthday. Woe is me." And with that, he began to weep uncontrollably. Zhang Lanxin affectionately patted his back, smiling as she consoled, "My dear, it is your father who is at fault. Let your mother punish him by making him your steed, shall we?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Lin's eyes brightened, and he instantly transformed his tears into laughter, clapping his little hands and exclaiming, "Yes, yes, ride the horse, ride the whore." Xiao Jian, struggling to maintain the dignity of sovereign, felt the weight of Zhang Lanxin's glare. Remembering the consequences of defiance, he trembled and promptly knelt on the ground, forcing a benevolent smile as he addressed Shaolin. "My dear, come quickly. Let your fat herb eat your horse." In an instant, Shaolin dashed over with a whoosh, firmly situating himself on Xiao Jian's back like a mountain pressing down, shouting joyfully, ride the horse, gid. DY up, giddy up." With a sense of resignation, Xiao Jian began to rise, feeling the lingering ache from Shaolin's earlier descent. He silently lamented, "You little rascal, why must you grow so heavy? I truly regret allowing you to practice throwing stones otherwise. You might be lighter." Zhang Lanxin watched from the side, her smile sweet as she observed the playful scene between father and son. Shaolin continued to exuberantly shout, giddy up, faster. Yes, just like that. Giddy up, giddy up. Amidst the joy of playing with his son, Xiao Jian was suddenly seized by a sharp pain in his abdomen. Initially assuming it was a mere digestive issue, he resolved to endure it, unwilling to disappoint his delighted son. However, the pain intensified, surpassing his capacity to bear. Shaolin, still exuberantly shouting drive, drive, suddenly felt his father's body trembling beneath him. Lowering his gaze in confusion, he was met with the sight of his father's ashen face, blood trickling from his cor. Nuz of his mouth. "Father!" Shaolin cried out in terror, hastily dismounting and grasping Xiao Jian's hand. Zhang Lanxin had just witnessed the joyful interaction between father and son, but her heart sank as she noticed her husband's pallor and the blood seeping from his lips. Overcome with dread, she rushed to his side and knelt beside him, tears streaming down her face in fear. Shaolin wept, "Father, I will never ride you again. Please don't frighten me. Please don't scare me. Woo woo." Suddenly, a cacophony of derisive laughter erupted from outside the door. "Ha ha ha ha. Xiao Jian, your time has come, ha ha ha." A group of individuals entered, led by a man bearing a striking resemblance to Xiao Jian, who laughed maniacal. Ly. Xiao Jian seemed unable to grasp the reality of the situation. Looking at his brother, he bitterly uttered, "Royal brother." Why? After a prolonged moment of contemplation, those were the only words he could muster. Xiao glared at his elder brother, a tempest of rage welling up within him as he bellowed, "Why? Ha! You still ask me why? Do you remember what we vowed after father's death? Tell me." Xiao Jian met Xiao Yi's gaze, his eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions, yet he remained silent. With vehement resolve, Xiao Yi declared, "If you remain silent, I shall speak. When our imperial father perished while repelling the demonic beasts, he left no testament. We brothers agreed that you would ascend the throne, while Lan Xin would be mine. Is this not so? Xiao Jian gazed upon Xiao Yi, offering no response. Xiao Yi, incredulous, turned his gaze upon Zhang Lan Xin, his tone softening. Lan Xin, cease deceiving yourself. You are aware of my profound affection for you, and once your affections were reciprocated. Can you deny the embers of our past? Your love for him is a preposterous jest, a cosmic jest of immense proportions. Xiao Yi's composure began to unravel, teetering on the precipice of madness. Zhang Lan Xin, her eyes filled with ardent devotion, addressed Xiao Jian. Xiao Yi, my heart belongs to Xiao Jian. In my youth, I was ignorant of the true meaning of love. Our past was but the immature whispers of youth. It is with Xiao Jian that I have discovered the true essence of love. Do you comprehend? Love, I shall ensure you witness his demise. He has been poisoned by my hand and has but 3 hours to live. 2 have already elapsed, leaving him with but a single hour. I shall observe how you profess your love now. Xiao Yi glared malevolently at Zhang Lan Xin and Xiao Jian, his eyes brimming with venom. Upon hearing that Xiao Jian had but an hour to live, Zhang Lanxin's mind reeled in a vortex of despair. She turned to Xiao Yi, unleashing a torrent of anguish. Xiao Yi, why must you resort to such cruelty? Why do you treat your own brother with such malice? Are you oblivious to the remorse he harbors and the lengths he has gone to compensate you in other ways? Can you not perceive his efforts? Xiao Yi's face suddenly contorted with rage as he declared, Yet I harbor no gratitude towards him. What he has given me holds no value in my eyes. No matter the quantity, it can never compare to you, Lan Xin. Now that he is on the brink of death, we can finally be together. Do you know how long I have yearned for you? Each night, you have occupied my thoughts. Now that I have seized control of the Imperial Guards, I dare to put an end to him. Once he is gone, we can revel in our love together. Are you not delighted? Xiao Yi gazed at Zhang Lanxin with profound affection. Tears streamed down Zhang Lanxin's face as she felt a surge of hatred. If it were not for her, none of this would have transpired. Looking at her ailing husband, Xiao Jian, she spoke softly. Do you know that if you were to die, I would follow you? I cannot bear to be without you. Xiao Jian looked at his beloved wife and smiled, a radiant expression illuminating his pale face. Lanxin, I have no regrets in death. We shall be together for eternity, never to part. Together for eternity, never to part, Zhang Lanxin affirmed, holding her husband's hand with unwavering resolve. Upon witnessing this scene, Xiao Yi could no longer contain himself. Let them indulge in their tender moments. Aoyang, take Xiao Jian's life. Your Highness, both Xiao Jian and Zhang Lanxin exclaimed in horror, but it was already too late. Although Xiao Lin possessed considerable strength, the disparity between him and the elite members of the Imperial Guard was insurmountable. In an instant, Xiao Lin felt as though he had been launched into the air, only to crash violently back to the ground. It seemed as if his very organs were on the verge of bursting forth. He could distinctly hear the thunderous beating of his heart. The sound was so overwhelming that it drowned out all other noises, leaving him helplessly watching the burly man stride towards his parents. Seeing his beloved son crumpled on the ground, motionless, Xiao Jian was engulfed by a wave of regret. How had it come to this, that his 10-year-old son had to protect him? He glanced at his equally distraught wife beside him and managed to smile. In a sudden burst of resolve, Xiao Jian sprang forward like an arrow, rapidly closing the distance to the hulking figure. He roared, "Die!" Before the man could comprehend the situation, he found himself staring in disbelief at a fist that had pierced through his chest, ushering him into the abyss of fear. In that very moment, Xiao Jian collapsed to the ground, utterly devoid of strength. Zhang Lanxin, in a frantic state, rushed to Xiao Jian's side, fearfully calling out, "Jian, get up!" Jian, with great difficulty, Xiao Jian opened his eyes to gaze upon his beloved wife and murmured, "Lanxin, I cannot. Go on. Please, do not grieve. I am sorry." His voice faded, and his hand slipped lifelessly to the earth. In an instant, a serene composure descended upon Zhang Lanxin, her countenance devoid of any sorrow. She gazed at Xiao Yi with equanimity and uttered, "Are you satisfied now?" A profound hush fell over the imperial study, permeated by an oppressive stillness. Zhang Lanxin lowered her gaze, her eyes filled with affection as she looked at Xiao Jian. A peculiar smile graced her lips as she murmured, "My beloved, the journey to the Yellow Springs is a solitary one. I shall not allow you to tread it alone. I shall join you presently." Realizing the impending tragedy, Xiao Yi roared no. He lunged towards Zhang Lanxin with lightning speed. However, he was too late that a sword was already piercing Zhang Lanxin's abdomen. "Lanxin!" Xiao Yi cried out in anguish. What was the purpose of his actions? Why had he schemed and plotted so meticulously? Was it not all for his beloved Lanxin? Yet now, the woman he cherished had been driven to her death by his own hand. He was filled with resentment, resentment towards the heavens, resentment towards fate. But all was in vain. Lanxin would never awaken again. Shaolin was deaf to all sounds, but his vision was clear. The sword stained with his mother's blood, the sword that had pierced her body, left him in a daze. The Empress was dead. This was the only thought that occupied his mind. Xiao Yi's gaze abruptly shifted to the lifeless form of Xiao Jian, his own elder brother. He roared with unrestrained fury, "It is you! It is you! It is because of you that Lanxin is dead. You are the one who killed Lanxin. You are the one who stole my Lanxin. I shall kill you! I shall kill you!" In a swift, lightning-like motion, Xiao Yi's blade arced toward Xiao Jian, severing his head in a gruesome spectacle, a fountain of blood erupting forth. Clutching the bloodied blade, Xiao Yi erupted in maniacal laughter, his sanity shattered. Shaolin stared blankly as his father's head was violently dislodged, the crimson spray splattering upon him. Numb to the sensation, his focus remained solely on the blade, the instrument of his father's demise, now stained with his blood. Xiao Jian's severed head came to rest mere inches from Shaolin's gaze, an eerie stillness permeating the scene. "My son, today your father shall introduce you to a most diverting game. Would you be interested?" "Father, what manner of game is it?" "I am eager to partake." "My son, you may certainly participate in this game, but to qualify, one must cast at a distance of 5 meters. Do you believe you are capable?" "Father, I am more than capable. 5 meters is no challenge. I shall demonstrate." "My son, come quickly. Allow your father to be your steed." "Yes, yes. Ah, heresy we shall go. Ah, heresy we shall go." Shaolin stared vacantly at his father's severed head, a trace of lingering reluctance etched upon his face. Whether for his wife or his son, he could not discern. Silent tears streamed down Shaolin's face, consumed by an overwhelming sense of hatred. He was forced to bear witness to the deaths of his parents, utterly powerless to intervene. Had he possessed formidable strength, the outcome might have been different, but alas, it remained a mere hypothetical. Xiao Yi, consumed by a frenzy of sorrow, suddenly turned his gaze towards Shaolin, licking the blood of Xiao Jian off his blade. He advanced step by step toward Shaolin. "You wretched cur, you should never have existed in this world. Allow your uncle to reunite you with your parents." Xiao Yi's eyes blazed with fury, a glint flashing as the knife desk ended toward Shaolin's throat, foreshadowing a fate akin to that of his father. Shaolin had lost all hope. All that remained was his hatred. Suddenly, Xiao Yi froze, as if his body had been lifted off the ground, uncontrollably soaring into the air. He distinctly felt a surge of energy entering his body, causing him immense agony. An elderly man with white hair appeared in the room, witnessing the scene before him, and sighed deeply, "I have arrived too late." "Xiao Jian, did you not wish for me to take your son as my disciple? Very well, I shall grant your wish. Rest in peace." In an instant, the old man vanished from the room, along with the lifeless form of Shaolin. Casting a glance at the fallen Zhang Lanxin, he commanded his subordinates, "Ensure that Xiao Jian is buried." Turning back to Zhang Lanxin, he murmured to himself, "Lanxin, henceforth, I shall watch over you every day," a terrifying smile of joy spreading across his face. Shaolin felt nothing. His mind was solely occupied with the sword, the knife, and the sight of his father's bloodied head. He felt a jolt as someone lifted him up, and in that moment he succumbed to unconsciousness. Chapter 3. The mutation of the heart. The sky was shrouded in darkness, the earth was engulfed in shadows, and everything was cloaked in black. Suddenly, a knife, a sword, emerged into existence, and blood, an endless torrent of crimson, stained the blade, the sword, and the very fabric of the world. Shaolin fearfully opened his eyes, beads of cold sweat adorning his forehead. Before him stood a wooden house, familiar, profoundly familiar. Shaolin beheld an elderly man with white hair, who sat nearby, gazing at him with tenderness. Unable to contain himself any longer, he threw himself into the old man's embrace, weeping, "Guowu, Guowu, Grandpa Wang, my father is dead, my mother is gone. They have both perished. Guowu." Wang Ran gently held Shaolin, sighing deeply within. What a tragedy, he is but a 10-year-old child. Shaolin continued to weep, overwhelmed by the weight of his grief. At merely 10 years old, he had lost his parents in a single day, and now he cried, allowing the flood of his suppressed emotions to cascade forth. After a considerable time, Wang Ran tenderly rubbed Shaolin's head and said with concern, "Shaolin, do not cry any longer. Remember, a man bleeds but does not shed tears. Do you understand? You shall be a man from this day forth." Shaolin fell silent in an instant, his gaze fixed ahead, his voice cold as he declared, "From now on, I shall train, I must seek vengeance. I will undoubtedly kill him, without fail." Wang Ran sighed deeply. He had anticipated that Shaolin would yearn for retribution, for he had nurtured the boy since childhood. Well aware of his character, Wang Ran fixed his gaze upon Shaolin, speaking earnestly. "Shaolin, do you truly comprehend the extent of Xiao Yi's strength? He is a warrior, possessing formidable power that has reached an exalted realm. Most significantly, he is now the emperor, commanding an elite guard of 100,000 soldiers. How do you intend to exact your revenge?" To Wang Ran's surprise, a cold smile crept onto Shaolin's youthful visage as he replied, "In the book you lent me, there is a saying, a gentleman's revenge is not too late, even after a decade. I shall allow him to live well for now, for there will come a day when I surpass even the warrior. At that moment, I will ensure his demise is nothing short of tragic." Upon hearing Shaolin's words, Wang Ran felt a chill run down his spine, yet he found some solace in the fact that Shaolin had not recklessly considered attacking Xiao Yi. He understood that Shaolin had matured considerably after enduring such a calamity, but he could also distinctly sense the murderous intent emanating from him. Wang Ran spoke with heartfelt gravity. "Shaolin, do you realize that exposing your murderous intent so openly may prove detrimental? Even if an opportunity arises, when you stand before him, your urge to kill will likely intensify, making it impossible for you to approach Xiao Yi." Shaolin's heart jolted at this realization. Indeed, how could he hope to suppress his murderous intent when he encountered Xiao Yi? Yet, in that fleeting moment, he resolved, from this day forth, he, Shaolin, would bury his desire for vengeance deep within his soul, never to reveal it again. Instantly, the aura of killing intent surrounding him dissipated without a trace. Wang Ran was once again astonished. A mere 10-year-old child had managed to conceal the profound hatred for his parents' murderers so deeply within himself, showing not a hint of it, despite the overwhelming intensity of Shaolin's earlier fury. In an instant, Wang Ran resolved to educate Shaolin well, determined to prevent the emergence of a demon in the world. "Grandfather Wang, please take me as your disciple," Shaolin exclaimed as he leapt from his bed and knelt before Wang Ran, speaking earnestly. He was acutely aware of Grandfather Wang's unparalleled skills. Even his father, a warrior of considerable strength, had fallen to Wang Ran in combat. Wang Ran smiled gently. "Good child, I shall accept you as my disciple. But you may continue to call me Grandfather Wang. I am unaccustomed to the title of master." He continued, "Now, do you know the origins of my martial prowess?" Shaolin, puzzled, inquired. Indeed, even the warrior sees a decline in his abilities with age. How is it that Grandfather Wang remains so formidable? Wang Ran chuckled softly. "Let us set that aside for now. I will first share with you the circumstances of this continent. After my explanation, you shall understand." "Continent? Grandfather Wang, what does that mean?" Shaolin asked, confusion evident in his voice. "Isn't the East an endless desert?" He posed the question like a naive child. Yet who could fathom the sorrow he was suppressing within? The East is indeed a desert, but beyond that lies a region comprising 6 vast nations, with a staggering total population reaching hundreds of billions. Hundreds of billions, Grandfather Wang? That is an unfathomable number. We are but a few million. Shaolin exclaimed. "Oh, my dear Shaolin, that land is remarkably advanced and prosperous, with martial arts reaching astonishing heights. Here, your warriors would merely be considered 6th-tier experts." Wang Ran sighed deeply. "What is a 6th-tier expert?" Shaolin asked, bewildered. Shaolin was taken aback, for the warrior he idolized turned out to be nothing in that distant East. Suddenly, His body trembled with elation as he exclaimed, "Grandfather Wang, does this mean that if I cultivate your martial arts and reach the 5th rank or higher, I can easily achieve success?" Wang Ran smiled and replied, "Indeed, once you attain the innate realm, defeating Xiao Yi will be a mere trifle. However, you must be aware that mastering martial arts is an arduous endeavor. Do you possess the confidence?" Xiao Lin calmly responded, "Grandfather Wang, as long as I can avenge my father and mother, I am willing to endure any hardship." Wang Ran clapped his hands joyfully and said, "Excellent. Then I shall impart to you the 9 Yang divine art. Come, extend your palm. Let me assess your meridians." The quality of a person can be discerned from their meridians. The wider and more resilient they are, the better. With anticipation, Xiao Lin extended his hand, allowing Wang Ran to press his palm against his. Suddenly, he felt a surge of intense heat flow into his hand, but in an instant, a sharp pain shot through his right hand, rendering it numb. Confused, he looked at Grandfather Wang. Wang Ran's face turned pale as he gazed at Xiao Lin, shocked, and stammered, "Xiao Lin, you have congenital meridian blockage. You cannot practice martial arts." Upon hearing this, Xiao Lin's mind went blank. He felt as if he had just experienced a tremendous hope only to have it snatched away. Panic surged within him. How could this be? How could this happen? How will I seek revenge? Is it that heaven forbids me from avenging my family? Why? Why must it be this way? Wang Ran had not anticipated such a situation. He was momentarily taken aback. The phenomenon of congenital meridian blockage is exceedingly rare, occurring once in a millennium, and its cultivation proves to be exceptionally arduous. The distinctiveness of one's meridians signifies an inability to cultivate internal martial arts, which are the foundation of all martial prowess. Historically, the only figure to achieve remarkable feats despite such a condition was the mighty king of the Ming dynasty 5 centuries ago. The mighty king ascended to an astonishing first-tier realm solely through external martial practices, famously shattering boulders with his fists. And he was regarded as the most formidable among the 10 greatest martial artists of his time. Conversely, those in history who suffered from congenital meridian blockage have left no significant legacy, and thus, no legends of their exploits exist within the martial community. Observing the despondence of Xiao Lin, Wang Ran offered words of consolation. "Do not be disheartened, Xiao Lin. There are indeed ways to overcome this. With diligent practice, you too can attain a high level of mastery. We have a figure in the Ming dynasty who, like you, faced congenital meridian blockage. Yet through relentless training in external techniques, he achieved the esteemed first-tier realm." Upon hearing this, Xiao Lin's body trembled with excitement as he interjected, "The first-tier realm, Grandfather Wang. Is that the highest tier? Is it true that he also suffered from congenital meridian blockage?" Wang Ran, noticing the spark of hope rekindling in Xiao Lin's eyes, nodded affirmatively. Indeed, he also faced this condition, yet through his unwavering dedication and relentless practice of external martial arts, he ultimately reached an extraordinary first-tier realm. Joy radiated from Xiao Lin's eyes as he resolutely declared, "If he can achieve the first-tier realm despite his congenital meridian blockage, then surely I can too. Grandfather Wang, please tell me, how is external martial arts cultivated?" At this moment, Wang Ran felt a profound sense of reassurance. With Xiao Lin now possessing a clear objective, he would no longer succumb to despair. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke, "Xiao Lin, it seems that our methods of cultivation are quite similar, both relentlessly striving to unearth the potential of our bodies and pushing physical strength to its utmost limits. However, our approach differs in that some practitioners of external techniques also engage in internal cultivation. As for how the great strength god king perfected his skills, I am not entirely certain. What I do know is that he endured nearly 2 decades of rigorous training by the banks of the Qiantang River, ultimately achieving the extraordinary ability to shatter the oncoming tidal waves with a single punch." Xiao Lin smiled faintly, stating, "In my primordial wilderness, there are mountains and rivers, yet no great tides. Nonetheless, I refuse to believe that he could attain the first-tier realm while I cannot. It is important to note that my primordial wilderness is home to countless ferocious beasts. I am confident that when I have slain 10,000 of these beasts, I may not claim to rival the great strength god king, but I will surely surpass Xiao Yi." As he spoke, Xiao Lin emanated an aura of dominance. Wang Ran gazed in awe at Xiao Lin, who resembled a conqueror, feeling deeply struck by the realization that the most formidable warrior in the primordial wilderness had vanquished over 8,000 beasts. Moreover, slaying a demon beast is no simple feat for any individual. Based on Wang Ran's last encounter with such a creature, he concluded that even a first-tier master would find it exceedingly challenging to defeat a demon beast. Wang Ran himself would struggle against even 10 of them, let alone those warriors who are only at the 6th-tier realm. Shaolin, I believe in you. In your future cultivation, remain in this vicinity and avoid the city for now. Wait until a few years have passed and your transformation becomes significant before venturing into the city. Otherwise, it would be all too easy for Xiao Yi's subordinates to discover you, Wang Ran cautioned. Wang Ran observed the joyful demeanor of Shaolin, and his heart was at ease. He did not wish for Shaolin to dwell in a state of anguish and resentment. With a cheerful tone, he remarked, Shaolin, although our location is remote and sparsely populated, there are still a couple of children here with whom you can train in the future. Shaolin, perplexed, inquired, train? Are they diligent in their training? Wang Ran stood up, pride evident in his voice as he responded, the children here are exceptionally dedicated. They understand that their sole opportunity for a better future lies in the selection for the Imperial Guards. If they become guards, life at home will improve significantly, and should they attain the status of warriors, their lives will transform entirely. The intensity of their training is beyond your imagination. Upon hearing this, Shaolin felt a jolt of realization. He had only trained for 1 hour at the palace during his most rigorous sessions, a stark contrast to their 6 hours. He raised his head, gazing at the blazing sun above, silently vowing, while you train for 6 hours, I will dedicate my days solely to training. Aside from eating and sleeping, I refuse to believe I cannot match your efforts. After finishing lunch, Shaolin, accompanied by Wang Ran, made his way to the small square. In this vast wilderness, land was plentiful. One could find ample space and resources to construct even a grand palace, provided there was sufficient manpower. At that moment, 2 boys were diligently training in the square. One of the boys was of a similar age to Shaolin, yet his physique clearly bore the marks of rigorous training. His sun-kissed skin and muscles that gleamed like satin indicated a remarkable level of flexibility and strength. The pair of eyes, often gleaming with a feral light, accentuated the fierce demeanor that enveloped him. Another young boy rendered Shaolin momentarily speechless. Had it not been for Grandfather Wang's earlier revelation that both boys were merely 10 years old, he might have mistaken one for an adult. Shaolin, standing at around 1.40 meters and yet to experience growth spurts, found it astonishing that this other boy had already reached an impressive height of approximately 1.80 meters at such a tender age. Terrifyingly, this larger boy was not lean, but possessed a physique as robust as a bear. Shaolin was convinced that, based solely on physicality, even 3 of him would be no match for this formidable opponent. Meng Xing, Tai Tu, come here, Wang Ran called out to the 2 boys with a smile. It was evident that Meng Xing and Tai Tu were quite obedient, as they promptly approached upon hearing Wang Ran's voice. Meng Xing, displaying a hint of cleverness, looked at Wang Ran and inquired, Grandfather Wang, what do you want us to do today? Is it related to him? Wang Ran affectionately patted Meng Xing's head and replied with a chuckle, you little rascal, you're quite astute. From now on, you will train alongside Shaolin, but remember, when others are present, you shall refer to him as Xiaolin. Understand? Meng Xing and Tai Tu nodded vigorously with smiles, for they found training together to be rather dull. The prospect of Shaolin joining them was indeed delightful. Suddenly, Wang Ran added, aren't you too eager for me to teach you martial arts? This evening, I shall impart my skills to you. With that, he flashed a grin at Shaolin. Upon hearing this, Meng Xing and Tai Tu erupted into joyous laughter and exclamations, oh, Grandfather Wang is going to teach us martial arts. Upon hearing the news, Shaolin was perplexed as to why the prince would impart his skills to the 2 of them, considering he himself could not practice. Yet, he mused, even if you both were to master the 9 Suns' divine art, I would surely surpass you. Wang Ran, noticing the fleeting spark in Shaolin's eyes, realized his strategy had borne fruit. He understood Shaolin's character all too well. Shaolin was incredibly competitive and resolute. By strengthening Meng Xing and Tai Tu, not only would Shaolin gain a capable ally, but he would also become more self-reliant, and ultimately, Wang Ran sought to secure a worthy successor. Shaolin, it's time to rest. We shall commence training at dawn tomorrow, Wang Ran remarked calmly. Shaolin nodded, bidding farewell to his newfound friends. Hey, I'm off. Let us have fun together tomorrow. Meng Xing and Tai Tu found Shaolin quite agreeable and responded cheerfully, sure, see you tomorrow. Shaolin gazed at the sun in the sky, suddenly filled with anticipation for the arrival of the morrow. Master, the 3rd lady is with child. A maid dressed in green, with delicate features, rushed over excitedly. A middle-aged man clad in blue, exuding an impressive aura, was perusing a book. Upon hearing the maid's words, his eyes brightened with joy as he exclaimed, "Really? Is what you say true?" Clearly, he could hardly believe such news. The maid, equally elated, replied, "Indeed, master. The third lady is truly with child, and the doctor has confirmed it." "Ha ha 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 ha. Very well, indeed splendid. You have prompted Zhang Fu to prepare the Ganoderma promptly. My lord, the steward has already made the necessary arrangements. Observe how joyous my lord appears." The maidservant seems to have forgotten her station, giggling unabashedly. Such impertinence. The middle-aged man shot her a stern glance. Yet the joy etched on his face rendered his reprimand devoid of authority. "Yes, my lord, I was in the wrong. I take my leave." As the personal attendant to the third madam, she enjoys a position of considerable standing within the household and is well aware of her master's temperament, which emboldens her, particularly due to the lord's deep affection for the third madam. The middle-aged man then made his way directly to the third madam's chamber. Who is this middle-aged man? He exudes an air of formidable authority. He is none other than the current head of the Zhang family, one of the 4 prominent clans of the Ming dynasty. The continent upon which the Ming dynasty resides is referred to as the Azure Dragon Continent, a land of remarkable prosperity, save for the boundless western desert. The remainder of the region is relatively advanced. The Ming dynasty is bordered to the east by the Liao Kingdom, to the north by the Yuan Mongol, to the south by the Jin Kingdom, and has a northeastern coastline. Not far from the shore lies a significant island known as Goryeo. Additionally, in the distant southeast waters, there are 72 islands known as the Huangyu Nation. To the west stretches an endless expanse of desert. Throughout history, countless adventurers have perished in the desert, and to this day, no one knows what lies at its end. The Ming dynasty, situated at the heart of the continent, is exceedingly affluent. Nations regard it with keen interest, yet the Ming dynasty remains remarkably formidable, thus the continent appears relatively tranquil on the surface. However, beneath this facade, a tempest brews, with the specter of war looming ever closer. Countries are stockpiling military supplies, poised to seize greater advantages in the conflicts to come. The 4 great families, each a legend in their own right, have weathered centuries of trials and tribulations, surviving through numerous dynasties. They have amassed vast fortunes and hold the economic lifeblood of the entire Ming dynasty. With each change of imperial power, it is imperative to first placate them. A tradition has been established through the ages. As soon as a new emperor ascends, the heads of these families are conferred the title of duke, a legacy passed down through generations. The 4 illustrious families are the Li, Shi, Zhang, and Yuan clans. Not only do these families possess immeasurable wealth, but they also command formidable armed forces, each boasting private armies exceeding 10,000, second only to the emperor himself. I was taken aback. Yet what astonished me most was the clear realization that I remained in a fetal state. Could it be? Had I reincarnated into a fetus? I swiftly focused my consciousness in my lower dantian, and a surge of profound innate vitality filled me with ecstatic joy. Innate vitality. It is the primal force of life. A power on par with that of the divine. Thus began my lengthy journey of absorbing the essence of life, outside the residence of the third lady of the Zhang family. At last, I have absorbed it all. How delectable is this life essence! This vital energy cannot be increased once born. If every soul reborn retained their memories, many cultivators would likely embrace reincarnation. By absorbing all the innate vitality external to the fetus, the speed of cultivation would increase manifold. Congratulations, congratulations. Mother and child are safe, and we have a little master, exclaimed the midwife, clad in a vibrant red cotton coat, her face beaming with joy. Zhang Tianda, his heart soaring with happiness, took his son in his arms, while the steward promptly presented the midwife with a sum of 100 taels. The midwife gasped in astonishment. This was a fortune that an ordinary family would earn in an entire year. Yet, for the esteemed Zhang family, it was but a trifling amount, perhaps even less than that. The steward quickly escorted the midwife away. Zhang Tianda approached the bed, speaking gently to the beautiful young woman whose pale complexion radiated the glow of motherhood. "Fenger, look, this is our child, the testament of our love." Tianda. The lovely woman's eyes shimmered with threads of blissful sweetness. I have finally solidified my innate realm, I thought, raising my gaze in surprise to find my parents gazing deeply into each other's eyes. Their expressions filled with a profound affection that could melt steel, an intensity one had only witnessed in my past life through my beloved wife, Yu Yan. With a resigned smile, I realized there was no other option. I had to mimic an infant. Ah! I wailed loudly, my face flushed. Here I was, the venerable elder of Tianxin sect, having cultivated for 600 years, reduced to imitating a baby's cry. Fortunately, no one was there to witness this humiliation. Upon hearing my cries, my mother instantly recalled the newborn child and promptly cradled me in her arms, softly murmuring, "Darling, do not weep. My dear, do not cry." Meanwhile, the bewildered father finally remembered his son, leaning his face toward mine, momentarily shedding the imposing demeanor of a family patriarch. He stammered, "Son, do not cry. I shall buy you some candy." "Candy? You are harming my precious child. What shall we do if he suffers from toothaches in the future?" My mother retorted, her face etched with anger. "My lady, I have erred. No candy, no candy," he chuckled, revealing a surprisingly vulnerable side beneath his usual authority. Were this to be shared, others would undoubtedly find it hard to believe. Yet, soon after, a radiant smile blossomed on my mother's face. For such behavior from my father was indeed an expression of love. "My lady, what shall we name our son? He belongs to the star lineage. Star sword, star arrow, starry sky. Star." My father began to speak enthusiastically, growing more animated with each word. "The mountains are high, and man reaches their peaks. Let us name him Star Peak." My mother suggested after a moment's contemplation. "My lady possesses great wisdom," my father remarked, ready to express his thoughts, for they seemed to share a profound connection. He gazed at her with a beaming smile. Perhaps love has a way of blinding one, for my mother looked back at him with a gentle smile. "Of course, my son shall be extraordinary," my father responded nonchalantly. It appeared that today he was truly elated, exhibiting behavior quite unlike his usual self. To the astonishment of the entire family, the newly born third son was indeed extraordinary. While an average newborn slumbers approximately 14 hours a day, this remarkable child slept for 20 hours, awakening only at mealtimes, a phenomenon that persisted for a full 9 months. After this period, the revelations grew even more astonishing. The third son reduced his sleep to a mere 6 hours daily, spending the remainder of his time either seated on his bed or engaging in rigorous exercise. He would embrace stones to build his arm strength or run while clutching them. Occasionally, he would wield a stone staff to strike himself, and no amount of intervention proved effective in dissuading him. Eventually, in pursuit of aesthetics, the family commissioned a suit of armor crafted from black iron, weighing approximately 150 pounds. However, by the age of 4, he no longer wore it. Not only had it become too small, but 150 pounds no longer posed a challenge for him. The latter reason, of course, was known only to him. In truth, my circumstances were unique. Having practiced during my fetal stage, I bypassed the innate realm and the initial enlightenment phase. Advancing directly into the fusion stage, I commenced a necessary retreat to allow my body to fully acclimate to the flow of innate energy. And since my physique had remained uninfluenced by external factors from birth until now, this process took merely 9 months, a feat that would typically require several years for an ordinary individual. Subsequently, upon discovering that my body possessed a fire attribute, I realized I could harness fire to temper my physique, provided my body was exceptionally robust. This led to my endeavors in stone training. Notably, without the utilization of innate energy, otherwise, even 1,000 pounds would fail to yield any beneficial effects for physical conditioning. The reason for my rapid advancement in cultivation lies in the fact that my life force is nearly tenfold that of an ordinary person, and my mental realm has reached a state of great mastery. Furthermore, I am utilizing the most precious heart scriptures of the Heavenly Heart sect, which undoubtedly accelerates my training to approximately 10 times that of the average individual. However, this is merely my estimation. The reality will reveal the truth. This implies that I shall be able to transcend tribulation in about a century, whereas in my previous life, it took me 600 years to achieve the same. Indeed, the principles of heaven are just, since the heavens have bestowed upon me the memories of my past life and granted me the opportunity to begin anew. I must not betray the divine favor. I am determined to forge a legendary tale, my own legend, that of Zhang Xingfeng. Oh, I wonder why that little rascal Aixing has yet to arrive. It seems he should be here by now. Brother Feng, Xiang Yu is already waiting for you outside. Hurry, called a small child with big eyes and arched eyebrows. His face flushed as he ran and shouted, breathless. All right, let us go. I performed a somersault off the stone lion at the entrance, landing effortlessly. I realized that I was increasingly relishing the sensations of childhood, even acquiring a childlike heart. In truth, it is not such a bad thing for one to be occasionally innocent. Brother Phone, I'm over here. Come quickly. A little girl, even younger than I, clad in a purple cotton jacket and sporting a pair of horn braids, with her big eyes blinking and her rosy cheeks aglow, was bouncing nearby, waving her hands enthusiastically. Xiangyu, where do you plan to play today? Is it Laughing Forest or Dreamland? I asked, grinning broadly at Xiangyu. I hold an immense affection for Xiangyu, treating her as my own sister. This sentiment stems from the tragic loss of my sister in a previous life at a tender age. All my care and fondness are now devoted to Xiangyu. Each time I behold her smile, it fills me with unparalleled joy and happiness. Brother Phone, I have grown weary of play. I do not wish to go anymore. I overheard the adults speaking about how splendid the Yaquilu is, replete with numerous ants to accompany us, though it appears to require quite a sum of money. Brother Phone, are you not affluent? Please accompany me. Xiangyu gazed at me, her round, sparkling eyes reflecting a pleading expression, while her small hands clutched my garment, shaking it incessantly. This tactic had always proved effective, yet this time, I was resolute in my refusal. Brother Phone, I also heard the adults say it is incredibly fun. They should take us there. Even little Xing, only 5 years old this year, wishes to go. Goodness, what kind of place is Yaquilu? It is a brothel. If our father were to discover that his most cherished son, not yet 6, was leading 2 younger children into such an establishment, he would surely be furious. Thankfully, I learned of this in time. Otherwise, if Xiangyu had taken Xing there, it would have resulted in utter embarrassment. Xiangyu, we cannot go there. If you do, your father will punish you. I stated with utmost seriousness. If I did not maintain a stern demeanor, she would surely not relent. Oh, I understand, she replied, her eyes beginning to shimmer with tears, on the verge of spilling over. Regret washed over me as I spoke, realizing how I had treated Xiangyu. Observing her on the verge of tears, I swiftly grasped her hand and said, Xiangyu, please don't cry. It was my fault earlier, don't be angry. You will understand each way Lu when you grow up. With that, Xiangyu wiped her tears, though she still seemed not entirely joyful. I sighed inwardly, believing that in time she would forget her sadness. Thus, I began to share jokes with her as we walked. To my delight, while Xiangyu remained stoic, Xing erupted into laughter, prompting Xiangyu to follow suit. At last, the clouds had parted, revealing a radiant sky. The atmosphere felt exceptionally fresh, and even the beggars seemed to possess a newfound grace. Greetings, Third Young Master, the children exclaimed. Ever since that day when, as a mere 5-year-old, I had bested a group of ruffians, the children of Suzhou recognized me as their leader. Naturally, they held me in high esteem, and my status played a significant role in this admiration. Before me stood a group of children. Third Young Master, I have vital intelligence, called out a chubby boy clad in fine garments, raising his hand. This boy was my staunch supporter, and I made it a point to look after him attentively. Speak, what is it? I replied, adopting a cool demeanor that lent me an air of authority, albeit directed towards a group of children. Yet, just look at Xiangyu. Her face aglow with admiration, it truly felt wonderful. The Third Young Master, how audacious of Ouyang Liang from the West City to stand alone against us. Such insolence is intolerable. Upon learning of this, I, Pang Fei, immediately rallied my brothers to confront him. However, his attendant proved to be exceptionally formidable, single-handedly dispatching all of us. Third Young Master, you must avenge us. To dare to disregard your authority is worthy of punishment. Pang Fei displayed a fervent indignation. Punish him. Punish him. How dare he provoke the Third Young Master? He must be dealt with. The other children echoed in agreement. Yet, I felt little concern in my heart. It seemed beneath my dignity to quibble with mere children. Nevertheless, his actions were a direct affront to my authority, and a lesson was necessary. I smiled and said, Fei, you have done well this time, commendably so. Come, let us discover what audacity this Ouyang lad possesses to act in such a manner. I shall make him aware that I am not to be trifled with. With great fervor, we advanced toward the West City, causing vendors and passers-by to hastily retreat. They were well aware of who we were. These children were the offspring of the most powerful families in Suzhou. Among us was a strikingly handsome boy clad in a small white cotton jacket. He was the third young master of the Zhang family, one of the 4 great clans, renowned for having single-handedly subdued a dozen ruffians at the tender age of 5. We charged through 2 streets and finally arrived at our destination. The small garden in West City, one of our 4 primary playgrounds, with one in East City, one in South City, and another in North City. This is indeed a place where we children play. To be frank, Ouyang Liang possesses little capability. He is utterly deficient in combat. Yet he somehow managed to chase away Ah Fei and his companions. It appears that this attendant is no ordinary child and warrants closer scrutiny. As I traversed the flower garden, crossed the stone bridge, and passed through a gate, an open space came into view, adorned with a few stone chairs and a dozen elongated stone benches. The ground was blanketed in lush green grass, making it our playground. At the center of the stone chairs sat an imposing stone bench, my exclusive throne, typically untouched by anyone else. However, today, it was occupied by a child clad in a crimson brocade, Ouyang Liang. He was exceedingly slender, yet his face was remarkably pale, bearing a striking resemblance to his father, Ouyang Laogwei, a man infamous for his cunning nature. My father once remarked that the Ouyang family excels in business, yet their excessive moral shortcomings ensure they will never achieve greatness. At a glance, one could tell that Ouyang Liang was cut from the same cloth as his father. At this moment, he sat comfortably upon the throne, indulging in delicacies and sipping exquisite Longjing tea, all the while observing a group of children from the West City engaged in play. His heart brimmed with excitement, relishing the opportunity to emulate the Third Young Master. Watching others frolic while he assumed an air of superiority. Oh, would the Third Young Master come to confront me? The memory of last year, when the Third Young Master single-handedly defeated more than a dozen adults, filled him with trepidation. Yet, upon noticing the tall boy nearby, his anxiety subsided. Who is this boy? So formidable that he instills such confidence in Ouyang Liang, convincing him that he could best the Third Young Master, who had vanquished numerous ruffians. Ouyang Liang, you are quite impressive, having assumed the role of the leader. Ah ha ha. The sound reached his ears, causing a tremor in Ouyang Liang's heart. His hand quivered, and the delicacy he held fell to the ground. A sudden jolt of fear washed over him. It's the Third Young Master. Anxiety began to creep into his heart. Upon glancing at the boy beside him, he felt a slight sense of reassurance. As I stepped through the door, I caught sight of Ouyang's demeanor, which prompted a flicker of disdain within me. Lacking even a modicum of courage, he still aspired to be the king of children. What a delusion! Greetings, Third Young Master. I, Ouyang Liang, was merely enjoying some leisure time with my companions from the West City. I harbor no ambitions of leadership. I sincerely hope you do not misconstrue my intentions. My loyalty to you, Third Young Master, is unwavering. Please disregard the slander of those petty individuals. Ouyang Liang, feeling the weight of my imposing presence, couldn't help but adopt a tone of submissive pleading, his face adorned with a sycophantic expression. I felt a surge of contempt within me. Suddenly, a mischievous idea flickered through my mind, and I chuckled. Ouyang Liang, I am well aware of your loyalty. At this moment, I have a task I would like you to assist me with. Would you be willing? Of course. Your affairs are my affairs, Third Young Master. Please, do not hesitate to give your orders. I, Ouyang Liang, will ensure your satisfaction. He appeared quite magnanimous, a broad smile gracing his face, inwardly relieved to navigate this predicament. Observing his demeanor, I inwardly scoffed, thinking, let us see if you can still wear that smile shortly. I displayed a warm smile, stating, Ouyang Liang, it's nothing too burdensome. I simply find that heap of stones to the south quite unsightly. Would you mind relocating it to the north? Do so swiftly. If you please. I gazed at the pile of stones, a silent chuckle rising within me. I mused that it would likely take an adult a day to complete such a task. Yet, Ouyang Liang, with those hefty boulders, would find them immovable. Ouyang Liang surveyed the pile, his brow furrowing momentarily before he smiled and declared, rest assured, Third Young Master, I shall make it splendid. Enfin, these responsibilities are entrusted to you. See to it that they are done well, or else, Hm. Ouyang Liang cast a glance at the scribe beside him, issuing a command. Enfin, hurry up. Why are you dawdling? Ouyang Liang's eyes widened, brimming with arrogance. Third Young Master, this wretched fellow is merely a peasant, unaccustomed to the grandeur of the world. I implore you not to stoop to his level. Do hurry. Ouyang Liang feigned respect towards me, yet turned fiercely towards his scribe. Alas, it seems the Ouyang family shall not rise to prominence in his generation. Wolf Feng clenched his teeth and commenced the arduous task of moving the stones. I furrowed my brow, then smiled, addressing Ouyang Liang. You see, Ouyang Liang, I require you to personally undertake this task. It is only through your effort that my respect is duly acknowledged. What say you? You, lad, should hasten to your labor. Did you not hear me? Ouyang Liang was consumed by a deep-seated rage, thinking to himself that Zhang Xingfeng relied solely on his family's influence and martial prowess, which was utterly excessive. Damn it, he muttered, glancing towards Wolf Feng, recalling the scene where Wolf Feng, barehanded, battled a ferocious northeast tiger for less than 10 minutes before slaying it. His body still stained with the tiger's blood upon presenting himself. A tempest of fury surged within Ouyang Liang as he glared at Zhang Xingfeng, silently vowing, "If you show no mercy, neither shall I." Feng, this third young master is renowned throughout the city of Suzhou for his exceptional martial prowess. You should seek his guidance. Why do you hesitate? Ouyang Liang gazed at the third young master, envisioning a scene where the latter lay vanquished at his feet. A surge of exhilaration coursed through him as he addressed the third young master, imploring, "Please, teach this humble villager." I regarded Ouyang Liang with a sense of astonishment. Despite being merely 7 years of age, he adeptly employed grandiloquent language to fulfill his ambitions. It seemed that the Ouyang family was about to welcome yet another cunning fox. Yet I was no simpleton easily deceived by such juvenile intellect. A glimmer of insight flashed in my eyes. Ouyang Liang, did you not hear my command? Why do you still linger? Wolfeng, why do you not take action? Have you forgotten your mother? Ouyang Liang exclaimed urgently, his tone laced with ferocity. Wolfeng trembled at the mention of his mother, involuntarily clenching his fists. He resolved inwardly, "Forgive me, for the sake of my mother, I must strike you." Taking a deep breath, he fixed his gaze upon Zhang Xingfeng. To my astonishment, I discerned that Wolfeng was no ordinary individual. I could distinctly feel the predatory gaze of a beast upon me. It appeared that Wolfeng was a prodigious talent. I could not help but desire to win him over. And soon, a brilliant idea took shape in my mind. It was rather simple: defeat Wolfeng and coerce Ouyang Liang. At that moment, Wolfeng was taken aback to discover that the third young master remained impervious to his imposing presence, which stirred unease within him. Could it be that I would lose this time? No, that cannot be. I must triumph over the third young master for my mother's sake. Mother, I shall not be defeated. I shall not be defeated. Suddenly, Lang Feng realized that a peculiar liquid-like energy was surging within him. In an instant, his mind was struck, and an inexplicable aura emanated from his body, enveloping the entire arena. To his astonishment, several children around him collapsed to the ground, while others standing nearby appeared pale and shaken. However, Shangwan Xiangyu, along with Murong Xing, found themselves unscathed by this overwhelming presence. It was evident that I had shielded these two young ones from the pressure. Lang Feng truly exhibited extraordinary talent. At such a tender age, he had attained the level of a 6th-grade master, capable of projecting an aura that was characteristic of innate experts. His innate wildness allowed him to manifest this pressure, drawing me further toward admiration for the boy. At that moment, Ouyang Liang's face was ashen. Although the pressure was merely a recent comprehension of Lang Feng's and posed no physical threat, it was profoundly effective against a pampered child like Ouyang Liang. He desperately wished to command Lang Feng to retract that terrifying aura, yet found himself unable to utter a word in such a dire situation. Earlier, when he had boasted of wanting to fight, the other children had retreated to a safe distance. Consequently, while most of them merely exhibited pale faces and slight discomfort, a few who stood too close bore the brunt of the situation. Ouyang Liang, eager to witness Zhang Xingfeng's defeat, had positioned himself too near and thus found himself in this unfortunate predicament, truly a case of reaping what one sows. At this moment, Wolf Peak was brimming with power. Indeed, at the zenith of his strength since childhood, never before had he felt such confidence. His piercing gaze, like that of a tiger, was fixed on his opponent. However, as I observed him, a smile graced my lips. I intended to reveal the true essence of strength. My body straightened abruptly, a formidable aura surged forth, pressing toward Wolf Peak. The other children, suddenly devoid of the terror they had just experienced, fled in haste. Only Ouyang Liang remained, slightly sheltered, his face as pale as before. My realm was effortlessly maintained in a stable state as I watched Wolf Peak gasping for breath, persisting against the odds. Indeed, this lad was remarkably resilient. I understood that the longer he endured, the more it would fortify his mental strength. Wolf Peak gazed at the child before him. Overwhelmed by fear, the oppressive aura rendered him immobile, his mental fortitude waning with each passing moment. ultimately sustained solely by his mother's belief in him. Gradually, his mind began to blur, and he recognized the impending defeat. His heart ached for his mother. Tears streamed down his cheeks. As darkness enveloped him, he succumbed to unconsciousness, collapsing softly to the ground. I beheld this steadfast young man, noticing the 2 trails of tears on his face. An inexplicable tremor coursed through me, indicating that there was an untold story behind this. I approached him slowly, placing my right hand gently atop his crown, and gradually unleashed a stream of pure, innate vitality. Ah, such a robust life force. My spiritual perception detected a vitality thrice that of an ordinary person. No wonder he had attained such a level solely through his innate talent. Allow me to lend you my assistance. I intensified the output of my genuine energy, guiding his internal power through the profound techniques of Tai Chi's yin and yang. My innate vitality merged seamlessly with it, causing it to swell rapidly. I raised my gaze to Ouyang Liang, a subtle aura pressing down upon him. Observing his demeanor, I couldn't help but smile, for this mere child had managed to subdue Wolf Feng completely. Ouyang Feng glanced up at the Third Young Master, his complexion paling further as memories of his recent actions flooded back, shifting his gaze to the already unconscious Wolf Feng. Trembling, he crawled to Zhang Xingfeng's feet, suddenly bowing deeply. Third Young Master, you are magnanimous. Please spare me. I shall never dare to offend again. I chuckled softly and replied, Ouyang Young Master, there is no need for such trepidation. How could I possibly hold you accountable? Please rise, do stand. As I spoke, I moved to assist him. Ouyang Liang, trembling, stood up without daring to lift his head. Sister Xiangyu stepped forward, exclaiming, Ouyang, be more cautious in the future. If you continue in this manner, not only will Feng Ge not pursue you, but I shall also take action against you. A Xing also approached, menacingly stating, and I as well, be wary. Yes, yes, yes. Ouyang Liang nodded incessantly, resembling a chick pecking at grain. He was utterly paralyzed by my presence, desperately hoping for my leniency. I was acutely aware of his thoughts, and I inquired, Ouyang Liang, how is Wolf Feng's mother faring? Oh, is that so? You must take Wolf Feng's mother to my residence at Xingfeng Pavilion, understood? I said with a calm demeanor. Ouyang Liang felt a surge of joy, hardly able to believe that he had been so easily spared by the Third Young Master. Nevertheless, he promptly replied, Thank you, Third Young Master. I shall ensure that I deliver the mother of Wolf Peak to your residence without delay. I must take my leave now. Ouyang Liang hurriedly departed, fearing that any delay might alter his fortune. The 6 great nations of the Qinglong Continent placed immense importance on martial arts. They had even formed an alliance, establishing a treaty that stipulated, first, all martial artists were required to report to the National Martial Department in various cities to assess their abilities. The ranks were divided into 9 grades, from grade 9 to grade 1, with each grade corresponding to an official title. Grades 9 through 6 represented postnatal masters, while grades 5 and 4 indicated strength at the enlightenment stage. Grades 3 and 2 signified abilities at the fusion stage, and grade 1 represented those who had attained the transcendent stage. All martial artists across the continent were subject to state regulation. Any violators would face relentless pursuit throughout the land. This stringent control arose from historical uprisings led by martial artists in several nations, particularly the Jin Kingdom and the Ming Dynasty, which had both utilized martial arts to overthrow existing regimes and establish their current rule. The second clause of the treaty prohibited the formation of martial arts alliances or similar organizations, and spontaneous hero gatherings or martial arts conventions were strictly forbidden. Most critically, the emergence of figures akin to the leaders of such gatherings was met with the harshest penalties. Among the 10 greatest masters on the continent, 9 were ranked as grade 1 warriors. The 10 masters are as follows: the King of Fists, Lai Ba of the Ming Dynasty, Taoist Saint Yuanzizi, Demon Lord Shi, Zen Master Jing Yuan, the Gun King Murong Sheng of the Liao Dynasty, the Blade Emperor Tuoba Yuan, the King of the Golden Wheel, Fa Wang, the God of War, Wan Yen Lai of the Jin Dynasty, the progenitor of swordplay, Park Susian of Goryeo, and the sword Saint Matsushita Himichi of the Huangyu. Among them, the Gun King Murong Sheng is the sole second-rank warrior. This suggests that Zhang Xingfeng has indeed attained the prowess of the 10 masters, though this remains a secret known only to him. Should others discover that a 6-year-old child has reached the first rank, would they feel so ashamed as to seek out a tofu block to end their embarrassment? Or would they rally the entire martial world to capture Zhang Xingfeng and compel him to reveal his cultivation secrets? Zhang Xingfeng, however, believes that not only would the martial world seek him out, but even various nations would come to demand his secrets. In his previous life, he belonged to the Tianqin sect, a considerable faction within the realm of cultivation. Typically, novices would begin their studies with the Tai Chi Yin Yang technique, the Xian Yin technique, or the Xian Yang technique. The fusion of the Xian Yin and Xian Yang techniques gives rise to the Tai Chi Yin Yang technique. Naturally, for an individual with fire and metal attributes, the efficacy of cultivating the Xian Hui technique is significantly enhanced, while those with water attributes may practice the Xian Yin technique. Earth and wood attribute practitioners find the Tai Chi Yin Yang technique to be most effective. Each of these 3 techniques comprises 9 levels, corresponding to 9 ranks of martial prowess. Upon reaching the later stages of the valley-breaking realm, one may cultivate the Tianqin sect's treasured heart scripture, the Xindian. However, only the sect master, the next sect master, and a few senior elders of considerable standing are entitled to access this scripture. Typically, disciples who reach the valley-breaking stage can only cultivate the Tianling technique, which is also an exceptionally advanced method. After all, how could it become the most essential and widely practiced technique within the entire Tianqin sect? The sanctum of martial arts within the realm is none other than the national martial academies of various countries, which house an abundance of ancient texts surpassing even that of the Shaolin Temple's scripture depository. Among these, the Ming Dynasty's National Martial Academy boasts the largest collection of such manuscripts, yet the tuition fee stands at a staggering 50,000 taels of silver per annum. This sum is far beyond the means of an ordinary wealthy family. Nonetheless, affluent magnates and their progeny fervently vie for admission, as in this era. Possessing formidable martial prowess equates to a safeguarded existence. After all, what a pity it would be to earn wealth only to lack the vitality to enjoy it. Naturally, they could employ bodyguards, but the question remains, is it wiser to entrust one's life to another or to oneself, supplemented by a few protectors? Chapter 4. Brotherhood. I reclined quietly on a small wicker chair, gazing at the flourishing pear blossoms that adorned the garden, my spirit enveloped in tranquility. A gentle breeze stirred, causing a few petals to gracefully descend. I found immense pleasure in this serene ambience, my soul growing ever more tranquil and ethereal. Gradually, I closed my eyes, immersing myself in the profound realm of detachment from worldly affairs, observing the universe in its entirety. Silence enveloped me. I was the sole inhabitant of the garden. Slowly, it felt as though an eternity passed, yet it could have merely been a fleeting moment. I emerged from this state, feeling the refreshing caress of the breeze against my face, acutely aware of the swift circulation of my innate vital energy, a subtle smile gracing my lips. Oh, he has awakened, still clamoring for his mother. Fortunately, Ouyang Liang has already brought her to him. I ran towards the eastern wing of the Xingfeng pavilion with a smile, urging Chunyu to hasten her pace. Quickly, I shall go see him first. You take care of the person that Ouyang Liang sent over, understood? Hurry up. Yes, I shall attend to it immediately, Chunyu replied, dashing towards the western wing of the pavilion while murmuring, what has come over the third young master? He seems so concerned for these individuals. I have never seen him display such care before. As I walked along the corridor, I could faintly hear the voice of Lang Feng pleading, I beg you, allow me to find my mother. She is at the Ouyang residence, unwell and in need of treatment. After my defeat, young Master Ouyang will not provide her with care. Please, once I have seen my mother, I will express my gratitude to the third young master. I promptly strode into the room. Upon my entrance, Uncle Wang lowered his head and said, Third young master, this young master Lang Feng insists on seeking his mother. He then stepped aside, awaiting my instructions. With a smile, I assured him, Lang Feng, do not fret. I have already brought your mother here from the Ouyang family, and I have summoned a renowned physician for her treatment. You can rest easy. Truly, I cannot express my gratitude enough, third young master. I am at a loss for how to repay your immense kindness. You even call me big brother. How can I bear such a title? Longfeng's face flushed, visibly overwhelmed with emotion, as he repeatedly clasped his hands in thanks. Third young master. Lang Feng appeared quite moved. Even a 10-year-old child was entirely under my influence. From now on, whatever you command, I, Lang Feng, shall obey without question, he declared, his expression turning solemn and earnest. I smiled, for everything unfolded precisely as I had anticipated. I turned to Wolfblade and said with a grin, Brother Wolfblade, let us go see your mother. Come along. I took his hand and rushed toward the western wing. Noticing how eager he was to reunite with his mother, he offered no resistance and willingly followed me, crossing a quaint little bridge that connected the east and west wings. We arrived at the entrance of an elegant chamber where Chunyu awaited us, having met the third young master. This gentleman's mother has fully regained consciousness and is feeling considerably better, Chunyu remarked. Ah, very well, Chunyu. Please head to the kitchen and instruct them to prepare a variety of nourishing dishes for the night. Brother Wolfblade's mother requires ample nourishment to restore her health. That will suffice, understood? The third young master. Wolfblade grew excited once more. I had no choice but to pull him along, reminding him that we were family and there was no need for elaborate expressions of gratitude. Let us see his mother. Without delay, he hurried to her side, clearly longing for their reunion. A benevolent middle-aged woman lay upon the bed, her former beauty still faintly discernible beneath the years of toil that had rendered her hair a muted gray and her complexion rather wan. At that moment, a smile illuminated her face, signaling her joy as she engaged in cheerful conversation with Wolfblade. The bond between mother and son seemed to foster a ceaseless exchange of words, as if they were oblivious to my presence as the benefactor standing by the door. Madam, I have the honor of meeting you. She addressed me with a warm acknowledgement. Wolfing's mother appeared to be quite grateful, perhaps too anxious in the presence of someone from high society like myself. She immediately attempted to rise from her bed, which startled me. Surely she wouldn't get out of bed. What could possibly compel her to do so? I could easily deduce the implications with a mere thought. Naturally, I could not allow such a scenario to unfold. After all, I was to be on equal footing with Wolfeng, and if she were to kneel, how could I maintain my dignity? With swift strides, I moved to assist her, saying, Madam, Wolfeng is my elder brother, and it is my duty to care for you. Please do not do this. Focus on nurturing your health, and allow me to manage everything. I glanced at Wolfing and remarked, Brother Wolfing, you should stay here and converse with Madam. She will be residing here from now on, and you need not leave. Let us remain together, shall we? Wolfeng, I continued. There's no need for such dramatics. What do these trivialities signify for a man? Just spend time with Madam. Tonight, you shall sleep in that room we just vacated, and I will have the servants prepare the meals. I shall take my leave now. Within the room, Wolfeng gazed at Zhang Xingfeng's departing figure, deeply moved. From childhood, aside from his parents, no one had ever shown him such care. This was the first experience of receiving genuine concern, filling his heart with warmth. Master Zhang, he silently vowed, I, Wolfeng, shall remain unwaveringly loyal to you throughout my life. Betrayal is not an option, or may the heavens strike me down. Wolfeng quietly made this pledge, perhaps unaware that Zhang Xingfeng could not have anticipated his unwavering commitment to him would manifest so swiftly. Primarily because Zhang Xingfeng was oblivious to the profound impact of receiving care after having known none. The night enveloped the world like a tranquil river, and I found myself standing by the window, relishing the fresh air that caressed my senses. The gentle breeze, imbued with a hint of moisture, brushed against my face, allowing my skin to naturally absorb its delicate essence. Gazing into the vast expanse of the starry sky, the myriad stars sparkled in a chaotic array, their mysteries as inscrutable as the celestial path itself. A subtle essence flowed into my body, coursing through my meridians, gradually transforming into a fluid state, the innate energy swirling tirelessly within me. As the hour grew late, I extended my body out of the window, preparing to close it, when I suddenly noticed the lights in Wolfeng's room still aglow, with faint shadows dancing by the window. Curiosity piqued, I ventured out of my chamber towards him. Standing outside, I observed that Wolfeng was indeed engrossed in a book. To my surprise, he was reading, a commendable pursuit. I quietly slipped through the door and stood silently behind him. He appeared utterly absorbed, delving deeply into his reading material. Peering over his shoulder, I discovered he was engrossed in the secrets of Shaolin Long Fist, a rather commonplace martial art from the Ming Dynasty, known to all the servants in my household. Alongside it lay the teachings of Shaolin Luohan Fist, which, though easy to learn, proved challenging to master. The Long Fist, however, yielded results swiftly and was particularly accessible. Consequently, every study in my home was stocked with the texts of both Shaolin Long Fist and Shaolin Luohan Fist. After a moment, Wolfeng seemed to sense my presence behind him, albeit a tad slowly, and turned his head. Third Young Master. Oh, I noticed the light in your room was still aglow, so I came to take a look. To my surprise, you were engrossed in the secrets of Shaolin Long Fist. I smiled and said, Third Young Master, I apologize for intruding upon your belongings. Please forgive my transgression. Wolf Blade immediately appeared flustered. It's quite all right. Feel free to make use of these materials. I was merely puzzled by your unfamiliarity with Shaolin Long Fist, a skill almost every martial artist possesses. I hastened to explain. As I gazed at him, my heart inexplicably ached. I could envision all that he had sacrificed for his mother at such a tender age. My eyes could not help but well up with tears, as I felt the profound bond of maternal love they shared. It pained me to think of the heavy psychological burdens he bore in his youth. How peculiar it was, had I been in a previous life. Such sentiments would have left me untouched, yet now I struggled to contain my emotions. Was this a sign of my newfound naivety, or had I simply become more compassionate? Regardless, I remained true to myself, resolved to embrace a fresh chapter in life, liberated from past influences. Wolf Blade, shall we swear brotherhood? I proposed earnestly. I held him in great esteem and respect. From that moment on, he would stand by me through thick and thin. My gaze upon Wolf Blade was unwavering. Third Young Master, he replied, seemingly astonished. This brotherhood is not merely a matter of words. It holds greater significance. If you regard me as an elder brother, then let us forge this bond without hesitation. I resolutely declared, my eyes fixed upon him without blinking. Wolf Blade took a deep breath and said, very well. I have made my decision today. Very well, my brother. Let us pledge our brotherhood beneath the luminous moon, I said with a smile. We stepped onto the grass outside and knelt side by side, raising our right hands with our index and middle fingers together. I, Zhang Xingfeng, hereby declare under the moonlight that I, along with my brother, shall become sworn brothers of different bloodlines, sharing both fortune and misfortune. We do not seek to be born on the same day of the same month in the same year, but rather to depart this world together on the same day of the same month in the same year. Heaven and earth are our witnesses. Should there be any betrayal, let both man and deity forsake us. I, Wolf Feng, today under the moonlight, join in this brotherhood with my second brother, sharing fortune and misfortune, with the same declaration as Zhang Xingfeng. Chapter 5. The Inquiry of Justice with Great Joy. I began to practice the Shaolin Luohan Fist on the grassy expanse of the back garden. This style is said to be the genesis of the external martial arts of Shaolin, from which many of the 72 unique techniques of Shaolin have evolved. Many martial artists regard this assertion as mere jest. However, with my prowess having reached the late stages of the Bigu technique, I can distinctly feel the formidable power of this martial art. I speculate that this fist style may indeed be the Fumo Luohan fist revered in the realm of cultivation, along with the Fumo Vajra technique, which is considered the treasure of the Buddhist sect. The latter is particularly remarkable, reputed to consist of 18 stages. Mastering it to the utmost could allow one to directly ascend to the divine realm, bypassing the celestial realm altogether. Astonishingly, only the 18th stage presents challenges, while the other stages are relatively safe. In contrast, the techniques of cultivation, though swifter in progression, are fraught with numerous calamities. A single misstep could result in the loss of one's soul, leaving one eternally trapped in the cycle of rebirth. What brings me the greatest joy in this life is the opportunity to practice this formidable fist technique. As I continued to dance, a profound understanding began to blossom within me. Gradually, my movements became slower, yet everything around me seemed to sway in accordance with the rhythm of my gestures. Time became an abstract concept as I slowly concluded my performance. To my astonishment, I discovered that the liquid innate energy within me had begun to coalesce, a sign reminiscent of the auspiciousness of the elixir. My excitement knew no bounds. Fortune had smiled upon me these past few days. Young master, trouble awaits. The old man from the Ouyang family has arrived, seeking to settle accounts with you, claiming you assaulted his son yesterday. Be cautious. Chunyu called out from the garden gate, her expression fraught with urgency. Alas, joy often precedes sorrow. Just as I had celebrated my good fortune, the scheming Ouyang was now at my doorstep. This Ouyang wretch, who currently shares in the operation of our mining business in the Far East, has now put me in a precarious position. What shall I do? He is notoriously cunning, far more so than his precious son, and quite troublesome to deal with. Brother, what troubles your mind? Speak freely. Perhaps I can lend you some counsel. Wolf Feng, my elder brother, entered, ever the supportive sibling. I welcomed his presence into my private sanctuary. The father of Ouyang Liang seeks to confront me regarding yesterday's incident. I lamented, my worries resurfacing. But it was Ouyang Liang who provoked you. His father has no grounds for grievance. Do not fret. We hold the moral high ground. Why should we fear him? My brother's indignation was palpable, a testament to his pure-hearted nature. Perhaps you should devise a plan. I am at a loss and need to rest, I replied, realizing that my brother had regressed to his youthful demeanor at the tender age of 10. Play for now. Dear brother, I shall retreat to the main hall, I concluded, seeking solace from the impending confrontation. I spoke briefly to my elder brother before stepping outside, resigned to confront all of this alone. As I walked, I contemplated potential strategies, yet after much deliberation, I found no suitable solutions. Ultimately, I resolved to firmly assert that I had not struck him, leaving the rest to unfold as it may. The third young master, the head of the Zhang family, has arrived, and my father is currently in his company. He has asked me to summon the third young master, seemingly in relation to the son of the Zhang patriarch. Be cautious, third young master, Mr. Zhang, who has watched me grow up and is quite concerned for my well-being, advised me. Truth be told, within the entire estate, only that matron and the second matron harbor any animosity towards me. I am at a loss as to why this is the case. I once inquired of my mother, a beautiful and virtuous woman, but she merely replied that I was still too young and that when the time was right, she would divulge the truth. I had once been troubled by this, but I have since come to terms with it, realizing that as long as I uphold propriety and act with a clear conscience, all would be well. At this moment, I felt a sudden clarity, believing that merely proceeding as I am would suffice. Regardless, I had not harmed Ouyang Liang. So what was there to fear? With a resolute stride, I advanced towards the grand hall, my heart unburdened. I entered the spacious room with poise, raising my gaze to behold my father and the matron of the household seated at the head table, while my mother, the second matron, the fourth, fifth, and sixth matrons, all my father's wives, were present. It appeared that matters had escalated significantly. After acknowledging my father, mother, the matron, and the other matrons, I respectfully bowed my head and addressed Uncle Ouyang. Why are the matriarchs all gathered here? This situation should not be so grave. On my left, the old ghost Ouyang occupies the place of honor, surrounded by a group of individuals he has brought along. His face is etched with frost, and he gazes at me with an intensity that suggests a deep-seated animosity, as if he were poised to strike me down. My heart trembles. Could it be that Ouyang Liang has truly come to harm? I find myself in a quandary, meticulously retracing the events from beginning to end. Suddenly, a troubling thought strikes me. Ouyang Liang is far too young, having been influenced by the formidable presences of both Brother Wolf and myself. Furthermore, he has been coddled throughout his upbringing, making it conceivable that he could succumb to the pressures within his own home. His psyche is far too fragile. How could he possibly withstand the oppressive force emanating from such masters? A sense of urgency wells up within me, realizing my own folly in underestimating his resilience from the moment he began conversing with me. Alas, Xiao-san, have you ever resorted to intimidation or threats against the young master of the Zhang family? My mother interjects, her voice tinged with anxiety, her brow furrowed with worry that I can perceive clearly. What could possibly be amiss? Even if Ouyang Liang were to fall ill, it should not provoke such distress in my mother. My brow furrows in concern. I shudder. This is the first time my father has spoken to me in such a manner. Throughout my life, he has showered me with affection. Yet now he addresses me with such severity. I cannot help but feel a flicker of anger rise within me. Raising my head, I articulate each word deliberately. I did not, as I fix my gaze unwaveringly upon my father. You are not, indeed, quite remarkable, third young master. Compelling my son to engage in this for a lifetime, haha. You still refuse to acknowledge it. Do tell, aside from being bullied by you yesterday, did my son have any disputes with others? I, Ouyang Mingqing, shall go to great lengths, even at the cost of my fortune, to avenge my son. Head of the Zhang family, rest assured, I shall provide you with an explanation regarding this matter. Do not be anxious. The governor of Suzhou is present here today, and you have brought along a considerable number of witnesses, so there is no need for haste. My father spoke up immediately. An elder seated beside the head of the Zhang family rose and bowed, saying, Your Grace, my lord, I assure you that I shall handle this matter impartially. I hope both of you can rest easy. The elder, who is the governor of Suzhou, appeared quite grave. This situation seems quite troublesome. What exactly transpired? Ouyang Laogui stated that his son was done for. How could that be? Did he merely fall ill and meet his end? Could my luck be so poor as to scare someone into ruin? Throughout the Ming dynasty, significant families were conferred titles, specifically Duke, Earl, and baron. These were merely awarded to merchants. The genuine titles bestowed upon officials include the ranks of duke, marquis, earl, viscount, and baron. My father's brow furrowed as he said, "Young Master Zhang, speak the truth. What exactly happened? Relate the events from the beginning." "Third Young Master, you must speak honestly. I have numerous witnesses on my side," Ouyang Laogui coldly retorted. "Head of the Ouyang family, we all feel great regret over this incident. Please allow my son to recount the events." My father promptly interjected. My father, after all, is the head of the esteemed Zhang family among the 4 great clans. And even the old ghost Ouyang dares not disregard his authority. I spoke calmly, addressing everyone present. On that day, when I arrived at the small garden in the West City, young Master Ouyang was already there. Subsequently, he sent his attendant to seek my guidance in martial arts. After I defeated his attendant, I discovered that he was quite pitiable, having come to the Ouyang family for the sake of his mother. I instructed Ouyang Liang to bring his attendant's mother to my Star Peak Pavilion, and then young Master Ouyang ordered his servants to deliver her. It was then that you sought me out. Thus, the events unfolded. My father immediately interjected, "Ouyang family head, can you attest to the veracity of my son's account?" "Uncle Ouyang, I assert that I have never uttered a single word of threat or intimidation. You may call upon anyone present as witnesses." I declared with conviction. "To be frank, I have not spoken any words of menace. I merely employed my imposing presence to intimidate him." I paused, bewildered. Could it be that I have lost my mind? How could I be so unfortunate? I intended only to frighten him with my demeanor. Yet here I find myself in this predicament. "Zhang Tianda, whose fault is this?" I ask. "My son is now in such dire straits, and he is my only child." "What do you say?" The old ghost Ouyang seemed to be on the verge of madness, and one could hardly blame him. At over 50 years of age, having fathered Ouyang Liang in his twilight years, it is no wonder that he is distraught over the plight of his cherished son. "Ouyang family head, do not be anxious. All will be made clear. With so many witnesses present, we shall ensure you receive a fair resolution." My father promptly approached to placate the old fox Ouyang, who, true to his reputation as a formidable figure, managed to regain his composure and took a seat. "Xiao-san," he inquired, "is there any truth to what the people of the Ouyang residents have said?" My father turned to me, seeking an answer. "None at all, but I assure you, I have never threatened or intimidated him," I insisted, firmly denying any such claims against Ouyang Liang. Regret washed over me as I realized that such a statement could be interpreted as an acknowledgement of Ouyang Liang's poor demeanor upon his exit. All the other children had departed, leaving only one possible conclusion. Ah, what a headache! What to do? The old fox Ouyang sneered derisively from the side, while my mother appeared somewhat anxious. In contrast, aunt and second aunt wore faint smiles. My father's brow furrowed, but he pressed on. "Xiao-san, how do you explain that Ouyang Gongzi emerged with a pallid countenance immediately after your entrance?" Chapter 6. Family Law. I found myself at a loss and replied, "How should I know what transpired? On that day, I was engaged in a sparring match with Ouyang Gongzi's attendant while he observed from the sidelines. After the contest concluded, I simply requested Ouyang Gongzi to escort his attendant's mother to my residence. That was the extent of our interaction. It bears no connection to me. Perhaps Ouyang Gongzi was merely startled by the duel, which is entirely plausible. Stop your nonsense. My son, even if inept, would not suffer mental impairment simply from witnessing a sparring match. You just admitted that my son turned pale in the small garden. Besides you, who else could be responsible? Are you implying it was your 4 or 5-year-old foster siblings? Speak up." The old fox Ouyang glared at me, his hair standing on end, exuding a ferocious demeanor as he bellowed. I was taken aback. Could it be that the blame would be placed upon the innocent Xing and Xiangyu? Not only was this improbable, but I would also never acquiesce to such an injustice. I turned my gaze toward my father, while my mother anxiously looked at the head of our illustrious family. My father, brow furrowed, realized that when I spoke of the servant's claims being true, the situation had taken a dire turn. Though he cherished and indulged me as a son, he was first and foremost the current head of the Zhang family and had to consider the welfare of our lineage. Offending the Ouyang family, while seemingly trivial for the Zhang clan, could potentially devastate our extensive network of business across the Far East. The Ouyang family had long been an ally of the Zhang clan, rising to prominence as a formidable family just beneath the 4 great houses. Should relations be severed, it was likely that the Zhang family would plummet from the 3rd to the 4th rank among families. There was no recourse. One son could not be allowed to jeopardize the entire family legacy. Since this is the case, I shall summon the Ouyang Young Master's tutor, as well as my adopted brother and sister, my father proclaimed, rising to address those gathered around us. Others were aware that my father intended to shift the blame onto others, yet who would dare speak against him? Ouyang Laogui might have wished to voice his thoughts, but he remained silent, intimidated by my father's esteemed position and the lack of grounds for objection. I was astonished. This could not possibly implicate my adopted siblings. A surge of indignation ignited within me, and my mind raced in turmoil. What? I acknowledge that this situation is a result of my own actions. He is merely responding to my formidable presence. This is no concern of others. If they have the courage, let them confront me directly. I am ready to face it all, I declared boldly to the old ghost Ouyang. At that moment, my mother rushed before me, saying, "Xiao-san, please do not act so defiantly. You must understand that your actions cause your mother great anguish. For 10 months and 8 days, I carried you, feeling your lively movements within me. I know you are my precious son, the very essence of my being. I will not allow outsiders to bully you. I will not permit it, do you understand?" Woe is me. I struggled to hold back my tears, but it proved futile. I simply could not contain them. I gazed quietly at my mother, my heart tumultuous with conflicting emotions. Suddenly, I lowered my head and summoned my inner strength to dispel my tears. Raising my head, I smiled at my mother and said, "Mother, please do not be this way. I am perfectly fine. Why are you crying? Do you not realize that when you weep, it pains Xiao-san's heart as well? I am all right. Do you not see that I am well? Please, do not cry." My father gazed at me in silence, his eyes fixed upon me, observing his cherished son, his troublesome offspring, with an expression devoid of emotion. Yet within his heart, a tempest of anger raged. Why? Why must this be? Is it solely due to my position as the head of the Zhang family that I must betray my 6-year-old son? The Zhang family. The Zhang family. Ha ha ha. The entire hall was enveloped in a stifling atmosphere, where no one dared to utter a word. Even the old ghost Ouyang, upon witnessing my father's chilling countenance, refrained from speaking further, although he was the most formidable force outside the 4 prominent families. The disparity between the Ouyang clan and the 4 great families was akin to that between a modest household and a billionaire's dynasty. Their businesses may have appeared comparable, yet the assets of the 4 families had been amassed over centuries, with their fortunes surpassing billions of taels of silver. Historically, only during the prosperous Tang dynasty had the national treasury ever exceeded that sum. They were no longer merely wealthy enough to rival nations. They were so affluent that they could overshadow them. Who in this world would dare to speak in the presence of the Zhang family's patriarch when he was engulfed in fury? At this moment, the old ghost Ouyang regretted his choices, pondering how he could jeopardize a family that had endured for 2 centuries for the sake of a son who was already doomed. A son lost could be replaced, after all. Though his own child may have been lacking in intellect, he too could marry and have children in the future. How could he possibly divert the blame onto others? At that moment, the old ghost of Ouyang was contemplating how to shield the 3rd son of the Zhang family from punishment. He was acutely aware that the penalties imposed by the 4 great families on the sons of their heads were exceedingly severe, a measure taken to ensure the lineage of the families and to prevent fratricide. Suddenly, a brilliant idea illuminated the old ghost's mind. It was merely the result of my imposing aura that had inflicted harm. An aura can indeed be injurious. Ha ha. Old ghost Ouyang proclaimed aloud, "Esteemed guests, allow this old man a moment to speak." My father cast a glance at him and replied indifferently, "Please, Ouyang family head, proceed." With a smile, Ouyang continued, "I trust everyone here is aware that only those who have attained the innate realm can wield the power of an aura to inflict harm. The earliest to reach such a realm on the Qinglong Continent was the Western Chu overlord, Xiang Yu, who, despite being revered as the foremost expert of his time, attained the innate realm at merely 12 years of age. The second, the poetic swordsman Li Bai, achieved this feat at 14. Yet, how could the 3rd son, at the tender age of 6, possibly reach the innate realm? Furthermore, his sworn siblings are even younger, making it impossible. The only plausible candidate is my son's scholar, Lang Feng, who, upon arriving at my home, was already capable of commanding ferocious tigers, a fact known to all my household staff. A subtle smile graced my father's face, and upon hearing this, my mother appeared considerably relieved, looking at me with a smile. The atmosphere in the hall immediately became lively, with voices rising in unison, proclaiming, "How could this possibly involve the 3rd son?" Indeed, The third son is so endearing. How could he harm young Master Ouyang? Indeed, only someone of Wolf Feng's lowly stature would engage in such actions. Old ghost Ouyang, as if entranced by a captivating beauty, gazed with glistening eyes and proclaimed loudly, "Bring that Wolf Feng here." Laughter erupted throughout the grand hall, as attributing this matter to a commoner seemed to delight everyone. A shiver ran through my body. No, Wolf Feng must not be implicated. If he were, it would spell disaster for him. Old ghost Ouyang would surely seek his life. And what would become of his destitute mother? I looked at my mother, who wore a faint smile, and felt a bitter pang in my heart. I am sorry, mother. I am so sorry. I surveyed the surrounding crowd, their laughter ringing in my ears, and a storm of overwhelming energy surged within me. The entire hall fell silent, all eyes fixated on me, not merely because I had reached the innate realm at the tender age of 6, but also because this act implied my acknowledgement of being the true perpetrator behind Ouyang Liang's demise. Chaos ensued in the hall. The governor of Suzhou felt equally unsettled. How could he shield a third son who openly confessed? My mother gazed at me, her heart nearly shattered, silently crying out, "My dear third son, why? Why have you admitted to this?" Old ghost Ouyang looked at me with a wry smile. "Third son, I have spared you once. Why do you not spare yourself? This only serves to condemn the Ouyang family further. The ancestors of the Ouyang family must be lamenting the losses we are to suffer because of this. Zhang Tianda may outwardly refrain from confronting our family, yet undoubtedly, he is plotting against us in the shadows. I regret my impulsiveness in that moment. My father gazes upon me, his heart bleeding. Xiaosan, do you truly wish to force your father's hand? The entire hall is transfixed by my overwhelming presence. Silence enveloping us, the atmosphere growing ever more oppressive. The Council of Elders unanimously decrees. The head of the Zhang family prioritizes the interests of the clan. An elderly man strides to the entrance of the hall, utters this decree, and promptly departs. This proclamation leaves Zhang Tianda visibly shaken, his face drained of color. My father looks at me, his expression darkened with fury, before he turns and retreats into the inner chamber. "Ah, you truly wish to cast me from my home. How cruel is this familial decree, how utterly merciless. Very well, I accept it. I shall leave my home." I gaze at the now vacant seat in the center of the hall, my heart racing with a tumult of emotions. I dash towards the exit, unleashing all my power. Running furiously, my mind flooded with memories of my father, his tender care during my childhood, the way he used to feed me. The decisiveness with which he expelled me from our home was heartless, devoid of compassion. I accelerate my efforts, and in an instant, I vanish from the Zhang residence, slipping away like a wraith from Suzhou City. My mother, Xiaosan, stands at the door calling out to me, only to suddenly collapse at the threshold. Ouyang Laogui watches this scene unfold, tears unshed. 2 second-tier masters from the Zhang estate gaze in astonishment at the empty street where I once stood. Their expressions a mix of shock and disbelief. Upon the esteemed armchair in the back hall, the venerable head of the Zhang family sat with closed eyes, 2 distinct trails of tears marking his face. He murmured softly, "Little third." Another pair of tears cascaded down. Chapter 7. The golden elixir, the boundless fields swiftly receded like lightning, revealing a vast lake before me. Despite the enormity of it all, my pace remained unyieldingly rapid. Showing no sign of slowing, I resolutely surged towards the tranquil waters. But why? Is it truly worth the anguish inflicted upon the members of the family? All in the name of preserving the weighty legacy of the Zhang clan? I am uncertain. All I know is that if life is devoid of joy, what purpose does the ethereal glory of lineage serve? Is it that the world is intoxicated while I remain sober, or am I merely naive? I do not know. Yet I am certain I shall not emulate my father. I will not inflict harm upon my family for the sake of an illusory ancestral honor. I firmly believe that I will be united with my loved ones in happiness and will never forsake my own son, nor cast him out into the world. The pressure of the lake against my sinking body becomes increasingly palpable. Time passes swiftly. At this moment, the Zhang family is engulfed in a state of repression and turmoil. It has been nearly 30 years since the last scion of the family departed. This unfortunate soul, once esteemed as the heir of the Zhang family, left home at the tender age of 13. By 18, after a business venture gone awry that led to his financial ruin, he tragically took his own life, and upon his demise, there was no one to conduct his funeral. It was only through the efforts of his brother, the current head of the Zhang family, Zhang Tianda, that arrangements were made for his burial. The reason this young man was cast from his home was his audacious attempt to assassinate the then eldest son, Zhang Tianda. Almost all those expelled from the family were those who failed in their quest for the position of family head, save for one individual who was ousted for the reprehensible act of assaulting a maiden from the illustriously family, the foremost family of the era. For the sake of the family's interests, he was banished and subsequently faced covert ostracism from the Li family, living a life of destitution. The third young master, merely 6 years of age, inadvertently injured the sole heir of the Ouyang family due to his overwhelming presence. At such a tender age, he has already attained a congenital realm, leading many to believe that this young master is destined to become the foremost expert in the world. However, the Ouyang family and the Zhang clan have collaborated extensively across various domains. Should the Ouyang family face downfall, it would take the Zhang clan at least 20 years to restore their business network. Thus, sacrificing this 6-year-old prodigy for the greater good of the family appears to be a sagacious decision. The rear hall of the Zhang residence was enveloped in silence, where a solitary figure occupied the Grand Master chair, with another standing beside him. Suddenly, a sound pierced the stillness. Gradually, the assembly swelled, and at the forefront stood 5 of the most powerful elders of the Zhang clan, who only intervened in matters of great significance. To the left was the previous head of the family, while to the right were Zhang Tianda's second, third, and fourth uncles, along with Zhang Tianda's younger brother. In truth, the last elder's seat should have belonged to Zhang Tianda's second brother. However, he had been expelled from the family, leaving the third brother fortunate enough to assume the position. Following them were the wives of Zhang Tianda, with the third wife notably absent. Behind the ladies were the brothers of the third young master, for young masters of the Zhang household, the youngest being merely 2 years old, requiring the eldest to hold his hand. In such an important assembly, only the head steward was permitted to attend, while the other servants were barred from entry, each having fixed seats, thus forming 3 distinct groups that entered the grand hall. Today, the Zhang family convenes to deliberate and reach a resolution regarding the matter of the third son, Zhang Xingfeng. However, since his departure from home yesterday, he has yet to make an appearance, and no trace of him has been discovered by the household. How should we proceed, esteemed guests? Zhang Tianda sat upright in the Grand Master's chair, an air of authority enveloping the entire hall. Tianda, must you compel the youngest to leave home? Is it truly necessary to be so heartless? Can you not consider the bond we share as husband and wife and refrain from driving him away? He is but 6 years old. Tianda, the third matron, just awakened from her stupor, rushed to the entrance of the hall, calling out in desperation. Tianda. The third matron gazed at her husband as he passed by, her hope dwindling into despair. Slowly, she sank to the ground, murmuring to herself, "Little third." The fifth elder observed the weary third matron and shook his head, departing alongside several other elders. The first and second matrons exchanged sly glances at the third matron before arrogantly exiting through the door. I could not discern how much time had elapsed, yet I distinctly felt that I was on the verge of overcoming my first significant challenge in cultivating the golden elixir. I cast aside all distractions, my mind a blank slate, and I keenly observed the essence within me. The liquid innate true energy began to circulate with an unprecedented swiftness, tireless, as the external spiritual energy swiftly entered my being. Yet, the most crucial element remained the liquid innate true energy I had accumulated over time. With the Dantian as the furnace and the ethereal energies of heaven and earth as the flame, I refined and compressed the innate true energy, undergoing endless tempering, thereby grasping the essence of the cosmos. Instantly, the incantations from the heart's scripture surfaced in my mind. I commenced the most crucial phase of my golden core cultivation. Upon entering this stage, I would truly become a practitioner of the mystical arts. My entire spirit was devoted to the cultivation of the golden core. Suddenly, my body trembled, and a golden core, akin to the size of a mung bean, hovered within my dantian. A force surged from every cell in my body, as if it were poised to ascend to the heavens. I roared with unrestrained fervor. A violet radiance unfurled like a fiery aurora, resembling a shooting star, soaring skyward, piercing the clouds. In an instant, the atmosphere roared with thunder, and dark clouds churned like a mighty dragon. Before my eyes, Taihu Lake became tumultuous, waves rising to unimaginable heights. With a mere movement, I found myself upon the shore, observing the once furious Taihu Lake gradually calming. A sliver of moonlight broke through the dark clouds, casting a gentle glow upon the vast fields, and my heart slowly found tranquility. At this moment, I was capable of flying with a sword, yet I lacked my own flying sword. Thus, I resorted to my lightness skill, hastening towards the Zhang residence. Upon reaching the golden core stage, one could indeed begin to ride the sword through the skies and also generate the true fire of Samadhi. With the Samadhi true fire, one could accomplish numerous feats, such as forging flying swords and various spiritual armors unique to practitioners, as well as concocting an array of spiritual elixirs. Upon reaching the golden core stage, one gains the ability to wield true essence, allowing for alterations in one's appearance and stature, though such transformations are limited. At this stage, one can only extend their height by a factor of 2. Ascending to the nascent soul stage permits even greater changes, and the higher the realm, the more profound the metamorphosis. Should one attain immortality, they would be capable of the 72 transformations. Chapter 8. Decision. I drifted like a whispering breeze, passing through the gates of the Zhang family estate, halting silently before my mother's chamber door. The night had deepened, enveloping the entire household in a blanket of stillness. The soft sound of my mother's muffled sobs pierced the quietude, sending a sharp pang of anguish through my heart. A wave that surged from my very core to engulf my entire being. I found myself powerless to restrain my emotions. Tears cascaded down my cheeks, hitting the ground with a distinct patter. Was my hearing truly that acute? I could not ascertain. Who is it? Is it the other woman? My mother's voice emerged, tinged with urgency. Unable to bear it any longer, I flung open the door, gazing upon my weary mother. Mother, is it the other woman? Am I dreaming? She stood by the table, seemingly still grappling with the reality of my presence. I rushed to her side, enveloping her in a tight embrace. She held me close, her arms wrapping around me with a fierce intensity. I could distinctly hear the rapid rhythm of her heartbeat. Thump, thump, quickening with every passing moment. Time became an elusive concept as I remained in her embrace, until she gradually released me, her gaze fixed upon my face. Is it really you, my child? She murmured, tenderly caressing my features and repeatedly uttering my name. Mother, has the discussion concluded? Is my elder brother, Wolf Peak, and his mother well? I composed myself and inquired of my mother. I understood that he acted in the interest of the family, yet he should have considered me first. Even if the outcome resulted in my expulsion from our home, I would not harbor resentment towards him. However, he never uttered a word on my behalf throughout the entire ordeal. Do you know how heartless he was in the end? He expects my forgiveness. Just the thought of how he departed, so nonchalantly, ignites a fury within me that I cannot contain. Do you understand why your father cast you out because of this incident? And do you remember when you asked me why your aunt and your second aunt harbor such animosity towards you? My mother gazed at me and spoke. Could there be some hidden truth? I looked at her, struggling to connect these two matters. This is not a secret. It is well known among the 4 great families and universally acknowledged. It is simply this. For the sake of the family lineage, only the eldest son may inherit each generation. And only upon the demise of the eldest son does the inheritance pass to the second son. The eldest son is protected by 3rd-grade warriors and a 2nd-grade captain of the guards. If it is discovered that the eldest son's death was orchestrated by the second son, the latter is cast out of the family, with not even a single coin to his name. Once the eldest son ascends, the 2nd and 3rd sons are evaluated by the Council of Elders, and the one deemed most capable is appointed as an elder. Your second brother is indeed the offspring of your aunt. And your second aunt and your aunt were quite close in their youth. Since she has not borne a son, naturally, she supports the second son. Who is your second brother? Now do you comprehend why your aunt and your second aunt regard you with such disdain? My mother revealed everything to me. Oh, I understand now. But why did my father cast me out of our home over this matter? I inquired of my mother. This is a matter of principle. Every generation's 2nd and 3rd sons who have not ascended to elder status must venture forth to establish their own paths. Naturally, they are endowed with a startup fund of 200,000 taels of silver. Essentially, you are leaving home prematurely, merely having your name expunged from the family register. Furthermore, you possess the New Year's red envelope money from the past 5 years, which amounts to nearly 100,000 taels of silver. I still have several 100,000 taels here. Take it with you and live well. At this moment, my mother began to weep again. In truth, the thought of parting from her in the future also pains my heart. Mother, please do not speak this way. How could I possibly use your private savings? Besides, 100,000 taels is more than sufficient. Do not worry. I said to her, forcing a smile. No, you must take the money. Everything I consume and purchase in the household is paid for by the estate, and not a single tael of silver is needed from me. So do not worry. Do you understand? My mother immediately resumed her attempts to persuade me. Mother, no, you must trust in my abilities. Mother, little third, do not be so stubborn. Heed your mother's words. Take the money with you. Ultimately, I had no choice but to accept the 100,000 taels in silver notes from my mother. Sigh. I know she only wishes for me to thrive after leaving home. Such is the heart of every parent. Mother, I promise to honor you well in the future. I gazed at her as she smiled back, her eyes unwavering, as if she wished to engrave my visage deeply within her memory. As dawn approached, I bitterly smiled. Preparing to depart. Mother, I shall forego participating in this gathering. I am going to summon the others from Wolf Peak to leave together. I stood at the threshold, gazing at my mother, uncertain of when I would see her again. Go on, Xiaosan. I have always known you to be exceptional and remarkably understanding. Your mother believes in you. Embrace your path. I shall forever support you. My mother spoke with a smile, though her facade was expertly crafted. My keen vision still discerned the unshed tears she valiantly held back. I swiftly navigated past the servants who had risen early, making my way to my former residence, Star Peak Pavilion. I had not realized that Uncle Wang was nearly 25 this year, and Spring Rain had reached the age of 22. Observing their harmonious pairing, I resolved that the first matter upon settling down would be to arrange their marriage. Hey, how long will you two remain enamored? I have been standing at the door for quite some time, yet neither of you has come to greet me, I remarked with a serious expression. Huh. I must wait for your affectionate exchange to conclude before I can see my mother. Do not make her anxious. Huh. Why the blush? It's getting even redder. Uncle Wang, why does your face also bear a rosy hue? What should I call you from now on? Perhaps Brother Wang would suffice. Does that sound agreeable? Oh. I was astonished to witness the rarely expressive Uncle Wang. No, Brother Wang, smiling, which was indeed a rare sight. My laughter was uncontainable. Yet, as I observed their faces reddening further, my amusement began to wane. Taking a deep breath, I prepared to continue my laughter. Young master, the spring rain is playfully drizzling. Upon seeing my sworn brother, I felt an overwhelming surge of emotion. Although we have known each other for less than 2 days, we have already been apart for 7. Yet I profoundly sense the bond of brotherhood that transcends life and death. Eldest brother, I plan to leave this mansion immediately. Will you and your mother accompany me? Or shall you retreat to the countryside for a more tranquil existence? I truly long to venture into the world alongside Brother Wolf. Yet your mother's illness necessitates continuous care and attention. What do you mean? We brothers vowed to share life and death together. Are you implying that you look down upon me? Do you perceive me as one who abandons his brothers in times of adversity? Brother Wolf immediately began to raise his voice at me. Eldest brother, do not be agitated. If you accompany me, what will happen to your mother? Shall we subject her to a life of turmoil? Can you bear to see her suffer in such a manner? I implored him. The eldest brother fell silent, aware that his mother's health was precarious and required constant rest and recuperation. Yet, to abandon me for this reason would be a difficult notion for him to accept. Feng you shall go with the third young master, and your mother will accompany you as well, declared Wolf's mother resolutely from the small wooden bridge. Dear lady, your health, third young master, it is of no concern. I am well aware of my own condition. I have improved greatly in recent days. Moreover, accompanying you does not constitute hardship. It is far better than hewing wood on the mountain, is it not? So do not worry about me, she responded, her demeanor radiating joy and demonstrating her robust spirit. Dear brother, let us take good care of my mother on our journey. She has previously thrived in the mountains. And with so many people around us, what is there to worry about? Wolfeng has begun to offer his counsel as well. As I gazed at my aunt, memories of my own mother flooded my mind, stirring deep emotions within me. I am resolute in my commitment to look after my aunt with utmost diligence. Chunyu, Brother Wang, and Wolfeng, please proceed to organize our belongings. I shall await your return. Bring along the essentials, and we can procure the rest later. Suddenly, a jolt coursed through my body as I distinctly sensed a gaze upon me. From the depths of my heart, I could feel an overwhelming sense of longing, concern, and an unspoken apology. It was my father. Chapter 9. A distant journey, young master. Are we ready to depart? Chunyu stood at my door, holding a few items as she addressed me. Looking at Chunyu and the others, a smile threatened to break through. Today, I had been cast out of my home, accompanied only by a robust man, with the rest being women and children, and my aunt was still unwell. I felt utterly disheveled. Indeed, I was in a sorry state. Yet, I vowed that one day, I would shine brightly before the entire Zhang family. With this determination in my heart, I led the way outside. Zhang Tianda silently observed his son as he departed, then quietly made his way to the hall, where the council was about to convene. The elders unanimously resolved, from this day forth, Zhang Xingfeng shall have no ties to the Zhang family. All individuals associated with him shall be dismissed with compensation. And this shall be proclaimed to the world. Chief Steward Zhang stood upright, announcing this decree with clarity and authority. The first and second madams of the Zhang residence bore smiles of triumph, while Zhang Tianda remained silent. Today, the third madam was once again absent. Our party of 5 was divided between 2 carriages. I and Wolf Feng occupied the front one, while Brother Wang and Sister Yu, whom we shall refer to as Chunyu, given her association with Brother Wang, along with the elder lady, took the rear carriage, where they could attend to her needs. We departed from Suzhou, a city within the renowned Yangzhou prefecture, heading towards Shizhou, a central region of the Ming dynasty, where the imperial capital resides. Our intent was to showcase our prowess in the bustling capital city. These past few days had been rather languorous, rendering my body almost feeble. Young master, trouble approaches. There are bandits. The elderly driver exclaimed, trembling in fear. I had anticipated this. My instincts had already forewarned me. How amusing. I had just lamented my waning vigor. And now a band of robbers arrived to invigorate my spirits. I leapt from the carriage, surveying the bandits before me. Remarkably, they had yet to utter a sound, demonstrating commendable discipline, a quality I greatly admired. Wolf Feng, eager for action, fixated his fierce gaze upon the intruders. Since entering the innate realm, he had yet to engage in combat. Brother Wang and the others emerged from the carriage as well. Sister Yu and the elder lady appeared somewhat panicked, which was understandable, as they possessed no martial prowess. Brother Wang, while possessing commendable skills, was on the verge of entering the innate realm, a milestone that typically took others over a decade to achieve. However, in my presence, Brother Wang would swiftly advance to that level. A middle-aged man, clad in white attire, approached with a semblance of elegance, yet the ostentatious fan he wielded betrayed his superficiality. Ah, young Master Zhang, or should I say Brother Zhang? I am aware that you currently possess a fortune of 100,000 taels of silver, likely bolstered by your mother's contributions. I shall not demand much. A mere 150,000 taels, and I will grant you your freedom. What do you say? I recognize your skills are commendable, but you are still but a child. My 300 brothers from the entire camp stand with me. It would be wise for you to comply and hand over the money. He cackled, his laughter echoing with arrogance. It was no wonder, for acquiring such a sum so easily would elicit mirth from anyone. Moreover, he had 3 formidable generals by his side. Even experts of innate realms would pose little threat. At that moment, a youth clad in purple stood upon a nearby rock, casting a cold glance at the shameless man and bellowing indifferently, "Engage, encircle." Oh, the 12 Heavenly Gate formation, I mused, my admiration for the purple-clad youth growing. This was becoming increasingly intriguing. Meanwhile, Wolf Feng looked at me with urgency, and upon my nod, he charged eagerly into the fray. The first brigade consists of a total of 120 individuals, divided into 12 groups, positioned at 12 distinct points. Leading the 2 groups designated as Extinction and Death are 2 nearly identical bald youths, whose remarkable bravery stands out. The crux of the 12 Celestial Gate formation lies in the potency of these 2 groups, as their presence amplifies the formation's power exponentially. It seems that Brother Wolf is in for quite a challenge, which may serve him well in the long run. Upon entering the formation, Wolf felt a sudden jolt in his heart. What was happening? He could no longer see the outside world, only the figures arranging the formation before him. Suddenly, an overwhelming aura surged towards him, prompting Wolf to pivot and unleash a fierce assault with his fists, channeling his true energy towards the source of the threat. The momentum momentarily halted, only to be met with an even more formidable force. Wolf's target was the squad responsible for extinction, led by Lier, who, despite possessing merely an 8th-grade cultivation level, harnessed the formation's power alongside the assistance of the other 11 members, delivering a tremendous impact. Wolf, akin to a blind man sensing danger, instinctively retaliated with his fists. However, the consumption of his true energy was severe, and he began to feel frantic, having yet to lay eyes on his adversaries while resorting to incessant strikes. This marked the first occasion he employed innate true energy, yet he struggled to wield its full might effectively. The extinction and death squads closed in on him, depleting his energy reserves and leading him towards a state of defeat. I observed the situation and realized it was my turn to take action. How could I conceal the profound nature of my martial prowess? I had an idea. I would utilize the unique technique of the Golden Core stage to alter my physique and appearance. Stepping behind the carriage, I summoned my true essence, and my body crackled with energy. Gradually, I grew taller, reaching approximately 180 centimeters before I ceased my transformation. It is time for a transformation of my appearance. Channeling true essence into my visage, I find my eyes immutable. However, I need merely to emanate a semblance of my true essence from them. My sharp, arched eyebrows require no alteration, while the pronounced aquiline nose bestows an air of coolness, and slightly fuller lips are preferable. Thus, my overall demeanor will shift to one of striking aloofness. Brother Wang and Sister Yu gaze intently at me, rendered momentarily speechless by my metamorphosis. I cannot allow them to perceive me as a monster. I whisper softly, just wait a moment. I will explain once we have rescued Brother Wolffeng. I further employ my mental prowess to instill in them an unconscious recognition of my presence. Observing their curiosity settle, I smile. It is time to address that band of ignorant brigands. With a swift and elusive step, I appear before the robbers like a phantom. In a calm yet chilling tone, I command, cease your actions. Should they persist, they risk rendering themselves deaf to my warning. Esteemed hero, I am Li Si of Qinglong Mountain. My acquaintances in the martial world hold me in regard. I kindly request that you refrain from intervening in this matter. Rest assured, I, Li Si, shall acknowledge you as a friend thereafter. Should you encounter insurmountable troubles in the future, invoking my name will carry some weight. The middle-aged man, fanning himself, spoke with a resonant voice. The imbecilic youth in purple, whose words pierced through my thoughts, caught my attention. I returned him a faint smile, marveling at the kinship of our perspectives. Surely, he could not be so oblivious as to continue speaking. I must interject first. You there with the fan, heed my words. Release this group and surrender 150,000 taels of silver, and I shall set you free. I gazed at the fellow and exclaimed loudly, ha ha ha. Am I hearing things? Just a lad, albeit with a loud voice, displaying such arrogance and demanding 150,000 taels of silver from me? Surely, my ears must be deceiving me. Someone dares to ask for money from Li Si of Qinglong Mountain? You ought to know, I am not to be trifled with. Young ones, dispose of that boisterous brat. In a fit of rage, Li Si cast aside his fan. Fool, just loud of voice, he scoffed. The youth in purple, standing nearby, echoed his sentiments. How absurd to reduce the ultimate techniques of my heavenly heart sect to mere noise. I sighed in resignation. Li Si, a rather common name, fitting for a rather common man. With a single wave of my hand, I activated my cloud-sweeping sleeves. Though I exerted little force, the results were telling. Aside from the two bald youths, the rest fell as if they were mere trifles. The youth in purple maintained his stoic demeanor, yet the flicker of astonishment in his eyes did not escape my keen perception. With a deft twist of my feet, I soared over the fallen minions. And to my astonishment, I noted the two bald youths showed no reaction to my advance toward the middle-aged man. It seemed this man lacked favorable connections. Upon witnessing my extraordinary lightness of foot, the middle-aged man hastily retreated, revealing himself to be no ordinary character, indeed. However, to my surprise, a mere soldier's broadsword sent him sprawling, and alas, such a pity for that pristine white robe. With my index and middle fingers raised, a streak of sword light, nearly a meter long, flickered between them. With a casual wave, devoid of any formal technique, my loyal minions bravely extended their formidable weapons for their leader. In an instant, as if slicing through tofu, the sword light effortlessly traversed these weapons, treating them as mere air, and reached the front of Li Si as if it had torn through the very fabric of space. Li Si, gazing at the fluctuating sword light before him, was drenched in cold sweat. He knew all too well that this was no ordinary sword, but rather a manifestation of the pinnacle of swordsmanship. A mere touch would spell his doom. Hero, if you spare me, Li Si of Qinglong Mountain, I shall offer you 150,000 taels of silver. Moreover, you shall become my leader, the esteemed commander of Li Si of Qinglong Mountain, a title that carries significant prestige. What say you? The foolish and self-absorbed Li Si looked at me with hopeful eyes. I could hardly contain myself. I took a moment to steady my emotions, utterly bewildered that someone like him could ascend to the position of Mountain King, akin to that purple-clad youth and the two bald-headed lads who were equally misguided. It's too late. I initially demanded 150,000 taels, but now I want everything you possess. Hurry and take me to collect your wealth. Do you hear me? I found myself shouting at this individual, my frustration boiling over. His demeanor incensed me. How could someone like him exist? What? Offering you 150,000 taels is already a gesture of goodwill. You should be cautious. For I am Li Si of Pingding Mountain, commanding 300 brothers. Tread carefully. Upon hearing my demand for all his possessions, Li Si was consumed by rage. His heart ablaze with anger. These are the fruits of my labor over nearly 2 decades. How could I possibly relinquish them so easily? The familiar voice of the fool echoed once more. I turned to glance at the youth in purple, offering him a smile. This lad indeed resembled my expectations. As for Li Si, alas, he truly was a simpleton. Choose between your life and your wealth, I said lightly, casting a nonchalant remark as I approached the purple-clad youth, who piqued my interest significantly. Meanwhile, Li Si was shaking his head, murmuring to himself, all the silver. No, my life. No. The silver I toiled for all my life. No, my life. Chapter 10. I am the sword god. Shattered feather, I gazed in astonishment at the youth in purple. He regarded me with an unwavering calm, observing me with remarkable composure. I was, after all, their adversary. Yet he displayed no fear of my potential wrath. Great hero, please accept us as your disciples. We shall prove to be exceptionally good students. Our talents are considerable, and we possess immense determination. If you take us under your wing, you shall be thoroughly pleased, and we will bring you honor. Well, it is not impossible for you two to join my Heavenly Heart sect. It primarily hinges on your fate. Ultimately, it is a matter of assessing the moral quality of your thoughts, such as whether you respect your elders, I replied, adopting a demeanor befitting that of a mentor as I regarded the pair before me. Indeed, my master, we hold you in the highest regard. Should you instruct us to journey east, we shall dutifully proceed in that direction. If you bid us to venture west, we shall comply without hesitation. When you partake in tea, we shall serve you water. While you repose, we shall vigilantly guard your door. The 2 bald disciples glistened under the sun, and I found myself rather fond of these 2 lads. They displayed remarkable courage in their skirmishes, and their earnest dedication to their training was evident in their demeanor towards me. My respect for my master is coupled with a sense of filial piety. Indeed, it is commendable. Ah, well, I shall graciously accept you both as my disciples. It is a rare occurrence for me to take on apprentices, and you shall be my foremost disciples, the vanguards of my sect. You must strive diligently to demonstrate your worth. Do you understand? I spoke in the tone of a mentor imparting wisdom to his prot-gs. Yes, master. Pray tell, how many members does our Heavenly Heart sect boast? Is it fewer than the Shaolin? The 2 senior disciples gazed at me with eager anticipation. After witnessing my martial prowess, they assumed my sect to be a grand establishment, and pride began to swell within them. Alas, in this world, the Heavenly Heart sect does not exist. Am I not the sole bearer of its legacy? Here I am, establishing the Heavenly Heart sect in this realm. Indeed, I am its founding patriarch. Even if the elders of the sect from the celestial realm were to learn of this, it matters not. I am merely expanding our sect's influence. Thus, I am the sole member of the Heavenly Heart sect, and you, my dear disciples, shall also become its esteemed elders. I regarded my 2 senior disciples, unwilling to witness any signs of disrespect towards me. Master, is it true? We are the elders of the Tianxin sect, haha. We are indeed elders now, haha. My dear disciple is exceedingly joyful. Master, may I inquire about your title in the martial world? There is one who calls himself the Invincible Divine Fist, but he was later defeated by someone known as Celestial Being from Beyond. What do they call you? Are you not more formidable than them? My 2 disciples have begun to probe into my background. Master, I am known as the Sword God Shattered Feather, far superior to those fellows. I am akin to the top 10 masters of the continent. Humph. I had no choice but to adopt my previous life's title, merely adding the prefix Sword God. To be honest, it does sound rather impressive. Such prowess, master. Your father must have been a remarkable figure as well. This reflects the saying, a tiger father does not beget a dog son, does it not? Am I correct, master? The slightly taller bald disciple remarked. Father, haha. He is indeed a distinguished hero, not an ordinary one. My spirits, momentarily uplifted by the light-heartedness of these 2 lads, swiftly dissipated. Father, a hero. I can only smile bitterly to the heavens. To forsake his own son for the sake of the family's interests, he indeed qualifies as a grand hero. An unparalleled grand hero. Ha ha. My father is a grand hero. an unparalleled grand hero. I roared to the heavens, a surge of sword energy erupting skyward, startling the myriad birds from the mountains. Master, master, my tall disciple whispered, aware that his previous words had been ill-timed. My heart gradually settled. I gazed at my two slightly frightened disciples, understanding that the sword energy I unleashed had indeed startled them. I am perfectly fine. I merely contemplated certain matters that do not concern you. I gazed at my two disciples and spoke soothingly, for I did not wish to create any distance between us. I am yet unfamiliar with your names. May I inquire what you are called? I asked my two apprentices. Master, I am Li Da, and this is my twin brother, Li Er. We have long aspired to learn profound martial arts, but have been unable to find a worthy master. Previously, we could only learn from those affiliated with martial arts schools. The longest training we received was from the now-deceased Invincible Fist. After his passing, we relied on self-study, and eventually, we wandered here with our younger brother Xiao Yu and his father to escape the pursuit of our enemies, which is why we remain in this hideout. Spoke the taller of the two. It seemed that the shorter one must be Li Er. From now on, you shall be my elder disciple, and Li Er shall be my second disciple, I declared to them. Suddenly, I was reminded of the youth in purple attire. I turned around to gaze at the young man in purple who had left a profound impression on me from the very beginning. Just as I was about to speak, my eldest disciple, Li Da, interjected, Master, he is our little brother Yu. Brother Yu is remarkably talented, well-versed in various military strategies and formations. His father, Uncle Zhang, was once the chief sculptor at the renowned jade shop, Baoyu Xiang, which was the finest in the nation. However, following the internal division of Baoyu Xiang, Uncle Zhang sided with the eldest son. The second son, in turn, sent assassins to eliminate the eldest. This plot was inadvertently uncovered by Uncle Zhang, leading to him being pursued by the second son's men. It is said that the eldest son has already met his demise. Yet the second son has not ceased his pursuit, leaving us stranded here. I glanced at the young man in purple and smiled. So you are the little brother Yu, are you? I am Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu maintained an aloof demeanor. Please accept me as your disciple, he implored, suddenly kneeling before me. A stark contrast to his previous cool composure, which was rather endearing. Observing him, I noted that his aptitude seemed mediocre, with a water attribute that allowed him only to practice the Xianyin technique. Yet, for reasons unknown, I felt an inexplicable fondness for him. Pray tell, why do you wish to take me as your master? Your talents are rather ordinary, and it appears you have not trained in any martial arts previously. What grounds do you have for seeking my tutelage? I inquired, regarding Zhang Yu with a composed demeanor. Zhang Yu gazed at me in silence, waiting for a considerable time before finally speaking. For the sake of my father, in order to protect him, during our numerous escapes, I could only become a burden, relying on my two elder brothers to safeguard my father. I should have been the one to protect him, yet I was perpetually under their guardianship. Tragically, during one such escape, my father sustained a wound, sacrificing himself to shield me from harm. I truly despise myself. Why am I devoid of martial skills? Why am I incapable of defending my own father? At this moment, tears streamed down Zhang Yu's face. Li Da and Li Er, witnessing the once resilient younger brother now in such distress, were equally heartbroken. Little Yu, do not speak like that. We are already as close as biological brothers. Your father is akin to my own, they consoled him. To protect my father, he disregarded his own life, using his body as a shield against the blade meant for me. Huh, and what of my own father? Very well, if you claim you will protect your father, I shall accept you as my disciple. You shall be my third apprentice. I proclaimed loudly. Thank you, Master. Zhang Yu earnestly bowed 3 times. Rise. Come with me to see whether this mountain king has made a decision. I chuckled, striding towards Li Si. Li Si, have you made your choice? Speak quickly. I addressed him sternly. Hero, why do you ask me? These fellows have all pledged themselves to you as disciples, and they are aware of my treasure's location. Li Si replied, visibly helpless. How could we know about the small vault hidden in the secret chamber beneath your bed? Zhang Yu remarked with a smile. Looking at Li Si. How could you possibly know about my little treasure? I have never mentioned it to anyone. Alas, I am utterly bereft of even a single coin. I implore you, esteemed friends, please spare me a few coins. At that moment, Li Si began to weep. I noticed that a few individuals were stealthily making their way up the mountain, and I could not help but smile. Li Da, Li Er, you two should accompany Zhang Yu. I shall join you shortly. Very well, master. We 3 shall proceed ahead. Rest assured, we will not allow those rascals to make off with even a single coin, Li Da replied loudly. Watching their retreating figures, I turned towards Yu Jie and the others. Let us go and claim my very first earnings. This marks my inaugural venture into the realm of profit, albeit through rather dubious means, yet it is still money. Onward, I exclaimed. We are off to collect our bounty. Brother Wolfang is merely 10 years old, unlike me, who possesses a far more mature mindset. Yet, everyone was filled with excitement. After all, who wouldn't be thrilled at the prospect of acquiring money so effortlessly? Thus, the 5 of us set forth towards the mountain. Chapter 11, Flawless Jade, Part 1. Accompanied by a few soldiers, we arrived at the mountain stronghold, where 2 large chests awaited me. A headache ensued. These cumbersome chests posed the greatest challenge. Where is my master? Li Du inquired anxiously, while Zhang Yu, standing nearby, wore a look of confusion. However, he continued to gaze at me. Could it be that he discerned the truth that this child before him was their master? Impossible. The secrets of the Heavenly Heart sect, though they are indeed arcane practices of the cultivation world, are known only to me in this realm, and I alone can claim their ownership. As I smiled, my form gradually transformed into that of the sword master Shattered Feather, while Li Da stood beside me, gazing in astonishment. Master, is that truly you? Indeed, I replied with a smile. Ah, my master can perform magical transformations. My master is a celestial being, Li Da exclaimed, leaping with joy, drawing the attention of nearby bandits who cast curious glances in our direction. How could Li Da's reaction be so vastly different from that of Rangjie and the others? Just a moment ago, I had witnessed a child morph into a formidable swordsman. Truly, I had seen it with my own eyes. One of the soldiers, having observed my transformation, attempted to boast to his companions, but to his dismay, they turned away, regarding him with expressions of unfamiliarity. Ayu, why were you staring at me just now? Did you recognize me as your master? I inquired of my 3rd disciple, a question that had long perplexed me. How could a disciple perceive such celestial arts? Initially, when we were at the foot of the mountain, there was no master present, only a child. Then, the child vanished, and the master appeared. Moments ago, the master disappeared, and the child re-emerged, leading me to doubt. Yet I still found it hard to believe such celestial arts existed in this world. My 3rd disciple gazed at me with admiration. To evoke such reverence from him filled me with pride, yet I was swiftly reminded of my purpose. What has become of the funds we sought? I asked, directing my gaze towards my eldest disciple. Master, we have successfully recovered the collective wealth of the bandit stronghold, amounting to approximately 350,000 taels of silver. Li Da replied, his face beaming with pride. Why are there no other valuables? Robbery cannot possibly be limited to mere money. What about the gold, silver, and jewels? Rain's sister inquired, her face etched with confusion. Need I elaborate? They must surely reside in Li Si's little treasury. I've instructed my 2nd brother to keep watch there. Come, let us investigate what treasures await. Li Da, this rascal, had the audacity to take the lead without waiting for me, showing a blatant disrespect for my position as his master. Li Da, I haven't even moved yet, I remarked coolly, fixing him with a steady gaze. Upon seeing my expression, Li Da's heart sank as he thought, oh no, I just suggested the master lead the way. What now? With a quick blink, he respectfully declared, Master, I am merely leading the way to ensure you do not take any detours. His reasoning struck a chord with me. I genuinely had no idea where Li Si's room was located. Li Da, you are not without merit. Once we arrive in the capital, I shall teach you unparalleled martial arts. You may continue to lead, I proclaimed with a hearty voice. Upon arriving in the capital, I had indeed planned to instruct them in the Tai Chi Yin-Yang technique, so I had nothing to lose. Thank you, Master. Thank you, Master, Li Da exclaimed, immediately dashing ahead with even greater enthusiasm. Before us appeared a bamboo house that resembled many others. It seemed Li Si was not entirely foolish, having cleverly disguised his dwelling to mislead his subordinates into thinking he was one of them. Master, I have been keeping watch here. That little treasury has surely remained undisturbed. Li Er emerged triumphantly from Li Si's inner room, announcing his notable achievement, his chest puffed out with pride. Ah, my dear brother, let me enlighten you. Our master is indeed a celestial being. Just moments ago, I witnessed him transform from a mere child into his present form. Li Da began to boast about the secret he believed he possessed. Brother, have you succumbed to fever? Are you overwhelmed with joy to the point of confusion? To utter such nonsense about our master being a deity, it truly saddens me to have such a foolish sibling, Li Er lamented, sighing deeply. I assure you, I am not feverish. I am perfectly well. I genuinely saw our master transform from a child to his current self. Alas, if you still doubt me, master, could you please confirm the truth of my words? Lier, at his wit's end, sought validation from the very person involved. I glanced at these two amusing characters and could only manage a helpless smile. After all, I was their master. Channeling my inner energy, I gradually shifted from the form of the sword god, shattered feather, back to my true self. Shaking my head, I made my way indoors. Ayu, hurry and come inside, I called lightly, leaving behind a stunned Lier and a triumphant Li Da, while Ayu and the others followed me into Li Si's abode without a hint of surprise. Upon entering Li Si's house, I was taken aback by its opulent grandeur. As I stepped into the inner chamber, I noticed a rather ordinary bed crafted from purple dragon wood occupying the space. A faint smile graced my lips as I looked beneath the bed. Father, you never anticipated that your son's first fortune would come so effortlessly, did you? My esteemed disciple promptly rushed forward from behind, effortlessly moving aside the substantial wooden bed, unveiling a chaotic yet intriguing scene beneath. Lita smirked disdainfully, casually sweeping away the disarray, which revealed a small iron ring before us. Zhang Yu approached the ring, extending his right hand to grasp it firmly, turning left thrice. Then right 4 times, followed by another 4 left rotations. A series of creaking sounds echoed, and a small stone chest emerged from beneath the ground. I stepped closer for a meticulous inspection. Observing the sole defense mechanism of the chest, a formidable stone lock, I chuckled softly, allowing my right hand to glide over the lock. In a fleeting moment, a flash of sword light appeared, and with a resounding thud, the stone lock fell to the ground. I glanced at the onlookers, all captivated by the chest, and smiled, acknowledging the universal nature of curiosity. With an air of composure, I gently lifted the stone lid, peering inside. Externally calm, my inner tumult resembled a tempestuous ocean. What lay within? The surrounding individuals fell silent, their gazes fixed on the contents, until, after a prolonged moment, exclamations of awe began to resonate. What was it? Alongside 31,000 tael silver notes, there lay the national treasure, the Blood Phoenix, a priceless artifact valued at nearly $1 million. Additionally, there were several jade stones nearby. The crowd marveled at the sight of the Blood Phoenix. Yet having grown up in the Zhang clan, I had encountered numerous treasures of this nature. Though the Blood Phoenix was indeed an exquisite relic, a token of the last dynasty's empress, in the eyes of a practitioner like myself, such wonders failed to evoke true astonishment. To my astonishment, among these several pieces of jade, I have discovered that the crystals utilized in the cultivation realm to enhance or replenish one's true energy are, in fact, the jades of this world. Previously, the finest crystal I had encountered in the Zhang family was merely of high grade. I had presumed that this world possessed no superior crystals. Yet, to my surprise, among these pieces, there exist 2 exquisite crystals, while 5 others are of high quality, and the remaining 8 are of medium grade. Good heavens, these exceptional jades are extraordinarily rare even within the cultivation realm. An ordinary cultivator could scarcely afford them. Only the elders or leaders of prominent sects, along with the next generation of heirs, are deemed worthy of such treasures. Moreover, these jades possess a remarkable characteristic. While typical energy-absorbing crystals disintegrate into powder upon depletion, exquisite crystals, once their energy is fully absorbed, transform into flawless jade, albeit with a hardness reduced to that of high-grade crystals. Suddenly, I recalled that Zhang Yu's father was a renowned jade carver. Perhaps he might know where to procure such exquisite crystals. I could no longer contain my anxious heart. Reaching out, I gathered the pieces of jade. Henceforth, all crystals in the text will be uniformly referred to as jade, with their grades equivalent to those of crystals, into my hands. I glanced at Yu Jie and the others, who were still observing the Blood Phoenix, and exclaimed, "Brother Wang, you shall now oversee our finances. Please take charge of these items. Furthermore, from this moment on, we are united as one. Should any difficulties arise, do not hesitate to voice them. Remember, we are a collective." Indeed, Master, everyone gazes at me with immense joy, for we have all found a sense of home. We are truly akin to one another. Brother Wang immediately began to gather all the possessions, and everyone assisted in moving the items. "Zhang Yu, let us pay a visit to your father. I have some inquiries regarding jade that I wish to discuss with your uncle. It is rather remiss of me not to have visited him yet," I remarked with a smile. "Very well, Master, I shall lead the way," Zhang Yu replied, walking ahead with a serene demeanor, though internally he wrestled with his emotions. The child beside him spoke to himself in a manner befitting a disciple, appearing somewhat amusing. Yet, when confronted by his master, his gaze was solely fixed upon the towering figure of his mentor, entirely oblivious to the fact that his master was but a child himself. He grew increasingly assured that he had not chosen the wrong teacher. As I followed Zhang Yu across a quaint stone bridge, a thatched bamboo hut came into view. In the open space outside, a middle-aged man, around 40 years of age, was skillfully splitting fine bamboo with a bamboo knife. The strips grew ever thinner, yet he persisted, astonishingly managing to avoid breaking even the already slender pieces. I observed this phenomenon with keen perception. He possessed no martial prowess. How could his vision surpass that of seasoned warriors? His knife appeared to be an ordinary bamboo cutting tool, yet he wielded it with such finesse that he effortlessly cleaved the bamboo in two. "Father, I have brought my master to see you," Zhang Yu exclaimed excitedly to the middle-aged man. "Ah, so he is Zhang Yu's father, the chief sculptor of the finest jade shop in the world." I mused to myself as I regarded him. Chapter 12, Flawless Jade, Part 2. I strolled before Uncle Zhang, gazing into his eyes, those penetrating orbs that seemed to perceive the essence of all worldly matters. Uncle Zhang, known as Zhang Quang, was indeed audacious, and rightfully so. At just 40, he had ascended to the pinnacle of the sculptor's esteemed profession. It was precisely his bravado that emboldened him to vociferously berate the second son of the Baoyu family, fully aware that this man was a consummate scoundrel. Even after enduring the repercussions of his actions, he harbored no regrets. As he regarded the child before him, he found himself confronted with an inscrutable enigma. Although discerning the character of a person is far more challenging than assessing inanimate objects, there still lingered a hint of clarity. Yet this child remained utterly unfathomable. Observing him closely, I noted that while he possessed the appearance of a mere boy, his gait exuded the steadiness and strength of a robust adult. His eyes sparkled with youthful vitality, bore the wisdom of middle age, and reflected the profound depth of an aged sage. Who was this being? Was he truly a child? Or perhaps an otherworldly master who had defied the passage of time? I chuckled softly, for I could see that Uncle Zhang was utterly captivated by those eyes. "Uncle Zhang," I said with a gentle smile, "though I am Zhang Yu's mentor, I am but 6 years old this year. The new year approaches, and soon I shall be 7. Allow me to call you Uncle Zhang." I clasped my hands in a courteous gesture, my demeanor calm and cheerful. Zhang Quang regarded me with a knowing expression. He understood that his son had inherited his own audacity. Most would dismiss such a notion, let alone consider taking on a mentor. Yet here was a child, merely in appearance, who had inspired his son to seek him as a teacher. It seemed that he was indeed a figure of extraordinary caliber. Zhang Quang still could not bring himself to believe that Zhang Xingfeng was but a mere child, perceiving him instead as a sage from a distant realm. Since such an esteemed figure referred to me as uncle, it would be impolite to decline. Who could fathom his thoughts? "Ah, since you have spoken thus, dear nephew, please enter my humble bamboo abode and rest. Go prepare some tea for your master and fetch my portion of the sacred rain guanyin. Dear nephew, please follow me." Zhang Quang and I stepped into his quaint bamboo hut. "Uncle Zhang," I began, "Zhang Yu mentioned that you are an exceedingly skilled jade sculptor." "I dare not claim such prowess," he replied modestly, "merely a reputation that is somewhat thin, haha." However, the pride that illuminated his face was unmistakable. It is only natural to feel elated when others commend you in your area of expertise. "Uncle Zhang, I happened upon 2 exquisite pieces of jade from Lisi. I would be honored for you to examine them." I presented the 2 exceptional jade stones upon the slate table. In an instant, Zhang Uncle's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he scrutinized the stones. After a prolonged silence, he sighed and remarked, "This jade is a rare gem, the king among jades. It embodies the essence of a jade mine. It can help one attain tranquility and focus, yet its hardness is formidable. Only a sword's edge could carve it. Who among the top-tier masters could undertake such a task? Moreover, the sculptor's hand must remain remarkably steady. Even the slightest tremor could ruin the entire work. Thus, while this jade is precious, it lacks practical utility. However, due to its rarity, a single piece commands a price of 50,000 taels of silver. But where can one even procure such jade? I am indeed filled with anticipation. Though rare, it is still possible to procure some exquisite jade by placing advance orders at prominent auction houses. In truth, any fine quality jade suffices, as it possesses a calming and focusing effect and is relatively affordable. I happen to possess a piece of superior jade. If you, dear nephew, do not mind, You may make use of mine. Uncle Zhang stated generously, though inwardly he felt a pang of reluctance. After all, I am his son's mentor, and he must part with it despite his hesitations. I smiled at Uncle Zhang and replied, how could I possibly accept such a gift from you? Besides, I already own a considerable amount of fine jade. What I truly require is the rarest kind for a matter of great significance. Upon hearing my words, Uncle Zhang's spirits lifted. As a jade sculptor, he treasures quality jade material, for exceptional works demand not only skillful craftsmanship, but also superior jade. After calming himself, Uncle Zhang recalled my mention of using the finest jade for an important purpose and could not help but feel curious. Dear nephew, he inquired, while it is indeed the essence of a jade mine and should hold some significant value, I am aware that this rare jade does not possess any particularly important properties. Might you enlighten me on what you intend to do with it? Oh, I beg your pardon for my impertinence. If you harbor any important secrets, feel free to withhold them. I, Uncle Zhang, am not one to impose. Uncle Zhang, concealing his true emotions, wore a broad smile, feigning indifference to the secret at hand. Yet, I could discern the urgency and longing in his eyes. At that moment, as he observed my enjoyment, there was no trace of pride on his face. His mind was already consumed by thoughts of the extraordinary jade's potential. This remarkable stone had never before revealed any significant purpose, and countless jade sculptors had devoted their lives to it without a hint of discovery. For someone like Uncle Zhang, who possessed an immense passion for jade carving, nothing could be more enticing than uncovering the jade's true capabilities. Seeing him so anxious, desperately trying to maintain a facade of calm, truly pained our dear Uncle Zhang. I glanced upward, sensing that the time was ripe. Gently placing my teacup upon the blue stone, I raised my gaze to meet Uncle Zhang's. Instantly, he donned a smile. I chuckled softly and said, Uncle Zhang, there is nothing particularly extraordinary. It is not a secret. I simply possess a method to transform exquisite jade into flawless green jade. I smiled faintly, fully aware of the significance of flawless green jade in this world. What? What did you say? Flawless? How could that be possible? Are you certain? You can truly create a jade stone without a single flaw? Are you really sure? Uncle Zhang exclaimed, rising from his seat with great fervor. He had lost all semblance of his usual composure, teetering on the brink of madness. Yet, how could one blame him? Any jade sculptor would react similarly. A flawless piece of jade is the lifelong pursuit of such artisans. Throughout history, spanning countless years, the techniques of sculptors have seen remarkable advancements, yet even to this day, a flawless jade has yet to emerge. Many believe that such perfection is merely a legend, but now this legend stands on the precipice of realization. How could he not be driven to madness? How could I possibly abandon my own flesh and blood? No hardship or peril shall sever the bond between us. Uncle Zhang's face radiated the glow of a caring father. However, I understood that his reluctance to part with his son was primarily driven by the impending birth of the flawless jade. Zhang Yu, engrossed in his reading within the study, felt a surge of emotion as he heard his father's heartfelt declaration. His heart stirred, and unable to find peace for quite some time. As I observed Uncle Zhang, I recognized that although his motivations were largely tied to the flawless jade, the depth of his feelings for his son was palpable. What of my own father? A wave of emotion surged through me, prompting me to rise resolutely from my chair and address Uncle Zhang with conviction. Rest assured, Uncle Zhang, you shall accompany us. No one can harm you, least of all that Bao Yuxiang. Even if 10 Bao Yuxiang were to confront us, I would not bat an eye. In that moment, I felt as if I stood above the world. Indeed, as a cultivator, whom should I fear? In a moment of exuberance, my imposing presence naturally radiated around me. To my astonishment, I noticed Uncle Zhang staring vacantly, on the verge of kneeling before me. It suddenly dawned on me that I had inadvertently unleashed the aura of my cultivation level. I promptly retracted my presence and settled back down as I originally was. I understood that a person like Uncle Zhang would not easily dismiss what had just transpired as an illusion. A wave of frustration washed over me. But then a thought struck me. Gazing at Uncle Zhang, I inquired, Uncle Zhang, when I arrived, I observed you splitting bamboo, lacking martial skills. How do you possess such remarkable insight, surpassing even that of seasoned practitioners? Your knife is merely a common bamboo cleaver. How is it that you can effortlessly split the bamboo in two? Upon hearing my question, Uncle Zhang instantly adopted a demeanor of wisdom, stroking his 3 short whiskers, and replied in a resonant voice, such perception is a fundamental skill of a jade sculptor. In our craft, even the slightest error can ruin a piece. Thus, Precision is paramount. The proficiency of one's blade is the standard by which a jade sculptor is measured. When a sculptor can wield their craft with such ease that a mere ounce of effort yields a tenfold result, they are indeed a commendable artist. My knife skills, however, are rooted in understanding the very grain of the material, harnessing the forces of nature to achieve this. That is the hallmark of a truly unparalleled sculptor. I was taken aback, realizing that indeed, every aspect of existence embodies its own principles. Even the craft of sculpture has evolved to harness the power of nature. Uncle Zhang, I must express my admiration, I said, rising to sincerely convey my respect. With genuine sincerity. I realized the power of nature only upon reaching the Yuanying stage in my previous life, at the age of over 1200. Master, are we about to set off? Brother Wang is already prepared and has sent me to inquire. Li Da's voice drifted in from outside the room. Chapter 13. Xingfeng Manor, Part 1, Master. It is time to depart, Li Da announced as he entered the room. He glanced at Uncle Zhang and offered a playful smile. Uncle Zhang, we are about to set off. Do you need to make any preparations? I said to the beaming Uncle Zhang, who was still basking in the flattery I had just bestowed upon him. After a moment's pause, he finally responded, looking at me and Li Da, clearing his throat discreetly before saying, I will be ready shortly. I do not have much to pack. Uncle Zhang rose and turned to enter the house. Suddenly, Zhang Yu emerged from the room, laden with several bags, smiling brightly at his father, Uncle Zhang. Father, I have gathered everything. All is ready for our departure. It seemed that Zhang Yu was immensely pleased to hear his father's heartfelt expression of love, transforming his usual cool demeanor into infectious joy. Today, his laughter would likely surpass the count of an entire month. I glanced at them and joined in their laughter, the small bamboo house filled with warmth and joy. Let us go, I proclaimed with enthusiasm. As I reached the foot of the mountain, Brother Wang and Sister Yu had already loaded the chests filled with gold and silver into the carriage. Upon seeing us, Sister Yu approached and said, Young Master, everything is prepared. We lack sufficient carriages, so we have taken 2 from the stronghold. The one in the middle contains the iron box. Shall we set off immediately? Please give the command. I glanced at those around me. They would soon become my fundamental team. Our stage is the capital, where we shall showcase our talents and where I, Zhang Xingfeng, will make my inaugural impression upon the Zhang family. Let us depart, I shouted, and everyone promptly entered the designated carriages. The wheels of the carriage began to turn as we continued our journey to the capital. Father, just watch. I will make you aware of my abilities, and I want you to regret your earlier decision. As I sat in the carriage, gazing out at the azure sky, I thought to myself, we have finally arrived, haha. A group of us loudly proclaimed outside the city gates of the Ming dynasty's capital. After nearly 6 days of travel, we had reached our destination. The fatigue of those 6 days transformed into sheer elation in an instant. I looked at the city built from colossal granite stones and fervently exclaimed within my heart, Capital, I have arrived. I, Zhang Xingfeng, have come. Our party of 9, bearing a substantial sum of 850,000 silver notes, entered a silver storage merchant established during the Ming dynasty. We then made our way to a nearby establishment known as Fengyu Tower. To our astonishment, this tavern turned out to be the finest in the entire capital. Its exterior was rather unremarkable, yet the interior was truly magnificent. I was utterly in awe of the designer's ingenuity. They had ingeniously transformed the celestial wind and silver rain formation, originally intended for combat, into a service-oriented arrangement for patrons. The grand hall featured 8 private chambers, designated for esteemed guests, each positioned in the cardinal directions of Can, Li, Dui, Zhen, Sun, Qian, Kuan, and general the celestial wind and silver rain formation. Originally meant to obscure an opponent's vision with wind and rain, had been cleverly adapted to create a gentle, continuous breeze throughout the hall, accompanied by a hint of moisture in the air. This transformation rendered the atmosphere refreshing and comfortable, making the experience of dining and drinking within feel less stifling than in other locales, akin to being in a serene, rain-kissed wilderness. Naturally, we opted for one of the exclusive private rooms, although there were even more luxurious accommodations upstairs, which were not accessible merely through monetary means. Since I laid my eyes upon the table, my 3 disciples hesitated to partake in their meal before me. After I casually remarked, "Feel free to help yourselves," Li Da and Li Er promptly commenced a fervent contest of gluttony. My elder brother, Lang Feng, though merely 10 years of age, exhibited superior dining etiquette compared to my 2 disciples, who had already reached 17. As for my third disciple, he was an enigma. Typically, he sported a cool facade, only gracing those close to him with the faintest of smiles. This demeanor, however, proved advantageous, for upon our entrance to the tavern, a significant portion of the women in the hall cast him entrancing glances, yet he remained unaffected, as if oblivious to the attention. We quickly whisked him away into this secluded chamber. Wanggu, we shall establish our residence in the capital henceforth. After your meal, please accompany Yu Jie, along with Li Da and Li Er, to seek out a grand manor. It need not be exorbitantly priced, but it must be spacious, for we intend to reside there long term. Most importantly, the foundation must be sturdy, as I plan to construct a hidden chamber beneath. That is all. Once we finish dining, let us venture out to explore. We are to stay in the guest rooms behind Feng Yulu. I have already instructed the waiter to secure 5 superior rooms, 1 for you and Yu Jie, 1 for Li Da and Li Er, 1 for my elder brother and Denyang, 1 for you and Uncle Zhang, and 1 for myself. Having conveyed my thoughts, I lifted my bowl, poised to grasp my chopsticks, only to be taken aback. Half of the feast before us had vanished, leaving only the dishes in front of me untouched. I turned my gaze to my 2 earnest disciples, Li Da and Li Er, who offered me sheepish smiles. Observing their empty bowls, I discerned the true culprits behind the meal's swift disappearance. Just as I was about to reprimand my 2 apprentices, they exclaimed, "Master, we are hungry. Could you perhaps share your food with us?" Their large, expectant eyes were fixed upon me. "Go away, you ungrateful disciples. You infuriate me," I shouted. Li Da and Li Er stood frozen, gazing at me with pitiful expressions, for it was the first time I had scolded them. "Why don't you simply ask the waiter for more dishes and rice? How could you expect to consume my meal? If you eat my food, what will I have left?" I chided these 2 rascals with a smirk. Li Da and Li Er suddenly snapped to attention and then shouted in unison, "Thank you, master. Thank you, master." Turning, Li Da called out to the waiter at the door, "Waiter, bring me yellow soybean stewed pig's trotters, wild mushroom stewed ribs, water duck with yellow beans, pickled chicken feet, century egg rolls, spicy roasted peppers, roasted pigeon, honey glazed pork knuckles, fresh fish delicacies, king of pork trotters, and spicy field snails." I was left utterly dumbfounded. The only individuals at the table maintaining their composure were Li Er, Zhang Yu, and Uncle Zhang. Observing the cheerful waiter, who patiently listened, Li Er immediately echoed back the entire order verbatim, and I was left astounded, marveling at the exceptional quality of service at the Fengyu building. Truly worthy of being the finest tavern in the capital. "Knock, knock. Young master, it is Wanggu. Please open the door." Good heavens. I had just settled into bed, still clad in my clothes, and Wanggu had returned after merely a few minutes. Though I was exasperated, I resigned myself to the necessity of opening the door for him. Once a grand residence belonging to a prince, the estate features an impressive array of formations in its rear garden. How intriguing. Excellent. I shall accompany you to explore it shortly. Allow me to tidy up my attire first. Please summon the others so we may all behold our future abode together. Hurry along. I instructed Wanggu. "Yes, young master. I shall attend to it immediately," Wanggu replied, promptly departing to inform the others. I approached the bronze mirror, meticulously adjusting my clothing. Quite satisfactory. The child appears rather charming. Upon exiting my chamber, I found the others already gathered outside, awaiting my arrival. Feeling a touch of embarrassment, I composed myself and addressed them. "Come, let us venture forth to discover our future dwelling. Onward." "Ha. We possess our own territory in the capital now," Li Da exclaimed, ever the same. Despite my numerous admonitions, he remained unchanged. "Brother, how grand a house do you suppose master will provide for us?" Li Er, this foolish lad, was no better than his elder brother. I often wondered how I had taken such a disciple. Need I state the obvious? As master's foremost disciple, we are assured of a spacious and splendid residence. This is beyond question. Alas, having a brother like you is indeed my misfortune, Li Da. Thankfully, I am blessed with an exceptional master, aren't I? Li Da resumed his flattery. Silence. I cast a glance at them before turning onto the northward road. Barely having walked 50 paces, a magnificent estate loomed before me. The entrance was flanked by 2 imposing stone sentinels, standing as regal as ever, seemingly gazing down haughtily at those who dared to enter the royal residence. 2 constables leaned against the grand gate, their large blades clasped tightly in their arms, already succumbing to drowsiness. "Excuse me, esteemed officers, we wish to purchase this estate," Rain's sister exclaimed, dashing forward to address the two constables. However, her last remark was uttered with such volume that it startled the poor guards. "Who dares disturb my pleasant slumber? What did you just say? You intend to buy this estate? Is that true?" The elder constable struggled to grasp the notion that this group before him would wish to acquire a grand estate that had languished unsold for a year. "Indeed, I speak with utmost clarity. We wish to purchase this estate," Rain's sister declared emphatically. "Heavens, I can finally leave this place. A year. A full year I have endured the elements here. At last, the heavens have opened their eyes." The constable exclaimed loudly. The other constable murmured, "I can finally escape this place and pursue my own endeavors. My wife hasn't allowed me to sleep in our bed for half a year." We were momentarily taken aback by their exuberance, finally realizing just how elated they were. "Ah Jun, hurry and report to the magistrate. I will escort these guests to tour the royal residence. Please, esteemed guests, allow me to lead you inside for a thorough inspection." The fellow had just awakened and was shouting at us, yet now he immediately adopts a humble demeanor. It appears he is aware that we, the prospective buyers of this estate, are not to be trifled with by someone of his insignificance. The officer produced a key and unlocked the grand entrance of the former royal residence, and we all ventured towards our future abode. Chapter 14. Xingfeng Manor, 2. I was the first to step into my future estate. Upon entering the gate, a lengthy stone bridge came into view, spanning over a vast artificial lake adorned with numerous aquatic plants. Surrounding the lake were many artificial hills and scattered stones. Indeed, it was splendid. The mere presence of this artificial lake and the extensive stone bridge justified the price. Ladies and gentlemen, it is said that the esteemed Lord Wen once commissioned the previous emperor, ordering the elite Yuan army to labor for nearly a month to excavate this expansive artificial lake. It became a tale of admiration in the capital, and many wished to purchase this estate. However, due to the infamous back garden, as you may already know, it seems that Lord Wen had too much time on his hands. A manor valued at nearly 100,000 taels was rendered unsellable by some arcane formation he employed, leaving it with no offers even at 200,000 taels. The officer continued to recount the history of this estate. I found it peculiar. Even without considering the back garden, the artificial lake and the nearby accommodations alone should command a price of 200,000 taels. Why then did no one come to purchase it? I inquired of the officer. Excluding the back garden, it should already be valued at 200,000 taels. Why has no one shown interest? Oh, you do not know, alas. It seems I must continue to guard this place. The officer immediately drooped his head, sorrow evident in his demeanor. "Do not worry. My master has declared his intention to purchase this manor," he reassured. "My dear apprentice possesses a truly kind heart." Alleviating the concerns of this constable immediately. "Is it true what you say? Regardless of the circumstances, you will indeed acquire this estate?" The constable was overwhelmed with joy, scarcely able to believe his fortune. It was no surprise. He had traversed from the mundane world to paradise at the grand entrance, only to plummet into despair, and now, miraculously, had ascended back to bliss. Such dramatic fluctuations were beyond his capacity to endure as a mere commoner. "Indeed, continue forward. My master and the others have already advanced." Lita kindly urged from the side. "Oh, let us go," the constable exclaimed, hastening to join them. "Wang Ge, do you not find the architecture quite splendid? The overall design is remarkably well conceived. This prince, a true enthusiast of formations, has structured the layout of the house according to the principles of the 9 palaces and 8 trigrams. Most impressively, he has interconnected this grand formation with the 8 trigrams of the rear garden, creating an unprecedented and formidable array." "How remarkable," I remarked as I observed the buildings. The 8 trigrams represent a long-lost formation, originally devised by Zhuge Kongming, the chief strategist of the founding emperor of the Ming dynasty. This formation encompasses the heavenly covering array, the earth supporting array, the wind rising array, the cloud hanging array, the dragon flying array, the tiger wing array, the bird soaring array, and the snake coiling array. Each of these 8 formations complements one another, exponentially enhancing their power. It was due to this very array that they thwarted the pursuit of Wang Tian, the leader of the era's foremost power, ultimately enabling the founding emperor to rise again and establish the Ming dynasty. Regrettably, with the untimely demise of Zhuge Kongming, such unparalleled formations vanished from existence. It is said that the original 8 formation diagram was torn into 8 pieces, lost to time. Who would have thought that such a formation would re-emerge here? Young master, This has resulted in a situation where out of the hundreds of rooms in the entire complex, only a mere handful on the outermost perimeter are habitable, while the rest remain inaccessible. It is no wonder that despite the many visitors to this estate, none have made a purchase, who would invest 200,000 taels of silver for merely a few habitable rooms. Young Master, this formation has surpassed the power of the original 8 formations. Are you truly confident in dismantling such an intricate array? I smiled, assured in my abilities to break it. Regardless of how sophisticated the formations of this world may be, they are still mere constructs of acquired power. Even if a master were to employ innate energy to arrange the formation, all secrets would be laid bare under my heightened perception attained in the Golden Core stage. However, I cannot disclose such reasons to my brother Wang. I shall wait until he has also practiced the cultivation techniques. I could only smile confidently at him, conveying my unwavering assurance. Brother Wang, I have made my decision. Purchase it immediately. I wish to avert any unforeseen complications. I expressed to him, for I was quite enamored with this estate and did not wish for anyone to intervene at this juncture. Understood, young master. I shall initiate negotiations at once and will not delay this matter. Brother Wang replied. Young master, take a moment to explore the surroundings. Ayu, come with me. Let us converse with the officials. Brother Wang called to Sister Yu as they proceeded outward. Alas, this back garden and those rooms have never been entered. I wonder if there are any treasures hidden within. As soon as this thought crossed my mind, an irresistible urge to delve into the formation overwhelmed me. My curiosity was simply insatiable. I turned to Zhang Yu and the others and said, You all stay here for a moment. I shall venture inside to take a look. Do not, under any circumstances, follow me in. Zhang Yu, you are well aware of the power of this formation, so keep a close watch on them. Ensure that they do not wander off, for it would be disastrous if they inadvertently become trapped within. Zhang Yu had devoted himself to the study of formations from a young age and was quite familiar with the 8 diagrams formation. He understood its formidable nature, yet the current arrangement was far more potent. He pondered to himself, realizing that he had barely grasped the intricacies of the formation, while his master was already prepared to enter it, displaying a remarkable nonchalance towards the daunting spectacle before him. Indeed, his master was extraordinary. Not only was he a master of martial arts, but he was also a top-tier expert in formations. Ever since I had revealed my transformative abilities in Zhang Yu's presence, he had ceased to doubt any of my astonishing proclamations. In his eyes, I had become nearly omnipotent. Zhang Yu gazed at me and assured, Master, please rest assured to explore within. I will diligently keep watch over them and will not allow a single one to stray. I nodded, disregarding the pitiful glances from Li Da and Li Er, and confidently stepped into the formation. Upon entering, I was enveloped in a blinding whiteness. Where not even a hand's breadth could be disowned, my eyes had become utterly ineffective. I stood in awe, truly impressed by the formidable nature of this arrangement. Suddenly, I felt the ground tremble beneath me, an avalanche of earth rushing forth, attempting to bury me alive. I was aware that this was merely an illusion, yet I remained astonished by its vividness. Although the force was formidable, it was unfortunate for it to encounter me. Channeling my mental energy, my spiritual awareness began to extend outward. In a short while, I had the entire formation under my control. Before long, I comprehended the intricacies of this array, which was indeed a formidable formation within the realm of cultivation. However, the current array was primarily composed of innate true qi, making its power comparatively lesser than that of formations based on true essence. Rather than dismantling the foundation of the formation, I infused my true essence into it, thereby enhancing its potency. Now, only an adept at the nascent soul stage would stand a chance of breaching it. My spiritual awareness scanned the surrounding structures, and to my astonishment, I detected nearly 800 rooms, leaving me momentarily perplexed about where to commence my search. What a conundrum. Then, my spiritual perception detected subtle fluctuations emanating from a faint formation. I was certain this was not a grand array, but rather one designed to safeguard an object. To employ a formation for protection suggested something precious was at stake. With a triumphant spirit, I proceeded toward my destination, where an unremarkable room materialized before me. As I pushed open the dust-laden door, I simultaneously summoned my true essence, enveloping myself in a protective aura. Glancing at the dust upon the shield, I couldn't help but admire my foresight. I was thoroughly pleased to engage in discussions with the affable butler, Mr. Wang. From this moment forward, this estate would belong to Master Zhang Xingfeng. The official dressed in a green robe smiled amiably at Steward Wang, engaging in pleasantries. I shall take my leave for now. I hope to share a cup of tea with you, Wang. I trust you will extend me some courtesy. Wang, a steward trained under the esteemed Zhang family, understood the importance of maintaining good relations with officials. Lord Lin, you flatter me. I am but a humble commoner, at your beck and call. I would hasten to serve you, replied Wang with sincerity. This 1,000 taels of silver is merely a token from my young master for your tea. We have just acquired this estate today, and there are many matters to attend to, so I must refrain from accompanying you further. I appreciate your understanding. Wang's concern for Lord Lin was evident. Please enjoy this tea, though I must say, it is rather costly at 1,000 taels. With a beaming smile, Wang watched as Lord Lin's figure faded from view before he began to report the situation. You may not grasp this, but although the third young master has ostensibly distanced himself from the Zhang family, he is still under 7 years of age. What significant errors could he possibly commit? Moreover, what parent does not cherish their child? The head of the Zhang family would never allow his beloved son to suffer. It is said that the third young master lacks substantial wealth, yet upon arriving in the capital, he promptly purchased this estate for 200,000 taels, an amount I could not amass even in a century of service. Furthermore, he casually offers 1,000 taels for tea, nearly equivalent to my annual salary. We must befriend such individuals. They are not to be trifled with. At times, a mere whim may lead them to bestow upon you a handful of silver, sufficient for your needs. This Lord Lin is indeed a master of subtle persuasion. The nearby constable nodded incessantly, akin to a chick pecking at grains. Such sage advice. How splendid it would be if one day I were to be bestowed with 1,000 taels of silver. The constable secretly harbored this wish within his heart. Zhang Yu, where is the young master? I have purchased the estate and was just about to report to him. Wang Gu inquired of Zhang Yu, who was seated in a chair. He curiously glanced at the motionless figures of Li Da and Li Er, both bearing expressions of distress behind Zhang Yu. Uncle Zhang suppressed a smile while his eyes betrayed his amusement at the two lively characters. Brother Wang, do not hold your breath. They are to enter the formation and have disobeyed the master's orders. I have punished them by forbidding them to speak or move. The master has already entered the formation and instructed us to remain outside. You shall wait here. With that, Zhang Yu closed his mouth again, diverting his attention to the tomes he had brought regarding the formation. Haraha! Uncle Zhang could no longer contain his laughter and burst forth joyfully. Haraha! Chapter 15. The unparalleled treasure. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited within me. Could there be a hidden underground chamber? The formation lies beneath, yet the passage is concealed somewhere far in the garden. The more I pondered, the more certain I became. Indeed, it must be so. I concentrated my spiritual awareness, meticulously searching every nook and cranny. A faint smile graced my lips. Having discerned a peculiar fluctuation emanating from a specific location, I noted that the surrounding array's energy was considerably weaker, indicating that this must be the entrance to a secret passage. In a flash, I arrived at the spot I had sensed. Gazing at the artificial hill before me, I smiled. This hill would pose no challenge to me. My spiritual awareness effortlessly penetrated the structure, and soon I unraveled the secrets of this labyrinthine chamber. Observing the condition of the passage, I was pleased to find it intact. Suggesting that I could conserve much energy in the future, the underground chamber I required was readily available here. I strode confidently inside, my senses alert to the contents within. This room was filled with provisions, predominantly grains, though only the rice appeared salvageable. The vegetables, regrettably, had spoiled after more than a year. Another chamber housed various weapons, seemingly of commendable quality, yet of no utility to me. To my astonishment, one room contained clothing. Could it be that this prince once resided here? Ah, at last, I discovered something of slight worth, a chest of silver and some banknotes, which appeared to be less than what Li Si had amassed. Truly, this prince had performed poorly. Finally, I located the area concealed with treasures. Gently, I pushed open the door, revealing a table crafted entirely from jadeite, an exquisite stone indeed. Such a grand piece, fashioned from a single large slab of jade, must be valued at no less than 1,000,000 taels of silver. Upon the table lay what seemed to be a letter, which I casually lifted to my eyes. Greetings, kindred spirit. Throughout my life, I have been without offspring, and thus, my most treasured possession shall be bestowed upon you, a fellow destined soul. I implore you to cherish it wisely, for I have devoted an entire lifetime to it. However, a small trial lies before you. Only by overcoming this challenge can you truly claim it as your own. With that said, I wish you the best of luck, dear one. Upon receiving this letter, I was overwhelmed with joy. This prince appears to regard the exquisite jade table with indifference, yet he holds the treasures within the array in the highest esteem, claiming they are the culmination of a lifetime's dedication. They must be of extraordinary value. What could they be? The legendary sword of Xinyuan, the mythical axe of creation, treasures worth millions in gold and silver, or perhaps unparalleled rarities. As I turned to behold the small array before me, I pondered the legendary sword of Xinyuan, the mythical axe of creation, or the vast riches contained within. My heart raced with excitement as I extended my trembling right hand forward, my vital energy already coursing through it. At that moment, my hand rested upon the array, with just a surge of power and a swift motion. I could dismantle the formation and seize the astonishing treasures within. To my astonishment, a magnificent sight unfolded before me, a box crafted entirely of gold, measuring 1 meter in length and width. This golden chest surely rivals the jade table in worth. This cunning old fellow, being a prince, has truly made a grand gesture. My curiosity deepened as I yearned to uncover the contents of this extraordinary treasure. With a sudden motion, I flung open the lid, gazing in awe at the astonishing treasures within. I remained in a state of astonishment. Truly, this is a marvel of the world. Yet it proves utterly useless to me. Good heavens, within it lies the 8 formation diagram and the formidable true martial sevenfold array from the Qinglong Continent. The true martial sevenfold array was devised by the legendary Master Zhang Xingfeng, a paragon of martial arts from millennia ago. He contemplated the Snake Mountain and Turtle Mountain before the statue of the true martial deity, realizing that these two entities embodied both weighty and ethereal properties. After nearly a decade of grappling with this mountain, he ingeniously crafted a unique martial art. However, the techniques derived from the grandiose peaks of the Turtle and Snake Mountains could not be wielded by a single individual simultaneously. Thus, he imparted a distinct set of skills to 7 disciples, each possessing their own subtle intricacies. When 2 united their efforts, their offensive and defensive capabilities were significantly enhanced. If 3 collaborated, their power doubled that of 2, for would equate to 8 masters, 5 to 16, 6 to 32. And 7 to 64 elite practitioners of the time acting in concert. Yet, no matter how formidable he may be, in the eyes of others and in my own thoughts, even the simplest formation of the Tianxin sect surpasses the true martial sevenfold array. Alas, was I merely a plaything for that prince? Indeed, in the eyes of others, this is truly a breathtaking treasure. It seems that heaven has toyed with me, lifting me from the earthly realm to paradise, only to cast me down to the depths of despair. Sigh, I should have anticipated that the prince regarded formations as treasures, for his passion for them is well known. I can only blame my own greed, which temporarily clouded my once clear judgment. Never mind, today's gains have already proven quite satisfactory. That jade table and the pure gold box are both worth a fortune, amounting to millions of taels of silver. Although it may be difficult to convert them into silver immediately, at the very least, there is a secret chamber containing some funds. Most importantly, this secret chamber surpasses what I had envisioned constructing, thereby saving me a considerable sum. With a mix of reluctance and consolation, I exited the chamber. Upon entering the hall, I was astonished to find everyone waiting for me, and my 2 disciples were on the verge of tears. I turned to my second disciple, who gazed at me with tear-filled eyes. I was deeply moved. I had not anticipated such profound affection from my disciples. With heartfelt sincerity, I exclaimed, "Good disciples, I am truly touched. I never expected you to care for me so dearly after just a brief absence. Hey, Wang, what are you all laughing at? Are you envious of my wonderful disciples?" The more I spoke, the more their laughter intensified. "Ah, if you laugh again." I widened my eyes, glaring at them. How could they treat me this way? After all, I am the current master of the estate. "Zhang Yu, tell me, why are they laughing?" I inquired of Zhang Yu. Sensing that something felt amiss, as though I had become a mere fool, fury ignited within me. I had lost face in such a significant manner. The memory of how I appeared moments ago was maddening. I glanced at Li De and Li Er, who were looking at me with pitiful expressions. "You two stand straight. If you cannot, you shall not have dinner." "Yes, young master, I will ensure everything is handled properly," Wang replied earnestly. "Indeed, when it comes to matters handled by Brother Wang, I feel the utmost confidence. Ah, I must speak with Uncle Zhang about a pressing matter. You may leave first. Is it true? Are we truly to witness the birth of a flawless jadeite this very evening? Surely, you jest to amuse me." Uncle Zhang remains incredulous about my imminent creation of an exquisite, flawless jade stone. Although he has long yearned to behold the emergence of such perfection since arriving in the capital, the moment of realization renders him unable to fully grasp its authenticity. Uncle Zhang, doubt not. Have I ever uttered a falsehood? Tonight, you shall witness the unveiling of the flawless jadeite. With unwavering assurance, I proclaim what others deem impossible. Uncle Zhang is momentarily at a loss for words, and after a prolonged silence, he finally inquires, might I be permitted to carve this flawless jadeite? I regard Uncle Zhang with a smile and reply, certainly, it shall be yours to carve. Who else, if not you, possesses the merit to shape such a treasure? Uncle Zhang contemplates this and acknowledges the truth. In the realm of jade carving, who could possibly rival his qualifications? Yet, he remains filled with gratitude towards Zhang Xingfeng. In the distance, I observe my two apprentices standing motionless at the center of the hall. Upon catching sight of me, their faces contort with expressions of unbearable agony. Looking at my apprentices, I am left speechless. After all, I am their master. I gaze upon what can only be described as the grandest formation in the Qinglong Continent and let out a wistful sigh. I am truly sorry, but for the sake of my ambitions, I have no choice but to dismantle yours. I summon my true essence, extending my hands with fingers either curling, stretching, intertwining, or trembling. Waves of true essence surge from my fingertips, soaring towards the grand array before me. In a fleeting moment, my fingers returned to tranquility. Gazing at the revealed structures ahead, I felt reassured that my prowess in array manipulation had not diminished. Presently, the entire estate was encompassed within the grand formation. Save for the rear garden and its nearly 100 rooms, which remained ensconced within the eightfold array. The other principal edifices were freely accessible. Yet my secret chamber lay concealed beneath the garden, a double assurance. Who could possibly traverse the eightfold array fortified with true essence and discover the passage to the subterranean sanctum? Upon spotting me, Brother Wang immediately bowed and said, "Young master, the task has been completed." My curiosity was piqued further, and I furrowed my brow, inquiring, "Brother Wang, if the task is indeed complete, why is there not a single servant present?" "Young master, are you unaware of what an introduction office is?" Just a moment ago, I accompanied Lin to the introduction office to register the number of servants needed and the requirements for them. By tomorrow morning, numerous servants will arrive. Rain Jia replied with a smile. I felt a twinge of frustration. At merely 6 years of age, how was I to know such matters? I chuckled lightly and expressed to them my long-held intention. "Come with me to the rear garden today. There is a matter of utmost importance to attend to." Perhaps it would be best to elaborate within the secret chamber, as otherwise, they would inundate me with inquiries. "Master, it is getting late. It is time for rest." Lida interjected, once again opposing me. I cast a piercing glance at him and remarked, "It is impossible to sleep here today as things remain in disarray." I directed a menacing look at my eldest disciple, who promptly fell silent, though a hint of grievance lingered in his eyes. "Very well, Uncle Zhang. You may take half of the 20,000 taels of silver saved. Now that everyone has gathered, let us venture into the back garden together. And be sure to follow closely behind me." Having said this, I anxiously turned and made my way toward the 8 formation. I scarcely paid heed to the 20,000 taels. I was far too preoccupied with the prospect of the flawless jade, the value of which was beyond my imagination. The others trailed behind me towards the 8 formation, while only Uncle Zhang remained momentarily stunned. He had merely jested about playing, never anticipating such a substantial reward. Suddenly recalling my intention to create the flawless jade, it became evident that our visit to the back garden was indeed for the sake of its emergence. With this thought, the prospect of the 1,000 taels vanished from my mind. Uncle Zhang swiftly dashed forward, following closely behind Lida as we approached the 8 formation. Standing before the formation, I infused it with my true essence, rendering it entirely under my control. With my right hand outstretched, I directed a surge of true essence from my index finger into the formation, revealing a narrow, visible passage before my eyes. Zhang Yu appeared somewhat bewildered. This was the legendary 8 diagram formation. Master had effortlessly emitted a beam of azure light, thereby breaching the formation and creating but a single passage, while the rest of the formation continued to operate normally. This was indeed far more challenging than simply dismantling the entire formation. I must learn this technique from my master. Zhang Yu secretly resolved within himself. With a gentle motion of my right hand, I began to rotate the stone, completing 5 full turns before I heard a barely perceptible click, signaling that the latch had finally been disengaged. Before me stood a spacious chamber, likely a former gathering place for the adept strategists of the royal residence, far larger than any other room I had encountered. It was furnished with a dozen stone chairs and a long stone table. As I surveyed the chairs and table, both covered in dust, I could not help but let out a bitter smile. After all, I was still a young master, yet here I was, destined for laborious tasks once more. There was no alternative. Reluctance would not spare me from this duty, and waiting for others to act could stretch into eternity. Forming a hand seal, I softly intoned the word ring. Instantly, the chamber was enveloped in a deluge, washing away the layers of dust. Satisfied, I beckoned with my hand, causing the water to gather swiftly towards me. Behind me, a chorus of astonished gasps erupted. I recognized the naivety of those unaccustomed to such phenomena. This was merely the most elementary rain invocation from the realm of cultivation, devoid of any real power. As the heart classic technique within me shifted to the Xingyang method, a searing energy radiated from my hand, causing the water to evaporate almost instantaneously, leaving only the dust behind. With a casual flick, I discarded the dust onto the ground and strode boldly into the chamber. The onlookers, likely still reeling from the spectacle, quickly regained their composure and followed me inside. Taking my seat at the head of the table, I glanced at the assembled individuals, all eyes fixed upon me. It was then that I spoke. We shall commence now. I will impart some matters of utmost significance, which you must never disclose. Do you understand why, at the tender age of merely 6, I possess such extraordinary prowess? The crowd gazes at me with wide eyes, for this has long been a source of their bewilderment. Uncle Zhang, since joining our company, has also come to realize that I am not the celestial being he once envisioned, and he too is curious about the origins of my remarkable abilities. Observing the eager expressions on their faces, I smiled and replied, "It is because shortly after my birth, I became aware of the memories from my previous life. In that life, I was exceptionally formidable, possessing knowledge of numerous powerful techniques, which allowed me to commence my martial training at a very young age. Furthermore, during my last departure from home out of anger, I acquired the skill of transformation. Today, I intend to initiate your journey into my martial arts, but before we begin, I must assist you in refining your essence, enabling you to absorb my teachings with greater ease. Long ago, during my time with the Zhang family, I imparted this secret technique to Brother Wolf, who I trust has grasped its significance. However, I must inform you that the technique I share with you today comprises only 9 levels. Attaining the 9th level will elevate you to the rank of a first-class master in the Azure Dragon continent. Yet, even upon reaching this pinnacle, it merely serves as a starting point for another technique of mine. Mastering that subsequent technique could grant you immortality, perhaps even transcendence into a celestial being. Reflect on this carefully. Are you willing to pursue this technique? With that, I reclined in my chair, closing my eyes to rest, fully aware of the profound impact my words had on them. The esteemed adept, or perhaps the genesis of another arcane technique, the pursuit of immortality. Celestial beings, such aspirations are beyond the wildest dreams of the uninitiated. After a considerable interval, Zhang Yu was the first to emerge from his astonishment. His gaze resolutely fixed upon me as he declared, "Master, I shall follow you for a lifetime. I believe only you can guide me to the pinnacle of formations." Brother Wolfeng added, "Second brother, from the moment I pledged brotherhood with you, it was destined that we would traverse the world together. Regardless of who you become or what you endeavor to do, I shall always support you." At this juncture, the matriarch interjected, "Is it not a splendid thing to witness my son and you all create miracles together for many more days to come?" Li Da and Li Er immediately rose, proclaiming, "Whatever our master commands, we shall obey. We are forever your disciples." Brother Wang grasped Yu Jia's hand and stood, saying, "Young master, since we departed from the Zhang family, we resolved to remain by your side and assist you with even the most trivial tasks." I gazed upon my true kin, each rising in solidarity. I smiled, and laughter resonated among us, for we understood that from this moment forth, we were united as one. I stood and declared loudly, "Very well, from today onward, we are the masters of Xingfeng Manor. We are indeed family. All the true essence of our estate shall be relocated to the back garden. Tomorrow, I shall have Zhang Yu instruct you on how to enter the formation." Zhang Yu responded, "Master, I am unfamiliar with the 8 arrays. How can I convey this to them?" The 8 formation diagram, the true martial 7-segment formation. Today, I have endured numerous setbacks, and this extraordinary treasure can only evoke a slight surprise within me. Now, Let us commence the process of refining our essence. Please, everyone, take your seats. I shall assist each of you in this endeavor, I announced loudly, observing the serious and composed demeanor of those around me. I nodded in satisfaction, pleased that they understood the importance of the moment. Gently, I placed my right hand upon my elder brother's crown chakra, focusing my energy in the dantian. From there, I channeled my true essence through his meridians. To my astonishment, the task proved remarkably simple, far easier than I had anticipated. Indeed, I succeeded with ease. With remarkable swiftness, I proceeded to refine the essence of my 3 disciples in turn. The only challenge arose with Zhang Yu, whose internal cultivation was somewhat lacking. Nonetheless, he is still a youth. The energy I expended remained well within my capacity. My brother Wang also possessed commendable meridians, and my efforts with him met with effortless success. However, his partner, my sister Yu, despite having practiced a few techniques, lacked internal cultivation, which presented me with considerable difficulty. Yet, as a seasoned practitioner with a wealth of experience from my past life, I ultimately succeeded in her case as well. With a deep sigh, I prepared to assist the 2 older individuals next, anticipating a more arduous task ahead. As my thoughts gathered, I quickened the flow of my true essence to replenish my energy. I turned to approach Uncle Zhang. My Uncle Zhang is beaming at me, and I can only manage a wry smile, feeling rather pitiful. Alas, what could I do? I had just uttered such grandiose statements, and now I must bury myself in hard work. Reluctantly, I placed my right hand upon Uncle Zhang's crown point, and to my astonishment, his meridians are remarkably unobstructed, as if he were a natural-born master. How could this be? In an instant, I comprehended that Uncle Zhang had devoted all his energy to the art of jade carving, having reached a level where he harnesses the forces of nature. Indeed, all things possess their own path, and consequently, his body has also been transformed by these natural energies. A sense of joy welled up within me. With such a perceptive Uncle Zhang, his skills would undoubtedly ascend rapidly, granting me peace of mind regarding his safety. He is an indispensable part of my plans. With a light heart, I withdrew my hand and approached the final individual, the mother of Wolf Peak. Uncle Zhang, your meridians are already unobstructed, rendering my efforts superfluous, yet you still call out to me. Consider this, since you embraced the art of carving with natural energy. Have you not experienced illness? And do you not seem more spirited than before? It seems so. My dear nephew, I have wronged you. I apologize, Uncle Zhang said with a hint of embarrassment. I shook my head with a wry smile and turned to stand before the matriarch, placing my right hand upon her crown point. Good heavens, I feel utterly defeated. I am aware that the elder lady is not in the prime of her life, and her health is rather frail. Moreover, she has never practiced any martial arts, resulting in her meridians being rather underdeveloped. However, I was utterly unprepared for the dismal state of her energy channels, which were almost imperceptible. Alas, how could I have uttered such words earlier? After all, she is my elder brother's mother. What is the matter with you all? Why do you gaze upon me so intently? The scrutiny made me feel quite self-conscious. Young master, take a look at the elder lady, Rangjie urged, her eyes fixed on me. Is it possible that the elder lady cannot even withstand such a delicate force? If anything were to happen to her, my elder brother would be heartbroken. Anxiously, I turned my gaze towards the elder lady, and to my astonishment, I found myself momentarily speechless. The elder lady had transformed from the appearance of a woman in her 40s to that of one in her 30s. Her previously haggard visage now radiated vitality, and even the few strands of white hair had vanished. How extraordinary! How was I unaware that this process of refining essence could indeed reverse the effects of aging? Yet, wait a moment, the others appeared unchanged. I addressed everyone. Have you all recovered? Do you realize how fatigued I am? I must take a moment to rejuvenate myself. Please follow Zhang Yu to the Wind and Rain Pavilion, where we have reserved a room to bathe. You are all still laden with impurities expelled earlier. This evening, I shall remain in the secret chamber. Dear nephew, I assure you, I possess no impurities, so I shall not be joining you at the tavern. I will stay here instead, Uncle Zhang promptly replied. I cast him a glance and replied nonchalantly, very well, very well. I shall fulfill my promise. Before dawn tomorrow, I will present you with a flawless piece of jade. Uncle Zhang burst into laughter, entirely unashamed that I had discerned his thoughts. Indeed, his audacity seemed to be proportional to his age. Flawless jade? Who possesses flawless jade? Brother Wang exclaimed, for he was the esteemed steward trained by the Zhang family. Well versed in the realm of treasures, including the legendary flawless jade. Of course, it belongs to your young master. Who else could wield such grandeur? In one moment, a child becomes a sword master. In another, tales of immortality and ascension emerge. And now we speak of flawless jade. Such wonders have ceased to astonish. Today, Uncle Zhang was unusually elated, rarely so loquacious. What is flawless jade? I wondered, as my rather uninformed apprentice seemed to embarrass me, alas. Uncle Zhang commenced explaining the rarity of flawless jade once more, eliciting exclamations of awe from Li Da and Li Er. Uncle Zhang will remain here. You others may leave for now. Tomorrow morning, I shall present you with the flawless jade. Hurry, it is getting late. If you tarry, we shall have to rouse the innkeeper to open the doors. I can sense an unpleasant odor wafting from you all. Do hasten away. I declared loudly to those eager to witness the flawless jade after Uncle Zhang's introduction. It seemed they were oblivious to the odd scent about them until I mentioned it, prompting them to scurry out. Uncle Zhang, please take a moment to rest while I retire to the adjacent chamber to create the flawless jade you desire. Once I have successfully completed my work, I shall present it to you. You must promise not to disturb me during the crafting process. Any interruption could result in the loss of my efforts. Do you understand? It is imperative that you do not disrupt me. I spoke to Uncle Zhang with utmost seriousness. I am also a jade sculptor, fully aware that I must not be disturbed while engaged in my craft. I comprehend this principle, so there is no need for you to worry. Uncle Zhang recognized the significance of my undertaking and grew solemn as well. Very well. I shall remain here while you proceed. Farewell. With that, I turned and made my way toward the chamber. As I entered the passage to the chamber, I headed straight for the room where I had previously discovered the 8 formation diagram and the 7 cuts of Zhenwu. It was indeed an exceptional space for personal cultivation. Upon entering the chamber, my heart felt at ease as I beheld the table crafted entirely from green jade. Such a substantial piece of high-quality jade possesses immense energy, creating a delightful atmosphere for my practice. I retrieved a piece of exquisite jade from my pocket. Having expended considerable energy, I needed to absorb the spiritual essence of the universe, which would take many days otherwise. This exquisite jade was far more advantageous. I settled cross-legged upon a jade cushion, which, although quite ordinary, was made of mid-grade jade, with both hands cradling the exquisite jadeite at the position of my dantian. I gradually yet steadily absorbed the immense energy emanating from this precious stone. In a state of reverie, I sensed that the jadeite had nearly exhausted its energy. Upon introspection, I discovered that my golden core had grown to the size of a luminous pearl. It seemed that I would soon reach the mid-stage of golden core cultivation. A faint smile graced my lips as I slowly opened my eyes, for I knew that the flawless jadeite had manifested, resting in my hands. Lowering my gaze, I beheld a verdant jade stone, quietly lying in my palm, radiating a dazzling emerald glow, allowing me to clearly discern what lay beneath it. Indeed, it was transparent, devoid of any blemishes. It was nothing less than the immaculate jadeite. I stood up quietly, clutching the flawless jadeite, and made my way to Uncle Zhang, who had been eagerly awaiting my return. With a smile, I entered and cheerfully greeted everyone. Greetings, everyone. I have arrived, and now, let us all take a closer look at this legendary flawless jadeite. Uncle Zhang looked at me and said, "My dear nephew, I have waited an entire night for you." Meanwhile, they have slumbered peacefully, and now they wish to see it with me. I must admit, I am rather uncomfortable. Observing Uncle Zhang's expression, I chuckled and replied, "Uncle Zhang, you are in good health. What harm is there in staying awake for a night? Now, let us all carefully examine this fabled flawless jadeite." Upon concluding my statement, I extended my right hand behind me, palm open, revealing a flawless jadeite that radiated a mesmerizing emerald glow before the captivated audience. In the dimly lit confines of the chamber, its brilliance appeared even more striking and enchanting. A hush fell over the gathering as all eyes fixated on the legendary flawless jade, seemingly entranced by its resplendent, subtle green luminescence. Uncle Zhang squinted his eyes, meticulously scrutinizing the jade he had longed for day and night. After a prolonged silence, the chamber erupted in gasps of astonishment. This assembly had witnessed the birth of the first flawless jadeite in history, marking the inception of Zhang Xingfeng's legend. The atmosphere was imbued with a celebratory spirit, as everyone recognized the jade's immense value. Since learning of my identity, they had silently allied with me, cognizant that achieving a feat worthy of the Zhang family's attention was impossible without substantial financial backing. Each of the four prominent families possessed assets exceeding billions of taels of silver, an amount surpassing even the national treasury. However, the presence of this legendary flawless jadeite transformed the landscape. Not only could it yield considerable wealth for Zhang Xingfeng, the esteemed Third Master Zhang, but it also served to elevate his reputation, demonstrating that even after departing from the Zhang family, he remained an extraordinary figure in his own right. I gazed at the beaming faces around me and declared, I trust you are all aware of how I departed from the Zhang family. Now, I shall prove my worth. But my ambitions extend beyond mere vindication. I aspire to etch our legacy into the annals of the entire Qinglong Continent. Therefore, I shall establish the Xingfeng clan. The room fell into stunned silence at the audacity of my proclamation. The formation of a clan is not a trivial endeavor. It typically requires centuries, even millennia of accumulation to forge a commercial empire. Yet here I stood, intent on founding a clan without the backing of any significant forces. Was this not the height of folly? However, in that fleeting moment, the assembled company recalled my recent feats, each one a testament to audacity and ambition, things others would scarcely dare to contemplate. Their gazes turned resolute, filled with unwavering faith in me. They were convinced that following my lead would undoubtedly culminate in success. Young master, one spoke passionately, life is but a grand spectacle. What we seek is to leave an indelible mark upon history. If we unite in our efforts, even in failure, we shall harbor no regrets. For our names will echo through time. Should we succeed, the glory will be beyond measure. With the young master leading us, what could possibly hinder our endeavors? Wang spoke with an uncommon fervor, igniting a collective fervor among us. Indeed, life is about achieving eternal renown. And to strive alongside the miraculous Zhang, Xingfeng only amplifies that aspiration. Very well, master, we stand behind you, we believe in you. Once we achieve fame, I shall proudly declare myself the foremost disciple of the head of the Xingfeng clan. It will be quite a prestigious claim. Upon hearing the voice, I immediately recognized it belonged to my disciple, Li Da. Second brother, I stand by you. Whatever you choose to pursue, I will support you wholeheartedly. As I gazed at the crowd that rallied behind me, words eluded me. To be candid, I was profoundly moved. I once harbored aspirations deep within, fearing that voicing them would invite ridicule. Yet now, as I spoke, not a single person mocked me. Instead, they offered unwavering support, encouragement, and assistance in realizing my dreams. I noticed the gathering fell silent, their smiles directed at me, and I felt a surge of emotion that nearly brought me to tears. Lowering my gaze slightly, I summoned my inner strength to evaporate the tears that threatened to spill. Suddenly, I lifted my head, a smile breaking across my face. My fist clenched tightly and raised high as I proclaimed, "All right, from this moment onward, let us all strive together. Let us strive. Let us strive." The crowd responded in kind, raising their fists high and shouting, seemingly to affirm their determination. "Very well. Good. My dear nephew, bring forth the jade," Uncle Zhang exclaimed. His face flushed with enthusiasm. I understood that jade carving is an art that demands inspiration, and it was evident that Uncle Zhang had been struck with a spark of creativity. I promptly placed the flawless jade into Uncle Zhang's hands. With his left hand cradling the pristine stone, a small sculpting knife appeared in his right hand, its blade glinting momentarily with brilliance. Truly a masterful tool. Before our eyes, the sculptor's knife danced deftly between Uncle Zhang's fingers, sending countless shards of the flawless jade scattering about. We could no longer discern the true form of the immaculate jade, obscured as it was by a flurry of stone fragments and the intricate shadows of the blade. With a resounding ding, the knife vanished from sight, leaving the onlookers in bewilderment regarding its whereabouts. Only I clearly observed that at the moment of that sound, the knife had swiftly embedded itself into a pale yellow sheath nestled within Uncle Zhang's sleeve. As the jade fragments settled gently to the ground, we all gazed in rapt attention. Uncle Zhang exhaled softly upon the now transformed jade, revealing its magnificent sculpted visage before our eyes. Oh heavens! A chorus of awe erupted, and even I could not restrain my admiration. It was simply breathtaking. A jade dragon writhed amidst the clouds, its patterns distinctly visible. As if one could magnify them at will, the delicate whiskers, the formidable claws. Most striking of all were the dragon's eyes, brimming with an imposing majesty. As if surveying the insignificance of humankind below, soaring through the heavens, what a vividly lifelike dragon it was. Let us name it Dragon Source. As I beheld this unparalleled masterpiece of jade craftsmanship, it became evident that not only was the material of legendary origin, but the artistry itself was truly unmatched in the world. Dragon Source, what a splendid name. What a splendid name indeed. Uncle Zhang's hearty laughter resonated through the room, a clear testament to his profound joy. Naturally, how could one not feel elated, excited, and proud upon crafting such an unparalleled masterpiece? Uncle Zhang, I, Li Dake, have never held your profession as a jade sculptor in high regard, but from this moment forth, you shall be counted among the few I truly admire. Lida chuckled merrily from the side. Instantly, the entire chamber was filled with laughter. You rascal, Uncle Zhang playfully scolded Lida, his spirits high enough to overlook the cheeky remarks of this unrestrained fellow. All right, everyone, lend me your ears. Now that our extraordinary creation has been unveiled, I shall commence with my first initiative. Upon hearing the mention of the first initiative, the crowd fell silent, fully aware that this marked the crucial first step in establishing the Xingfeng lineage, one that could not afford failure. I glanced at my audience, who were all attentively gazing at me, smiled, and declared, the first initiative is to establish our inaugural business, a jade shop. I support my esteemed nephew in opening a jade store. When Bayu Xiang experienced internal strife, several talented jade sculptors left in disappointment. They are all on good terms with me, and with just a few letters, I can bring them here. With such a talented group of sculptors, all we need is to acquire a jade mine. We can produce our own jade artifacts, thereby maximizing our profits. Jade can indeed be procured through the acquisition of jade mines, or one may opt to directly purchase jade that has already been extracted by others. Establishing a jade shop appears to be our most promising choice, and it is undoubtedly the project in which we possess the greatest confidence. Uncle Zhang spoke eloquently, for he is an authority in the realm of jade, possessing the most significant voice on the subject. Everyone listened, finding his reasoning quite compelling. Opening a jade shop seems relatively effortless and poses minimal risk. Especially with Uncle Zhang and his circle of friends providing support, it would be rather easy to distinguish ourselves in this industry. Furthermore, our competitors are not of the aristocratic lineage and are, therefore, manageable. Indeed, Uncle Zhang, your arguments hold substantial merit, Brother Wang remarked with a smile, expressing his strong agreement with this perspective. I had not realized you possessed such capabilities, Uncle Zhang. Lida began his usual banter again. Uncle Zhang, your points are well made, but I wish to add a few more considerations. Our jade shop must have a signature treasure, which, without a doubt, will be your unparalleled masterpiece, Dragon Rising. Additionally, we must excel in our promotional efforts, particularly by taking advantage of this year's upcoming New Year auction in the capital. This auction is the most significant event of the year for the auction house, and we should auction off Blood Phoenix there while also announcing the impending opening of our jade shop. Most importantly, we must declare that the flawless jade sculpture Dragon Rising will be featured as an exhibition item during the opening ceremony for all to admire. Of course, on that day, I shall manifest as the sword god, Shattered Feather, to ensure the protection of Dragon Rising from any ill-intentioned individuals. I shall administer appropriate consequences to those with malicious intent. This serves as a reminder to others that our jade shop is not to be trifled with. Those who provoke us shall soon learn the meaning of regret. I chuckled, a sinister smile upon my face. Anyone who obstructs my plans will face my wrath, be it a deity or a Buddha. Foam. Do you recall the demeanor of those around us when you took me out seeking medical assistance? Remember, when you were thriving and possessed the means. It is commendable to express your kindness. However, when your own interests are at stake, why concern yourself with others? One must be mindful of the harsh realities of the world. Seeing her son hesitate, Wolf's mother immediately urged him, if you do not speak up now, it is you who will suffer later. I am aware that my elder brother is still young and does not fully grasp the treachery of human nature, which causes me some concern. Upon hearing his mother's words, Wolf recalled the way people had treated him during those days. No, I shall never allow such occurrences to befall my family and friends again. Anyone who dares to harm my loved ones will be seen as a beast to be slain. Wolf, having grown up amidst the mountains, is naturally imbued with a fierce spirit. Hunting wild beasts has always been commonplace. With this understanding, his attitude towards adversaries shifted dramatically. All right, let us commence our plan. Today, we shall first enhance our abilities and hone our martial skills, I declared loudly. Li Da Li Air. And Brother Wang will practice the Xianyang technique, while Zhang Yu and Uncle Zhang will engage in the Xianin technique, and Annie, Sister Yu, and Wolf will practice the Tai Chi Yin Yang technique. Only by perfecting your own martial arts will I dare to entrust you with significant endeavors. This is a secret manual. You shall cultivate on your own while I stand guard beside you." I retrieved the meticulously prepared manual from my bosom and placed it upon the table, taking a seat and closing my eyes in quiet meditation. The others exchanged glances and smiles before they began to immerse themselves in their studies, silence enveloping the room, even from the usually loquacious disciple, Lida. I slightly opened my eyes to witness their earnestness, and with a gentle smile, I closed them once more. "Young master, the rooms in Xingfeng Manor have been completely tidied up and are ready for occupancy," Brother Wang announced as he strode into my chamber and approached me with respect. I closed the Diamond Sutra and lifted my gaze towards him. The morning sun streamed through the window, enveloping me in warmth, yet my heart was troubled and anxious. I inquired, "Brother Wang, has Uncle Zhang's letter been dispatched? Have you informed the auction house in the capital about our intention to auction the Blood Phoenix?" I voiced my concerns, for unless I clarified these matters personally, my heart would remain restless, driven by an overwhelming desire for swift success. "Young master, I have already conveyed the message. The Blood Phoenix will be delivered by tomorrow," Brother Wang replied. "I sense that you are particularly restless today. Establishing a family lineage is not an endeavor that can bear fruit overnight. You are still young, young master. There is no need for haste. Moreover, are you not destined for immortality? Why then this urgency?" Brother Wang, as an observer, discerned the source of my inner turmoil with clarity. "Brother Wang, I am well aware of that. However, I am eager to demonstrate my abilities to the world at an earlier time. I will be mindful of everything from now on. So you need not worry," I expressed to Brother Wang. To be honest, I truly appreciate his concern for me. "Brother Wang, after delivering the Blood Phoenix today, tomorrow marks New Year's Eve, as well as the annual auction at the capital's auction house. We must make a stunning impression at tomorrow's auction, ensuring that everyone knows our jade shop will open on the 6th day of the new year. By the way, what do you think we should name our jade shop?" I inquired about the question I had just realized, as I had yet to name my jade shop. "Young master, our shop's treasure is not the Dragon Rising? Then we shall name our jade shop Dragon Rising Jade Shop," Brother Wang suggested after a moment of contemplation. "Very well, we shall proceed as you say. Our jade shop will be called Dragon Rising Jade Shop. You must engage the finest master in the capital to craft the signboard. It must be impeccable, as it represents the face of the shop, and there can be no room for error," I stated to Brother Wang with a serious demeanor. "Yes, young master, rest assured. Our opening is still several days away, on the 6th day, and this matter will be handled splendidly, ensuring your satisfaction. Young master, in my eyes, you possess a unique aura and extraordinary talents. What is there to worry about?" Brother Wang counseled me once more. "Indeed, my martial prowess is unparalleled in the world. When it comes to experience, I dare say there are few who can rival mine. Moreover, I am fortunate to have a loyal band of brothers and kin by my side. What have I to fear? Should I not cherish this beautiful life I currently led?" A faint smile graced my lips as I realized how lighthearted I felt. Looking at Brother Wang, I perceived him to be quite handsome, which perhaps explains why my sister Yu has taken a liking to him. What has come over me today? I pondered, as I could not help but chuckle at this thought. "Young master, what brings about your laughter? Is there something amiss with my appearance?" Brother Wang appeared somewhat bewildered. "Nothing at all, merely an observation that you are rather handsome," I replied as I exited the study, leaving him in a state of confusion. Stepping out of the door, I made my way towards the artificial lake before the manor. The tranquil waters reflected the winter sun, casting a warm glow over the estate. I inhaled the refreshing air by the lakeside, feeling an overwhelming sense of comfort. Why should I not revel in these splendid days, rather than wallow in solitary distress? I soon realized how foolish my earlier thoughts had been. The auction is about to commence. I must remain vigilant today. The Blood Phoenix is no ordinary treasure. After the auction, possessing a fortune will undoubtedly draw attention from certain individuals. Although the auction house will escort us back to the manor, I am reluctant to invite thieves into our home. After a moment's contemplation, I conveyed my concerns to Brother Wang. This issue is indeed complex. We cannot simply prevent them from attempting to steal. The legs belong to themselves, unless they are unaware of our residence. That seems rather improbable. How should we resolve this? Brother Wang found himself at a loss for a suitable solution. I smiled and said, "I have a method, the best and most convenient one." Focusing my energy, I began to alter my appearance. Sharp brows, a prominent nose, slightly fuller lips, and thus emerged a striking young man, approximately 6 feet tall. "Young master, You mean to personally intimidate those fellows? Upon witnessing my transformation, Brother Wang instantly grasped my intention. Clever indeed. Today, I shall present myself at the auction with this visage and take the opportunity to teach those unruly individuals a lesson. I chuckled. This undertaking promises to be quite entertaining. And with my intervention, success is assured. With the young master taking charge, there is no need for concern. However, it is time to depart. Brother Wang, anxious that I might lose track of time, reminded me of the evening's utmost importance. Young master, enough talk. Let us hasten, for they have already gone ahead to revel. Tonight is New Year's Eve, and there are splendid festivities awaiting in the capital. As Brother Wang urged me onward, he grasped my arm, leaving behind only my devoted maid, Xiao Shui, who gazed in astonishment. Is there no distinction between master and servant in this estate? The steward behaves so toward the master. When Xiao Shui first arrived, I had told her, for future convenience, that I was an immortal. Initially, she did not believe me, but upon transforming into the guise of the sword god, she was left speechless. After regaining her senses, she began to call me young immortal, and ultimately, under my divine command, she settled on young master. Master, it is time to commence the family gathering. Everyone has already arrived. Chief Steward Zhang gazed at the patriarch of the Zhang family, who reclined in the grand armchair. His once commanding presence now marred by a pallid complexion. He sighed inwardly. Ever since the departure of the third son, the master had not smiled even once. Oh, how is the young third son faring? Zhang Tianda suddenly opened his eyes and inquired of the steward. Li Si from Flat Top Mountain. It is said that this fellow once seized the blood phoenix and subsequently murdered one of his subordinates, claiming that the man had stolen the treasure. Ultimately, he managed to evade repercussions, demonstrating his cunning. He is adept at masquerading as a harmless fool. The fact that the young third son could outsmart him and even reclaim the treasure is commendable. I find solace in that, Zhang Tianda remarked, a rare smile gracing his lips. Old Zhang, how's the third madam faring? Zhang Tianda suddenly asked the steward. The third madam remains in her chamber. She has not participated in family activities for quite some time and is unlikely to do so today. Oh, master, I have yet to inform the third madam about the young third son's situation. I shall go and tell her immediately. She will surely be delighted to hear the news. The chief steward promptly turned to head towards the third madam's quarters. This matter is mine to handle. I must join the gathering in the hall as well. Zhang Tianda exclaimed, abruptly rising from his chair and rushing towards the third madam's room. Master, please be cautious and watch your footing, the steward called after him. As the diligent Zhang shouted behind me, young master, our seats are upstairs, in the southern room numbered 251. Brother Wang, standing beside me, remarked as I gazed down at the seemingly endless row of seats below, drenched in cold sweat. Thankfully, our seats were located above, otherwise. All right, let us hurry, I said, overwhelmed by the throngs of people surrounding me. Unleashing my protective essence, I swiftly surged toward my destination. Brother Wang, observing my rapid departure, offered a wry smile, contemplating the absurdity of employing extraordinary martial skills for such mundane pursuits. Nevertheless, he resolved to ascend like an ordinary person, unwilling to jeopardize his own life. With that thought, he too activated his prowess and darted upward. Upon pushing open the door, I was greeted by a delightful waft of rose fragrance. Looking inside, I was pleasantly surprised. It was indeed spacious. I stepped in. Master, you have arrived. We have been waiting for you for quite some time, my disciple Li Dei exclaimed, rising from his seat to extend a warm invitation. I accepted graciously, making my way to the prime location directly facing the auction scene outside. I glanced at the beaming Li Da and nodded in appreciation before taking my seat. Li Da then shifted next to me, nudging Li Er aside, who merely grumbled a few incoherent sounds before falling silent, clearly affirming Li Da's commanding presence. Brother Wang, you truly thought of everything, even reserving our VIP room. I am immensely grateful to you. As the crowd recalled the bustling scene below, expressions of gratitude adorned their faces as they turned towards Brother Wang, while Sister Yu's cheeks radiated with a rosy glow. Young master, please do not mock me. I have never been here before. It is solely due to the immense value of our blood phoenix that the person in charge has graciously arranged a VIP room for us, Brother Wang said, a hint of embarrassment evident in his demeanor. Master, the auction has commenced. Li Da's voice resonated in our ears. We all turned our attention to the annual auction. The theme of the day. Ahem, an elderly gentleman stood atop the auction platform, clearing his throat loudly. prompting immediate silence among the gathered crowd as they fixed their gaze upon him. Today, as Star had made his entrance, what further discussions were necessary? The individual on the platform was none other than the Grand Steward of the capital's auction house, who holds complete authority over all its affairs. If one were to inquire about the proprietor of the capital's auction house, one would be speaking of a personage of great significance, none other than the current emperor. Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to commence the most prestigious annual auction at our capital's auction house. Today, you shall experience greater joy and excitement than in previous years, for we present 5 mysterious treasures, each valued at over 500,000 taels of silver. Furthermore, His Majesty has decreed that 3 fortunate guests among you will be selected today. They shall have the privilege to choose any treasure with a starting price of up to 100,000 taels. And the original owners of the selected treasures will receive 100,000 taels of silver, along with a coveted yellow robe bestowed by the emperor himself. The Grand Steward proclaimed loudly, conveying the emperor's generous gifts to the attendees. The yellow robe. Draped in a yellow robe, one felt an unshakable confidence in the presence of officials, with the desire to possess such a garment, if only it were for sale. I would pay 100,000 taels for it, declared a rotund man, clearly a nouveau riche, to his companion. Just 100,000? I would willingly forfeit 3 years of my earnings to acquire this yellow robe, for it is a matter of great honor for one's family. The Grand Steward, sporting a beaming smile, was equally astonished upon learning of the emperor's decree. Such a robe could not be purchased with mere currency. Observing the crowd outside, exuberant at the emperor's unexpected gesture, I began to appreciate the emperor's cunning. Bestowing several yellow robes had no significant impact on him. Yet it engendered profound gratitude among the populace, and assuredly, the auction house's renown would only flourish thereafter. Glancing at the now silent assembly, the Grand Steward continued. These 3 individuals are, respectively, the eldest son of the Li family, the wealthiest clan of the year, Li Tianxiang, the valiant Wang Shan, who has provided the Buddhist treasure, the Jade Guanyin, and lastly, the benefactor of today's grand venue, the illustrious Wan San. A wave of discontent rippled through the crowd. Granting such an opportunity to these individuals seemed akin to gilding the lily. Did they truly lack for treasures worth 100,000 taels? Yet, it was understood that the auction house's selections were justified. One who spent the most, one who provided a Buddhist relic, and one who offered the venue. What good would anger do? Today marks the commencement of the highly anticipated annual auction, and it is my esteemed pleasure to invite the renowned appraiser, Mr. Wang, to preside over this grand event. The head steward, exuding confidence, projected his voice throughout the venue. As the audience turned their gaze towards the elevated platform, they beheld an elderly gentleman adorned in splendid attire standing before them. Greetings, everyone. I shall dispense with unnecessary pleasantries. Today's auction features exquisite items, each valued at no less than 15,000 taels of silver. Let us commence with the first item, the illustrious Fish Slayer's Sword, a creation from the youth of the greatest smith on the Azure Dragon continent, Master Ouyang. Though the Fish Slayer's Sword is somewhat short and not the finest of weapons for taking lives, it reigns supreme in culinary applications. With a starting price of 15,000 taels of silver, the bidding commences now. Mr. Wang's decisiveness was evident as he initiated the auction without delay. I bid 20,000 taels. A slender gentleman, brimming with self-satisfaction, swiftly raised his offer by 5,000 taels, likely believing no one would contest him. This would surely secure his victory in the upcoming culinary competition. I bid 21,000 taels. A fellow bidder, not far from him, promptly countered, eyeing the lean man with determination. The culinary competition next year shall be mine. The onlookers recognized these 2 individuals, both famed chefs, and it was clear that the prize sword would be fiercely contested between them. 22,000 taels. 23,000 taels. It appears our esteemed warrior, Master Wang Shan, has chosen to pursue this culinary treasure. We must ensure that this Fish Slayer's Sword finds its way into the capable hands of Master Wang. Here, I extend my heartfelt wishes to the illustrious warrior Wang and his spouse for a lifelong companionship. Indeed, it is a stroke of fortune for Madame Wang to have such a remarkable husband. Initially, Mr. Wang was quite forthright, yet his subsequent flow of compliments reveals a man of hidden depth. The esteemed warrior Wang smiled, radiating satisfaction as he accepted the fish-slaying sword. Addressing the gathered crowd with a resonant voice, the 4th of March next year marks the 20th anniversary of my marriage to my beloved wife. On that occasion, I shall host a grand banquet in my hometown of Yangzhou, and I sincerely hope you all will honor me with your presence. For now, I shall take my leave and allow the gathering to continue. With grace, the warrior Wang descended from the high platform. Below, the crowd continued to extol his virtues. Brother Wang, who is this esteemed warrior? He seems to command great respect. I, a novice with scant knowledge of the outside world, inquired of the erudite Brother Wang. Wang Shanshan is no ordinary person. He is a figure of considerable influence in Yangzhou, known for his remarkable wealth. Moreover, he is a third-tier master, akin to the adept mentioned in the young master's secret manual, possessing both martial prowess and scholarly acumen. His affection for his wife is renowned, becoming a celebrated tale in the realm of martial arts. His generosity towards the downtrodden in the martial world has garnered him widespread admiration. Brother Wang elucidated the key aspects of the illustrious Wang Shanshan. I nodded in understanding. He seemed to be a commendable individual, though I pondered what lay beneath his exterior as I cast my gaze toward the auction stage. Esteemed elders, I, Li Tianxiang, would like to express my gratitude for the recognition bestowed upon me by the Jingxing auction house. Additionally, I have an announcement to make. This year, I shall be entering the Guowu Academy, and the Li family will generously donate 2 million taels of silver to the institution. I shall take my leave now, allowing Grandfather Wang to preside over the auction. A young boy, appearing to be around 10 years of age, stood confidently upon the elevated platform. Indeed, as the foremost among the 4 great families, his initial offering of 2 million taels speaks volumes. One can hardly overlook how adeptly this young master of the Li family navigates discourse and dealings, surpassing even the most seasoned adults. It is no wonder that the Li family has remained the most formidable lineage for centuries. An elderly gentleman, adorned in splendid robes, remarked from a VIP room. Indeed, it seems the Li family shall grow even more powerful under this youth's stewardship. Another elderly man beside him concurred. As I gazed at the youthful heir of the Li family, Li Tianxiang, an inexplicable sense of rivalry welled up within me. Well, the auction of ordinary items has concluded. May we invite the original owners of the items chosen by the 3 fortunate guests to take the stage. Let us welcome the Grand Steward to personally bestow the yellow robe. Our esteemed Mr. Wang has finally spoken. Who are the fortunate 3 today? Could it be that, apart from the Grand Steward, there are only 2 others? Who could the third be? If they do not wish to seize this opportunity, then I shall. I offer 100,000 taels of silver to acquire this chance. Ladies and gentlemen, I apologize, I am Li Tianxiang from Taiyuan. Of the 3 selected items, 2 belong to me. The taller of the 2 gentlemen who ascended the stage stepped forward to elucidate this matter to the audience. What extraordinary luck! What sheer serendipity! I too possess 2 auction items today. Yet, it is disheartening to compare oneself to others, for it only breeds discontent. May I inquire, esteemed Chief Steward, if I may sell one of the yellow robes to another? Li Tianxiang whispered to the Chief Steward. You may sell it, but be warned, the robe holds no value, and none will recognize it. Furthermore, take heed of the Emperor's wrath should he perceive your actions as treasonous. The Chief Steward found both amusement and exasperation in the audacity of someone wishing to sell a gift from the Emperor, truly a reckless pursuit of wealth. Oh, thank you for the warning, esteemed Chief Steward. My gratitude is immense. Li Tianxiang was visibly shaken, a cold sweat enveloping him, his face paling, and his lips drying as he desperately licked them. Since attaining the golden core stage, my auditory and visual faculties have markedly improved, a fact of which I am acutely aware. Yet, I was astonished to find that beyond overhearing Li Tianxiang's conversation, I could distinctly hear the sound of him swallowing nervously. Observing his distressed countenance alleviated some of the negative emotions I had harbored from witnessing Li Tianxiang earlier. As I gazed upon the individual proudly displaying the yellow robe, I observed that while he radiated joy, Li Tianxiang wore a frown, which left those around them disheartened. This man possesses 2 yellow robes, yet wears no smile. We yearn for one, and cannot even obtain that. Indeed, the comparison of fortunes only serves to deepen the sense of despair. Li Tianxiang gazed at the yellow robe adorning his body and clutched another in his hands, yet a twinge of trepidation gripped his heart. He feared that the Grand Steward might divulge his intention to sell the yellow robe to the Emperor. Should the Emperor's wrath be kindled, the consequences would be dire. As these thoughts spiraled in his mind, a cold sweat broke out all over him. Finally, he could step down from the stage. On that platform, Li Tianxiang had desperately pleaded with the Grand Steward, who had reassured him countless times that this matter would never reach the emperor's ears before he was willing to descend. Mr. Wang stepped forward, surveying the audience whose gazes were now fixated upon him, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. He shouted enthusiastically, "Ladies and gentlemen, the true spectacle is about to commence. 5 mysterious treasures are set to make their debut. Are you ready? Allow me to present the first treasure, the Qingming sword. Behold, this Qingming sword was once the companion of the legendary poet-swordsman Li Bai over a millennium ago. With this sword in hand, Li Bai traversed the martial world for decades without a single defeat. It was only due to the formidable prowess of Xiang Yu, the overlord of Western Chu, who claimed countless lives, that Li Bai was relegated to the second position among the world's champions. Nonetheless, this does not diminish the brilliance of the Qingming sword. Forged from the chilling iron of the Jiuyou in the Northern Sea, it took 4 years and 9 months to complete, rendering it a sword of unparalleled excellence. The starting bid is set at 500,000 taels of silver. Mr. Wang, cradling the Qingming sword, offered a succinct introduction to this remarkable weapon. In truth, was there even a need for Mr. Wang's introduction? Li Bai's renown eclipsed that of many emperors. In the realm of martial arts, he reigned supreme, holding the title of the world's foremost champion for nearly 30 years, until the fall of the Tang dynasty and the rise of Xiang Yu relegated him to second place. The martial community revered him as the sword immortal. Yet, in the realm of literature, he stands unparalleled, both in the past and in the future. He has exquisitely unleashed the spirit of poetry to an unimaginable extent, earning him the veneration of subsequent literati, who respectfully refer to him as the immortal poet. Henceforth, he is also known as the sword immortal of poetry, a title that inspired later scholars to adorn themselves with exquisite swords at their waists. The onlookers gazed intently at this sword, observing a flicker of cold light dancing erratically along its blade, giving it an appearance of formidable sharpness. With the establishment of a grading system for warriors in the Azure Dragon continent, their ranks now parallel the status of officials, significantly elevating the standing of martial artists in society. In the hearts of the populace, warriors are no longer viewed as mere ruffians. Rather, many have developed a profound admiration for weaponry. Some affluent individuals even delight in gifting their treasured swords to skilled practitioners, aiming to enhance their own favor in the eyes of these masters. I bid 600,000 taels of silver, a voice resonated from one of the private rooms. Typically, such exquisite treasures are auctioned exclusively from these VIP chambers, as the commoners in the audience cannot afford them. I bid 610,000 taels of silver. Another voice echoed from a different private room. As the bids continued to escalate, the price of the Qingming sword soared rapidly. Generally, a sword of such caliber would be valued around 200,000 taels of silver. However, its association with the immortal poet Li Bai has dramatically inflated its worth. I bid 1 million, a resounding voice declared from a central private room. Everyone was momentarily taken aback. Until now, all had been gradually raising their bids, with the maximum increase being merely 20,000 taels. Yet, this individual abruptly escalated the bid from 790,000 taels to 1 million taels, utterly disregarding the value of money. Oh, it is none other than the Venerable Shun Wansan, bidding 1 million taels for this exquisite sword. Is there anyone willing to raise the stakes? If no further bids are placed, this Qingming sword will belong to Lord Shun. Upon hearing this offer, Mr. Wang promptly exclaimed. At that moment, it dawned on everyone that it was indeed the wealthiest man in the capital, Shun Wansan, which rendered the situation rather unsurprising. Unlike other family-run enterprises, Shun Wansan's fortune was entirely self-made, and he had even been awarded the title of Earl. One can only imagine his formidable prowess. As I surveyed the crowd below, I reflected on Shun Wansan's ascent to the status of account-level magnate achieved solely through his own efforts. I aspired to become a duke-level tycoon while simultaneously establishing my own lineage. A surge of excitement coursed through me. Just watch, all of you down there, as I, Zhang Xingfeng, create my own miracles. Mr. Wang, once again, began to flatter Shun Wansan. I chuckled inwardly, for it is rare to find anyone who can resist such conventions. Let us all invite Lord Shun to receive this Qingming sword. Lord Shun has ascended, and the audience applauds in welcome. Mr. Wang promptly approached Lord Shun Wansan, with the chief steward accompanying him. I gazed upon Shun Wansan, historically known for his rapid accumulation of wealth, though he appeared to be in his 60s. The air of authority he exuded was unmistakable, reminiscent of my father, the head of the Zhang family clan. At this moment, I find that my heart no longer mirrors the anguish I felt when I first departed from home. Back then, the mere thought of my father would evoke a pain akin to a tight knot within my chest. Now, however, it is a sense of indignation that prevails, an anger at the feeling of being cast aside. The sharpness of that heartache has dulled. I shake my head and take a moment to calm my thoughts. Then I raise my gaze once more to the high platform where Xingfeng stands. Ladies and gentlemen, I have come today to acquire this precious sword for my beloved grandson, Xingfeng. I intend to seek out the legendary sword master, Master Illusion Blade. It is said that he has long coveted this sword, and I am confident that my grandson will benefit greatly from his teachings should he wield it. For those who fail to obtain the sword, I hope you will not take offense. Xingfeng speaks with remarkable courtesy, a quality befitting a person of his stature, one who has achieved great things. I regard Xingfeng with deep admiration. He possesses no extraordinary martial prowess of his own, but relies entirely on his cunning and his ability to seize opportunities. If I were to lose my own abilities and memories from my past life, I would doubt my capacity to reach his level. Yet, as the saying goes, comparisons among men can be disheartening. I, Zhang Xingfeng, am endowed with unparalleled martial skills that allow me to look down upon the world. Furthermore, I possess exquisite jade, which not only absorbs spiritual energy, but also enables the creation of flawless jadeite. Additionally, I have access to various secret texts from the Heavenly Heart sect of the cultivation world. Truly, heaven has been exceptionally kind to me. This is fate. With all that I possess, how far can my ambition stretch? In an instant, I inexplicably recalled that young Li Tianxiang, merely 10 years old, yet exhibiting a maturity that rivaled that of adults. Behind him stood the formidable Li family, even more powerful than the Zhang clan. Could I ever compare myself to him? I shook my head. My sole ambition was to establish the Xingfeng family, not to engage in conflict with the Li family. Why was I indulging in such thoughts? With a self-deprecating smile, I turned my gaze back to the elevated platform. My eyes were drawn to the heavenly fury blade, seemingly stained entirely with blood, and I found myself perplexed. I turned to my companion Wang Gu and inquired, Wang Gu, is that blade not a weapon of murder? How does the auction house dare to present it for sale? Are they not concerned that someone might misuse it for nefarious deeds? Wang Gu regarded me with a smile and replied, Young master, are you not aware of the recent decree from our Ming dynasty? This decree is founded upon a coalition agreement among several nations regarding the regulation of martial artists. In essence, the court harbors no bias against any sect. However, all sects are prohibited from engaging in collective violence against others. Should they do so, they will face extermination. This is why the demonic sect, once universally reviled, has been transformed into a sect akin to the others. Therefore, the heavenly fury blade poses no significant threat of being used for heinous acts. Oh, I see. I never anticipated that the court would employ such a strategy to resolve the prevalent large-scale conflicts in the martial world. Remarkable indeed. In this case, the blade itself should not pose a substantial danger. All right, it appears someone has bid 800,000 taels. Is there a higher offer? 3, 2, 1. Indeed. This sword belongs to the esteemed guest of room 245. I invite the owner to come forth and claim this treasured blade, Mr. Wang proclaimed loudly, his voice resonating amidst the crowd. It was truly a commendable effort on his part, despite his lackluster martial prowess. He was tasked with hosting such a grand event brimming with participants. His vocal cords must have endured considerable strain. A figure clad in white, akin to a gentle breeze, gracefully ascended the platform. With an air of serenity, he turned and offered a slight bow to the attendees below as a gesture of acknowledgement. The Wandering Blade. A voice called out from the throng. Gazing upon the youthful scholar in white, a wave of astonishment washed over me. He was none other than Yuan Ming, the prodigal son of the illustrious Yuan family. Having little interest in the family's business, he preferred to indulge in the pleasures of life. Yet it was his fervent passion for martial arts, particularly in the study of swordsmanship, that defined him. At such a tender age, he had already attained the rank of a fourth-tier expert. However, this very inclination led him to resolutely decline leadership of the Yuan clan. According to the family's ancient laws, as long as the eldest son was neither deceased nor incapacitated, he was destined to inherit the position of clan head. Ultimately, the family had no choice but to expel him from their ranks. In a gesture of compensation, they provided him with 2 million taels of silver and declared to the world that any harm befalling him would be seen as an affront to the Yuan family, which would exact revenge in his honor. Yuan Ming accepted this fate with equanimity, continuing to live a life of leisure, immersed in the company of beautiful women and the pursuit of martial mastery. He held the family in disdain, yet, unlike me, his departure was merely nominal. He was still regarded as one of their own. Despite this, I could not help but feel an unspoken warmth and affinity towards him as I observed from afar. Ladies and gentlemen, we have just witnessed two extraordinary weapons. And now we are about to unveil the legendary golden silk armor, crafted from the silken threads of the rare white platinum snow silkworm found in the Tian Shan Mountains. This exquisite piece took a decade to create, and the silk itself is exceedingly rare. Throughout history, only 5 suits of this armor have ever existed, and those fortunate enough to don this splendid attire are none other than renowned figures of great repute. The starting price is set at 500,000 taels of silver. Mr. Wang has elaborated extensively, yet it is essential to note that while this armor is scarce, its protective qualities are not particularly extraordinary. The commonly circulated Xian iron armor offers comparable protection. Although the Xian iron armor is heavier, it is more abundant on the continent, with a single piece costing around 10,000 taels. The exorbitant price of the golden silk armor stems from its rarity. The white platinum snow silkworm is seldom encountered, and its silk production is minimal, thereby rendering it a precious commodity. Furthermore, its lightweight nature makes it an ideal choice for affluent individuals who, despite lacking martial prowess, wish to safeguard their lives. Hence, the staggering price of 500,000 taels. To put this into perspective, a typical large estate costs around the same amount. Zhang Xingfeng acquired the former royal residence for merely 200,000 taels, primarily due to the fact that the entire palace accommodates only a handful of rooms, alongside a modest artificial lake. Had the entire palace been considered, excluding the rear garden, one could easily estimate that it would fetch 1,000,000 taels, given its hundreds of rooms and the surrounding environment. Indeed, Zhang Xingfeng is quite fortunate. However, the golden silk armor is not as impressive as one might expect. Modern-day tycoons have begun to take up martial arts and are becoming more prudent with their finances, preferring to don the heavier Xian iron armor, which, while merely vest-sized, could weigh several hundred pounds if fashioned into full armor. The final transaction concluded at 700,000. I gazed intently at the unfolding auction, my heart yearning for the appearance of my coveted blood phoenix. Could it truly be regarded as the piece de resistance? It is indeed a possibility, for the blood phoenix serves as a testament to the empress of the Yuan Mongol dynasty, having been passed down through several generations of empresses. It was not until the Ming dynasty that the empress's token was replaced by the equally precious He Shibai. Its formation is entirely natural, featuring a red shape reminiscent of a blood phoenix. Its rarity is, therefore, entirely understandable. Ladies and gentlemen, having perused various weapons and treasures, let us now behold this literary gem, the Along the River during the Qingming Festival. This masterpiece, crafted by the Song Dynasty artist Zhang Zedwan, stands as his magnum opus. The painting vividly depicts the bustling capital of the Song Dynasty, Bianliang, which was the largest and most prosperous city in the world at that time, with its towering edifices and vibrant splendor. Zhang Zedwan's Along the River during the Qingming Festival authentically portrays this historical grandeur. The scene unfolds from the outskirts along the Bian River, gradually extending into the heart of the city. Outside the city, several thatched cottages, quaint bridges, and babbling brooks are adorned with willows, their branches just beginning to sprout tender green, evoking the essence of early spring. Farmers toil in their fields, while mules and donkeys transport goods along the tranquil country roads. As we approach the inner city, the influx of merchants and travelers increases, and the atmosphere becomes increasingly lively and vibrant. Now, this treasure has a starting bid of 800,000 taels. Mr. Wang, evidently elated by the sight of this treasure, raised his voice with fervor. The crowd erupted in excitement. The historical first divine artifact had indeed made its appearance. I was also taken aback. Along the river during the Qingming Festival, I bid 1,000,000 taels. I bid 110,000 taels. I bid 2,000,000 taels. A clear and resonant voice of a youth echoed through the air as a figure approached the high platform, exuding an unmistakable determination to seize the coveted treasure. As I gazed upon him, my feelings of animosity and disdain intensified. Indeed, it was none other than Li Tianxiang, the future head of the Li family. His beaming smile only fueled my loathing, to the point where I felt an inexplicable urge to eliminate him. There was no apparent reason for this sentiment, yet the voice within me urged action. Wang Gu, observing my sudden surge of murderous intent, grasped my hand and shook me gently. inquiring with concern, "Young master, what troubles you?" I was jolted from my thoughts, questioning why I felt such a violent impulse towards someone with whom I had no prior acquaintance. I desperately channeled the techniques of heart scripture, yet the murderous aura remained, albeit I managed to rein in my emotions. I offered Wang Gu a reassuring smile, indicating that I was fine, prompting him to turn his attention back to the high platform. At that moment, Li Tianxiang stood confidently, joyfully holding me along the river during the Qingming festival scroll, graciously offering humble words to the crowd below as he began his descent from the platform. "Ladies and gentlemen, we have now reached the final treasure of this year's auction. Let us invite the individual who provided this remarkable item to announce it personally." Mr. Wang expertly stirred the crowd's emotions, and he even called for one of my associates to take the stage. This presented an excellent opportunity for us to promote our Longting Jade store. As excitement began to swell among the crowd, it was clear that the initial offerings, such as the Qingming sword and the Heavenly Fury blade, were extraordinary weapons. The fourth item, the Qingming Riverside map, was already a peerless treasure, leaving everyone in eager anticipation of the final item. We felt the tension rise as it was time for our blood phoenix. I exchanged a smile with Brother Wang, refraining from uttering a single word, for I had unwavering faith in him. His silence spoke volumes. Brother Wang, appearing quite composed, returned our smiles before ascending the platform at a leisurely pace, as if strolling through a market. The onlookers regarded the young man, not yet 30, who had procured a treasure deemed even more precious than the Qingming Riverside map. Their gazes were a mixture of envy, indignation, and avarice. With a confident smile directed at the crowd, Brother Wang focused his energy and declared, "Ladies and gentlemen, I am the steward of Master Zhang Xingfeng, who has just been cast out by the Zhang family. Today, our young master presents this item merely to introduce ourselves to you." A collective gasp rippled through the audience. Realizing that this was indeed the 6-year-old Master Zhang San who had been expelled, it seemed that the Zhang family, much like the former Yuan family, was providing covert support to young Zhang San, unlike the Yuan family, which was more public about their backing. One could hardly fathom the severity of a crime committed by a mere child of 6. It became evident that this remarkable treasure was a gift from the Zhang family to young Zhang San. Consequently, the crowd began to regard Zhang Xingfeng as one of their own, vowing to tread carefully around the esteemed Master Zhang San in the future. Ladies and gentlemen, today we merely present a piece of our exquisite jade artifact for auction. On the 6th day of the Lunar New Year, our dragon-soaring jade shop will officially open, showcasing an even more precious treasure for exhibition. Let my friend announce this news shortly, for his proclamation will certainly quell any doubts. Now behold, before you lies the unparalleled treasure, the Blood Phoenix, with a starting bid of 1,000,000 taels of silver. The auction commences now. With a swift motion, Brother Wang unveiled the Blood Phoenix, and before the attendees could fully comprehend his previous remarks, the magnificent artifact was revealed. Eyes widened in awe as gasps of astonishment echoed throughout the hall. Words failed to capture the majesty of this treasure. What is it? It is the pinnacle of jade craftsmanship, the Blood Phoenix. Its intrinsic value is beyond imagination, while only a handful of such jade exists in the entire mine. This particular piece is a rare find. The jade itself is of the highest quality, within which resides a blood-red phoenix. This remarkable creature has rendered it a symbol of the Empress during the Yuan-Mongol era, a testament of royalty. Such an extraordinary treasure has indeed surfaced. "I bid 1,100,000, a voice suddenly declared. The crowd snapped back to reality, fervently competing in their bids, some having forgotten whether they could even safeguard such a remarkable artifact if acquired. "I bid 1,200,000. I bid 1,500,000. I bid 2,000,000 taels of silver." It was once again that voice, Li Tianxiang. I gazed at the lavish room from which his voice emerged, and a wave of disdain surged within me once more. I resolutely decided that I would not auction it. I would not sell it to you. My mind was firmly set. "My sincere apologies, but please refrain from speaking further. The Emperor has just issued a decree to acquire this treasure for 3 million. I hope there will be no more disputes." The Grand Steward's voice resonated, and silence fell upon the crowd. With the Emperor's command, who would dare to bid? In truth, the Grand Steward was equally troubled. Upon learning of this unparalleled treasure's auction the previous night, he promptly relayed the message to the palace. Had the Emperor conveyed his wishes earlier, a mere 1,500,000 taels, coupled with the Emperor's authority, could have secured it. Now, however, Not only must we contend with the exorbitant price of 3 million, but we must also breach the auction house's regulations. Thankfully, it was 3 million, otherwise, others would undoubtedly accuse us of ruining the auction house's reputation. Reputation is paramount in business, yet for such a remarkable treasure, it seems we must disregard it. Li Tianxiang glared at the Grand Steward, a surge of anger swelling within him. After all, what was an emperor? So arrogant. Were it not for my family's orders, I would have secured it long ago. Just wait, I will certainly acquire this blood phoenix. From a young age, Li Tianxiang had been groomed to become the next head of the Li family, and his ambition was fervent. Indeed, with the financial and martial prowess of the Li family, he need not fear the emperor. However, as a family primarily engaged in commerce, maintaining a cordial relationship with the emperor was preferable. Harmony is of utmost importance. The onlookers could only watch as the Grand Steward took the blood phoenix away, their eyes wide with disbelief, while they were compelled to utter words of respect for the emperor. It was truly disheartening. After all, he was the emperor. At this moment, Uncle Zhang had approached the high platform, and a familiar voice called out, "Isn't that Master Zhang from Baoyuxiang? Wasn't he being pursued by Baoyuxiang?" It seemed rather foolish of Baoyuxiang to have driven away the foremost jade carver. Alas, it has been quite some time since I have seen exquisite jade artifacts crafted by Master Zhang. I once wished to commission a piece from him, but alas, the opportunity never arose. Ladies and gentlemen, our Longting Jade store will officially open on the 6th day of the first lunar month. I, along with some of my former associates, will be here as jade carvers. When Longting Jade store opens, a legendary jade artifact will be unveiled for everyone to admire for an entire day. What could this legendary jade artifact be? Uncle Zhang stood atop the platform, addressing the crowd, and paused, gazing down at the gathered onlookers. Suddenly, they recalled that the steward had mentioned a jade artifact more precious than the blood phoenix would be presented at the store's opening ceremony. What could it be? Even more precious than the blood phoenix, and a legendary treasure? Given that this information came from the leading figure in the jade carving profession, it must be true. What could this legendary jade artifact be? The crowd pondered deeply, struggling to conceive of what it might be. Yet none dared to entertain thoughts of the rumored flawless jade, as they had long deemed it impossible. Uncle Zhang observed the contemplative expressions of those around him and chuckled softly before exclaiming, "Allow me to enlighten you all. This exquisite treasure is none other than the dragon rising carved from flawless jade. I have had the rare privilege of personally sculpting this immaculate jade into the dragon rising. Indeed, it is flawless, without a single imperfection." The crowd was momentarily struck dumb, their astonishment rendering them speechless. Even Li Tianxiang, who typically held himself in high regard, was taken aback. What could this possibly be but the legendary flawless gemstone? After swallowing hard, he regained his composure. The intense desire for possession igniting a fervent resolve within him, he must acquire this unparalleled treasure at any cost. Gradually, the crowd began to emerge from their shock. Were these words spoken by anyone else, they might have been dismissed as the ravings of a madman. Yet, coming from the foremost jade sculptor, how could they possibly be untrue? Mark your calendars for the 6th day of the first lunar month, he continued. For the grand opening of Dragon Rising Jade Shop, we warmly invite everyone to join us for a visit. Uncle Zhang and Brother Wang exchanged a knowing smile before descending from the platform. The attendees and guests in the VIP room committed the date to memory, the 6th day of the first lunar month. As I watched Uncle Zhang and Brother Wang enter the VIP room, a smile spread across my face. Indeed, my first step had been a resounding success. Uncle Zhang and Brother Wang were also smiling, and laughter filled the room. Together, we strode towards my initial stronghold, Xingfeng Manor. In the shadows behind us, several dark figures flitted past, vanishing in an instant. At this late hour, the night is shrouded in darkness, devoid of any moonlight, save for the occasional glint of cold steel weapons. Upon entering the grand hall, I find Rain and the others still reveling in the immense profits of the day, 2,900,000 taels of silver, a sum not to be trifled with. A relatively affluent individual typically possesses assets of around 1 million taels of silver. The esteemed guests in the VIP rooms of the auction house are generally members of the 4 great clans or noble families, whether earls or barons. To be granted the title of baron, one's assets must reach approximately 100 million taels of silver, while to ascend to the rank of earl, one must possess around 1 billion taels. The aristocracy usually boasts fortunes exceeding 10 billion taels of silver. Beyond this, one must exert significant influence throughout the entire nation. Observing the exhilaration among my companions, I realized that sleep will likely elude us this evening. This New Year's Eve was meant to be a time of unrestrained enjoyment. However, our focus is on the imminent opening of the Dragon's Soaring Jade Shop. We have not arranged any festivities to celebrate the occasion, and the Star Peak Manor has only just begun its operations. Everything is still finding its footing, and numerous matters require our attention. Among us, I am perhaps the most at ease. I sense the presence of those greedy individuals entering the gates of my estate. Although 2 among us have attained the innate realm, many others possess insufficient martial prowess to confront these avaricious intruders. I cannot place my trust in my 3 disciples, whose meager skills would be no match for seasoned opponents. Such recklessness would be tantamount to courting disaster. Everyone, please join Au in the back garden, and together at the rockery, enter the secret chamber. I have already conveyed the method to unlock the hidden passage to Au. It seems we have some unscrupulous individuals lurking in our estate, and I shall take it upon myself to discipline them. Do you doubt my words? Hurry inside. Your hesitation only hinders me. I addressed Wang Gu and the others, waving my hand, signaling the attendants nearby to retreat first. Sister Yu and the others regarded me, fully aware of my intentions, yet grappling with their own frustrations. Nevertheless, they managed to smile at me before following Yu towards the back garden. Within Wolf Feng's heart simmered a sense of indignation, lamenting his inadequate martial skills. Having only recently surpassed the innate realm, he understood that those audacious enough to attempt a heist today would undoubtedly be led by at least a 2nd or 3rd tier master. After all, it was common knowledge that anyone daring to auction such unparalleled treasures would possess the means to safeguard them, thus ensuring the presence of formidable protectors. The outcome of his own venture, with his meager abilities, was all too predictable. He silently swore to himself that he would refine his martial arts, never again allowing his younger brother to face danger alone. As everyone followed Zhang Yu into the formation, a collective resolve emerged among them to hone their skills, vowing that such an incident would not recur. It was a disgrace that, when faced with external threats, their leader had to confront the danger while they cowered in the shadows. Watching them vacate the hall, I finally exhaled a breath of relief once my instincts sensed that they had all entered the back garden. At this moment, I found myself unburdened by any worries. Ready to unleash my full potential, I sat quietly in a grand chair identical to the one in the back hall of the Zhang family estate. Awaiting the arrival of this group, I could already envision their fate, and a cruel smile involuntarily crept across my face. I intended to make it abundantly clear that my Star Peak Manor was not to be trifled with. Fortunately for these individuals, they refrained from assaulting my servants and instead charged directly towards me in the hall. Before me stood a cadre of enigmatic figures, swiftly materializing within the chamber, showcasing their remarkable martial prowess. Clad in black garbs suited for the night, they appeared reluctant to reveal their true identities. Yet, it mattered little. When confronting me, they would all meet the same end. Regardless of who they were, their identities held no significance. The 3 factions regarded one another with palpable animosity, yet none wished to jeopardize their strength before acquiring the 290,000 taels. Thus, they merely glared at one another, locked in a tense standoff. Enough of this dawdling. Attack swiftly, or you shall miss your opportunity, I declared with a grin, addressing them directly. Youth, do not be so arrogant. Are you aware of our capabilities? Replied the leader of the central faction. At such a tender age, it seems your elders have failed to instill in you the importance of respecting your superiors. On the left, there is merely a 3rd tier expert accompanied by a few inconsequential figures. The individuals on the right are of a similar caliber. The group in the middle, however, consists of those who have just spoken. They are somewhat impressive, featuring a 2nd tier expert and 3 3rd tier experts, which certainly piques my interest. The speaker possesses commendable martial prowess, matching the strength of a 3rd tier expert, yet it should be the 2nd tier expert behind him who truly has the authority to speak. Enough of this idle chatter. Let us commence, for my patience has worn thin. Rising from my seat, I approached them directly. This fellow dares to put on airs before me. Does he believe himself to be someone of significance? He is merely a bandit. I smiled and advanced towards them. The eyes of the 3 groups met with astonishment, each party recognizing the accuracy of their assumptions regarding the others. Yet, the individuals on the left and right remained in awe of the formidable strength of the central group, a 2nd tier expert and 3 3rd tier experts. This level of power suggests they are at least of noble lineage, possibly hailing from a prestigious family. Conversely, the members of the central group were taken aback. How could a young individual, seemingly around 20, discern the strength of a second-tier expert? This indicates that the young man before them possesses at least second-tier capabilities. Yet there have been no reports of such a youthful second-tier expert. Even the legendary Xiang Yu, the hegemon of Western Shu, attained second-tier prowess only around the age of 30. Could it be? Is there truly a method for rejuvenation? The leading speaker immediately stepped aside, allowing the second-tier expert behind him to step forward. Having been exposed, there was no point in further pretense. He boldly advanced to the forefront. The second-tier master gazed at the seemingly youthful young man before him, feeling a profound shock within, for he could not perceive the strength of his opponent at all. Initially, he suspected the youth lacked martial prowess, yet the young man discerned his abilities with a mere glance. It appeared he had indeed encountered a hidden master, one who embodied the legendary art of rejuvenation. Upon realizing that the individual before him was a concealed expert, the second-tier master immediately adopted a posture of respect. He clasped his hands and said, "Since you are present, esteemed elder, we shall not intrude further. However, might you kindly reveal your name, that I may know your illustrious title?" It was rather peculiar for this elder to refer to a young man as esteemed elder. Yet none of those present felt any discord, for at that moment, Zhang Xingfeng emanated a formidable sword aura, a force that seemed capable of shaking the heavens and the earth. I have grown weary of this charade. To know my strength and yet wish to flee. Am I truly so easily trifled with? The second-tier master observed the so-called hidden master effortlessly hurling 3 groups of individuals to the north, fully aware of the peril that awaited them there, as it housed the fabled 8 formation. Yet he could only watch as they were tossed aside like mere chicks. The disparity in power far too great to contend with. Even the few third-tier masters could not withstand for a moment. As he watched the young man move through the crowd with the ease of a leisurely stroll, he felt a twinge of trepidation. Ultimately, all had entered that terrifying formation save for himself. Resolving within, he thought that as a second-tier master, it was not out of the question to challenge him. I gazed at the formidable second-tier expert before me, and though he was quite impressive, my mental influence stirred within me a fierce determination. Yet, resistance was futile. With a surge of my true essence, my form swiftly multiplied into 3, a testament to my remarkable speed. In his astonishment, I seized him and hurled him into the formation. As I surveyed the empty hall, a profound sense of solitude washed over me. In this vast world, how many could truly stand against me? I chuckled softly and made my way toward the rockery in the back garden. From a distance, I spotted Ayu waiting for me by the rocks, and upon seeing me, he immediately approached, inquiring with a hint of concern, "How is it outside? What are those individuals?" Though I was well aware that they posed no real threat, Ayu still seemed somewhat uneasy. Far away yet so close. I replied with a smile. Ayu looked at me, puzzled, until suddenly his eyes sparkled with realization. "Master, are they within the 8 formation?" he exclaimed. I regarded him with surprise. I knew he was intelligent, but this was truly impressive. I smiled and nodded in approval, acknowledging the correctness of his deduction. "Ayu, we have a crucial meeting to attend today. Let us proceed to the secret chamber," I said, recalling a matter I had long wished to address. Without further ado, Ayu followed me into the passage, leading us toward the chamber designated for important meetings. At the entrance of the secret chamber, I observed everyone engaged in discussions about how I would deal with those unblinking clowns. Upon my arrival, they rushed towards me, inquiring about my methods of handling those individuals. "Master, did you eliminate them and dispose of their bodies on the street? My eldest disciple perpetually thrives on chaos. Young master, did you strip them of their clothing and cast it into the artificial lake?" The voice belonged unmistakably to Rain's sister, who, in the company of Brother Wang, seemed to have absorbed none of his composure. "Enough of this," I interjected. "Master has cast them into the 8 formation, unable to endure the frivolity any longer." Ayu promptly revealed the truth. I gazed at everyone and declared, "Let us cease this banter. We are here to convene and discuss our future development." Upon hearing this, the room fell silent as everyone took their seats, awaiting my words. Noticing their solemn expressions, I couldn't help but chuckle, which prompted them to recognize their own seriousness and join in laughter. It was evident that they had felt guilty upon leaving the hall earlier, and now, as we shifted to serious matters, they sought to present themselves favorably. I laughed heartily, saying, "Please, do not put me under such pressure in the future. Today, there is nothing of great consequence. We primarily need to reconfirm the matters concerning the dragon soaring jade shop. The management of this jade shop naturally falls to my brother Wang." while the craftsmanship of jade carving is entrusted to Uncle Zhang. Aunt and Rain's sister will oversee the estate at home, and the remainder of you, aside from Brother Wolf, should diligently practice the martial arts I have imparted to you within the estate. Do you have anything to add? Brother Wolf looked at me with a puzzled expression and asked, Second brother, what have I done? I gazed at my elder brother and replied with a smile, Elder brother, let us attend the National Martial Arts Academy together. I wish to discover the multitude of exceptional martial arts manuals housed within. Everyone looked at Wolf with envy. For the National Martial Arts Academy was renowned throughout the Ming Dynasty as the repository of the most martial arts secrets. However, the tuition fees were exorbitantly high, 50,000 taels of silver per person each year, a sum not to be trifled with. Individuals like Wolf, born into modest circumstances, would typically never have the opportunity to study at such an esteemed institution. Yet, due to my presence, this dream had become a reality. Indeed, the twists of fate are truly unpredictable. Brother Wolf appeared utterly bewildered. He had never heard of the National Martial Arts Academy and could not fathom the rarity of gaining admission. He mistakenly thought it was merely a common private school. After observing me for a while, he finally remarked, Upon seeing my elder brother Wolf's humble demeanor, I could no longer contain my laughter and burst forth. How had I never noticed my elder brother's amusing talent before? Brother Wang also couldn't help but chuckle, and my eldest and second disciples joined in without restraint. Having spent considerable time with Uncle Zhang, they had indeed heard of the National Martial Arts Academy, yet they now mistakenly regarded it as a mere place of study, which was utterly hilarious. Their laughter grew so boisterous that it became overwhelming. Wolf's mother, seasoned in her experiences, had also heard of this illustrious martial arts sanctuary and found her son's innocence amusing. Li Di immediately exclaimed, If you're unwilling to go, how about granting me this opportunity? Upon hearing this, Lang Feng's face lit up with joy, and he quickly responded, Sure. It's settled then. Don't go back on your word. Second brother, let him accompany you. Since he is willing, please spare me. I shot a glare at Li Da, then turned to my elder brother Lang Feng and smiled. Brother, the National Martial Arts Academy is not merely an academic institution. It is a sanctuary of martial arts, filled with countless secret manuals. There is nothing to worry about. It's merely a chance to observe techniques. What secret can rival the teachings I've shared with you? A swell of pride surged within me. Lang Feng, upon hearing sanctuary of martial arts, was eager to go. How could one miss such a splendid opportunity? It dawned on him that Li Da's earlier intentions were far from innocent. With a fierce glare directed at Li Da, Lang Feng turned to me and said, Second brother, why didn't you clarify earlier? How could I possibly refuse such a place? When are we leaving? I am ready at any moment. Mother looked at her son, her face beaming with joy, evidently pleased that he would have the chance to visit such a remarkable place. I glanced at Lang Feng, catching a glimpse of Li Da from the corner of my eye, and remarked, Brother, did you not just suggest that Li Da should go? One must not be untrustworthy. I teased Lang Feng playfully. Upon hearing this, Li Da immediately rushed out and exclaimed, Master, your suggestion to let me go is truly wise. I can assist you with numerous tasks. He is your elder brother. How could you ask him to do such things? Master, you must agree. Listening to him, I found his reasoning quite compelling. How had I not considered this before? Bringing Li Da along would indeed alleviate many burdens, and he would not object. However, how could I possibly ask my elder brother to perform menial tasks? His point was undeniably valid. It was remarkable that Li Da could discern this. I gazed at Li Da's bald head, finding it increasingly endearing. How had I overlooked his intelligence before? Wolf Feng observed my foolish grin directed at Li Da and sensed a potential threat. This opportunity might indeed be snatched away by that fellow. With a spark of inspiration, he turned to me and said, Second brother, did you not originally ask me to go? How can you go back on your word? Furthermore, how could Wolf Feng refuse to assist you? Just give the command, and I shall dare to undertake any task. I looked at my elder brother, who appeared ready to brave any peril, recalling his earlier words. Indeed, I had initially declared that my brother would accompany me. How could I possibly retract that now? Besides, he had pledged to assist me with whatever I required. Most importantly, he would always be my elder brother. Given his declaration, how could I find the courage to decline? Thus, I resolved to let my elder brother join me. The formidable brother Wolf immediately adopted the demeanor of a victor as he gazed at Li Da, who appeared utterly dejected. Alas, what could he do? After all, I am his mentor. Whatever I say, he has no choice but to heed. Well then, let us proceed with the first matter at hand. Brother Wang, Has the shop you purchased been successfully decorated? If not, expedite the process. The second issue involves preparing accommodations for Uncle Zhang's friends and their accompanying family members. Rain Sister, I entrust this task to you. Furthermore, there is one crucial matter to address, the impending New Year celebrations. Everyone suddenly recalled that tomorrow marks the first day of the new year, and smiles spread across their faces. As I listened to the sounds of firecrackers outside, my spirits soared. Just yesterday, Brother Wang had surprised me with a splendid yacht placed in the artificial lake before my door, claiming it was a delightful surprise. Yet, as I observed the young couple aboard the yacht sharing tender moments, I felt as if I had been deceived. The verdant hills and flowing waters, the yacht and stone bridge, all of this in the heart of the most bustling city. Living in such a splendid place truly is a privilege. It is worth every ounce, even 1,000,000 taels of silver. In the distance, the ancient camphor tree stands, its age unfathomable, casting a shadow over a significant portion of the artificial lake. Happy New Year. I wish the young master endless joy in the years to come. Young master, the guests you mentioned have arrived. And there are quite a number of them. My devoted maid, Xia Shui, whispered beside me, for she is the only one among the servants aware of my transformative abilities. At long last, these treasures have arrived. I have awaited them for quite some time. It appears they have come to celebrate the new year with me, and I can hardly contain my excitement. Paying no heed to my maid, I dashed toward the entrance. Have you too seen a group of people arriving? The kind that brings their families along? I inquired eagerly. Upon hearing that Uncle Zhang had already welcomed them into the estate, I rushed toward Uncle Zhang's room. Just then, Xia Shui, who had caught up with me, exclaimed, "Young master, I hadn't finished speaking. They are currently with Uncle Zhang. Why didn't you mention that sooner?" I retorted, hastening to stop outside Uncle Zhang's room. I quickly adjusted my attire before boldly stepping inside. Uncle Zhang was engaged in conversation with his old friends about recent happenings. Upon noticing my entrance, he turned to his 4 companions and said, Come, everyone. This is my esteemed employer, young Master Zhang Xingfeng." The 4 elderly gentlemen directed their gazes toward me, and I could sense their skepticism. It is hardly surprising. Those dismissed by Bai Yuxiang would likely not shower praise upon the second young master. They are all deeply devoted to the art of sculpture. How could they possibly hold a child in reverence, even if I am their employer? I had no desire to linger among these learned scholars. Having seen them and knowing of their arrival, I felt a sense of relief. With their presence, exquisite jade artifacts will continuously flow forth, ensuring that my Longting Jade shop will yield profits without losses. Alas, I shall also relish the joys of the new year with my elder brother and the others. After all, I am but a child. I immediately made my way towards my brother, the Wolfblade. The entire Zhuke street was abuzz with excitement today, with the most raucous commotion emanating from the newly inaugurated Longting Jade shop. At this moment, the Longting Jade shop was teeming with people. Fortunately, the proprietor had secured a spacious venue. Otherwise, patrons would have been unable to enter. Boss Wang, I heard that the Longting Jade shop offers jade artifacts crafted from the legendary flawless green jade. Is that true? Need you even ask? Of course it is true. Do you know who proclaimed this news? It was none other than the world's foremost jade carver, Zhang Quan. How could it be false? Moreover, just now my wife instructed our servant to inform me to hurry along. Let us not linger. Flawless green jade awaits. Sister, look at that swordsman guarding Longting. He is so cool. Indeed. Just look into his eyes. They resemble an endless dark night sky, so enchanting. Beside me, a girl was meticulously admiring the exquisite jade artifact, Dragon Rising, when she overheard the conversation of 2 ladies and turned her gaze towards the swordsman seated nearby. She was mesmerized. This male swordsman was undeniably striking, with a visage as smooth as white jade, sharp brows, an aquiline nose, sensuously full lips, and eyes that resembled deep pools, capable of encompassing all. I sat motionless beside the immaculate jade Dragon Rising, like a steadfast pine tree, enclosed by a railing that deterred guests from approaching. My plight was palpable, as numerous eyes were fixated on me, yet they were truly drawn to the legendary treasure, Dragon Rising, beside me. The enchanting woman in front appeared to be laughing either at Dragon Rising or at me. That rotund fellow was staring at me, drooling. I could hardly bear it. In the distance, Li and his companions were stifling laughter, which infuriated me, but for the sake of my grand plan, I had to endure. Alas, I could no longer withstand it. Why couldn't a bandit appear to provide some diversion? Just as I wallowed in my despair, a flash of black light darted by. However, my reflexes were swifter. Just as this shadowy light was about to make contact with Dragon Rising, I seized it. Gazing at the circular ring before me, I couldn't help but smile, pondering whether the audacity to attempt theft of an item so valuable was a grave underestimation of my capabilities. I seized the ring with my right hand, channeling my true energy into a powerful surge, propelling the ring back towards its origin with astonishing speed. In an instant, an individual was struck down by the ring. Still dazed and unable to comprehend that I had captured his lightning ring, rather than contemplating escape, his first thought was to exclaim, "How could you possibly seize my lightning ring? This is inconceivable. Please, enlighten me on the method by which you captured my lightning ring." I gazed at him, at a loss for words, as he, a bandit caught in the act, chose to engage me with futile chatter instead of fleeing. The patrons outside erupted into laughter upon hearing his words. What a foolish bandit. It was indeed a perplexing sight. Could he truly be a simpleton? "He's the lightning thief," a voice resonated through the jade shop's hall. In an instant, silence enveloped the crowd. He was none other than the world's most notorious thief, the lightning thief. Throughout his life, he had pilfered countless treasures, yet no one had ever managed to capture him. His martial prowess was already at the third rank, but what truly set him apart was his unparalleled speed. He was undoubtedly the swiftest in the realm. To this day, following a heist, no one had succeeded in pursuing him. 5 years ago, one of the top 10 masters, the Demon Lord Shi, chased him for 3 days and nights without success. This solidified his reputation as the greatest thief in the world. Yet today his myth was shattered, effortlessly dismantled by a young swordsman who captured him in an instant, leaving him without a shred of resistance. When captured, he could hardly believe that his weapon, the lightning ring, had been seized by someone with their right hand. All around, people gazed at me, some in shock, others in admiration, and yet others with infatuation. After this minor upheaval, no one dared to make a move. I could only maintain a serious demeanor, enduring the gazes of those enamored souls, whose looks could melt steel. At last, it was over. I was finally liberated. From dawn until dusk, I had endured considerable distress, as those infatuated admirers had been watching me for what felt like an eternity. Rising from my chair, I stretched languidly, turning to stow away the dragon's sword. Just at that moment, chaos erupted. 10 cloaked figures burst into the already darkened streets, rushing into the jade shop, nearly a dozen of them charging towards me at an astonishing speed. The guards we had summoned to intimidate petty thieves were caught utterly off guard. Had they been mere skilled fighters, they might have succeeded. But they were up against me, the true #1 master of the realm, far superior to the second. I regarded this group of assailants with a cold smirk. It was evident that 2 of them were second-tier masters, undoubtedly affiliated with one of the 4 great clans or the imperial palace. Such formidable strength suggested that those behind this endeavor were intent on acquiring my dragon sword. However, I would ensure their disappointment, and they would come to regret their actions. With my right index and middle fingers entwined, a blade of light nearly a meter long manifested in my hand, as tangible as reality itself. The last time I faced that Li, my blade flickered, but now it radiated solidity, for they warranted such a display of my prowess. Upon witnessing the luminous sword gleam in my grasp, the 2 leading figures clad in black visibly recoiled. Such a manifestation could only be achieved by someone of third-tier strength, while a meter-long blade could only be summoned by a practitioner of second-tier mastery. However, the palpable sword light unequivocally signified the might of a first-tier expert. A first-tier master could undoubtedly vanquish 6 second-tier opponents, and they comprehended that their mission today was doomed to failure. "Retreat," commanded one of the second-tier leaders decisively. Recognizing the futility of their endeavor, he ordered a withdrawal, yet they were unaware that they were contending with me. The group of black-clad individuals hastily retreated. But did they presume they could escape so easily, underestimating me? Leave something behind, at the very least. In a flash, a strand of sword light surged forth, severing the meridians of both leading second-tier masters' right hands. I gazed at their disheveled forms and chuckled. Their master must be weeping now, witnessing the transformation of his 2 second-tier experts into mere third-tier warriors. Ha ha ha, too swift, too swift. Number 13. Inform the young master that this individual possesses at least the strength of a celestial guardian. Exercise caution with the Zhang clan. I and number 1 shall tend to our wounds, remarked one of the injured second-tier masters to a subordinate nearby. The street returned to its tranquil state, as if nothing had transpired. Sister Yu, have you observed the master seated upon his chair? Remarkable, he remains utterly motionless while a multitude gazes upon him. Numerous beautiful women are fixated on him, and there's even a rather rotund fellow drooling incessantly. Yet, the master displays not a flicker of emotion. Has he not ascended to the realm of remaining unperturbed as Mount Tai collapses before him? Li Da, oblivious to the murderous glare I cast, continues to converse incessantly with Sister Yu, asserting, "Is the young master an ordinary man? He is, after all, a paragon of omnipotence. Indeed, he has long since attained such a state. He could endure an entire day in that situation, while I can scarcely tolerate a second. I suspect the young master has reached the ethereal realm of enlightened monks, where all things are but vacuity." Sister Yu, being somewhat more seasoned, surprisingly joins Li Da in conversation. "What are you doing? Why are you pulling me?" she exclaims to Brother Wang. At that moment, Li Da simultaneously calls out to Lier. With the exchanged glances of Brother Wang and Lier, they finally perceive the ferocity of my gaze. Sister Yu, with her greater experience, promptly interjects, "Young master, we were merely praising you. Why do you react in such a manner?" Upon finishing her remark, she adopts a rather perplexed expression. "I can no longer tolerate this. I concede defeat, unable to contend with you, and even less so against my own disciple." Only upon hearing Sister Yu's words does Li Da come to his senses, eager to curry favor with me. However, he is delayed, lagging behind my own reaction. "Li Da, how dare you speak ill of the master? From this day forth, you shall remain in the secret chamber for 3 days, practicing diligently. Should you dare to wander, you will find yourself ensnared in the 8 formation. Just imagine the fate of those who arrived at the manor that day." With a smile playing on my lips, I deliberately spoke coldly to Li Da. Upon hearing this, Li Da wished to offer a rebuttal, but his mind swiftly conjured images of those pitiable souls who, after being released by the master, appeared utterly dazed, having been driven to madness by the 8 formation. This included even a second-tier expert. In truth, the actual 8 formation does not possess such formidable power. It is merely that its energy currently derives from my true essence, rendering escape impossible for a second-tier adept. Brother Wang, how is the sales performance of our Dragon Rising Jade store today? Do enlighten us, I inquired of Brother Wang, who occupied the seat to my right. Rising to his feet, Brother Wang surveyed the room with a smile, announcing, "Our Dragon Rising Jade store, thanks to the expertise of Master Zhang and Elder Zhuang, among others, operates with remarkably low costs while achieving high prices for each piece of jade. Today, we sold over 50 pieces of jade and received approximately 100,000 taels of silver. After deducting various expenses, including labor and the cost of jade, our actual profit stands at 20,000 taels. Based on today's performance, we can anticipate an incoming revenue of 10,000 taels daily. This success hinges on the exceptional craftsmanship of Master Zhang and his peers. Should we choose to open a branch in the future, we may need to engage some less skilled jade carvers. Achieving 2,000 taels of silver in a day would be quite commendable for a jade store." Upon hearing this, it became evident that the quality of jade carvers significantly influences the pricing of jade. I turned to Master Zhang and inquired, "Master Zhang, in the past at Baoyuxiang, what was the annual income for someone of Elder Zhuang's caliber?" Upon hearing this, Uncle Zhang immediately remarked, "In the past, Baoyuxiang had a rule. A first-tier jade carver like Old Zhuang earned 3,000 taels of silver annually. A second-tier jade carver received 1,000 taels, while the least skilled, a third-tier jade carver, earned 500 taels." Observing Uncle Zhang's demeanor, I sensed he did not fit into any of these categories. I inquired, "Uncle Zhang, what is your annual income in silver?" Uncle Zhang, adopting an air of superiority, cleared his throat and proclaimed, "I am the only special-grade jade carver, earning 20,000 taels of silver each year." Everyone turned their gaze towards Uncle Zhang, not with reverence, but rather with skepticism. Li Da murmured from the side, "What a boast! My master is infinitely more skilled than you. I, Li Da, at the very least, surpass you by a considerable margin." The group had already witnessed Uncle Zhang's exceptional carving skills in the hidden chamber, so there was no sense of astonishment now. Noticing the absence of the admiration he expected, Uncle Zhang coughed again and took a seat. I looked at Uncle Zhang, chuckled, and said, "Uncle Zhang, in our future jade shop, the remuneration for all jade carvers should be double that of Baoyuxiang. We must not be overly greedy." Uncle Zhang's face brightened at this suggestion, and he responded eagerly, "I thank you on behalf of Old Zhuang and the others. Many jade carvers will come in the future." I interjected, "Uncle Zhang, Do not rejoice too soon. You yourself have not a single coin. Dear nephew, what do you mean by that? It is utterly inconceivable that I would desire money. All I ask is that you create more flawless jade for me. Uncle Zhang gazed at me with a countenance full of righteousness. Brother, I assure you I will rise early. Do not fret. Brother Wolf, brimming with excitement, hopped towards his room. The night had fallen outside, heralding the dawn of a new beginning. Brother, dear brother, the day has broken. Rise swiftly, for we must register. Hurry. Oh my heavens, I am still ensconced in slumber. Who is it, making such a ruckus at my door so early? Reluctantly, I dragged myself from my bed, donned my silver cotton coat, and trudged to the door. As I unlatched the door, before I could even open it, a figure forcefully burst through, nearly sending me tumbling in my dazed state. Who dares to shout so early in the morning? If you continue this clamor, I shall toss you into the artificial lake outside. I exclaimed angrily at the intruder before me. Regardless of who it is, how dare they disturb my sleep? Brother, did you not urge me to rise early? I was concerned you would leave me behind, so I stayed awake all night. Upon seeing the first light of dawn, I came here. I hope I am not late. As I struggled to open my bleary eyes, I realized that the person before me was none other than Brother Wolf. His words reminded me that I had indeed jested about frightening him yesterday, and to my surprise, he took it to heart. But how could it already be dawn? I seized Brother Wolf and dashed outside, straight to the edge of the artificial lake. Brother, look. Is there any light in the sky? Speak up. If you don't clarify today, you can forget about me taking you to school. Tell me, how can I not see the dawn? As I surveyed the pitch-black estate, the only illumination came from the kitchen where the servants had begun their morning preparations. Where, indeed, was the light? Come with me, second brother. Wolfeng, my elder brother, pulled me along the lakeside toward the osmanthus tree in the west. I was determined to uncover how he perceived the dawn when it was evidently still dark. Oh, so this is what Wolfeng referred to as dawn. Standing at the top of the osmanthus tree, I gazed into the distant horizon, where a faint glimmer of light appeared. I was at a loss for words. The sky had brightened, albeit in a minuscule area. Looking around at the surrounding darkness, I resolved never to jest with Wolfeng again. It was I who ended up at a disadvantage in this playful banter. As I leapt down, Wolfeng immediately rushed to my side, proudly proclaiming, "Second brother, see? I did not lie. Is it not truly bright?" Observing his exuberance, I could only nod helplessly in agreement. His enthusiasm had stirred me, and I found myself lacking the desire to return to slumber. Turning to the still joyous Wolfeng, I suggested, "Brother, it is still early. Why not stay with me and watch the sunrise?" Of course, it has been ages since I last witnessed a sunrise. Back when I was on the mountain, I would greet the dawn every morning. Wolfeng seemed genuinely delighted. Before I could utter another word, he dashed to my room, dragging my reclining chair beside the artificial lake, and brought over another chair to sit with me closely. Together, we gazed towards the east, eagerly anticipating the sun's ascent. After a considerable duration, the sky transformed into a delicate shade of light blue, almost ethereal. In the blink of an eye, a radiant beam emerged on the horizon, gradually expanding its reach and intensifying its brilliance. Knowing the sun was about to rise from that distant edge, I fixated my gaze upon it. Beside me, Wolf Peak was equally entranced, his eyes unwaveringly fixed on the confluence of the lake and the azure sky. The heavens deepened into a vibrant blue, while the boundary where water met sky appeared to be brushed with strokes of crimson paint. The fish-belly white on the horizon steadily broadened, its luminosity increasing, and the lake, backlit by the sun, shimmered like jade, crystal clear. A gossamer layer of clouds emerged, instantaneously tinged with hues of red, orange, purple, yellow, and silvery gray. The mist swirled as the colorful clouds danced in and out of visibility amidst the lake's fog, when suddenly, a crimson point leapt forth from the horizon, transforming into a graceful arc of red, slowly rising higher and higher, until the entire sun revealed itself. At that moment, a breathtaking spectacle unfolded. A resplendent sun burst forth from the veils of mist in the far east, radiating brilliance and casting a celestial glow that illuminated the sky. Before us, the Star Peak Manor donned a robe of colorful clouds, shimmering in a dazzling array, mesmerizing to behold. The entire world basked in the infinite radiance of the sun. At this juncture, both Wolf Peak and I were enraptured by the wonders of nature. I glanced at Wolf Peak, still savoring the moment, and exclaimed loudly, "I am leaving. I will not wait for you." Instantly, Wolf Peak jolted from his reverie, leaping up and calling out, "Second brother, wait for me." He suddenly realized that I had not left his side at all, and knowing he had been deceived. He displayed no anger, but rather said, "Fortunately, you haven't left? Let's go together now." I chuckled and replied, "Brother, have you eaten? Are you really going to register on an empty stomach? Do you think you have attained my level of cultivation and can forego meals?" Brother Wolf looked at me, clearly feeling the protests of his stomach. He had gone an entire night without sleep, and the toll of that was far greater than any rest. How could he possibly not be hungry? Observing his pitiful expression, torn between his desire for breakfast and his eagerness to register at the National Martial Arts Academy with me, my heart softened. All right, let us first have breakfast together, and then we shall register, shall we? Thank you so much, younger brother. Let's go? Brother Wolf joyfully grabbed my arm and dashed towards the back hall of Xingfeng Manor, our dining location. Younger brother, behold the grandeur of the National Martial Arts Academy. What an imposing entrance, and look at all those officers. Brother Wolf's country bumpkin demeanor made me feel somewhat embarrassed. I immediately stepped forward, determined not to let anyone mistake me for a rustic as well. Younger brother, wait for me a moment. I haven't finished looking yet. His voice urged me to quicken my pace. Hey, young master, if you wish to register, it is done here. Where are your parents? You must have them pay for your registration if you wish to become a student here and learn martial arts. As I gazed at the elderly gentleman before me, incessantly rambling, I felt an overwhelming sense of irritation. Could he not see the sign in front of him? How could he presume that a child of 7 or 8 could read? And how could he possibly know that a mere child would possess 50,000 taels of silver? I flung 100,000 taels of banknotes onto his table and declared, "This is the registration fee for me and the fellow behind." The old man was taken aback, unable to fathom that a child of such tender age would carry 100,000 taels and even assist others in their enrollment. "Brother, you have already registered. How splendid. I can attend school here," shouted Wolf Brother, rushing over. I had no desire to engage in his trivial chatter. I accepted the 2 volumes of literature the old man handed me and turned to enter the National Martial Academy. Although classes would not commence until the 10th day of the Lunar New Year, I thought it prudent to explore the premises in the meantime. Just as I had taken a few steps, I heard a commotion behind me. "You old man, you're extorting money. 5,000 taels of silver per person each year is exorbitant. Father claims that 3 individuals would amount to 50,000 taels annually. How shall we afford our food and drink thereafter? Pray tell, how can it be so costly? Is it merely for attending school? Brother, let it be. Just pay the fee and spare us the ridicule," I heard another voice say. Upon turning, I noticed 3 boys who bore an uncanny resemblance to one another standing before the money collector, one of them reluctantly tossing banknotes at the old man. Wolf Feng, in a state of exuberance, approached the trio engaged in the enrollment process and exclaimed, "Ah, so you 2 are here to study at this place. I am here with my younger brother. This is your first time here, isn't it? Your expressions give it away. To be honest, it's my first time as well. I am Wolf Feng, and over there is my brother, Zhang Xingfeng. What are your names?" Chiyu. Observing the boy's incessant chatter and recognizing that the 3 of them were newcomers, felt a sense of embarrassment. However, he surmised that the boy's demeanor was not intentionally disrespectful, so he chose to remain silent. Yet, while he refrained from speaking, his companions were less inclined to let Wolf Feng off the hook. Chiyu's brothers, Chi Yi and Chi Tong, were incensed by the implication that they were inexperienced, and Chi Tong stepped forward, glaring menacingly at Wolf Feng. "You audacious brat, do you dare to spar with me?" he challenged. Chi Tong's fury ignited at the dismissive attitude towards them. Without uttering a word, he charged at Wolf Feng, eager to demonstrate his strength and make it clear that underestimating him was a grave error. Upon witnessing Chi Tong's sudden advance, Wolf Feng felt a surge of irritation but quickly channeled all his focus into the impending confrontation. I, observing my elder brother embroiled in a scuffle with these youngsters, felt a sense of helplessness. My brother certainly had a knack for attracting trouble, yet I was not worried. He was a master of the innate realm, and while these 3 youths seemed competent, they were nowhere near his match. I believe I have articulated my thoughts accurately. In merely 2 moves, that boy fell to the ground, only for another lad to rush in, making it a 2-on-1 scenario. Alas, the disparity was too great, astonishingly. It didn't even take 10 exchanges, and it seemed that the elder brother had shown mercy. Wolf Blade gazed at the 2 children, filled with disappointment. Despite his restraint, they continued to brawl. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, he spotted another boy nearby. A thought crossed his mind, and he exclaimed, "Hurry over. You 3 brothers should join forces. These 2 are truly insufferable." Chiyu, witnessing his younger siblings being utterly overpowered by the boy before him, was taken aback by the latter's strength. However, he was reluctant to join forces with his brothers, as it would be an act of overwhelming the weak. Yet, upon hearing the boy's audacious taunts, dismissing his 3 brothers so callously, he found it intolerable. His pride compelled Qi Yu to step forward, with Qi Yi and Qi Tong promptly aligning themselves beside their elder brother, glaring at the boy who toyed with them. You are called Wolfblade, correct? Today, the 3 brothers of the Qi clan shall challenge you, Qi Yu declared, standing defiantly before Wolfblade. The 3 figures swiftly lunged towards him, and Wolfblade, exhilarated, clenched his fists, fixating on his 3 opponents. I watched, eagerly anticipating the unfolding drama. These 3, united, would undoubtedly pose a formidable threat, and it appeared that Wolfblade might face some hardships. As Qi Yu observed the composed demeanor of Wolfing, he recalled the formidable strength that had been displayed against his brothers moments earlier. A cold sweat broke out across his body. He understood that charging recklessly would yield no chance of victory. Despite being merely a 10-year-old child, Qi Yu's spirit was indomitable, and with a surge of determination, he bellowed to his 2 brothers, second brother, third brother, unleash winds rising and clouds gathering. The 3 of them advanced simultaneously towards Wolfeng, with Qi Yu and Qi Tong flanking him on either side. They all raised their fists in unison, shouting wind. Wolfeng watched as the trio seemingly struggled to muster their strength for another strike. Indeed, it was the same technique, executed by the same 3 brothers. Yet the intensity was markedly different. Before the fists could reach him, the pressure of their energy was palpable, causing the air around them to feel significantly heavier. The force nearly doubled that of their previous attack. Wolfeng could not afford to be careless. He lowered his stance, inhaled deeply, and unleashed nearly 80% of his innate true energy. The combined might of the Qi Yu brothers' fists collided with a thunderous roar. Both Wolfeng and the Qi Yu brothers were pushed back 3 substantial steps. Despite the excruciating pain that coursed through their bodies, akin to their meridians being torn apart, they pressed on, driven by a fierce competitive spirit. With their capacity for true energy nearly exhausted, the brothers propelled their remaining strength towards Wolfeng, simultaneously shouting, "Cloud!" Wolfeng, witnessing the impending strike, could only manage a bitter smile. The force of this punch was at least twice that of the previous one. He wished to retreat, but found himself ensnared in the tempest of their combined attacks, with no feasible way to escape. In a moment of desperation, I unleashed a powerful roar, channeling all my strength into my right fist and striking forward with great force. Upon delivering the blow, I felt an overwhelming sense of exhaustion wash over me. My foot slipped, and in an instant, I found myself at the very center of their dual assault. With my hands extended wide, under the control of my core essence, a vortex formed. The 2 seemingly formidable waves of fist energy were effortlessly absorbed into my being, leaving no discernible impact on my internal essence. Their power was feeble, transforming into my own life force, almost negligible. In a mere breath, I could absorb them entirely. Qi Yu, observing the child before him, noted the gentle smile directed at himself and his 2 companions. He did not perceive the figure as merely a young boy. Instead, he sensed an extraordinary aura emanating from him, one of ethereal grace and an air of superiority, akin to that of a celestial being. Though he had never encountered an immortal, he believed that if such beings existed, they would resemble the child before him. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he knelt down earnestly, imploring, "I humbly request to be accepted as your disciple, Qi Yu." Upon hearing his elder brother's words, Qi and Qi Tong, who had just witnessed the ease with which the child had dismantled their lethal moves, felt a deep admiration swell within them. Realizing the significance of their brother's request, they too knelt, saying, "We humbly request to be accepted as your disciples, Qi Tong." I regarded the 3 brothers, finding their intelligence commendable. They were quick to recognize my unparalleled martial prowess and sought to make me their master. In truth, I had long contemplated taking them as my disciples. However, should I accept them so readily, it would diminish the reputation of this true master of the realm, allowing them to become my students with such ease. Brother Wolfblade observed these 3 individuals kneeling before his younger brother to request his tutelage and thought to himself, "These fellows are indeed astute." Quickly discerning that my brother is a remarkable expert, and have promptly knelt to seek his guidance. I must devise a fitting challenge for them, otherwise, it would be too lenient. Wolfblade approached the trio, gazing at them with a leisurely demeanor, and remarked, While it is not impossible for you three to seek my brother as your master, your previous conduct has left me quite displeased. Upon hearing this, the Qiyu brothers recalled that the very individual they had just struggled against was the elder brother of their master, an assumption they had made. To earn their master's favor, they must first appease his elder brother. We sincerely apologize. We, the three brothers, failed to recognize the greatness before us and inadvertently offended you, esteemed elder. We humbly beseech your forgiveness and hope you will not hold our youthful folly against us. Qiyu immediately interjected, while the other two displayed eager, obsequious smiles. Brother Wolfblade, having not yet been immersed in the complexities of society, was unaccustomed to such flattery. The praise from the Qiyu brothers left him bewildered, and his previous intentions to test the trio dissipated. The respect they showed him endeared them to him further. How could he not assist such earnest disciples? Brother Langfeng approached me with a cheerful smile and said, "Second brother, look at these three youngsters. Their martial arts skills are quite impressive, and their talents are extraordinary. Most importantly, they possess a profound respect for their elders, which is far superior to that of your eldest disciple, Li Da. You should accept them." I regarded them calmly and replied, "To join my sect, there are two conditions. First, you must never disclose the secrets of my teachings to outsiders. Second, betrayal of the sect will not be tolerated, and the punishment shall be severe. Do you understand? Are you still willing to take me as your master?" Upon hearing this, Qiyu thought to himself that these conditions were rather easy to meet. Only a fool would divulge supreme martial arts skills. As for betraying the sect, why would one forsake a good school? He promptly declared, "Disciple Qiyu pays his respects to master." Beside him, Qi Yi and Qi Tong had been startled by the mention of severe punishment, taking some time to process the implications. Realizing that these rules also applied to them, and seeing their most respected elder brother had already pledged his allegiance, they quickly bowed and said in unison, "Disciple Qi Yi, Qi Tong, pays his respects to master." I observed these three young men with a faint smile and said, "Very well, you are now disciples of the Heavenly Heart sect. Let us proceed to explore the National Martial Arts Academy." The three brothers responded in unison, "Yes," and immediately rose to their feet, hastening to my side, careful not to step ahead of me. Noticing their cautious demeanor, I chuckled softly. While it indicated their respect, it was not the outcome I desired. I glanced at them and said, "In the future, please refrain from such behavior. I do not wish to attract undue attention. I have come to this academy merely to observe. Treat me as you would a friend." The three young men understood. Realizing that it would be difficult to avoid drawing attention when three large boys addressed a smaller one as their master. "Let us proceed and take a look," I suggested, leading the way toward this esteemed martial arts sanctuary of the Qinglong Continent. The four larger boys followed, their spirits slightly elevated as they entered the Guowu Academy. Upon crossing the threshold of the renowned Guowu Academy, I was greeted by the vast expanse of a shimmering lake. Amidst the misty waters, two narrow pathways, formed entirely of massive stones, emerged. While they were referred to as pathways, that description hardly sufficed. From a distance, they appeared slender, yet upon closer inspection, one would discover their ample width, allowing four individuals to walk side by side, without peril of falling into the lake. Every 50 meters, there stood an octagonal pavilion, some of which were surrounded by small patches of land adorned with willow trees, peach trees, and even blooming plum trees. The stone path we traversed meandered gracefully through the boundless waters, culminating at a remarkably expansive island. From afar, one could discern towering blue stones upon it, many of which were adorned with blooming plum blossoms, their delicate pink hues harmonizing beautifully with the azure stones. A breath of ethereal valley air greeted us as we stepped through the grand entrance, only to discover that the National Martial Arts Academy was rather modest in size, comprising merely a dozen rooms. The verdant walls and golden rooftops seamlessly blended the essence of nature with an air of royal opulence. These spacious chambers were scattered around the small island, while the center housed a rather ordinary training ground. A young boy, possessing a hint of noble demeanor, stood there, yet the four larger boys beside him exhibited a clear lack of worldly experience. Having spent considerable time guarding the city gates, I recognized their rustic simplicity. These country folk were all too familiar. My mood was not favorable today, and I saw fit to vent my frustrations upon these four individuals. "Hey, you lot. Who allowed you entry? Are you unaware of where you are? Get out of here at once, or else." Qi Tong and Qi Yi had never been subjected to such insolence. A mere soldier addressing them thus was intolerable. In an instant, they surged forward, their martial prowess evident. Reaching the unfortunate Wang Er before he could even react. Before he realized it, he was struck on either side of his face, his body involuntarily recoiling. Upon hearing my command, Qi and Qitong halted immediately. Having just pledged their allegiance to me as their mentor, they would not dare defy my orders. Wang Er, in his dazed state, was startled by my words. Could it be that these four were also students of the National Martial Arts Academy? Yet, they did not bear the slightest trace of aristocratic bearing, merely exuding the rustic simplicity of village folk. Wang Er rose to his feet and took the document from the hands of the two assailants, scrutinizing it thoroughly several times. To his astonishment, it was indeed genuine. He could scarcely believe that he had misjudged them. As he observed the four of them bowing respectfully towards him, a thought struck him. Could they be from a prominent family who had hired for companions to accompany their child? The more he scrutinized, the more convinced he became of his conjecture. He promptly returned the document to the two individuals with utmost reverence. Seeing that the situation was nearing resolution, I turned and continued my inward journey, no longer concerning myself with their trivial affairs. Upon noticing my departure, Lang Feng immediately followed suit, disregarding the group entirely. The three brothers of Qi Yu, upon realizing that their master was departing, hastily caught up with me. Wang Er gazed at my retreating figure, sighing inwardly. What a scion of a noble lineage! I wonder which of the four great families he belongs to. The Li family must also have four companions. How affluent they must be, spending 200,000 taels of silver annually on four companions. Alas, comparisons can be quite disheartening. After wandering in circles, he found nothing particularly captivating. He pondered the rumored location of concealed scriptures, uncertain if it lay within another colossal stone passage. Who are you lot? And what brings you here? Are you students as well? A melodious voice rang out from the northeast corner, prompting all five of us to turn in that direction. A delightful young girl appeared within our sight, her two cute braids adding to her charm, and her rosy cheeks radiating innocence. In that fleeting moment, I was reminded of my adoptive sister, Shangwan Xianyu, for she too was equally adorable, pure, and utterly endearing. As I gazed at her, a faint smile involuntarily graced my lips. Why don't you speak up? Are you students here? The adorable girl exclaimed, clearly displeased with our silence. I replied with a smile. Indeed, all five of us are students here. What about you? How many years have you been studying here? The little girl beamed at my response and exclaimed, this is my first year. The tuition is exorbitant, and I can attend for free because my grandfather is the current Minister of Rights. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to enroll. What is your name? I inquired. I am Zhang Xingfeng, and this is my elder brother, Lang Feng. The three individuals beside me are my friends, Qi Yu, Qi Yi, and Qi Tong. I then promptly asked the charming girl for her name. I am Feng Yuyan, she declared, a name given to me by my mother. Isn't it lovely? I adore it. This delightful Feng Yuyan certainly possessed a touch of vanity. In truth, my own name was also bestowed by my mother, who must have led a joyous life with my beloved father by her side. A bitter smile crept onto my face, for that was an eternal ache in my heart. I longed for the day I could reunite with my mother. Really? How fortunate for you. Your mother must treat you very well, I remarked. Oh, my mother incessantly pressures me to study poetry, which is quite unbearable, so I chose to learn martial arts instead. Feng Yuyan replied cheerfully, her enthusiasm infectious. The name Feng Yuyan evokes the image of a gentle beauty. Her mother, in urging her to study poetry, presumably hoped she would grow into a refined young lady. However, as a daughter, Feng Yuyan harbors a preference for martial pursuits over literary endeavors, which must surely have vexed her mother greatly. Out of the corner of my eye, I noticed my brother Wolf Fong and his three disciples emerging, dejected, from a subterranean passage. My curiosity was piqued. What could they possibly be doing in such a place? Feng Yuyan, my friend has arrived. Let us go and see what they are up to, I suggested to her. Sure, let's hurry. Why did your four friends come up from there? Are they truly at leisure? She replied, her laughter bubbling forth as she observed Wolf Fong and the others emerging from the underground passage. Wolf Fong, taken aback by the sight of the little girl who had just been chatting with his second disciple, now laughing heartily at him, felt a twinge of confusion. He had not committed any embarrassing acts. What warranted such mockery, and so brazenly at that? Where have you lot been playing? Are you unaware of where that place leads? Do you genuinely have nothing better to do? Feng Yuyan teased, a playful smile gracing her lips. Upon hearing this, Wolf Fong contemplated the notion that the subterranean passage might lead to an unusual location. We indeed have been aimlessly frolicking about, but what lies beneath? Is it perhaps a place of significance? He inquired, glancing back at Feng Yuyan. You fool, why lock up something unimportant with a heavy iron gate? Is the emperor merely idling away his time? This place is indeed the most significant location within the National Martial Arts Academy. I shan't reveal to you what this place is, just to see you four in a frenzy of curiosity. Ha ha ha. Feng Yuyan intentionally teases them, withholding information and leaving Brother Wolf Feng and his companions flushed with impatience. They are but children, relishing in playful torment. I gaze at Feng Yuyan as she blinks her large, expressive eyes and smiles at Brother Wolf Feng. Upon my arrival, I found it peculiar that, despite the National Martial Arts Academy being a sanctuary of martial arts, renowned for its extensive collection of esoteric texts, I encountered none. Initially, I presumed there might be another path concealed behind a stone corridor. However, upon hearing Feng Yuyan declare this to be the most important place within the academy, it became clear that the most vital area of an institution dedicated to martial prowess must surely be where the secrets are hidden. It appears that only my brother Wolf Feng and his companions remain oblivious to this. Is this where the treasures of knowledge are concealed, Feng Yuyan? I inquired, unable to bear witnessing my brother Wolf Feng and my 3 new disciples being subjected to her mockery. Indeed, Zhang Xingfeng, how astute you are. Truly remarkable. I admire you greatly. This little girl shows no sign of embarrassment at my praise, her eyes wide with adoration as she gazes at me. I can hardly stand it, and can only respond with a smile. Yan, where are you? We must be on our way. Hurry up. A woman's voice calls from a distance. Ah, Zhang Xingfeng, I must take my leave now. My mother is calling for me. I shall depart at once. But we shall play again on the day school commences. Farewell. Upon hearing the call, Feng Yuyan immediately bid me farewell. I smiled and replied, I too shall be leaving shortly. Let us enjoy our time together on the first day of school. Until we meet again. Upon hearing my voice, Lang Feng rushed over, gazing at me with a loud exclamation. Do you think I wish to witness this? Do you recall your elder brother while conversing with that little girl, Feng Yuyan? I cannot simply stand here like a fool, listening to your exchange. Upon hearing this, Qiyu nodded in agreement. Recognizing that such unparalleled martial skills could not be acquired so effortlessly, patience was indeed required. He promptly assented, and the 3 brothers bid me farewell as they walked away. Second brother, we should take our leave as well, Lang Feng declared, already moving forward. I stood by the lakeside, leisurely gazing at the splendor of Xingfeng Manor, where everything appeared remarkably beautiful. Taking a deep breath, I inhaled the refreshing essence of Dream Lake into my lungs. This artificial lake once bore a name, but it was rather unappealing, hence it was simply referred to as the artificial lake. Following a unanimous decision, it was aptly named Dream Lake, signifying that our dreams would manifest into reality. Elder brother, it's time to go, school awaits. Have you not eaten yet? I called out towards the dining hall at the back. Brother Wolf rushed out of the hall, his hands clutching several meat buns while a morsel still lingered in his mouth. He loudly exclaimed, Second brother, you are truly going too far. Do you not realize that unlike you, I lack your cultivation and cannot forego meals? I still require sustenance. From now on, you must dine with me. Even if you do not eat, you must watch me. Until I finish my meal, you are not permitted to leave. As he shouted, he hastily swallowed the bun in his mouth. I could only manage a wry smile, knowing I had teased him earlier. Now, he insisted that I sit at the table and observe him eat, which seemed rather excessive. Yet, he is my elder brother. What choice did I have but to acquiesce? All right, let us hurry. Today is merely the first day, and I do not wish to linger. There are many people I must meet, I urged Brother Wolf. Upon hearing that he could encounter more individuals, he eagerly gulped down the buns in his hands, mumbling incoherently, Let us go, quickly. Seeing his animated demeanor, I could only chuckle as we made our way to the National Martial Arts Academy. Wow, second brother, it is so lively here today. Look at all the carriages and palanquins, and so many servants. It's absolutely exhilarating. Brother Wolf began his usual dramatic antics. I observed the throngs of nobility present. Naturally, the abundance of carriages and palanquins was astounding, yet the sheer volume still astonished me. Suddenly, I caught sight of my 3 new disciples at the entrance, seemingly having spotted me. Master, you have finally arrived. We have been waiting for you for quite some time. Qiyu and his companions rushed over from the main gate, eagerly calling out to me. It seemed they had missed me dearly. I smiled at them and remarked, Did you truly wait for me for long, you 3 rascals? I find that hard to believe, considering I just saw you arrive moments ago. I playfully deceived them, for I had been there quite early, and although I did not witness their arrival, I doubted they could have come much sooner than I. Master, we genuinely wanted to arrive earlier. But we woke up a tad late today, which is why we are a bit behind schedule. Thankfully, we are not too late. Otherwise, we would feel quite guilty. Shi Yu cleverly responded, his cunning nature making it difficult for me to retort. Yet, how could he possibly know that I had not seen when they arrived? As their master, I naturally held an advantage over my disciples. Let us proceed into the academy. We must not squander any more time here, Brother Wolf Feng interjected. He was eager to immerse himself in the prestigious institution and could hardly bear our idle chatter any longer. Together, we made our way toward the academy's grand entrance. Today, the guards appeared to be far stricter. Nearly 30 officials were stationed at the gate, indicating the emperor's considerable emphasis on the commencement of the school year. How could he not take it seriously? This year alone, the Imperial Martial Academy was expected to yield an astonishing profit for the emperor, with each student bringing in 50,000 taels of silver. With hundreds, if not thousands, of students, that could amount to several million taels. Just as we presented the document to the elderly gatekeeper and were about to enter the academy, a familiar voice pierced the air. Zhang Xingfeng, stop right there. Did you hear me? It was Feng Yuyan. Instantly, the image of that delightful girl flashed through my mind. Her adorable horn braids, her rosy cheeks, and a voice reminiscent of my dear Xiang Yu. I turned around, and there she was, standing right behind me, her face puffed up in anger, becoming increasingly endearing with each glance. Her delicate brows were furrowed, an unmistakable sign of her displeasure. Her brows are raised. She is indeed upset. It dawned on me that her temper was quite fiery. If I hesitated any longer, she might burst into tears. Beside her stood a graceful woman. Regarding me with a teasing smile, I recognized her as Feng Yuyan's mother. Facing her, I managed a stiff smile before hastening to Feng Yuyan, who looked on the verge of tears. I gazed into her eyes and said, Feng Yuyan, are you angry? Oh dear, I sincerely did not see you. Please don't be upset. We are good friends, after all. Surely you wouldn't let such a trivial matter bother you. Feng Yuyan, look at me. Am I frightening? I added, pulling a silly face. Fortunately, being still a child, Feng Yuyan was easily appeased. The moment she saw my antics, her frown transformed into laughter, and I felt an immense relief wash over me. I could hardly bear to see a girl in tears. Zhang Xingfeng, look over there, at that little silver sedan chair. Feng Yuyan suddenly pointed her delicate little hand towards a small silver sedan chair to the north, upon which was inscribed the prominent characters Yuan. It belonged to the Yuan family, for only they would dare to emblazon such a name upon their vehicle. Who else would have the audacity? Within it was Sister Ro, who had come to attend school this year. But how could she, who was previously unable to attend, now be here? As Feng Yuyan spoke, her adorable brow furrowed in confusion, reflecting her puzzlement. As I gazed at the sedan chair, my thoughts drifted to the detestable eldest son of the Li family, Li Tianxiang, who had also arrived this year to study. The National Martial Academy this year was teeming with talent, promising a future filled with intrigue. A smile naturally graced my lips. Suddenly, the sedan door was lifted by a nearby maid, prompting me to look up and discover what kind of person this Sister Ro truly was. She emerged clad in a light blue, elegantly flowing robe, her short, dark hair framing a face that bore the pallor of long-standing ill health. Yet it only intensified the instinct to cherish and protect her. What struck me most were her eyes, radiant with a profound love for life, exuding kindness towards all. Today, Yuan Ro was in high spirits, finally granted her father's permission to venture out, even if only within the confines of the National Martial Academy. Such an opportunity was exceedingly rare. In her childhood, she had never stepped beyond her home, hindered by her frail health. Countless renowned physicians had been summoned by her father, yet no improvement had been made. It was her mother, recognizing her loneliness at home, who had implored her father to allow her to attend school. Who is that boy in front? His smile is undeniably captivating, and his eyes are as striking as the profound expanse of the endless night sky. Just as these two boys and the girl were lost in each other's gaze, another figure approached. Who could he be? Young master. We have arrived at the entrance of the Guowu Academy, announced a servant, his voice reminiscent of a eunuch's, as he respectfully opened the sedan door for his master. Li Tianxiang sat within the opulent confines of the lavish palanquin, yet he did not emerge immediately. Instead, he casually inquired of the servant outside, Xiao Gizi, has the fourth young lady of the Yuan family arrived? Upon hearing his master's question, Xiao Gizi immediately bowed low, his face adorned with obsequiousness, and replied, Young master. The fourth young lady has indeed arrived. Her palanquin is just ahead. Li Tianxiang's spirits lifted at this news, for it was the enchanting Yuan Rou who had drawn him to this academy. Training in martial arts? Within his own esteemed family, he could effortlessly acquire unparalleled skills. Ever since that day he visited the Yuan family with his father and laid eyes on Yuan Rou, she had occupied his thoughts. Though still quite young, his mind possessed a maturity surpassing that of many adults. He understood that those destined for greatness must not be burdened by emotions. Yet, that initial encounter had irrevocably tethered his fate to hers. Adjusting his attire and ensuring he appeared impeccable, Li Tianxiang finally stepped out of the lavish palanquin. Once outside, he surveyed his surroundings, searching for the ethereal figure that lingered in his dreams. A satisfied smile graced his lips as he finally caught sight of the enchanting maiden he had longed for. In an instant, frost enveloped Li Tianxiang's face, contorted with extreme rage, as he observed his future woman gazing intently at an exceptionally handsome boy, to the point of disregarding others entirely. What was the name of that boy? And what was his background? A voice, seemingly emerging from the depths of the netherworld, echoed in Xiao Gizi's ears, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. Having been by Li Tianxiang's side for an extended period, Xiao Gizi understood his young master exceedingly well. Although the young master seldom lost his temper, when he did, the consequences were dire. Yet, he had never reached such a level of fury before. Xiao Gizi was an exceptionally competent servant, having acquired the information of all students prior to the commencement of the school term. With certainty in his heart, he promptly declared, "Young master, that is Zhang Xingfeng. Zhang Xingfeng, ha ha ha. The one who has ruined a second-tier master and severed the right hand of two others, the master of the flawless jade-carved dragon. Zhang Xingfeng, I have yet to exact my revenge upon you, and now you come seeking my rower. I shall ensure your demise." Li Tianxiang seethed with internal fury. Yet his facial expression grew increasingly serene. Who could fathom the tempest of rage concealed beneath that calm visage? "Zhang Xingfeng, I shall remember you," Li Tianxiang softly vowed within. I gazed at her, and she returned my gaze. Perhaps there truly exists a connection between us. A sense of inexplicable warmth surged within me, enveloping my entire being, filling my heart and spirit with an extraordinary comfort. Yuan Rou had already become entranced by Zhang Xingfeng's deep-set eyes, where she found a sense of security and spiritual fulfillment. He approached me, drawing closer, and I felt a surge of anxiety. What should I do? At that moment, Yuan Rou felt an overwhelming nervousness. Her face flushed crimson, and she instinctively lowered her head. As a cultivator in the Golden Core stage, I eventually managed to regain my composure. I addressed the dream girl before me, saying, "Miss, I am Zhang Xingfeng. May I inquire about your esteemed name?" The maid, Yuner, was taken aback to hear such eloquent words come from a mere child of 8 or 9 years. However, Yuan Rou, already flustered, was oblivious to the boy's uniqueness. Having grown up in a prestigious family, Yuan Rou seldom ventured out and had few companions. Those who spoke with her were invariably articulate and respectful. Had Zhang Xingfeng uttered something childish, she might have found it odd. Nonetheless, as the cherished young lady of the Yuan family, she quickly regained her composure. After a moment of contemplation following Zhang Xingfeng's inquiry, she gently lifted her gaze and replied with soft grace, "I am Yuan Rou of the Yuan family. May I ask where you hail from, young sir?" Upon hearing this, I let out a bitter smile. "Miss Yuan, I am indeed the young master Zhang San, cast out by the Zhang family. Now, I am but a solitary wanderer, fortunate to have a group of dear brothers and sisters by my side. Otherwise, I would be utterly alone," I remarked with a self-deprecating chuckle. Yuan Rou, taken aback, realized. So he is the very Zhang San who was expelled from the Zhang family, just like my elder brother. The thought of her beloved brother, Yuan Ming, who had always cared for her since childhood, stirred a sense of kinship towards the similarly fated Zhang Xingfeng. As Zhang Xingfeng and Yuan Rou engaged in conversation, Li Tianxiang approached Yuan Rou. Witnessing the two embodying the essence of a gentleman and lady, he felt a surge of frustration, yet his smile only broadened. "Miss Yuan, it has been quite some time since we last met. I truly did not anticipate our paths crossing here. It seems that fate is indeed a curious thing," he remarked as he elegantly approached her, seemingly oblivious to Zhang Xingfeng's presence. I found myself once again confronted by this individual, whom I loathed from the depths of my being. Yet, he wielded considerable influence, making it difficult for me to confront him. His blatant disregard for my existence was infuriatingly arrogant. However, I understood the importance of concealing my disdain. To reveal it would only portray me as a petty individual, tarnishing my image in Yu Wenru's eyes. With a beaming smile, I clasped my hands and addressed Li Tianxiang, saying, I am Zhang Xingfeng. May I inquire if this esteemed gentleman is the eldest son of the Li family, Li Tianxiang? Li Tianxiang had no desire to engage in conversation with Zhang Xingfeng. However, since Zhang had already initiated dialogue, remaining silent would only portray him as petty and disdainful of common folk. He feared it would tarnish his image in the eyes of Yu Wenru, casting him as a haughty scion of the affluent Li family. Contemplating this, Li Tianxiang promptly donned a smile and turned to Zhang Xingfeng, replying, Indeed, that is I. Might you be the illustrious young Master Zhang San? Oh, forgive my impetuousness. Observing the look of remorse on his face, an unsettling chill coursed through me. My intuition clearly sensed the immense animosity he harbored towards me. Yet, this very realization instilled a trace of fear. How could a mere boy of around 10 conceal his emotions so adeptly? What terrors might he unleash as he matures? Nevertheless, as an invincible cultivator with a wealth of life experience, I had no reason to fear him. No matter how astute his mind or intricate his schemes, all would be laid bare before my keen perception. As I noted his continued friendly demeanor, I too offered a cordial smile, refusing to appear petty. Upon seeing Li Tianxiang, Yu Wenru felt a twinge of discomfort. Despite his seemingly flawless qualities, his lineage and demeanor, his perfection felt almost surreal, rendering it difficult for her to accept him wholeheartedly. Beside them stood the amiable Zhang Xingfeng, whose family background, though not as illustrious as that of Li Tianxiang, exuded warmth and authenticity. Nevertheless, Li Tianxiang, the esteemed heir of the Li clan, bore the weight of familial expectations and could not afford to overlook his duty. Yu Wenru inclined her body slightly. Smiling as she spoke, I am honored to meet the esteemed heir. I truly did not anticipate encountering you here. Her delight at meeting him was palpable. Though her words were courteous, Li Tianxiang, lacking the insight to perceive her true sentiments, felt a surge of excitement upon hearing her joy. Yet, having received excellent training from a young age, he swiftly regained his composure, though a smile lingered on his face. The esteemed heir and young Master Zhang. Let us proceed to the academy, for many have already entered, Yu Wenru promptly informed us. Li Tianxiang and I exchanged humble smiles before we entered the grand gates of the Guowu Academy, leaving behind my brother Langfeng and several of Li Tianxiang's companions. Our laughter echoed as we traversed the stone path, arriving at our destination, the teaching building of Guowu Academy, the same small island we had visited previously. Li Tianxiang narrated with a grin, explaining that the academy was established by the court over 3 years, channeling the waters of the moat to create this lake. The island was meticulously crafted to control the water level, resulting in its modest size. Otherwise, how many naturally formed islands could be so diminutive? Moreover, the stone path was constructed prior to the influx of water, not the other way around. After listening attentively, I came to realize the astonishing situation at hand. Initially, I found it perplexing how such a vast lake could exist within the confines of a grand metropolis, and even more so, how an extensive stone pathway could be constructed within it. It appears that Li Tianxiang is indeed quite remarkable. I have elevated his standing in my mind. For one must never exhibit complacency towards an adversary. The eldest son is truly well-versed and astute, leaving this young lady in awe. Yu Wenru could not help but express her admiration. I noticed that everyone ahead had already entered the large house at the far western end, so I proceeded in that direction. Li Tianxiang and Yu Wenru accompanied me towards the grand edifice. Upon reaching the entrance, I gazed inside and was struck by its immense spaciousness. It seemed capable of accommodating nearly 1,000 individuals. Observing the individuals seated at the foremost table, I surmised that the enrollment ceremony was about to commence. We, the new students, were relegated to the rear seats, and to my astonishment, I noticed that the number of adults present was not inferior to that of us children. Shortly after we settled into our seats, Yu Wenru, Li Tianxiang, and I arranged in a row. My elder brother and his companions, along with Li Tianxiang's attendant, took their places beside us, with the maid seated next to me. Esteemed guests, today marks the commencement of a new academic year at our National Martial Arts Academy. Among us are scions of illustrious families, youthful prodigies, and skilled practitioners pursuing the martial arts. On behalf of my royal brother, I extend a warm welcome to all. Proclaimed the figure clad in a resplendent purple robe adorned with a 4-clawed purple dragon, unmistakably a prince. In the Ming Dynasty, officials of the 3rd rank and above donned purple robes, adorned with golden fish pouches. Those of the 5th rank and above wore crimson robes, embellished with silver fish pouches. And those below the 6th rank were attired in green robes, devoid of fish pouches. Officials who held high positions but were of lower ranks still adhered to their original robe colors. For instance, a chancellor who did not attain the 3rd rank would have to have the designation of a bestowed purple and gold fish pouch in their official title. Conversely, princes were distinguished by their purple robes, embroidered with 4-clawed purple dragons, while the emperor donned a yellow dragon robe. It is said that during the Tang dynasty, the emperor was adorned with a golden giant dragon, whereas the current emperor is draped in a blue 5-clawed giant dragon, symbolizing the ambition to dominate the Azure Dragon continent. Today, our National Martial Arts Academy is honored to welcome Master Li Tianxiang, the eldest son of the esteemed Li family. Even more delightful is the announcement that Master Li will generously donate 200,000 taels of silver to our academy. A lively murmur of discussion and astonishment ensued, as many were oblivious to this development, having missed last year's auction. The revelation of such a substantial sum, 200,000 taels, naturally elicited surprise. Only the 4 great families and certain noble houses could so nonchalantly present such wealth. Now, let us extend a warm welcome to Master Li to share a few words with us. Although he holds the title of prince, there remains a significant disparity when compared to the foremost families. Li Tianxiang smiled apologetically at us and ascended the stage. His commanding presence and striking demeanor elicited silent admiration from all who beheld him. Though I harbor disdain for him, I must concede that his outward demeanor is undeniably impressive. Miss Yuan, he inquired, I have heard from my sister Yu Yin that your health is not well. Is that true? I observed Yu Wenru, whose delicate appearance filled me with concern. The faint pallor upon her countenance was particularly troubling. Upon hearing my words, she could not help but feel a surge of sorrow. Letting out a wistful sigh, I have been frail since childhood, she lamented, having consulted countless renowned physicians and consumed innumerable treasures, yet to no avail. This very ailment has confined me to my home, as my father feared the outside world would bring me harm. Only today have I been able to step outside. As she spoke, her heartache deepened. Gazing at Yu Wenru's sorrowful expression felt akin to having a heavy stone lodged in my chest, nearly suffocating me. Unable to restrain myself, I said, Miss Yuan, may I take your pulse? I have dabbled in the art of medicine and might discern if there is something I could do for you. Seeing my genuine concern, Yu Wenru, though aware that my assistance was unlikely to alleviate her plight, did not wish to disappoint my goodwill and extended her right hand. I gently placed my middle and index fingers on her wrist, allowing a thread of spiritual perception to flow into her body, meticulously examining her internal condition. Zhang Xingfeng, I vow to ensure your utter disgrace and suffering. Chapter 16. The Demon Subduing Vajra Technique. I conducted a thorough examination of Yu Wenru's physical state. Alas, her constitution was exceedingly frail. With such a body, training was impossible, while a master could employ true energy for healing. Her delicate physique and slender meridians could scarcely endure it. Consuming the treasures of heaven and earth proved futile, as her body struggled to absorb even the slightest essence. It can be said that there is no remedy, and all I can do is to serve her diligently, ensuring that she is not significantly affected. My heart is heavy with sorrow, deeply pained that the first girl I cherished is in such a dire state. Yet, as a cultivator, I find myself devoid of any methods to assist her. Only when I reach the out-of-body stage can I invoke the secret arts of the Heavenly Heart sect to transform her fundamentally. However, I am merely at the early Golden Core stage, and it is uncertain how long it will take to attain the out-of-body phase. Will she be able to endure until then? Li Tianxiang wore a gentle smile as he approached Yu Wenru, gazing at her. Miss Yuan, he began, once school commences, we will all have an opportunity to select an internal cultivation method. I am aware that you might not attend, so I have decided not to go either, and instead, I shall accompany you as we explore together. What do you think? Yu Wenru was certainly aware that each student at the National Martial Academy has a single chance to choose an internal cultivation method. Generally, the primary aim of students attending this academy is to seize this opportunity, as the methods available range from extraordinary to mediocre. However, each individual is granted only one chance, which renders the truly exceptional methods less common. Yu Wenru understood that her physical condition precluded her from practicing martial arts. Although Li Tianxiang's gesture endeared him to her slightly, she secretly hoped for another companion. When I caught Yu Wenru's glance directed at me, I discerned her unspoken thoughts. Yet, my purpose for attending the National Martial Academy was to witness the martial arts of the Qinglong Continent firsthand. Missing this opportunity to be with her did not seem to hold much significance. I smiled at Miss Yuan and said, I sincerely apologize, Miss Yuan. My purpose in coming here is solely to examine the martial arts manuals. I am truly sorry. A flicker of disappointment crossed Yuan's eyes. Yet she maintained a serene smile as she replied, It is nothing. The very reason for attending this National Martial Arts Academy is to seize such opportunities. Young Master Li possesses numerous unparalleled manuscripts, so there is no need for you to feel embarrassed. Seeing the disappointment in her gaze sent a tremor through my heart, and I found myself on the verge of acquiescing. However, I refrained. I could not allow a mere woman to sway my resolve. Otherwise, how could I achieve greatness in the future? I steeled myself, even as my spiritual perception picked up on Li Tianxiang's pride and disdain. In his eyes, I was likely just a pitiful creature, cast out from my home and compelled to learn martial arts at the National Martial Arts Academy. Esteemed guests, I am aware that everyone is eager to select their manuals. Very well, I shall not prolong this. Please proceed now. And I wish you all the best in finding manuals that resonate with you. The prince finally concluded. And perhaps only his last statement was something the crowd was keen to hear. Once he finished speaking, nearly 1,000 of us began to move toward the underground passage. Brother Langfeng darted to my side, evidently overjoyed. He had wished to enter a few days prior, but had been denied. Today, he could finally step inside. Brother, what do you think we should choose? I reckon those martial arts manuals can hardly compare to yours. He chuckled with a mischievous grin. Observing his sly expression, I sensed he was up to no good and likely had some request to make of me. I cast a sidelong glance at him and said, Speak your mind. Don't claim there's nothing to discuss. Your smile betrays you. To my surprise, Brother Wolfeng showed no sign of embarrassment. This fellow seemed to be developing a tendency to approach Li Dafa, yet I found myself at a loss as to how to respond. Well, it's nothing much, really. I merely wish to borrow 10,000 taels of silver from you, he declared, his face adorned with an obsequious expression. I couldn't help but feel perplexed. 10,000 taels was no trifling sum. Although I wasn't particularly short of money, I couldn't fathom why Brother Wolfeng required such a substantial amount. Brother, what do you intend to do with this silver? Actually, it's rather simple. I noticed that nearly everyone possesses weapons, while we do not. Moreover, it is imperative that each student at the National Martial Arts Academy has their own weapon for classes. What shall I do in the future? Unlike you, I do not wish to skip classes. Your martial prowess is so advanced that you could easily teach those instructors. But I lack any combat experience and still have much to learn. Brother Wolfeng elaborated on his predicament. A flush of embarrassment crept across my face. It was quite humiliating to realize I had overlooked the necessity of weapons for classes. Initially, I understood that attendance was optional, allowing students to attend any class or even study at home or within a room housing martial arts manuscripts. However, how could one glean the same insights from perusing a manual alone as one would from the hands-on instruction of seasoned experts? Many had come over the years, initially drawn by the allure of these manuscripts, but ultimately they sought the wisdom imparted by those masters in the art of combat. Inner strength is the foundation of martial arts, which is why the Academy imposes such stringent controls. There is but one opportunity each year to select an inner strength manual, while the selection of technique manuals is considerably more lenient. I could not refuse the gaze of Brother Wolfeng, especially given that this was my own oversight. Very well. Everyone, take your time to choose wisely, but remember, each of you may select only one. I shall take my leave now, and may you all discover the martial arts manual of your dreams. Once that prince departed, we commenced our selection of manuals. A throng of individuals surged towards the front, evidently drawn to the most esteemed manuals displayed there. Master, why are you selecting here? The manuals are categorized into 3 grades. Those at the front are of the 1st grade, while this area only contains 3rd grade and a few 2nd grade ones, with the middle section exclusively holding 2nd grade manuals. Chiyu approached me, a hint of confusion etched on his face. You youngsters know little. You 3 have taken my second brother as your master. Why bother with these inferior manuals? Choose anyone you like, and later, you should aspire to learn my second brother's unparalleled martial arts. Brother Wolfeng, in a remarkably good mood after learning that I had purchased weapons with my silver, showered praises upon my 3 disciples. Truth be told, he spoke with a measure of accuracy. I regarded the trio with a smile. Feel free to select any manual. In a few days, I shall impart my martial arts to you. The 3 of them, momentarily bewildered by my assertion that my martial arts surpassed those available here, eventually grasped the implication, and a singular thought resonated within them. we have struck gold. A few of us wandered in various directions, seeking to uncover any remarkable secrets. I was struck with astonishment upon discovering the Vermilion Demon Subduing Diamond Sutra. Was this not the most treasured scripture of the Buddhist sect? Indeed. One of the most formidable tomes within the realm of cultivation. I could hardly believe it. Perhaps it was merely a homonymous text. Nevertheless, I meticulously scrutinized the introduction of the adjacent scripture. The Vermilion Demon Subduing Diamond Sutra is a rather ordinary manuscript from Shaolin, yet it possesses its own invaluable qualities. This scripture delineates a total of 18 levels of attainment. However, throughout history, no individual has ever ascended beyond the 6th level. The prowess achieved at the 5th level already qualifies one as a first-rate master, yet this manuscript is exceedingly arduous to cultivate. Some have spent decades on the 1st level, making painfully slow progress. Only those of exceptional talent might aspire to reach significant heights. Upon further contemplation, I found myself in a state of astonishment. What was there to deliberate? The introduction made it clear that this was indeed the Vermilion Demon Subduing Diamond Sutra. The 18 levels of attainment, with the first 5 serving as foundational stages, lead into the 6th level, which heralds the onset of the Golden Core period. Levels 6 through 12 correspond to the realms of Golden Core, nascent soul, out-of-body, cloning, integration, tribulation surpassing, and completion. The 13th to 18th levels are akin to the celestial realms of immortal beings, including spirit immortals, celestial immortals, great Luo golden immortals, Luo Tian Shangxian, immortal lords, and immortal emperors. Most importantly, in order to cultivate the 6th level of the demon-breaking Vajra technique, it is essential to have another adept of cultivation to transform one's body, filling it with true essence. This is because the power of Buddhism is on par with celestial energy. It is impossible to transition directly from innate true qi to Buddhist power at the 5th level without a true essence as an intermediary. Having already reached the Golden Core stage, my body is undoubtedly brimming with true essence. Ha ha ha, how fortunate I am. Not only have I acquired the demon-breaking Arhut fist upon arriving here, but I have also obtained the formidable Buddhist scripture, the demon-breaking Vajra technique. Today, fate has led me to encounter her as well. Luck is indeed unstoppable. I hastened to the underground passage, where a few individuals insisted on inspecting my belongings, expressing concerns that I might take more than one book. I could only endure their scrutiny. When they discovered that I possessed the demon-breaking Vajra technique, they regarded me with incredulous gazes, as they had long been aware of the quality of the scriptures within. I could hardly be bothered with these ignorant individuals. How could they fathom what true treasures are? Ignoring the astonished stares around me, I activated my lightness skill and soared towards my estate. I was eager to immerse myself in the cultivation of the most powerful techniques of the cultivation world. Chapter 17. Life and death. My speed approached its zenith, and fortunately, I remained conscious enough to slightly regulate my pace. Like a gust of wind, I swept through the gates of the Star Peak Manor, observing the astonished expressions of the 2 gatekeepers who could scarcely believe their eyes at the swiftness of their young master. My heart raced with exhilaration. The thought of this ancient tome falling into the hands of the cultivation world sent shivers down my spine, for it would undoubtedly unleash a tempest of bloodshed. Yet here I was, having acquired it with such ease. How could I not be thrilled? This was the renowned demon-slaying Vajra technique. Time was of the essence. I bellowed a message to Brother Wang. Brother Wang, I am about to enter the underground chamber. I will seal the innermost room, so please do not disturb me. Though Brother Wang found my sudden intention to enter the chamber peculiar, he understood that obedience to my command was paramount and did not linger on the matter further. I dashed towards the artificial hill, and as I approached, the 8 formations swerved away from my body, yielding to my momentum. I reached the hill and, with a deft flick of my right hand, swiftly opened the door to the secret passage. I soared inside, leaving behind a few paintings dislodged by the wind generated from my rapid movement. Upon entering the chamber adorned with a jade table, I immediately cast a sealing spell infused with true essence, enveloping the entire space. One must understand that cultivation is a practice that abhors interruption. I had never previously trained in the demon-slaying Vajra technique. Had I done so, I would not have experienced reincarnation. I settled down on the jade mat. As an experienced cultivator, I am acutely aware of the significance of mental state during practice. My current state of excitement makes it all too easy to stray into madness. I took a moment to calm myself before proceeding. Glancing at the table of contents, I couldn't help but chuckle. It ranged from the first layer to the 18th. I found myself marveling inwardly at my fortune. When luck strikes, it is unstoppable. The first 5 layers are utterly unnecessary for me. I shall commence directly with the 6th layer. Transforming Qi into the body, manifesting the self as an object, becoming devoid of self and Qi, merging into one, absorbing the heavens. What is this? It demands that I disperse my true essence entirely within my body. What kind of absurdity is this? To abandon my true essence. To forsake the golden elixir I have labored to cultivate for so long? How can that be possible? Without true essence, and with my Buddha essence not yet perfected, how shall I contend with others in the future? Is this not tantamount to self-destruction? Such a perverse technique. No, my cultivation is sufficient to navigate the Azure Dragon continent. I shall not practice this. Resolutely, I aim to rise and abandon the demon subduing Vajra technique. Yet, upon seeing those prominent characters inscribed on the page, I found myself unable to move. This is the demon subduing Vajra technique, the foremost method in the realm of cultivation. I am torn between the desire to abandon it and the urge to practice, while simultaneously fearing it may be the scribblings of a charlatan. If it is not the authentic text from the cultivation world, would I not be losing both my lady and my troops? Yet, if it is genuine, would it not be foolish to neglect the foremost technique of the cultivation realm? Yet, what if it is a falsehood? I am on the brink of madness. What should I do? How could I not have realized its spurious nature from the outset? Indeed, who could possibly know of the existence of this Vermilion Demon King technique within the realm of cultivation? Moreover, the authenticity of the first 5 layers remains uncertain. I am resolute. After all, I am a cultivator with over 3 millennia of experience. A flash of inspiration grants me a solution that serves both ends. I shall devote half of my golden elixir to the practice of this Vermilion Demon King technique, reserving the other half, so that, even in failure, I may restore myself. I find myself admiring my own ingenuity. If I am to act, I shall act decisively. Those who practice the Vermilion Demon King technique within the Buddhist sect rely on others to infuse their bodies with true essence. No matter how abundant their internal essence may be, it cannot surpass the potency of my own golden elixir. I begin by gradually releasing the purest true essence from within my golden elixir, while simultaneously holding 2 exquisite jade stones in my hands, slowly absorbing their spiritual energy to replenish my depleting reserves. With a heart full of determination, I commence the practice of this dubious Vermilion Demon King technique according to its incantation. Yet, it seems my body remains unchanged. Was it not said that perfection in practice would grant one a body of adamantine? Could it be that this is indeed a fabrication? Regardless, I have commenced. I shall persevere. Time eludes me, and my golden elixir has diminished to half its original size. Tears well in my eyes, for my body shows little sign of transformation. At that moment, a wave of tingling discomfort envelopes me, coursing through every part of my being. I find myself losing control over my physical form. Could it be that the technique is taking effect? A surge of inexplicable joy blossoms within my heart. Suddenly, the meridians within my body began to tear apart slowly. This was not cultivation, it was a destruction of my very being. I yearned to cease this torment, yet I found myself devoid of any means to do so. My golden elixir continued to deplete, and I had lost all control over my body. Initially, I had hoped to halt the process once half of my golden elixir was consumed, but now, how could I possibly stop? The devastation of my body persisted. My meridians were nearly all severed, and my skin began to resemble that of one suffering from dehydration, cracking, and splitting. My entire being trembled, twisted, and elongated under immense pressure. The pain coursing through me was profound. It was more agonizing than a heavenly tribulation striking my form. Yet, through sheer will, I maintained a thread of clarity in my spiritual consciousness. Even in the face of demise, I wished to witness how I would meet my end. In my helplessness, the destruction reached its zenith. My body was nearly beyond further ruin. Should anyone enter and behold me in such a state, they would undoubtedly struggle to believe that I still drew breath. Despair enveloped me, and in that moment, I resolved to surrender. A bitter smile crossed my lips, for it was my own greed that had led to my downfall. All that I had cherished, my hopes, my grand ambitions, my brothers, my father, my mother, and the one I had just met today, was now lost to me. My heart felt as though it were being torn asunder. Why, oh why? Was I granted rebirth only to perish in such a manner? A surge of wild ecstasy coursed through me. Could this be what they call rebirth through destruction? I could not help but scold myself, for with several millennia of experience, I should have foreseen this outcome. Yet I had naively believed I was on the brink of death. When I practiced the supreme technique of the cultivation realm, the Vajra demon subduing mantra, I believed I was on the brink of death, suffering excruciating pain. The thought of revealing this experience would be utterly humiliating. At that moment, my muscles felt as though they were entwined like steel bars, while my skin was as tender and smooth as that of a newborn. My bones had become as hard as refined steel, and my meridians had expanded several-fold. Even my spiritual perception had intensified, both in strength and range. Most exhilaratingly, I could genuinely sense a serene power coursing through my bones and muscles. Though gentle, I could deeply perceive the terrifying force it harbored. I finally understood why the unparalleled masters of the Buddhist sect could attain physical sanctity, unlike us cultivators who could only rely on our primordial spirits to ascend to the immortal realm. They had spread their power throughout their entire being. The only aspect that left me somewhat dissatisfied was that my golden core had only grown to a quarter of its potential size. Nonetheless, I remained exhilarated, for I had not perished. My aspirations were still within reach, my parents could be reunited, my dreams no longer seemed distant, and I would see her again. Oh heavens, you have not forsaken me. Haraha. I was somewhat delirious. How could I not be? I had emerged from the clutches of death, a death from which one could never be reborn. Yet here I stood, not only able to continue cultivating my heart's doctrine, but also to practice my Vajra demon subduing mantra. It seemed I could see a golden pathway illuminated before me. I now find myself acutely aware of the robustness of my physique. For practitioners like us, the body is often our weakest aspect. As we dedicate the majority of our time to cultivating our primordial essence, this is a primary reason why ascension in physical form remains elusive for us. However, with the mastery of the profound teachings from both Buddhism and Taoism, the prospect of ascension no longer seems daunting. Reflecting upon my arduous cultivation over 3,600 years, it is indeed lamentable that I faltered during the tribulation and failed to ascend. The sheer contrast of circumstances is truly astonishing. Rising to my feet, I gazed at the two flawless jade orbs that had manifested in my hands, smiling to myself. Who could fathom how effortlessly I acquired these immaculate treasures? Chapter 18. Emergence. At this moment, I felt an overwhelming sense of joy. As I stepped out of the secret passage, I was taken aback to find a group of people waiting outside. My brother Wang, sister Yu, Annie, Uncle Zhang, my two disciples, and I among them. Their faces lit up with radiant smiles upon seeing me, and I was deeply touched, my heart swelling with emotion. Tears nearly welled in my eyes, but I managed to suppress them with a smile. Feeling a bit sheepish, I refrained from explaining that a practitioner's retreat, even if it spans a few weeks, is relatively brief. It is not uncommon for such periods to extend into years or even decades. How could they, being ordinary folk, comprehend the intricacies of a cultivator's journey? Upon hearing this, their eyes widened in disbelief. The notion that a mere practice could span years was almost unfathomable, as life itself affords only a handful of such years. I gazed at their bewildered expressions, aware of their thoughts. Once you all transcend the 9th tier, you shall be able to cultivate formidable techniques, and upon surpassing that threshold, immortality will be within your grasp. Do you still worry about the impact of a few years or even decades on your lives? As I spoke, smiles illuminated their faces, dissolving their anxieties. Master, you mentioned that after finishing your studies, you would retreat for several years. When you emerge, you have transformed into an adult. Leader recalled my earlier words, struggling to believe them, feeling a touch of peculiarity at the thought, a child entering the chamber, only to emerge as an adult. Anyone would find such a transformation disconcerting. I chuckled softly. This lad had a long view indeed. It was indeed my rapid progress that was unprecedented in the realm of cultivation, as no one had yet achieved the golden elixir stage at such a tender age. By the time they reached that stage, they were already adults, and thus, the distinction before and after seclusion was hardly noticeable. Nevertheless, I must retreat, for I need to hone my flying sword and spiritual battle armor, essentials for my dual cultivation of life and death. But wait, I have already mastered the Vajra demon subduing technique, rendering the armor unnecessary for protection at my current level. As my prowess increases, so too will the efficacy of my technique. Perhaps I need not focus on such artifacts as flying swords any longer. Yet, I had already announced my intention to enter seclusion. To retract that now would be most unbecoming. Moreover, an additional layer of protection is always prudent. Enough chatter, I declared. I am famished, let us dine. At this moment, everyone suddenly recalled that I, the eccentric one, had not eaten for 2 weeks, yet I felt no pangs of hunger until now. Indeed, I am not your ordinary oddity. I noticed that everyone remained still, gazing at me with an expression that was rather unsettling. Hence, I hastily made my exit. With their scrutinizing stares, I felt no further need to dine. Lida, observe how your master has gone 2 weeks without sustenance, yet he does not exhibit your impatience in proclaiming hunger. You ought to learn from your master, remarked Sister Yu, as she approached Lida, patting him on the shoulder with the tone of an elder reprimanding a younger relative. Lida widened his eyes at Sister Yu, finding himself at a loss for words. Although she was only a few years his senior, she was nonetheless the sister of his master, and Lida was, in fact, of a later generation. Moreover, the true overseer of the estate was Sister Yu's husband. Witnessing Lida's expression, we could not help but burst into laughter. As I turned, I found my brother Wolf Feng standing before me, speaking with fervor. Wolf Feng, you rascal, stand right there. With a loud shout, 3 furious triplet brothers stormed in, my newly accepted disciples. It was only then that Qi Yu and his companions realized their long-absent master was seated right before them. Immediately assume a posture of respect towards me, and with deference. Say, Master, please discern. Wolf, senior uncle, just now he did something to us 3 brothers. It's nothing, merely a bit of playful banter. As Qi was about to divulge the details, he suddenly caught the knowing glance from his elder brother, Qi Yu, who subtly gestured for silence by covering his mouth with his hand. It dawned on him that discussing this matter with the master would only lead to unnecessary trouble. For Wolf Feng was indeed the master's elder brother. What could the master do in such a situation? Ultimately, it would be his 3 brothers who would face the consequences. Upon realizing this, Qi promptly sealed his lips and offered me a sheepish grin, exuding an air of I am quite honest. Observing the interaction between Wolf Feng and my 3 disciples, I sensed an underlying issue, yet with both parties remaining reticent, I found myself at a loss. You 3 shall dine with us, I declared, and in the future, do not use the pretext of visiting me as an excuse. Come whenever you wish, understood? Upon hearing this, Qi Yu and his companions erupted in joy, exclaiming exuberantly, Thank you, Master. These 3 fellows, having lived independently, were accustomed to dining at restaurants, and the prospect of saving money was indeed a cause for celebration. They couldn't help but recall their father's admonishments about learning to manage themselves before being entrusted with responsibilities. The meal was filled with merriment, laughter echoing around the table, especially from my 3 new disciples who, at the thought of no longer worrying about their meals, could hardly contain their delight. Listen closely, you 3. Today, I shall impart to you the art of combat. What I am about to share is an exceptionally profound skill, divided into 9 levels. Upon reaching the 9th level, you shall attain the realm of a first-class master. Once you have completed this training, I will bestow upon you even more formidable techniques, at which point you shall achieve immortality. Observing the dazed expressions on the faces of my 3 disciples, I felt a swell of pride. My martial arts are unparalleled, far beyond the capabilities of mere mortals. With a smile, I regarded them and stated that becoming an immortal is not a feat for ordinary individuals. While I cannot guarantee that you will become an immortal, I assure you that as my disciples, you will undoubtedly attain the state of eternal life. My words were resolute. It would be absurd to think that with their talents, they could fail to cross the threshold of the cultivation world, for if that were the case, there would not be so many practitioners. Qi, now awakened from his stupor, shouted without even wiping the drool from his face, Master, that's enough. Achieving immortality is splendid. There is no need to become an immortal. I observed my 3 companions, then retrieved the Xianyang Sutra from my robes. Listen well, you 3, practice this manual diligently. And remember, it must not be shared with others. Do you understand? Otherwise, you shall face the consequences as per the sect's rules. The 3 of them, captivated by the manual I had given them, nodded vigorously, eager to absorb my teachings. I then made my way to the National Martial Arts Academy. As I gazed upon the academy, a chuckle escaped me. I had come to visit after such a long absence, and I couldn't help but think that the 5,000 taels of silver I had paid were not in vain. Thus, I have arrived today. Zhang Xingfeng, is it you? A voice that I have longed for echoed in my ears, sending a shiver through my entire being. I swiftly turned my head, fearing her disappearance. And there she stood beside the carriage, smiling at me. A gentle breeze swept by, tousling her hair, which danced around her ears. I found myself momentarily entranced. Chapter 19. Humiliation, Part 1. Yuan Ro, having spent her childhood at home with nothing to occupy her time but books, developed a particular fondness for the romantic novels cherished among the elite women of society. After perusing countless volumes, she gleaned many insights and matured considerably. While other girls indulged in playful mischief, she pondered the fates of the women in my stories. Now at the tender age of 10, her thoughts and actions were akin to those of an 18-year-old. She had begun to grasp the essence of love. Yuan Ro gazed at the boy before her. Zhang Xingfeng, the one who had occupied her thoughts incessantly. This boy, who appeared indifferent to all, had been absent from school for 2 weeks since the term began. He was the boy cast out of his home, yet still living with a zest for life. The boy who had filled her mind for a fortnight. Yuan Ro struggled to articulate her feelings at that moment. Was it joy at their reunion or resentment for his unannounced departure? Yet, deep down, she understood that she could never harbor anger against him. She would silently await his return, regardless of the passage of time. How could Yu Wenru possibly know that just moments ago, Zhang Xingfeng had also called out her name, albeit in a voice that was almost a murmur? Such a whisper was beyond the perception of a girl like Yu Wenru, who possessed no martial prowess. At this moment, she remained blissfully unaware of the depth of Zhang Xingfeng's feelings for her. I smiled at Miss Yuan, suggesting that we should not linger foolishly in this spot, but rather proceed together. Beside Yu Wenru, her maid, Yuner, was acutely aware of Zhang Xingfeng's significant place in her mistress's heart. She felt a surge of frustration at Zhang Xingfeng's obliviousness to the nuances of affection, but as a mere servant, what could she do? I walked alongside the girl I cherished on the stone path leading to the small island, gazing at the boundless expanse of the lake. The fragrance of the plum blossoms wafting towards me lifted my spirits immensely. "Miss you. I am truly delighted to encounter you here," I remarked. "Isn't this the long-lost Zhang Xingfeng, young Master Zhang, who has returned to school today? You cannot imagine how much I have longed for you. Why did you leave without a word? Do you not consider me a friend?" As I turned, that insufferable Li Tianxiang reappeared before me. His insincere smile easily discernible now that my spiritual awareness had grown stronger. This deceitful fellow was deliberately attempting to undermine my relationship with Ro, creating the illusion that I did not regard her as a close friend. Stealing a glance at Ro, I noticed her eyes were already tinged with red. How despicable. I cursed silently within myself. Yet I could only harbor such thoughts in my heart if I wished to achieve anything substantial in the realm of commerce. I must not offend the formidable Li family. Suppressing the anger within, I feigned a smile, expressing my heartfelt gratitude. "I am truly honored by your concern, young Master Li." Internally, I was profoundly moved. Li Tianxiang observed my ostensibly touched demeanor, seething with rage. "You, the one cast out from your family, dare to flaunt your presence with my Aro. No amount of flattery will save you now. Today, I shall ensure your suffering is beyond measure, or else I, Li Tianxiang, am not worthy of being the Li family's heir." As I passed through the gate of the small island, I noticed Wang Er, who secretly reveled in his own triumph. "I told you that fellow belonged to a prominent family, and isn't that young Master Li alongside Miss Yuan?" Upon my approach, he immediately bowed to us three, flashing a sycophantic grin. Such insignificant figures are beneath our notice, and the three of us proceeded directly to the classroom where Ro awaited. I entered the classroom alongside Yuan Ro, with Li Tianxiang trailing behind us, seemingly harboring intentions toward her as well. How could I possibly succumb to someone like him? Engaging in a contest with me would surely lead to his defeat. A faint, enigmatic smile graced my lips. The seating was unassigned, and the three of us settled into a row. Today, we would delve into the art of genuine martial combat. I hope everyone cherishes this opportunity. After nearly 2 weeks of theoretical instruction, I trust you have made strides in your progress. A middle-aged man on the stage addressed us in a resonant voice. "Not bad," I mused. This fellow possessed the prowess of a third-tier master. It appeared that the emperor had indeed invested significantly in this national martial arts academy. Curiosity piqued within me. I yearned to witness the teaching methods employed here. "Let us all go together. Such opportunities are rare," Li Tianxiang urged, his enthusiasm infectious. I found it rather peculiar that the esteemed young master of the Li family had developed such an affinity for joining in on the excitement. Nonetheless, I could not allow this minor curiosity to deter me from accompanying Li Tianxiang, lest I offend him. Yuan Ro had always harbored a disdain for such displays of martial prowess, yet with Li Tianxiang's insistence and her tacit acceptance, she decided to join as well. My thoughts were predominantly focused on Ro, causing me to overlook the chilling smile that lingered on Li Tianxiang's lips. Now, I would like to invite two students to step forward and engage in a sparring match. I will elucidate the mistakes made during their bout, imparting to you all the essence of practical experience and its significance. The middle-aged instructor announced with a warm smile. I nodded inwardly. The importance of practical experience can only be truly comprehended through authentic combat, and this approach indeed seemed commendable, reflecting the high caliber of the instructors here. As I observed him, eager for the ensuing spectacle, I was taken aback when he directly called my name to participate. Should I step forward? Out of the corner of my eye, I caught a glimpse of Ro, eagerly anticipating my performance. A surge of impulse coursed through my veins, with my martial prowess. What was there to fear? I leaped forth, akin to a great rock unfurling its wings, landing gracefully on the grass, eliciting waves of applause. Yu Wenru, her cheeks flushed, gazed at the boy she cherished, his excellence shining brightly before the crowd, filling her heart with excitement and a yearning to witness his performance. Li Tianxiang, witnessing the fervent applause I commanded, noticed with a hint of disdain that his beloved seemed to have developed feelings for this lad. A cold sneer flickered within him. Revel in your triumph while you can. We shall see how long it lasts. In the future, do not hold me accountable. After all, it is you who persistently competes with me for everything. Young Master Zhang, please. Li Tianxiang clasped his fists in a courteous gesture. His hands moved along an extraordinary trajectory, showcasing a series of intricate gestures. A true master, I could discern immediately that this fellow, despite being of merely the 6th rank, possessed remarkable martial skills. Yet, before me, what did that amount to? With a steady rhythm, I raised my hand, a gentle breeze swirling around me. As my hand swung, it came to an abrupt halt, devoid of any forewarning or deceleration, transitioning seamlessly from a constant speed to a complete stop. Li Tianxiang's heart seized with shock, compelling him to regard the boy before him with newfound seriousness. A confrontation was imminent. The spectators sensed that this contest transcended mere competition. Who would dare articulate such a notion? All eyes were wide with anticipation, riveted on the unfolding duel. Chapter 20. Humiliation, Part 2. Li Tianxiang began to emanate waves of violet energy, a regal aura surging outward in all directions. Indeed, it was the essence of a sovereign. Li Tianxiang harbored immense pride within, for he practiced the unparalleled martial art known as the Emperor's Purple Chi technique, a creation of his illustrious ancestors. The mere thought of his forebears filled his heart with boundless reverence. Observing the extraordinary phenomena unfolding around Li Tianxiang left me astounded. This martial skill was undoubtedly the most formidable I had ever witnessed. The ability for a 6th-tier warrior to emanate true energy akin to that of an innate master transcended mere greatness. What was most remarkable was the aura of a sovereign that enveloped him. Others might presume that this regal presence stemmed from Li Tianxiang himself, yet to my discerning eye, it was merely a manifestation of the martial art. Indeed, this technique imbued its practitioner with an aura of kingship by this singular attribute alone. It could be deemed unparalleled throughout history. I would assert that the creator of such a transcendent martial art, had they existed within the realm of cultivation, would undoubtedly be a preeminent master. Witnessing these astonishing scenes, the onlookers appeared utterly dumbfounded. Two seemingly mere children, barely a decade old, could summon the kind of momentum typically reserved for seasoned experts. Zhang Xingfeng, having honed his physique from a young age and endured the trials of the demon-subduing Vajra technique, was notably larger and more robust than his peers. It was truly awe-inspiring, no? It was beyond mere astonishment. It bordered on shock. The spectators' eyes glimmered with avarice. If one could reach the realm of externalized energy at merely 10 years of age, the level of an innate master, how could it be attributed solely to innate talent? Certainly, possessing an unparalleled secret manual would indeed render such a possibility feasible. If only I possessed such a tome myself. Yet, they are acutely aware that this young gentleman hails from the foremost family in the realm, destined to become the future head of the clan. How could mere mortals like themselves dare to offend him? Nevertheless, witnessing the scene before him, he was taken aback. He was well aware of the extraordinary martial arts of the Li family. Thus Li Tianxiang's prowess did not astonish him. What truly astounded him was another boy, whose sheer terror was palpable. He recognized that Li Tianxiang's regal presence could sway others' ability to wield martial arts, yet he observed that the boy remained utterly unaffected, exuding an air of ease and contentment. A gentle smile graced his face, reminiscent of a refreshing spring rain. Could it be that he lacked martial skills? Yet, if he were truly incapable, How could he withstand Li Tianxiang's overwhelming aura? Could it be? He dared not contemplate further. Nor could he bring himself to believe that such a young child could attain such a profound state. Li Tianxiang, too, was deeply astonished, unable to fathom that this individual might surpass him by such a margin. In the eyes of his ancestors, he was the sole person in a millennium capable of eclipsing the great Xiang Yu. No, it cannot be that anyone surpasses me, Li Tianxiang. Anger surged within him, causing him to forget the ancestral wisdom imparted to him, to remain calm at all times, for composure is the only true pathway to victory. However, Li Tianxiang is merely a child, despite the guidance bestowed upon him by his ancestors. After 10 years of training, he has become quite formidable. Yet, when he discovers a younger boy who surpasses him in prowess, his anger is inevitable, especially since this child seems intent on claiming his future bride. With a flash of violet light in his eyes, Li Tianxiang propelled himself like an arrow towards Zhang Xingfeng, channeling all his fury into a single punch. His violet right fist surged forward, enveloped in a faint purple aura, aimed directly at Zhang Xingfeng's face. I too leapt into the fray, my right palm slicing through the air, radiating a subtle white luminescence. The white energy I harnessed was merely a swift absorption of the surrounding spiritual essence. With my current mastery of the Fumo King Kong technique, I could continuously convert innate energy to sustain the expenditure of my sword's brilliance. As our hands collided mid-air, a resounding bang echoed, disrupting the atmosphere around us. In that fleeting moment of confrontation, I was astonished to realize that Li Tianxiang's power was not as elevated as I had anticipated. Consequently, I tempered my internal energy, noting the flush on his face. I had no desire to injure him, for the repercussions of such an act could be dire. Instantly, I adjusted my own energy to match his, maintaining a stalemate. While I showed restraint, not everyone appreciated my mercy. Tianxiang, you must understand that this technique, which amplifies one's power threefold in an instant, is perilous. It can only be sustained for a mere minute, lest it inflict severe damage upon the body. However, a minute is sufficient. Should your opponent manage to recover after a considerable duration while you employ this maneuver, it is wise to concede defeat. Conversely, if you find your adversary largely unaffected, you must immediately cease your attack and avoid provoking him, for he possesses the capacity to eliminate you in an instant. Mark my words. How could he possibly slay me in a heartbeat? This seems inconceivable. He is merely a child, younger than I. How can this be? Such talk of a once-in-a-millennium genius is nothing but deceit. Very well, Zhang Xingfeng, if I cannot best you in martial prowess, do not blame me for resorting to this final gambit. In the fleeting moment that these thoughts raced through Li Tianxiang's mind, onlookers observed the scion of the world's foremost family engaging in combat with another boy. It appeared that no decisive victor emerged from their encounter, as there had been no significant struggle, and he retreated to the sidelines. Li Tianxiang proclaimed loudly, Zhang Xingfeng, Master Zhang, I truly admire your prowess. I had not anticipated your martial skills to be so formidable. It is indeed a moment worth celebrating to spar with someone of your caliber. I offered a faint smile. The martial prowess of the esteemed Master Li is undeniably formidable, and I humbly acknowledge my inferiority. The spectators, witnessing this exchange, quietly mused among themselves. This Master Li truly embodies humility and grace. He possesses remarkable composure. I have come to recognize that boy. He is none other than the once revered young Master Zhang San, now reduced to a mere outcast, a forsaken rogue, is he not? A most obnoxious voice echoed around us. Indeed exceedingly tiresome. My foremost desire at this moment is to discern the identity of the one who dares to insult me so brazenly. Brother Wolf and his companions unceremoniously cast two individuals onto the grass, revealing them to the assembly. How dare you, a few contemptible lackeys, lay hands on our fellow student? You are naught but subordinates. Do you believe you are deserving of such audacity? Kneel and apologize to the esteemed young masters. A fellow clad in lavish attire, with a pale visage reminiscent of a scholar, bellowed with an air of arrogance, spitting as he spoke, the saliva splattering onto Brother Wolf and his comrades. They were incensed, genuinely contemplating a thorough reprimand for these insolent individuals. However, they were acutely aware that their earlier actions had already displeased many students present. For those gathered were either wealthy or of noble birth, unable to tolerate such indignities directed at themselves or their peers. Furthermore, the aggressors were merely a handful of servants belonging to a discarded scion of the Zhang family, yet they exhibited such audacity. Rage was palpable on the faces of those around. How dare you, you wretched lackeys, behave with such insolence? Once again, a fellow emerged, loudly shouting at Wolf Feng and his companions. My brow furrowed, and a surge of indignation welled up within me. How dare these individuals speak so carelessly about me? And even more so, insult my elder brother and my 3 disciples? This is utterly intolerable. If I do not teach you a lesson, you might think Zhang Xingfeng is easy to bully. Li Tianxiang, noticing the flicker of anger in my eyes, advanced toward Wolf Feng and the others, closing the distance to the 2 instigators. A glimmer of cunning flashed in his gaze. I gently patted my elder brother's shoulder and turned my attention to the 2 still engaged in their idle chatter. You are doomed. Chapter 21. Fury of fierce light blazed in my eyes, akin to a flash of lightning, directed at these 2 men. You ought to be mindful of your words. One must take responsibility for what one says. Yet, the thought of fostering a good relationship with this young Master Li, and consequently elevating my status within the family, perhaps even securing a position as an elder or potentially the head of the family, spurred them into action. With newfound resolve, the 2 men assisted the other 2 gentlemen who had fallen to the ground. Zhou Wan, just having risen, was engulfed by a wave of anger. But recalling young Master Li's scheme, he immediately adopted the demeanor of a humble gentleman. Zhang Xingfeng, young Master Zhang, it seems we have indeed spoken a bit too harshly. I have long been curious as to why the Zhang family expelled you. It baffles me. You are still so young. What could you have possibly done to deserve such treatment? I have heard it relates to a conflict with another child. A voice resonated, drawing the gaze of the crowd towards its source. A timid little girl stood amidst the throng, her small face flushing crimson upon realizing that all eyes were upon her. How could one possibly expel their own child from the home over a mere scuffle among youngsters? Surely, the head of the Zhang family could not be so foolish. Laughter erupted from those around, for who would ever cast out a child for such triviality? Even ordinary families would never stoop to such a level, let alone the esteemed Zhang clan. The girl seemed to share the sentiment that her words were far from reality, her cheeks reddening even further. I could not help but smile bitterly. This was precisely the predicament I found myself in. Was it truly my fault that I had a minor conflict with that Ouyang Liang? Was his misfortune to be laid at my feet? Another individual, Wen Zhen, who had just risen from the ground, quickly responded, I have heard whispers suggesting that this matter is somehow related to Zhang Xingfeng's mother. Could it be that she had been unfaithful? Tang Yin boldly proclaimed. The crowd erupted into murmurs. Indeed, it was speculated that Zhang Xingfeng was not truly of the Zhang lineage, but rather the product of his mother's indiscretions. Otherwise, how could the head of the Zhang family have cast him out? Truly, this was the only plausible explanation. Otherwise, expulsion would be inconceivable. A dark desire to eliminate them flickered within me. I yearned to extinguish their lives. The mere thought of these wretched beings so brazenly insulting my mother ignites a fury within me. These despicable creatures, these vile individuals. I find myself unable to restrain my emotions, for a singular voice resonates in the depths of my heart. Kill, kill, kill. The winds have intensified, chaos reigns, and a tempest brews. Dust from the earth ascends, enveloping everything in its path. An overwhelming aura of lethal intent saturates the entire training ground, rendering the air nearly suffocating. A profound silence envelopes everyone, as an innate fear stemming from the depths of existence compels them to halt. Each person acutely aware of their struggle to breathe, their dread emanating from the figure of that downcast wild man, Zhang Xingfeng. Yu Wenru feels not only the constriction of her own breath, but, more importantly, she vividly perceives the profound anguish and fury harbored within her other self, Li Tianxiang. Devoid of any trepidation, is consumed solely by exhilaration. Let the fury erupt, eliminate them, eradicate them, and you too shall meet your end, strike. Li Tianxiang is acutely aware that while these individuals may lack significant prowess, their families wield considerable influence, 2 hailing from noble houses of earls, and the others from baronial lineages. Should Zhang Xingfeng engage them in battle, the potential for further bloodshed looms, and that would indeed be a fitting conclusion. Wolf Feng and his companions stand resolutely beside me. Their anger palpable. They are infuriated that their most revered second brother master has been subjected to such indignity, especially the insult directed at his mother from these contemptible scoundrels. You are quite impressive, having conceived such thoughts. Whom did you hear this from? It is essential to recognize that words should not be carelessly uttered. Once spoken, one must bear the responsibility. As for this responsibility, I doubt you individuals are capable of shouldering it. Contemplate whether what you assert holds any truth. For if it does not, Refrain from such reckless verbosity. Did you hear me? Ah. I suppressed my anger and addressed them with a smile. Tang Yen and Zhu Feng felt an inexplicable tremor in their hearts. Although they beheld Zhang Xingfeng's beaming countenance, it was precisely this smile that instilled fear within them. In their eyes, this young boy appeared far more formidable than the brutish men. They began to ponder whether it was worth incurring the wrath of this seemingly malevolent figure. Yet thoughts of Li Tianxiang and his formidable backing solidified their resolve. What was Zhang Xingfeng in comparison to their families? How could he possibly contend with them or with young Master Li? What was there to fear? The promise of a lifetime of wealth lay before them, and they were undaunted. Tang Yen, donning an air of composure, declared loudly, "Indeed, I firmly believe your mother is unfaithful. Otherwise, why would you be cast out from your home? Was it for brawling with other children?" Ha. The trio of Zhu Feng erupted into laughter. Finding the notion of expelling a child over a mere scuffle utterly ludicrous, truly, it was laughable. Ha. The surrounding wealthy scions joined in the mirth, save for a few girls, among whom were Feng Yuyin and Yuan Rou, who remained silent. I gazed upon them, my smile growing ever more radiant. Laugh. Go ahead and laugh. Today, I, Zhang Xingfeng, will make you pay double for the humiliation I have endured. I shall make you aware of the meaning of regret. Laugh, if you will. Li Tianxiang, revel in your joy over there. Do you believe I am oblivious to your orchestrations? Do you think me a fool? As so many of you chuckle, you merely stand by, relishing the spectacle, as if I have forgotten my millennia of experience. Await your reckoning. I may not be your equal today, but one day you shall realize this is the gravest mistake of your life. Ah, how bold you are. Daring to act as you do. You fear not my wrath. But remember, my mother is still the third lady of the Zhang family. To utter such baseless allegations is laughable. I observe you, and I wonder how you shall meet your end. Tang Yin and the others were taken aback. They had never anticipated that in their initial assault against me, they regarded me as a castaway from the Zhang family. Failing to consider that my mother remains part of it, they devised countless schemes to undermine me, targeting my mother. Yet they overlooked a crucial fact. Although I have departed from the Zhang household, my mother is still a member of that lineage. Cold sweat trickled down my spine. Their family's power pales in comparison to that of the Zhang family. They would surely forsake their own to avoid conflict with the Zhangs. What to do? What to do? The words have been spoken. I have already declared my stance before all present. There is no opportunity for retraction now. What shall I do? What shall I do? Young Master Li, do you intend to ensnare him and drag us into this predicament? What are we to do now? Do you wish for us to meet our doom in such a manner? Li Tianxiang did not anticipate that events would unfold in this manner. He understood that if he did not express his stance at this moment, those four individuals might very well retract their agreement, jeopardizing his objectives and rendering all his meticulous plans futile. Li Tianxiang cast a glance at his loyal confidant, Xiao Gizi, who comprehended the unspoken directive in a mere glance. Although Xiao Gizi was only 30, his martial prowess was exceptional, serving as the final line of defense for the future head of the family. Fear not, my four friends. Young Master will bear the brunt of any troubles for you. Simply follow the plan as discussed. Do you hear me? Otherwise, even if the Zhang family does not pursue you, young Master shall ensure your lives are far from pleasant. Of course, should you remain obedient, rewards will undoubtedly follow. Now, proceed with your tasks. My abilities enabled me to effortlessly perceive conversations across great distances. Yet the skill of transmitting sound over 1,000 miles is one that can only be mastered by those of innate caliber. The Li family truly is formidable. Even a mere servant possesses such high-level capabilities. However, the content of what I overheard further solidified my belief that Li Tianxiang was indeed the mastermind behind this scheme. What is it? We speak only the truth. What is there to fear? We stand upright and fear not the shadows cast upon us. Why should we fear revealing the genuine reality? Does the Zhang family intend to bully those who speak the truth? Indeed, is this how the Zhang family treats those who dare to voice honesty? Do not speak of the Zhang clan. Zhang Xingfeng has already been cast out. Ha. I gaze upon this group of individuals, laugh all you wish. Brother, continue your lessons. I shall retreat to the secret pavilion. I am fine, so do not fret. And please refrain from following me. I chuckled at Brother Wolf and the others as I made my way towards the pavilion. Although Wolf and the others were quite agitated, upon noticing my seemingly untroubled demeanor, they chose to dismiss their concerns. After all, I am but a child. Chapter 22. The art of lethal blades. I am truly tempted to eliminate them, yet I understand that such an act would spell the end of my ambitions. I must endure. However, I am also acutely aware that suppressing my emotions in this manner would significantly hinder my future cultivation. Thus, I have chosen to come here. The secret pavilion is the most secluded area of the National Martial Arts Academy, when one has the privilege of learning martial techniques from esteemed instructors, who would willingly toil alone to decipher the complexities of these esoteric manuals. Consequently, the number of individuals here is exceedingly sparse. I seek to cultivate martial arts imbued with lethal intent, fully unleashing my murderous aura within this practice. Having spent considerable time in this world, I recognize that when it comes to lethal energy, the art of the blade reigns supreme. The most renowned practitioner is none other than the unparalleled Overlord Xiang Yu, whose Heavenly Fury blade technique stands as the most formidable of its kind. It was through Xiang Yu's mastery of the Heavenly Fury that the blade transformed into a fearsome weapon. Throughout his life, Xiang Yu claimed countless lives, and the Heavenly Fury blade technique aligns almost perfectly with my own aspirations. However, what I am determined to do now is to fully unleash my killing intent. Thus, I aspire to create an even more formidable sword technique. During my time in the realm of cultivation, I had never been exposed to sword techniques. For practitioners, they're predominantly cultivated flying swords. This has become an entrenched tradition. Who among them would dare to shatter this peculiar cycle? Consequently, my understanding of swordsmanship is virtually non-existent. Hence, I have resolved to come here to peruse various sword technique manuals, extracting their essence while discarding the dross. Firmly believing that with my insight and level of cultivation, I shall undoubtedly succeed. I stepped into a small room marked by the character for sword. To my astonishment, I discovered an abundance of manuals within. The sword techniques presented themselves in a dazzling array. There were techniques like the 5 tigers breaking the door blade and the mountain opening sword method, among countless others. What should I do? Initially, I had thought there would be at most a few hundred volumes. With my intellect and the speed at which I could perceive things after my cultivation, I believed that a mere sweep of my spiritual awareness would allow me to completely memorize the contents I encountered. Just a few days would suffice. I began my exploration from the farthest edge of the shelves, casually picking up a volume titled Wind Feather Blade Technique, which proved to be quite a commendable manual. As days passed, I diligently worked my way through each sword technique manual on the shelves, one by one. The entire National Martial Arts Academy had almost forgotten that a person named Zhang Xingfeng once attended classes here. Only Yu Wenru and Feng Yuyin would look for me each day upon arriving at the academy, but they could not find me. They both assumed I had already left this place. Brother Wolfblade and the others kept my secret, and thus, I had nearly vanished from the entire academy. I sit in my small chamber, my eyes closed, utterly motionless. Yet who could fathom the torrent of thoughts swirling within my mind, the ceaseless creation, the constant alteration, the relentless refinement? A surge of unparalleled energy ascends from the capital, piercing the heavens. The greatest masters across the realm perceive this formidable aura. Has someone transcended this realm? An aged sage bursts forth from his secluded quarters, gazing in awe and envy towards the capital. Such extraordinary prowess exists within the city. It is truly remarkable, and I yearn for an opportunity to test my skills against him. A burly man clad in crimson rises from his seat within the imperial palace, emanating waves of dominance. At last, someone has broken through this threshold. I have endured solitude for over a millennium, and the days ahead promise to be far more intriguing. Sister-in-law, he addresses a nearby young woman. Do you believe our future days will be more splendid? This middle-aged man, enveloped in a serene aura, cannot entirely conceal the faint yet unmistakable presence of a kingly spirit that emanates from within him, a natural essence discernible only by the most exceptional of masters. Though the woman beside him is referred to as sister-in-law, the deep-seated respect she holds for this man is readily apparent. Who can truly fathom that I, Zhang Xingfeng, have merely integrated all the sword techniques to create a martial art that transcends the understanding of the inhabitants of the Qinglong Continent? It can be aptly described as a form of cultivation technique, albeit one that has only reached the golden core stage, with no further advancements. The ability to forge this martial art, which has attained the realm of cultivation, primarily stems from my own elevated state. I am already a cultivator. In the future, I shall traverse the world with it. Swift, ruthless, decisive, these are the revelations I uncovered after contemplating all sword techniques. Initially, I devised the killing blade technique. Composed of 3 strikes, blade strikes Mount Hua, bloodlust across 1,000 miles, and hell's eternal torment. However, I felt these were insufficient. After 6 months of deep contemplation, I finally birthed a singular move that encapsulates the essence of all sword techniques, heaven and earth split. This move, while seemingly simple, embodies complexity. Its profound meaning lies in an instantaneous surge that transcends human limits, fully unleashing one's potential in a moment of explosive power. Executed along the most straightforward and shortest trajectory, it delivers a strike so swift that the opponent has no time to react, drawing their will and spirit entirely into the momentum of the blade, leading them to demise within this pinnacle of martial artistry. Its essence rests on speed, strength, and the latent potential within the human body, which represents the utmost force that can be harnessed. I have also proven a significant truth. Martial arts can indeed lead one to enlightenment. It is possible to enter the Tao through martial prowess. Yet, who is aware that as far back as a millennium ago, others had already traversed the path of the Tao through martial arts? My martial way is one of dominance. But what of theirs? All remains shrouded in mystery. However, at this moment, I am acutely aware that I can finally hold my head high. For today marks the final day before the assessment. Tomorrow, I shall stand upon that evaluation platform and demonstrate that I, Zhang Xingfeng, am not a person rendered useless by leaving the Zhang family. Just wait, for I shall reveal my capabilities to you. Though I may only showcase a fraction of my skill, it shall suffice. While I disdain engaging in petty disputes with them, the affront to my mother compels me to instill in them a perpetual state of fear, a terror of the retribution I shall someday exact. As I gaze upon the setting sun, I silently vow, I will make you aware that the destruction of your existence is an effortless task for me, and I shall torment both you and your kin. I have already devised a plan in my mind. The day I mastered my swordsmanship, I deliberately displayed the prowess of one at the Golden Core stage as a precursor to my scheme. Young master, it is time for dinner. My devoted maid, Xia Shui, respectfully announced, holding me in the highest regard, viewing me as a celestial being. I chuckled softly at the three of them, shaking my head as I proceeded towards the back hall. Tomorrow shall indeed be a day of great joy. Chapter 23. A display of skill. Esteemed students of the National Martial Arts Academy, your year of study has come to a close. In accordance with tradition, we shall conduct the annual assessment today. I hope each of you performs admirably. With that, I declare the 35th annual assessment of the National Martial Arts Academy is now in session. The prince, who made his appearance at the beginning of the academic year, has emerged once again. This individual is not easily encountered. Throughout the year, he only graces us with his presence at the commencement and conclusion of the academic year, otherwise remaining elusive like a mythical dragon. The nearly 1,000 students below are brimming with anticipation, for this National Martial Academy is under the auspices of the current emperor. Each year, those who excel in assessments are bestowed with official titles. Even if one harbors no desire to pursue a bureaucratic career, a noble rank will still be conferred. Though it is limited to the top 3, such a title is exceedingly rare. One can only imagine the challenge of establishing oneself as a baronial family, for only the head of such a family may attain the title of baron. It is evident how precious this rank is. I perceive them from a position of superiority, these individuals, so exuberant over the emperor's modest favors. At this moment, sharing a similar sentiment with Zhang Xingfeng is Li Tianxiang. In his eyes, the only thing that could possibly entice the emperor is the throne itself. Everything else, he is destined to become the head of the Li family, whose status can only be compared to that of 3 other family heads, with the emperor being the sole figure of comparable rank in the entire court. Yet, when it comes to wealth, who could rival him? The esteemed first family does not engage in trivialities. Their status is unmatched by the other families. We have been divided into 4 arenas, and the method of assessment is remarkably straightforward and swift. 3 stones lie before us, and the depth to which one can cleave these stones will reveal the extent of one's strength. Certainly, one must commence with the most resilient of stones, otherwise, who knows how many slabs of granite one would need to replace. If this stone bears no marks, one should then attempt the central piece. Should it bear an impression, there would be no need for further trials, as the depth of your imprint will reveal your prowess. In the absence of any markings, one may then resort to the least formidable stone. Dear students, this particular stone is the most unyielding celestial rock. Only a master of the highest caliber might manage to leave even the slightest mark upon it. To date, no one has succeeded in cleaving it. This stone is merely a natural fragment from the celestial rock above. I suggest you begin with the second stone, which is made of dark iron. If you can leave an imprint upon it, you will have achieved the innate realm. The final stone is an ordinary slab of granite. Very well, prepare yourselves. I shall call out names for the assessment. First up, Li Feng. A teacher from the academy stood upon the platform, summoning a student to step forward. Here, among the youth, and even the middle-aged, there are quite a few. It appears many are indeed skilled, likely having entered the innate realm. One by one, the students descended. Some elated, others disheartened, some with blank expressions, and others chuckling. Zhang Xingfeng. At last, the teacher has called my name. Zhang Xingfeng, it is indeed him. I never expected this fellow to show up today. Despite being ridiculed by so many previously, he seems unfazed. Perhaps he is merely a fragile individual. Let us see how his martial skills measure up. It would be amusing if he cannot even leave a mark on the granite. Haraha. It is indeed Zhang Xingfeng, the subject of ridicule that day. As more and more individuals gathered by the assessment platform, they all shared a singular purpose: to witness what folly Zhang Xingfeng would display. Among them, only those present on that fateful day were aware of Zhang Xingfeng's formidable martial prowess. The majority, however, had merely heard tales of his humiliation and were curious to see what manner of weakling he truly was, eager to relish in his misfortune. I observed this crowd eager to witness my downfall and silently vowed to disappoint them. With a serene smile, I ascended the assessment platform, exuding calmness. Below, Li Tianxiang was acutely aware of my capabilities, harboring a quiet resentment. Once again, this fellow would steal the spotlight. Not far off, Yu Wenru and Feng Yuyan gazed at me intently, their eyes sparkling with surprise. It was the first time in over half a year that they had beheld my presence. I offered a slight nod and a smile to the instructor overseeing the assessment. This instructor, a martial arts expert in his own right, could sense the formidable aura I was deliberately projecting. Although he was astonished that someone so young had attained the innate realm, he nonetheless proceeded with the duties expected of him as an examiner. Zhang Xingfeng, you may begin. Would you like me to provide you with a weapon? He inquired, puzzled by my lack of armament. Surely, he could not believe I would attempt to strike stone with my bare hands. Such an action would render the results of the assessment inauthentic, diminishing the true measure of my strength. I chuckled softly and shook my head at him. I still held a favorable impression of this teacher, as his demeanor towards me was consistently kind. Turning around, I raised my right hand. Could it be that he truly intended to split the stone with his bare hands? The assessment instructor was taken aback. The onlookers were equally astonished. Was this fellow not only weak, but also foolish? I scoffed at their expressions, for I knew their opinions were devoid of significance. My right hand gradually approached the dark iron, and as it neared, a blade-like aura suddenly emanated from my hand, cleaving the dark iron as effortlessly as if it were mere tofu. I paid no heed to the astonished faces around me. I was acutely aware that silence had enveloped the surroundings as I nonchalantly descended from the assessment platform. It was the blade aura. It was indeed the blade aura. He must be at least a third-tier master. How young he is. Good heavens. The crowd was nearly driven to madness. Historically, the first to reach the innate realm, Xiang Yu, only achieved it after the age of 10, yet here was a boy of less than 10 years who had attained the innate realm. And at the third tier, no less. This. The members of the Li family departed in a hasty retreat, their spirits dampened, with few noticing that young Master Li had left before completing the assessment. The examination grounds descended into chaos. As it was the first time the National Martial Academy had failed to conclude an assessment, many students were on the brink of hysteria, rendering it impossible for the evaluation to continue, and the teachers themselves were left in shock and disarray. A child of barely 8 years has attained the third-tier realm. What does this signify? Such an achievement cannot be merely attributed to exceptional talent. It indicates that the child has cultivated a peerless technique. A method capable of elevating an 8-year-old to such a level would surely ignite envy even in an emperor. Remember the words spoken to me that day by the so-called four gentlemen. A voice reverberated throughout the examination venue. Tang Yin and the four gentlemen were struck with astonishment. Oh heavens! We are merely pawns, while the true mastermind behind it all is Li Tianxiang. Yet how could they voice such a revelation? They could only suffer in silence. A greater storm was brewing. Chapter 24. A mild punishment in the study of the head of the Zhang family, one of the 4 prominent clans of the Ming dynasty. Steward Zhang addressed the head of the Zhang family, Zhang Tianda, who was engrossed in his reading. Master, today is the day of the Third Young Master's graduation assessment. Internally, he sighed, recognizing that since the Third Young Master had left home, it was imperative to report his progress daily to both the Master and the Third Madam. Naturally, The derogatory remarks made by the so-called four gentlemen about the third young master, Zhang Xingfeng, were only disclosed to the master and not to the madam. Upon learning of the insults directed at the third young master, he felt a deep indignation. How dare those four individuals slander the Zhang family? It was utterly audacious. Even now, recalling the master's reaction that day, he remained both shocked and filled with admiration. On that day, after delivering his report, he awaited the Lord's wrath, anticipating a series of retaliatory measures against the clans of the four individuals involved. However, the Lord merely replied with a calm demeanor, advising not to rush and suggesting that the matter be entrusted to the third young master for resolution. Our role would be to observe and discreetly assist him when the time came. Zhang Tianda, having watched his child grow, recognized Zhang Xingfeng's exceptional nature from an early age. Upon realizing that his son exhibited no intense reaction to the situation, he understood that there would inevitably be subsequent developments. What is the status of the assessment? Zhang Tianda inquired without lifting his gaze, engrossed in the book before him, the title The Art of War faintly discernible on the cover. The third young master made a remarkable impression as he unleashed a blade aura during the assessment, a level of mastery attainable only by a third-grade expert. The entire venue erupted in chaos, leaving everyone astonished. Thus, the current assessment was abruptly concluded. In the end, the third young master directed a remark towards the so-called four gentlemen, which seemed to thrill the steward as he recounted the incident, pausing to regain his composure. The third young master's words were, "Remember what you said to me that day, you so-called four gentlemen." The Lord, you see, was unaware that the observers from the hidden camp reported that the four individuals wore expressions of sheer terror, utterly flabbergasted. Such folly, how could this be allowed? Zhang Tianda was consumed by a profound anger, not directed at the four audacious fools, but rather towards his third son. Ever since the day when two second-tier masters in his household remarked that his youngest son's departure had been swifter than theirs, he had come to realize that the boy possessed formidable martial prowess. Although it was likely that his son had exhibited extraordinary abilities under the duress of profound sorrow, the swiftness he displayed was indeed astonishing. According to the two masters, the third son possessed at least a third-tier level of skill. Upon learning this, Zhang Tianda felt an overwhelming sense of joy. After all, was it not a source of pride that his son wielded such remarkable martial capabilities? He greatly admired his third son's restraint in the face of provocation, understanding that those destined for greatness must endure what others cannot. He had eagerly anticipated further commendable actions from his son. However, he never expected that this rascal would unwittingly reveal his martial prowess, inviting unnecessary trouble upon himself. By exposing his trump card, he had indeed placed himself in a precarious position. Yet, how could Zhang Tianda fathom the true extent of his third son's abilities? What had been revealed was merely the tip of the iceberg. The level of mastery surpassed anything he could comprehend, transcending the very realm of martial arts. Meanwhile, where was Zhang Xingfeng? He stood outside the gates of the National Martial Arts Academy, awaiting the arrival of four unfortunate scoundrels. As I gazed upon the throngs of students emerging from the gates of the National Martial Arts Academy, four figures captured my attention, and my eyes sparkled with recognition. At long last, I had encountered these four rascals. Humph, today, I shall collect a bit of interest. My physique had already transformed into that of a burly man, and I was eager to avoid any future troubles. In that very moment, I vanished from my original position, not in the sense of disappearing, but rather, my speed rendered me invisible. Those four scoundrels, prepare to face your punishment. I growled from deep within my throat. Before anyone around could react, my hands swiftly struck at the energy centers of the four individuals. The four gentlemen Tang Yin and his companions merely felt a gust of wind and heard a fleeting utterance. Before they could comprehend the situation, their energy centers trembled, and the hard-earned qi they had cultivated over a decade dissipated entirely. Tang Yin and his companions stood in stunned silence, uncertain whether to weep or to laugh. Their fate was sealed. With their lack of martial prowess, they would undoubtedly find themselves devoid of status within their family. Their futures were extinguished. Their lives lay in ruins. Zhang Xingfeng must be behind this, they thought. Yet what could they do? They hadn't even caught a glimpse of his shadow. Whom could they blame? Young Masterly? Zhang Xingfeng? What purpose would that serve? Their demise was inevitable. Everything had come to an end. The surrounding individuals failed to comprehend the unfolding events. They merely witnessed a gust of wind. As the breeze swept past the so-called four great young masters, one of them stood there, stunned and bewildered, remaining in that state for quite some time before trudging homeward with a pallid, lifeless expression. At that moment, I was overwhelmed by a mix of anxiety and exhilaration. Oh, young master, are you referring to the celestial rock? Alas, that celestial rock is not merely hard. To this day, no one has managed to cut it. If one could forge a weapon or armor from this celestial rock, it would be extraordinary. Once Wang Gu began to speak, he seemed unable to stop. Wang Gu, my question pertains to whether there exists a place abundant with celestial rock. I was becoming slightly irked. Was he intentionally trying to provoke my impatience? With a sheepish smile, Wang Gu continued, unable to contain his enthusiasm for the celestial rock. It was indeed all the rock's fault for being so incredibly hard. To possess a weapon forged from the celestial rock is the aspiration of every martial artist. Young master, there is indeed a copious amount of celestial rock. In the Azure Dragon continent, 2 locations have already been discovered. One is a mountain of celestial rock situated 10 miles east of the capital's eastern gate, and there is... What? A mountain? Good heavens! Is this still the realm of mortals? I feel as though I have stepped into the realm of immortals. The secret celestial stone, known as the celestial rock in the cultivation world, can even be described as a mountain. If the cultivation world were to learn of this, they would surely go mad. A major sect in the cultivation realm would likely only have a piece of this vast secret celestial stone for testing. The secret heaven stone is undoubtedly the most resilient material in the realm of cultivation. When crafting a flying sword, merely a touch of secret heaven stone can significantly enhance its hardness. Such an extraordinary treasure could be likened to a mountain in terms of abundance. Alas, the unfortunate souls here can only gaze upon this unparalleled genius of nature without the means to partake in its benefits. Oh heavens, your generosity towards me is overwhelming. I am at a loss for words. Ha ha ha. Perhaps the totality of secret heaven stone in the entire cultivation realm pales in comparison to what I possess. In my eyes, I have already claimed all the secret heaven stones in this world as my own. Who else could dare to divide these precious stones with me? A bright future lies ahead. Chapter 25. The Secret Heaven Stone, Part 1. Since Yang Lu has requested I write more, I shall endeavor to comply. Alas, the exam season approaches, and the thought of failing is quite daunting. I shall continue my writing until the time of the exams. In truth, there is not much to report. My new book is entirely connected to this one, albeit with a different protagonist. At this moment, the Star Peak Manor is enveloped in an atmosphere of joy. The resounding crack of firecrackers fills the air, and beautiful fireworks illuminate the sky above Dream Lake. The lake, mirroring the vibrant colors of the fireworks, captures their brilliance within its tranquil waters, creating a harmonious reflection that complements the splendid view above. We all gather on the stone bridge spanning Dream Lake, where our long dining table has been relocated. Together, we feast, converse, and laugh, enjoying the delightful moment. Dear brother, do you truly intend to retreat into seclusion immediately after the new year, and for a duration that may extend over several years, or even decades? We shall face a prolonged period of separation, and I implore you to consider a shorter duration for your solitude. Brother Wolf Feng gazes at me, his fierce eyes glistening with unshed tears. In that moment, the atmosphere around us fell into a profound silence, all eyes fixed upon me. Although everyone understands that my retreat is not akin to death, the thought of such a lengthy separation is difficult to bear. I look upon this gathering of kin who have fought alongside me. They stood by my side during my most desolate and helpless moments. They embraced me, a youth cast out from my home, helping me to realize my dreams without a trace of resentment. What are we to ponder such matters? For they are indeed family. I abruptly extricate myself from my inner turmoil and meet the gazes of those who have steadfastly watched over me. Why all this concern? I am merely practicing, not facing a life and death farewell. Today is New Year's Eve, a night for joy and laughter. Can you hear it? Ha ha ha, all right. Let us all rejoice. Come, let us raise our glasses in a toast. Brother Wang stands abruptly, proclaiming loudly to us. Cheers! Cheers! Everyone lifts their glasses, exchanging smiles and glances, before downing their drinks in unison. By the lakeside, the servants prepare to launch the evening's grandest fireworks, a resounding spectacle that illuminates the night sky. As the fireworks erupted above us with a resounding flourish, their vibrant colors illuminated our figures. We all rose from our seats, gathering at the railing of the stone bridge to marvel at the spectacle above. I glanced at my delighted relatives surrounding me and smiled, then turned my gaze back to the blooming fireworks. Tonight, sleep would elude me. Young master, you must retreat this evening. Is it truly necessary to be so hasty? I wish to spend a bit more time with everyone. The reluctance in Brother Wang's eyes was palpable. I shared some future plans with him, for I had no desire for anything untoward to occur at Xingfeng Manor. After all, it is the foundation of my endeavors, the very bastion upon which my future ambitions rely. Young master, please allow me to manage things here. I assure you, I will handle everything splendidly, and when you return, you shall be astounded. Brother Wang exuded confidence in his abilities. This past year, the business at Longting Jade Shop had flourished remarkably, yielding an astonishing income of 150,000 taels of silver, averaging around 5,000 taels daily, excluding expenses. Of course, much of this success was attributable to Uncle Zhang's contributions. I pondered for a moment, yet the martial strength of Xingfeng Manor still left me uneasy. Must I truly proceed in such a manner? Perhaps, for the future prosperity of Brother Wang and the others, it was best to acquiesce. After all, I was destined to promote my Tianxin sect on a grand scale. Brother Wang, I entrust you to keep an eye out for promising disciples, particularly those children aged between 6 and 10. That is the prime age for cultivation. If they are too young, they may not grasp the nuances of training, and it could lead to disastrous consequences. After selecting a few children, I sighed, realizing that I lacked the ability to assess the attributes of others. Never mind. I would impart to them the Tai Chi Yin-Yang technique. This technique proves effective for anyone who practices it. Brother Wang gazed at me in disbelief, exclaiming, "Surely, you cannot be serious, young master. You intend to bestow such a precious secret tome upon others for their cultivation? This is a method that could lead one to the realm of immortality." Brother Wang, do refrain from such exclamations. We must establish a prominent family, and without formidable martial prowess, this is unattainable. Furthermore, this technique is merely a rudimentary one. The truly significant secrets will be conveyed to you in due course, enabling your ascension to immortality. The Tai Chi Yin-Yang technique can cultivate numerous martial experts. Remember this, the 9 levels of the incantation must be imparted incrementally. Only when they reach the 8th tier may the 9th be revealed to them. In this manner, we shall mitigate the risk of betrayal. Moreover, when transmitting the incantation, be vigilant of their loyalty. I do not require them to be paragons of virtue. I only demand their absolute allegiance. I spoke to Brother Wang with utmost seriousness regarding this matter of great significance to my plans. I could not afford any missteps. This was far too crucial for me. Acknowledging the gravity of the situation, Brother Wang listened intently, meticulously noting each word I uttered. This was of paramount importance. Rest assured, young master, I fully comprehend the significance of this matter. I shall see it through to completion. Upon your return, you will undoubtedly be greeted by an assembly of skilled individuals. I assure you. Wang spoke with unwavering determination before me. Wang, I trust your capabilities. Proceed with confidence. I replied, very well, I shall now procure the mystic celestial stone, as it is indispensable for my seclusion. Farewell. As I spoke, I transformed into a wisp of smoke, my vital energy circulating throughout my being, and in an instant, I vanished beyond the gates of the Xingfeng Manor. Meanwhile, at the eastern gate of the capital, 2 sentinels stood watch over their post. Serving as gatekeepers in the capital was indeed a burdensome task, for this was the very heart of the Ming dynasty, teeming with individuals harboring ulterior motives seeking clandestine entry. Should any significant event transpire within, it would be these unfortunate sentinels who would bear the brunt of the consequences. Hey, did you feel a breeze just now? Yet. The leaves around us remain undisturbed, and my hair shows no sign of movement. How can I sense the wind? One guard scratched his head, appearing quite perplexed. Are you daft? How could there possibly be a breeze? Perhaps your wife has drained your vitality before you came on duty. Ha ha ha. The sturdy young man next to him jested. You fool, do you not realize it could have been a martial arts master? Did not the officer mention that some skilled practitioners move as silently as the wind? The first guard, now slightly irked, felt his pride wounded. For indeed he had indulged with his wife prior to reporting for the night shift. In an attempt to conceal his true self, he immediately concocted a rationale. Yet this justification was so implausible that even he could not bring himself to believe it. He was well aware of his own agility, having witnessed a third-tier master demonstrate it to all the guards during his training. No matter the finesse of one's lightness skill, it was impossible for a person to vanish without a trace. Indeed, someone had just passed by, and at this moment, they had already reached the distant Tianyan Stone Mountain, 10 miles away. Chapter 26. The Secret Heaven Stone, Part 2. The wind howled fiercely, Yet the Tianyin stone mountain bore no signs of this tempest. For the terrain was utterly barren, surrounded solely by the stark, naked stones, known as the secret heaven stones. Not a single figure could be seen in the vicinity. Only a solitary official road lay before me. However, as darkness enveloped the land, one could scarcely expect any soul to traverse the path at such an hour. There I stood upon this official road, gazing at the secret heaven stones before me. In the eyes of the inhabitants of the Qinglong Continent, these stones were merely fit for testing first-tier masters, particularly those that had naturally separated. The entire mountain of secret heaven stones, however, held no practical purpose. I widened my eyes in astonishment at the sight of the secret heaven stones, recognizing that hearing of their existence was one thing, but witnessing them was another. When Brother Wang spoke of a mountain of secret heaven stones, I found myself pondering just how many there were and the sheer magnitude of this mountain. Yet, as the expanse of the secret heaven stone mountain unfolded before my eyes, I was rendered utterly speechless. To me, these stones were far more precious than gold. Imagine encountering a mountain of gold, towering hundreds, even thousands of meters high, stretching endlessly before you. What feelings would that evoke? Undoubtedly, one would be so exhilarated that they might stand there, dazed, unable to contain their excitement for hours on end. In this moment of exhilaration, I find myself before a towering mountain, soaring hundreds, if not thousands, of meters high, its length stretching beyond the horizon. This mountain is composed of the rare and precious mysterious celestial stone, far more valuable than gold. How could I not feel a surge of excitement? After a considerable time, I gradually calmed my racing heart. While others may be oblivious to the methods and techniques of obtaining this mysterious celestial stone, as a seasoned practitioner of the mystical arts, I am certainly aware. I would prefer to keep the knowledge of its ability to be carved a secret. The chaos that would ensue if such information were to spread would be unfathomable. With a tremor beneath my feet, I felt as light as a feather, drifting deeper into the mountain's embrace. Indeed, this is a splendid location. Who would suspect my presence here? Gazing into the depths of the chasm before me, I must clarify, I do not intend to retrieve stones from the unfathomable abyss below, but rather from the precipice above. Like a feather, I stand atop a sharp stone pinnacle, where the mysterious celestial stone can only be accessed through the use of true fire or even rarer alchemical fire. The latter is exceedingly scarce. And with my current cultivation at the early stage of golden core, I can only manage to exhale alchemical fire for a mere minute, which would be a remarkable feat. However, I am unperturbed by true fire, for I possess exquisite jade to replenish my depleting vital energy. Taking a deep breath, I prepared to unleash my true fire. Having spent a considerable time on this azure dragon continent, I have grown accustomed to inhaling deeply before exerting my full strength. Just as I was about to release my true fire, a glimpse from the corner of my eye caught sight of a large boulder on the cliff nearby, distinctly separated from the mountain itself. How fortuitous! This discovery means I need not expend my true fire after all. How fortunate I am to encounter such a serendipitous event. This stroke of luck is truly unstoppable. Light as a feather, I found myself standing before the colossal stone. Gazing up at this towering rock, I gasped in astonishment. Instantly, a vision sprang to mind. A dusty child laboriously moving the stone, one piece after another. The entire mountain seemed to mock me, as if to say, "When will you ever manage to move me completely?" Upon turning, the child's face transformed into my own, sending a shiver down my spine. My figure promptly vanished amidst the surroundings of the mystic stone mountain. At the eastern gate of the capital, the robust young man spoke to his perplexed leader, "Boss, I just felt a gust of wind, I swear, yet there seems to be no breeze around." "Huh, you were just laughing at me, weren't you? Confess freely, and you shall be treated leniently. Resist, and you shall face the consequences." The leader seized the opportunity for revenge, determined not to let it slip away. The second in command sensed trouble was brewing and preferred to remain silent, knowing that the one who would ultimately suffer would be himself. The eastern gate of the capital returned to its tranquil state. It was then that I noticed everyone gathered there, none having fallen asleep, all waiting for me. Clearly, they were aware of my impending retreat into seclusion. It seems I must bid them a heartfelt farewell, a scene I dread to face. Which is why I hesitated to inform them. Alas, second brother, how could you not share the exact time of your retreat? Must I truly miss the chance to see you before you enter seclusion? Brother Wolf looked at me with an expression reminiscent of a forlorn lady in seclusion, and I could hardly bear it. I scanned my surroundings, searching for an escape route, but to my dismay, I discovered that everyone around me was gazing at me with unsettling eyes. I could only stand there, my right hand raised, clutching that enormous stone, immobile, not due to a lack of desire to move, but rather an inability to do so. Sister Rain and the others seemed to notice the absurdity of the scene, a child of 8 or 9, holding a boulder far larger than himself, pitifully glancing at the crowd that stared at him. Haraha! Lito was the first to burst into laughter. He had not expected his usually serious master to display such a comical side. Haraha! Laughter erupted among everyone, all of whom recognized that I had pretended to be in such a state deliberately, merely to transform this rather uncomfortable situation into a lighter one. I truly had to step inside. After a long moment, I softly uttered those words. Instantly, silence enveloped the group. Young master, master, honorable nephew. Everyone gazed at me, speechless, while I forced a smile. Make sure to practice diligently, for upon my return, I shall be here to inspect your progress. Haraha! Amidst the laughter serving as a disguise, I strode purposefully toward the passageway before me. I casually closed the door to the secret chamber behind me. At that moment, only the cold, shut door remained before me. On the other side lay my family. I turned back and walked resolutely into my secret chamber. Chapter 27. Seclusion. In the secluded chamber that once housed a jade table and a golden box, I sat quietly upon the jade cushion. My hands continuously formed various hand seals, sending wisps of true essence in all directions. These ethereal tendrils followed peculiar trajectories, permeating the ground beneath in every corner of the room. After an extensive period, I scrutinized the chamber's protective barriers. My previous abilities remained intact, and the 5 elements Xuanwu Great Formation was still remarkably complete. Only someone whose power had reached the out-of-body stage could potentially breach my defenses. Naturally, this formation served both as an internal and external safeguard, providing protection from within as well. I was rather apprehensive that should my cultivation energy surge uncontrollably, it might devastate the entire Xingfeng Manor, leaving me with no solace for my tears. I surveyed the entirety of the chamber. It contained only a jade cushion, a substantial piece of secret heaven stone, and the exquisite jade stone cradled in my arms. The original jade table and golden box had long been bestowed upon my elder brother, enhancing the economic resources of our estate. With everything in place, the crucial period of seclusion in my cultivation journey was about to commence. Although I had previously undergone a similar experience, I approached this moment with utmost caution, not daring to be complacent. In the realm of cultivation, it is paramount to possess a flying sword that is intertwined with one's very life, along with a spiritual battle armor to protect one's nascent soul in the future. Hence, my immediate focus was to cultivate my flying sword. With a gentle sweep of my right hand, the massive piece of secret heaven stone soared before me, and as I beheld its grandeur, a smile graced my lips. I never imagined that I would have a day like this, where I could forge a flying sword entirely from the enigmatic heavenly stone. In the realm of cultivation, such a thought would have been beyond my wildest dreams. Yet in this world, I possess an inexhaustible supply of heavenly stone. Haraha! As I calmed my joyous heart, my body and mind gradually immersed themselves in a state of oblivion, where the ethereal realm enveloped me. Suddenly, an image of a weapon appeared in my mind, neither sword nor knife, yet embodying the essence of both, leaving me somewhat perplexed. Typically, when one reaches such a state, the most fitting design for their flying sword materializes in their thoughts. However, I was taken aback by the vision of this weapon, which, despite its ambiguous nature, captivated me instantly, evoking a profound affection that transcended words, a feeling akin to reuniting with an old friend. Embracing this sentiment, I extended my hands, and 2 streams of true essence effortlessly lifted the entire heavenly stone before my eyes. I gazed upon it with a solemn expression, concentrating all my spirit on the stone, wary of any hint of negligence. A wisp of true fire, as tangible as a blade's edge, gradually carved away approximately 1/3 of the heavenly stone. This true fire radiated a golden hue, contrasting with the white brilliance of a blade's edge. If even the true fire struggled to cleave the heavenly stone, one can only imagine its extraordinary hardness. Yet, the more resilient it proved, the greater my delight. Surely this foretold a significantly elevated grade for my future flying weapon. Oh, not merely a flying sword, nor a flying knife. What shall I call it? I have just separated the mysterious heaven stone and have yet to commence the forging of my weapon, yet my thoughts wander to its name. How amusing it is to find myself in such a predicament. Nevertheless, I shall set aside such musings and focus on the task at hand, for it is of utmost importance. With a mere exhalation, a tremendous surge of true fire envelopes the mysterious heaven stone, relentlessly refining it. However, this stone is not entirely pure. Numerous impurities linger within. I observe as the stone gradually diminishes in size and becomes increasingly refined. Yet it still appears somewhat large for my needs, as a flying sword, or blade, cannot accommodate such a vast mysterious heaven stone. Reluctantly, I divide the already highly purified stone into two halves, lamenting the considerable amount of vital energy I have expended. Regret serves no purpose. And as I gaze upon the suspended mysterious heaven stone before me, a smile of delight escapes my lips as I draw the remaining piece into my dantian. Now, I must employ a more potent alchemical flame to meticulously refine it, shaping it into the form I envision. I feel the stone hovering above my golden core, where a flicker of golden flame emerges. The mysterious heaven stone dances amidst the flames, its shape transforming continuously. As a trace of impurities is vaporized and expelled from my being. Refining with alchemical fire demands patience. One must await the gradual purification. I am unwilling to squander time. So I deftly harness my internal vital energy and Buddhist energy through the demon-slaying diamond technique and heart cannon respectively. I gradually entered a state of selflessness and oblivion, delving deeply into my cultivation. I completely shut down my six senses, allowing only a thread of my spiritual energy to linger within the secluded chamber. Should Brother Wang and the others require my attention, they could rouse me through this sliver of consciousness. At this moment, time held no significance for me. I could no longer perceive its passage. All that mattered was my relentless pursuit of cultivation. As I opened my eyes, a faint smile graced my lips, parting my mouth. A weapon that resembled neither sword nor knife materialized before me. Its length was twice that of an ordinary flying sword, and it was 1.5 times its width. Only one side was sharpened, while the other bore a resemblance to the spine of a blade. Yet, to call it a knife would be misleading, for it was considerably narrower than any typical knife. Gazing at its purple blade, I decided to name it Purple Edge. With a surge of inspiration, my true essence immediately enveloped the surface of Purple Edge, effortlessly permeating its form. With a mere thought, Purple Edge launched forward with a slicing motion, cleaving through the air with a sound that startled me. How could it achieve such speed? I had not exerted much force at all. The mystery baffled me, yet I resolved to relish the quality of my weapon, regardless of its origins. Elated, I played with this instrument of dual cultivation that would accompany me on my journey. Eventually, I emerged from the thrill of acquiring my new weapon. It was time to focus on cultivating the spirit battle armor. The significance of the spirit battle armor has diminished in the realm of cultivation, for I have now acquired the demon suppression diamond technique. As I opened my mouth, the other half of the secret heaven stone, which had been severed moments ago, entered my dantian. I had already refined it from the outset, and now I could cultivate it directly with the elixir fire. Following the same procedure as before, the stone hovered above the golden elixir within my dantian, and the deeper-hued elixir fire began its work anew. Suddenly, a tremor coursed through my dantian, and I abruptly awoke from the depths of my meditation. The true essence within my meridians surged forth like the mighty tides of the Qiantang River, relentlessly crashing through my channels. Fortunately, my body had been tempered by the demon suppression diamond technique, rendering me impervious to the sensations. However, I vividly recalled the excruciating ordeal I endured in my previous life during the transition from the golden elixir stage to the nascent soul stage, and I couldn't help but feel a sense of relief. It seems I have forgotten the even more harrowing experiences of cultivating the demon suppression diamond technique. How optimistic I am. Haha. My golden elixir trembled violently and began to split slowly. As the elixir shattered and the infant emerged, the words from my heart's scripture resonated within me, and I clearly understood that I was on the verge of breaking through the golden elixir stage. Chapter 28. A decade. Suddenly, a wave of warmth enveloped me, and an unprecedented surge of true essence roared through the meridians within my body. Suddenly, a tremor coursed through my dantian, and a golden figurine materialized, hovering within. The entire dantian seemed to expand immensely, enveloped in a splendid hue of purple. I realized this was the Purple Palace. At long last, I had cultivated the Purple Palace Yuaning. Ha ha ha. The spirit battle armor, forged by the elixir fire in my dantian, now adorned the surface of my Yuaning. The golden figure, embellished with the purple spirit battle armor, exuded an extraordinary valor. At that moment, the Buddha's primordial force within me began to stir. This force, inherently gentle, possessed profound depths, rapidly claiming dominion over my meridians. Waves of Buddha's primordial energy flowed through the channels like a gentle stream, which eagerly absorbed the essence as if they were parched earth. It seemed the Buddha's primordial energy was magnanimous, traversing my meridians multiple times. Once the channels ceased their absorption, the energy surged towards my mind in an instant. I smiled, for I clearly understood from the Dharma of the demon-subduing Vajra that the seventh level of this technique was the cultivation of the Golden Body Buddha. This Golden Body Buddha bore a significance akin to that of the Purple Palace Yuan, yet its potency was far greater, offering even more profound benefits to my cultivation. Presently, the circumstances hinted at the imminent emergence of the Golden Body Buddha. I was filled with exhilaration, tinged with a sense of anxious anticipation for the moment of this magnificent transformation. The Buddha's primordial energy seemed to surge endlessly into my mind, which felt akin to an abyss. No matter how much of this energy flowed in, it vanished upon entry, leaving me with no sensation of anything amiss. A twinge of concern crept in, yet I reminded myself that I had previously endured the perilous trial of the Demon Suppression Diamond Sutra. Thus, despite my unease, I could not allow myself to succumb to panic. After all, I had just achieved the Purple Mansion Nascent Soul. While this nascent soul stage may seem trivial in the realm of cultivation, here in the mortal world, a practitioner at the Golden Core stage could reign supreme. What did I, at the nascent soul stage, have to fear? As I sought to reassure myself, a sudden jolt coursed through my mind, unheralded. My consciousness, too, felt a wave of dizziness. In that hazy state, it seemed as if the ethereal sounds of the Buddha realm, a cleansing melody, whispered gently in my ears, akin to a mother's tender lullaby. My spirit was irresistibly drawn into this serene embrace. Suddenly, a warm current enveloped me, flowing from head to toe, penetrating through every meridian to the depths of my soul. Abruptly, I emerged from my dazed state, scarcely having time to ponder what had transpired before me, as an overwhelming joy washed over me. Before my divine platform, a resplendent golden body Buddha materialized. I had long heard tales of the wonders of this golden body Buddha, yet I had remained uncertain about its distinction from my Purple Mansion nascent soul. Intrigued, I scrutinized the golden body Buddha for its unique marvels. There is nothing particularly noteworthy. I bear a striking resemblance. For both the Golden Buddha and the Purple Yuan Infant are adorned in gold. Their appearances mirror mine, yet what distinguishes them? The sole difference lies in the surrounding aura of the Purple Yuan Infant, which is violet, while the space enveloping the Golden Buddha is white. However, I have suddenly stumbled upon a shocking revelation. The Purple Yuan Infant lacks its own protective armor, crafted instead from the celestial stone I had refined. In stark contrast, the Golden Buddha possesses innate armor, which is easily overlooked upon casual observation. This golden armor clings to the Golden Buddha, and if one does not pay close attention, it truly escapes notice. The existence of such innate armor alone reveals the extraordinary nature of the Golden Buddha. My anticipation for it has only grown. It frustrates me that the demon-subduing Vajra technique provides only methods for cultivation, devoid of any practical application techniques. It is essential to recognize that cultivation and the application of power are equally paramount. Possessing strength without skill is akin to a millionaire who, despite having wealth, remains oblivious to how to spend it. In essence, this is not much different from being impoverished. This illustrates the significance of technique. Nevertheless, the Buddhist sect rarely makes appearances in the realm of cultivation. Practitioners of the cultivation community tend to avoid conflict with those of the Buddhist sect, as many among them have attained Buddha Yuan power. When you wield true essence, and they counter with a power elevated by an entire tier, how can one compete? Unless there is a significant disparity in realms, it is quite challenging for cultivators to engage in combat with the followers of Buddhism. Thus, I have seldom encountered individuals from the Buddhist sect, even after achieving an impressive age of 3,600 years. Nevertheless, pondering such matters seems premature in this Azure Dragon continent. Who could possibly compel me to utilize Buddha's primordial power? I sense a remarkable increase in my physical strength, taking yet another step towards the Vajra body. Although this progress does not rival the monumental leap I experienced during my initial cultivation, it is nonetheless commendable. I gently rose to my feet, feeling a delightful tingling sensation enveloping my entire body. It was wonderfully refreshing, and I realized it had been quite some time since I last stood up from this jade cushion. Unable to restrain myself, I stretched languidly, feeling an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Ah, what a glorious relief. Imagine sitting still for an entire day, then rising to stretch. You would truly understand the essence of refreshing, especially considering Zhang Xingfeng's prolonged stillness. With a mighty roar, I summoned not an ounce of true primordial or Buddha's power, relying solely on the strength of my own physique. Outside, I could vaguely discern the murmurs of voices, and I knew my earlier outburst had not gone unnoticed. A smile crept across my face as I strode confidently towards the exit of the secret chamber, the sound of creaking echoing with each step. My gaze remained fixed ahead, filled with excitement and an unexpected tranquility, a curious contradiction. The affection I held for my family had utterly overwhelmed my state of mind, yet I embraced it willingly. As the door to the secret chamber creaked open, a beam of sunlight streamed in from outside, enveloping me in its warm embrace. The brilliance of the light momentarily obscured my vision, but after a brief pause, I could discern the figures of a crowd standing motionless, their gazes fixed upon me in silence. It appeared they had not witnessed the sun's rays in quite some time. The warmth felt undeniably comforting. "How are you all?" I pondered, recognizing that aside from my mother, you were the ones who cared for me most deeply, perhaps even my father, who had driven me away from home. Emerging from my secluded retreat, I realized that the anger I once harbored towards my father had begun to dissipate. Perhaps he too had his own burdens to bear. I mused softly. Uncle Zhang remained unchanged, yet somehow appeared more youthful, his eyes shining with an enhanced brilliance and perceptiveness, seamlessly blending with the surroundings. Auntie seemed untouched by time, retaining the visage of her 30-year-old self, though a subtle air of authority hinted that she was no ordinary woman. Brother Wang and sister Yu also bore little alteration. However, Brother Wang exuded a newfound composure, an aura of success radiating from him, spreading gradually into the space around. He embodied the essence of a prosperous individual, a figure of high stature. Sister Yu, on the other hand, seemed more demure than before. Her once fiery temperament tempered, evidence of Brother Wang's commendable influence over her. The two bald brothers, who bear an uncanny resemblance to one another, undoubtedly are my two disciples. Their glistening heads under the sunlight evoke a sense of familiarity, reminiscent of a time not long past, yet also seemingly distant. It was these very same heads, reflecting the sun's rays, with the sole distinction being the loss of their youthful innocence. The fierce aura they exude signifies their formidable prowess. The one holding a fan must be a Yu, embodying the grace of a refined gentleman, no longer possessing the tender demeanor of his younger days, but instead radiating an air of elegance. It appears that the most dashing among them is my elder brother, whose robust physique is strikingly evident, with pronounced muscles on his chest and a physique reminiscent of a tiger's back and a wasp's waist, exuding the vigor of youth. His inherent presence fills me with astonishment. He has evidently attained the first-grade realm. Greetings to you all. It has been quite a while since we last met. Haha. After much contemplation, I found myself at a loss for words, resorting to laughter instead. Wang Ge, Yu Jia, Uncle Zhang, Auntie, Yu, the Li brothers. And my brother Lang Feng gaze upon me. Before them stands a man with an ethereal aura, exuding a refined quality. To label him as a youth would be misleading. The clarity in his eyes, which sees through the worldly affairs, cannot be concealed from those of exceptional stature among men. Yet, to categorize him as an adult seems equally inaccurate. His appearance is that of a striking scholar. The young master has been away for a decade, yet upon his return, he should resemble an 18-year-old youth. However, Uncle Zhang gazed at me, instantly recognizing me as his esteemed nephew. Although my current demeanor was more inscrutable than before, he was certain that only his cherished nephew could elude his understanding. He was aware that he had ascended to the second-grade realm, and his ability to discern others had significantly improved. Yet, the fact that someone could still confound him could only point to the miraculous nature of his beloved nephew. Nephew. It has been far too long since we last met, Uncle Zhang remarked with a smile. I hadn't anticipated that your prowess would elevate even further, rendering you even more enigmatic to me. I am truly in awe. Despite his calm exterior, the slight tremor in his hands betrayed the excitement coursing through him. After all, he was the preeminent jade sculptor in the realm, having reached a profound understanding of nature and swiftly attaining the first-grade level over the past decade. It was nearly inconceivable for his hands to shake uncontrollably, yet here we were. The extent of Uncle Zhang's excitement was palpable. Everyone was aware of his exceptional talent in discerning individuals, and they too sensed the ethereal aura that enveloped me, along with my familiar essence. Doubts dissipated entirely. Second brother. Young Master, Master. They called out to their loved ones or pillars of support, their voices brimming with enthusiasm. Previously, they had been unaware of the significance I held in their hearts, but during my seclusion, they realized that the young boy they once knew, merely 7 or 8 years old, had become their emotional anchor. I laughed, a peculiar laughter, for I also wished to weep, yet I restrained myself, not wanting everyone to cry at this moment. My home is indeed my fortress, each brick and tile crafted with love. The smiles of my family are my true treasures. My own worth is undeniable. My hands, though coarse from toil, labor for my loved ones. Ah, what an honor. How proud I am. You prepare the meals while I tend to the cleaning. Ah, the feeling of returning home is simply exquisite. The sensation of homecoming is truly delightful. A chorus resonates within my heart, though I know not who sings it, yet it embodies my innermost sentiments. The feeling of homecoming is genuinely enchanting. I muse silently, a surge of emotion stirring within me. There is an urge to abandon the struggles for power, to simply remain in this state. Yet I am aware that such a notion is unattainable. My responsibilities have long been established for myself, for them, and for my mother, perhaps even for her. I wonder if she still awaits my return? Ha. I chuckle at my own folly. How young we were back then. Unaware if she still remembers the boy who once shared moments with her. Now you must be 20 as well. I presume you are married by now. Are you happy? Oh, how foolish I am. You are the cherished daughter of the Yuan family. How could you not be content? I smile faintly, though is it truly a smile? I cannot tell. My heart bears no pain, only a profound emptiness, a sense of detachment, an abandonment of love. Perhaps, as a transcendent being, I ought not to indulge in the affairs of the heart. It is they, indeed, who diligently managed my enterprise during my period of seclusion. Now, my dragon's prosperity jade shop has flourished throughout the Ming dynasty, with a store established in each of the 9 provinces. Currently, our greatest challenge lies in our insufficient military strength. Without adequate force, our jade shop is vulnerable to the predations of unscrupulous individuals. Fortunately, prior to my retreat, I had arranged for some children to undergo training. It is precisely due to these youths that we have been able to open stores in all 9 capitals. Presently, there are 200 trained children. We initially recruited 100 in the first year, subsequently enrolling around 10 each subsequent year, all of whom possess exceptional potential. Among them, 80 are currently active, being members of the first 3 batches, while the later recruits are still too young. They are collectively known as the Xingfeng Guard, a group of adept practitioners who have diligently honed their skills in the Tai Chi Yin-Yang technique for nearly a decade. Only a select few remain within the estate, undergoing fundamental training, while the rest have begun to serve the estate, with half of the members having attained the innate realm. The only drawback is our limited numbers, which cannot compare to the tens of thousands of private soldiers possessed by the 4 great families. The disparity is indeed vast. Furthermore, the number of innate experts among these 4 great families remains unknown. Yet it is apparent that a significant proportion of the innate experts in the entire Ming dynasty are affiliated with them, for only they possess the resources to sustain such individuals. Moreover, the hidden influence of the 4 great families is immeasurable. Who would believe that a super family with a history spanning hundreds or even thousands of years would lack any extraordinary talents? The forces behind the attempt to seize Lonting on that fateful day far exceed my own capabilities. One must understand the significance of 2 second-tier experts. Within the entirety of the Ming dynasty, there exist but 4 first-tier masters and merely 8 second-tier experts. It is crucial to recognize that the distinction between the third-tier and second-tier realms is vast, serving as a formidable boundary. Conversely, the disparity between second-tier and first-tier masters is not as pronounced. This illustrates the profound implications of having 2 second-tier experts. However, I sense, and am resolute in my belief, that the Qinglong Continent cannot possibly be limited to such a scant number of masters. What is officially recorded merely scratches the surface. The existence of reclusive experts, who remain hidden from the world, is a well-known truth. Take, for instance, the renowned demon lord Shuri, a first-tier master whose reputation is universally acknowledged. Yet, he is merely the leader of the illusory demon sect, one of the 3 sects within the demon religion. What of the shadow demon sect and the most formidable heavenly demon sect? Who truly knows the depths of their leader's powers? Can one assert with certainty that their martial prowess is inferior to that of demon lord Shuri? Furthermore, what of the leader of the demon religion itself? As the head of the sect, he would undoubtedly possess greater strength than those beneath him. No one, Not even the followers of the demon religion could contest this. The sect is a realm where strength reigns supreme, and the mightiest among them ascends to the position of leader. It is plausible that the power of the demon religion's leader surpasses that of Shi and even reaches heights beyond the first-tier realm. And what of the elders of the demon religion? These ancient beings were once the leaders of the three sects and former heads of the religion. Would their abilities truly be lacking? Who does not know this? Yet, does the court dare to intervene? The demon sect has persisted for thousands of years, coexisting with the martial world since its inception. Their influence stretches far and wide. It is likely that numerous adept practitioners from the demon sect are embedded within the palace guards. Should the court attempt to exert control, a mere change in the sect's disposition could lead to a bloodbath within the imperial palace. The demon sect refrains from opposing the court, and conversely, the court is reluctant to confront the formidable forces of the sect, resulting in the current semblance of tranquility. On the other hand, the righteous faction, spearheaded by the Tianya Hage and the Shaolin Temple, both steeped in thousands of years of history, has been engaged in a protracted struggle against the demon sect. Their ability to contend with the sect for millennia, while consistently suppressing it, speaks volumes of their formidable strength. The mere thought of it sends shivers down my spine. These are superorganizations with legacies spanning millennia. One can only imagine the number of first-rate experts among them. Surely, there must be some who have attained the golden core stage. As I too have cultivated the path of the blade to that level, there may well be a few prodigies among them. Why are they not renowned? It is because they choose not to showcase their martial prowess. Furthermore, the four great families managed to control the entire economy of the Ming dynasty without falling prey to the plundering tendencies of the demon sect, who are notorious for their penchant for seizing others' possessions. Are they lacking in strength? On the surface, they command tens of thousands of private soldiers. What might lie hidden beneath? How many first-rate experts do they truly possess? I have some knowledge of the Zhang family's capabilities. On the surface, my father's two bodyguards are both second-rate experts, and two second-rate experts guard our ancestral shrine. Additionally, the Elder Council's enforcement group comprises 10 members, all possessing second-rate abilities, led by a master of first-rate caliber. Most importantly, my father has attained the pinnacle of his realm. I estimate that only those who have reached the first-grade level can truly perceive my father's profound abilities. As for the secrets concealed within the underground chamber of our home, I remain oblivious. This is why I refrain from employing any form of force against Li Tianxiang. I am acutely aware that the Li family, having maintained their position atop the first family, must possess formidable strength, at the very least on par with the Zhang family. Nevertheless, considering my extensive research in the art of the blade, I have distilled my techniques into a single strike, which I believe to be the apex of my skill. Those masters, at best, may only reach the golden core stage. Yet, what does that signify in my eyes? Even if they achieve the golden core, do they truly understand how to wield their true essence? Are they adept in various techniques, formulas, and restrictions? They are not. How could they be? The entirety of the cultivation world is based on the formulas left by celestial beings, which have been refined over millions of years to develop the myriad of cultivation methods we have today, even with the assistance of immortals. It has taken countless eons for the current prosperity of the cultivation realm to manifest. The martial world has merely a few thousand years of history. If they were to truly create new cultivation methods, it would mean the demise of all practitioners in our realm. Such a feat is impossible. It transcends mere ability or genius. It is a limitation of their realm. I cannot help but feel a surge of joy. My martial prowess has ascended to the golden core stage, while in the realm of cultivation, I have attained the nascent soul stage. Most significantly, I have cultivated the formidable golden body Buddha sovereign. How could they possibly contend with me? The disparity is insurmountable, far beyond mere numbers. I could likely vanquish dozens of golden core experts with a single stroke of the Big Dipper 7-star sword technique. I cannot help but feel an overwhelming surge of confidence. Who in the world can rival my peak? This sentiment resonates deeply within me. As I ponder various potential scenarios and their resolutions, I find myself at the illustrious moonlit Osmanthus Bridge in the capital. Legend has it that in ancient times, a hero fell in love with a celestial maiden from the Moon Palace here, leading to a heart-rending romance that transcended the barriers of the immortal realm. While the truth of this tale remains uncertain, it has become a gathering place for many lovers, a testament to its enduring allure, and a prominent attraction in the capital. Standing upon the bridge, I gaze down at the crystal-clear waters below, illuminated by the bright moon hanging in the sky. The soft moonlight bathes every corner of the city in a gentle silver hue. The osmanthus trees beside the bridge sway gracefully, drawing countless couples to its embrace. As I survey my surroundings, I observe pairs of lovers sharing tender moments. An inexplicable pang of bitterness wells up within me. It seems I am the only solitary soul amidst this scene of intimacy. The moon casts my shadow, and I quietly recite, to drink alone under the moonlight. We become three. I can almost feel the sentiments of the poetic soared immortally by in this moment. Ah, Yuner, let us pause here. A gentle and soothing voice resonated, stirring ripples of emotion within my heart that lingered long after. Could it be her? Her maid, if I recall correctly, was also named Yuner. My heart surged with an exhilarating joy akin to breaking through to the Yuan Ying stage from the Golden Course stage. It had to be her. It surely was. I swiftly turned around, fixated on the palanquin before me, convinced that the voice belonged to someone within. I silently yearned for it to be her. As the curtain of the palanquin was gradually lifted, a breathtaking figure emerged, awakening a wave of warmth within me that brought tears to my eyes. You remain as gentle as ever, irresistibly captivating. This time, I shall not let you slip away. Ru, I whispered, no longer willing to suppress my feelings. Why must I deny myself? To love her is to express it. Ru trembled slightly, slowly lifting her gaze towards me. Her eyes sparkled suddenly. She must have recognized me. Young Master Zhang, is it truly you? Her voice was barely above a whisper, almost as if she were speaking to herself. Had my martial prowess not been so refined, I might have missed it. Yet, every word resonated clearly, revealing her deep attachment and longing for me. Unable to contain myself, I descended from the bridge and approached her beneath the osmanthus tree. It is I. It has been so long. How have you fared? I resolved not to cower as I had before. I needed to convey my true feelings. Yu Wenru's body quivered unexpectedly as she regarded me, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. How long had she yearned for me? Since that fleeting moment during the assessment. It felt as though I had vanished from her world entirely. After countless days of profound longing, today has finally arrived. I am well, young Master Zhang. How have you fared all these years? Despite my thoughts swirling, Yu Wenru hesitated to express her feelings of yearning to the person before her. Observing her somewhat awkward demeanor brought me joy, and I approached her, intent on scrutinizing her closely. It felt as if just yesterday, or perhaps in a past life. She appeared so youthful and innocent. Now, she radiates brilliance and unparalleled beauty. I watched her blushing visage, her delicate neck flushed with a rosy hue, and my fondness for her deepened. In solitude, I endured a decade within the confines of a secluded chamber. To claim I had not thought of her would be a falsehood. However, for the sake of my pursuit of enlightenment and future aspirations, I suppressed my longing, aware that in this world, there are indeed many at the Golden Course stage. If I fail to attain the nascent soul stage and lack the strength to surpass them, seeking to establish the Star Peak clan through mere commercial expansion over several decades would be akin to chasing a mirage. Why must you act this way upon our first encounter? Yu Wenru could no longer tolerate my gaze, and she instinctively rebelled. Yet, in her flustered state, her tone unconsciously shifted to one akin to playful banter between lovers. Only after she finished speaking did she realize the intimacy of her words, her head bowing even lower. Her alabaster fingers fidgeted with the hem of her garment, betraying her unease. Yet, I welcomed it. I willingly succumbed to her allure. Gazing at her flushed cheeks, my heart swelled with enchantment. For her, what is it that I cannot do? Yu Wenru, who has been raised with the grace of a refined lady from childhood. How could she withstand my teasing? She could not help but feel a mix of embarrassment and anger, yet her heart harbored a subtle joy. My own journey in cultivating the Tao has restored the innocence of a child within me. One must understand that the path of cultivation is about comprehending the heavenly principles. And without a childlike heart, one cannot progress far along this path. This is how I am now, effortlessly expressing my thoughts, for if one loves, what is there to feel shy about? Naturally, my long-standing affection for her plays a significant role as well. Enough said. It is my fault. I apologize to you. Is that not enough? I hope, dear lady, that you can be magnanimous and forgive this minor transgression, as a wise person would. Grant me this chance. Yu Wenru heard my words, yet my tone bore no hint of a genuine plea for forgiveness, and my manner was far from solemn. How could she bring herself to reproach me? Come, sit with me here. I grasped her hand and led her to a stone bench by the riverbank. We sat together, momentarily enveloped in silence, the atmosphere growing somewhat awkward and tense. Why have you taken so long to appear in the capital? Her soft voice broke the stillness. I turned to her. She continued to gaze at the flowing river, yet I could sense her attention was fixed upon me. Me? There is nothing much to say. I have merely been training in a formidable martial art and have not found the time to come out. It has been 10 years since we last met. Yet how did you recognize me at a glance? The moment I laid eyes on Ro, I felt an undeniable connection. She was indeed Ro. Although Yun's presence further solidified my conviction, I believe Ro, too, is attuned to the whispers of the soul. I trust and eagerly anticipate that my intuition holds truth. Master Zhang, please refrain from calling me that in the future. Call me Xingfeng or simply Feng. I gazed at her, fixated, unwilling to divert my attention elsewhere. With her by my side, I felt utterly fulfilled. Ro visibly trembled, the flush on her face not yet faded, seemingly intensifying. Yet, she acquiesced to my request. Feng, perhaps this is fate. The moment I first saw you, I recognized you as that child from years ago. My heart has conveyed to me that, during my journey here, I sensed your call, which grew stronger upon my arrival. I understand that it is destiny that brought me here, and I place my faith in fate in the heavens. Thus I have halted my carriage here. I observed as Ro initially spoke with a hint of shyness, but soon, her emotions began to swell, and by the end, her gaze was fixed intently upon me. I will not let you leave my side again, she declared, resolutely. Yu and Ro looked at me. Her patience exhausted after a decade devoid of Zhang Xingfeng. 10 long years had passed without a word, consumed by longing. She could no longer endure such a life. She yearned to be with her Feng, come what may. Suddenly, a tremor of the heart surged within me. What imbues this seemingly delicate woman, educated in a prestigious family, with such courage? Perhaps this is the essence of true love. A wave of shame washed over me. Here she is, a fragile woman, daring to pursue love, while I, a cultivator who has attained the Yuaning stage, a formidable master with the golden body Buddha skill, a man of integrity, hesitate. My heart swelled with excitement. As the long-suppressed yearning and profound affection I held for her erupted from the depths of my soul, threatening to engulf me, I found myself unable to resist. Yet why should I? I pulled her into my embrace, holding her tightly, leaving no space between us. I yearned to merge her into my very being, to ensure we would never part. Together, we savored the sweetness and bliss of the moment, quietly wrapped in each other's arms. Time seemed to blur. It felt both like an instant and an eternity when Yuna approached us. As Ro lay in my arms, gazing at me, she remained blissfully unaware that tears had streamed down her face during our embrace. Her eyes sparkled with an even brighter light as she silently regarded me, wishing to imprint my visage in her memory. She could not bear the thought of our separation, even for a fleeting moment. Suddenly, I leaned down and gently kissed her moist lips, tenderly and softly. I lifted my head, supporting her as I looked into her eyes. Ro, I love you, and I shall certainly marry you. Wait for me. Very soon, I declared with unwavering conviction, assuring her of my commitment, a testament to my sense of responsibility. For her, I would stake everything. I stood in a daze, watching her depart until the palanquin vanished from my sight. Lowering my gaze, I smiled, the fragrance lingering between my lips and teeth still vivid. Young man, you have no right to be with Miss Yuan. A voice, deep and resonant, echoed in my ears. Who? I turned towards the shadowy corner nearby. Who are you? I scrutinized that dim recess, having long noticed the presence of a formidable master concealed there. Initially, I assumed he was secretly guarding Ro, but it seemed my conjecture was misguided. Humph. Do you think you can be arrogant before me with your mere first-grade realm? You must be a fool, courting death by daring to obstruct my union with Ro. I shall make you regret it for eternity. A surge of murderous intent rushed towards the corner, enveloping the surroundings in a suffocating aura, causing the leaves to spiral upward in a bizarre dance towards that shadowy nook. Couples around us sensed the ominous atmosphere and hastily fled. The area surrounding the Mingyue Osmanthus Bridge was entirely deserted, casting an eerie silence that felt almost terrifying. Tianwei number 2, sensing the palpable murderous intent, couldn't he help but tremble. This must be at least a first-grade master. How could such a young man have attained the first-grade realm? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Historically, the first to reach this level did so after the age of 30. I myself only achieved it in my 50s, and that was with my master's assistance. He must possess a martial art imbued with formidable killing intent. It must be so. How could the Celestial Guardian 2 be so easily intimidated by mere murderous intent? Moreover, even if he wished to flee, who is to say whether Zhang Xingfeng would permit his escape? Youngster, Do not be so arrogant. Miss Yuan is beyond your reach. It would be wise for you to depart from her presence promptly. Perhaps you might even preserve your life. I gazed at the figure emerging from the shadows. An elderly man who appeared to be around 50. His upright posture and piercing gaze conveyed a sense of rigorous training. A tremor coursed through me. To cultivate a master of such caliber, what immense power must this force possess? It is terrifying and unwise to oppose them. The murderous intent descended upon the Celestial Guardian II like a tangible weight. In his heart, Celestial Guardian II was in turmoil. How is this possible? How could someone so young have achieved the manifestation of murderous intent? Has he not reached a celestial realm? How old could he possibly be? Driven to madness. The Celestial Guardian II launched a frenzied assault around him. Yet, ensnared by my palpable murderous intent, what could he truly accomplish? Even if he were to break free, his prowess would likely be minimal. I have no time to await your escape. Concentrating my energy into a blade, I leapt forward, ascending to a higher vantage point. Observing the beleaguered Celestial Guardian II surrounded by a tight circle of dark murderous intent. But how could that intent possibly compare to the ferocity of the murderous aura emanating from my blade? With a low growl, I declared, the blade cleaves Mount Hua. A peculiar layer of black radiance inexplicably encircled the white blade of light in my hand. In an instant, the blade detached itself from my grasp. Hurtling towards the beleaguered Tianwei No. 2 with remarkable speed, its surface shimmering with an eerie black glow. I extended my arms, and my body floated down to the ground as lightly as a feather, casting a cold smirk at the old man before me. In my eyes, he was as good as deceased. Tianwei No. 2, in a state of sheer terror, witnessed a beam of blade light hurtling towards him. Yet he found himself ensnared by the surrounding, palpable aura of murderous intent. Was he truly destined to await his demise at the hands of this blade? Beads of cold sweat trickled down his face, relentless despite the impending new year and the frigid temperatures. Was he truly on the verge of meeting his end? Tianwei No. 2 grappled with inner turmoil. He was aware of a method to triple his power instantaneously, yet it would reduce his strength to the second tier, and most critically, his abilities would never again experience any growth. However, circumstances left him with no room for choice. To remain passive was tantamount to death. With his hands raised high, a stream of purple light gradually emanated from his being, enveloping him in an ethereal glow reminiscent of a celestial being. The purple radiance thickened and intensified, revealing signs of counteracting my palpable murderous aura. I gazed at his transformed figure, taken aback. This old man was prepared to fight to the bitter end. This purple light felt oddly familiar. Yes, Li Tianxiang. Indeed, it is Li Tianxiang. Yes, Li Tianxiang. His martial arts are akin to those of Li Tianxiang. Yet this old fellow's prowess far surpasses that of Li Tianxiang. He belongs to the Illustriously family, and I have long desired to confront you. I granted you a decade of tranquility, yet your awareness remains utterly lacking. Do not blame me for the ensuing consequences. With a resounding crash, the second Celestial Guardian broke free from my encirclement, successfully neutralizing the blade aura I had unleashed. Young man, I shall not let you escape. Although your power has ascended to the heavenly realm, this alone does not afford you the opportunity to wed Miss Yuan. She is destined for our young master. Upon his escape, the second Celestial Guardian had no inclination to flee. He understood that the surge of energy he had just unleashed would undoubtedly attract the attention of the Divine Guardians. Once a single Divine Guardian arrives, combined with his current status as a low-tier Divine Guardian, this young lad will have no chance of evasion. I gazed at him, a disdainful smile gracing my lips. With a light, mocking tone, I remarked, with the strength of the Li family, you dare to challenge me? Humph. For the sake of my own ambitions, I will not spare anyone, especially since during my last seclusion, while cultivating the Vajra demon subduing technique, I devised a plan, although it was delayed by my decade-long retreat. It is not too late to execute it now, is it? I can already envision the future of the Li family. The second Celestial Guardian was taken aback. Not because he was astonished that the youth recognized him as a member of the Li family, but rather due to the utter contempt the other exhibited towards the Li family. Within the illustrious Li family, the heavenly guardians numbered 1 through 5 have appeared in various battles for the family's interests. Each of these formidable factions is acutely aware of their association with the Li lineage, and they also recognize that the Li family possesses a far more terrifying force, the divine guardians who have ascended to the celestial realm, a realm that decisively determines true power. The so-called first-grade realm is but a ruse to deceive the common folk, In the presence of these grand powers, the first-grade realm is utterly inconsequential, for only the celestial realm governs all. However, Heavenly Guardian 2 is cognizant of the fact that all major factions, such as the four great families, Tinya Hage, Shaolin, and the demon sect, boast masters of the celestial realm. In contrast, the imperial court possesses merely one first-grade master, rendering it the weakest among them. Fortunately, all major factions have long since unified in their understanding. It is unwise to oppose the court, for such a conflict would plunge the entire Ming dynasty into chaos. The reason the Li family has maintained its status as the foremost family for such an extended period, without any semblance of upheaval, lies in its possession of the most formidable and legendary masters of the divine realm, individuals that the other three great families lack. This is a truth known to all powerful factions. Yet, it is particularly noteworthy that the likes of Tianya Hage, Shaolin, and the demon sect, ancient martial arts powers with thousands of years of history, possessing a master of the divine realm is deemed normal. However, the Li family not only has one but multiple masters of the divine realm. This fact is the very reason why all factions keep their distance from the Li family. In his eyes, having reached a celestial realm and recognized my lineage as a member of the Li family, I must undoubtedly be a formidable expert from a certain superpower. How could I possibly be oblivious to the true strength of the Li clan? No one would dare to confront the Li family. Thus, my audacious remarks belittling the Li clan would surely astonish him. Young man, impressive skills. Utterly audacious. A resonant voice echoed from the eastern sky. My spiritual perception scanned the vicinity, revealing an expert at the initial stage of the Golden Core. I couldn't help but smile. Indeed, the influence of the Li family is formidable. Yet, what does it truly signify to me? I cast a nonchalant gaze towards the eastern sky. The surroundings fell silent. Enveloped in an eerie stillness, even the sound of the flowing water ceased, as if the world itself had muted. A flicker of emotion crossed my face, evidently. Achieving the Golden Core through martial prowess possesses far greater lethality than attaining it through spiritual cultivation. It appears that dealing with the Li family will not be as effortless as I had imagined. As I looked up, a faint silhouette descended from the sky, not in flight, but rather gracefully treading upon the treetops of the osmanthus trees lining the riverbank, an impressive feat that only those in the Golden Core stage can accomplish. One must understand that only at the nascent soul stage can one truly soar through the air. Guardian number 3 gazed at the young figure before him, astonished. How could this youthful individual, seemingly so young, appear utterly at ease within his aura, as if he too had reached the celestial realm? Yet, strength is not solely determined by one's level of power. Experience plays a crucial role in the contest. As for this young lad, when it comes to experience, he is but a novice. Who is this fellow's master, capable of nurturing such an extraordinary disciple? This matter must be clarified. You too, if you wish to make a move, do so swiftly. Watching these two, even with reinforcements arriving, their hesitation is truly infuriating. Do they not recognize the value of my time? Young man, achieving such a level at such a tender age is indeed remarkable. May I inquire who your esteemed teacher is? The guardian number 3 gazed at me with a smile, appearing to be in his 50s or 60s. Likely having reached the Golden Core stage at that age. How old could he be now, still smiling at me after his earlier display of arrogance? It seems his scheming is quite formidable. My master is not someone you're worthy to know, I replied, standing firm like the elder behind me. You just claimed that Miss Yuan belongs to your young master. What does that imply? I can see clearly that Miss Yuan is still an unwed maiden. Are you attempting to deceive me? Guardian number 2 stepped forward, looking at me with a smirk, likely aware that his hopes were dwindling, displaying an unexpected calmness. Young man, let me be clear. Our master has already negotiated with the head of the Yuan family, and the Yuan patriarch has consented to marry Miss Yuan to our young master. Do you still believe you have a chance? I regarded them with a faint, cold smile. You shameless individuals think to use this tactic to compel me to relinquish my claim? Am I truly that foolish? Haha, you may not be aware, but Ro has already urged me to propose, so do not waste your efforts. Tianwei number 2 gazes at me, a hint of pity gracing his lips. Is it true? No, it cannot be, yet my instincts whisper that it is indeed true. This old man speaks not in falsehood. With the approval of the head of the Yuan family, do I still harbor hope? Why, oh why, must marriage hinge upon parental consent? What is this decree from parents that cannot be defied? I know not the answers, but I am certain that my Ro belongs solely to me. And no one can seize her away, no one, absolutely no one. Yes, I must propose immediately, without delay. I cannot fall behind the Li family. I swiftly make my way towards Xingfeng Manor. In an instant, Shenwei number 3 stands before me. You have caused our Tianwei number 2 such distress. And you still wish to flee? Do you believe the Li family to be so easily trifled with? You may choose to forfeit your martial prowess, and we shall let this matter slide. Otherwise, I will ensure your suffering is beyond measure. Though Shenwei number 3 considers the young man's master, he cannot overlook the pride of the Li family, who have never known defeat across the entirety of the Qinglong Continent. Who dares to challenge the Li family? Now, here stands a mere youth who has driven Tianwei number 2 to self-harm and dares to escape. This is an affront to the Li family. As a sentinel of the Li family, his long-standing pride forbids him from tolerating such insolence. All who oppose the Li family shall face retribution. Step aside. I regard him coldly. Should he continue to obstruct my path, I will not hesitate to take his life. Shenwei number 3 trembles, a chill coursing through him. He senses that should he persist in blocking my way, this youth before him would indeed kill him. What? As a guardian of the Li family, how could someone possibly kill me, especially a mere youth? It is unthinkable. Guardian number 3 found the absurdity of his feelings amusing. I gazed at this individual, who dared to obstruct my path. I lunged forward, propelling myself into the air, my right hand raised high as a blade of radiant energy pierced the heavens. Guardian No. 3 stared in terror at the young man suspended in the air, seemingly frozen in time. A wave of dread washed over him. He felt an imminent demise. Devoid of hope, as the murderous intent enveloped him entirely, Guardian number 2 was left in a state of shock, gazing at the Tinzhong blade of light. Tinzhong. Not merely Tinzhong of blade energy, but Tinzhong of luminous radiance. Was this truly the work of a human? At that moment, Guardian No. 3 was utterly consumed by the aura of death, oblivious to the magnificent Tinzhong blade of light, for in his vision, there was nothing but that demonic figure before him. Blood devours the land. I forcefully swung the blade of light downwards, unleashing a terrifying arc aimed at the now-defeated Guardian number 3. As the colossal blade of light descended, Guardian number 3 was jolted back to reality, yet time was no longer on his side. He beheld the monstrous blade approaching him, lamenting that he had no time to marvel or to regret provoking this harbinger of death. With no alternatives left, confronted by the terrifying blade, he could only resort to his final move. A surge of violet light erupted from Guardian number 3, growing ever brighter until his entire being transformed into a radiant sphere of purple light. At last, the terrifying blade aura collided with the violet orb. Second brother, flee. I sense that Guardian 3 is about to unleash his final move. Go. The two middle-aged men surged forward like lightning towards the battleground. Upon witnessing the scene before them, they were momentarily taken aback. Before their eyes lay a chasm shaped like a blade, spanning dozens of yards, a clear indication that this was the result of a single strike, undoubtedly not from a mere weapon, but rather from blade energy, and most likely blade light. The sheer magnitude of this force suggested that their adversary possessed astounding prowess. The two men, who had not exerted themselves for centuries since mastering their martial arts, were now stirred with indignation. When had the Li family ever endured such humiliation? Even those who had achieved divine status would not deign to engage with guardians or the lesser celestial guards. Yet here stood someone who had so ruthlessly battered a member of the Li family. Was it not evident that they were disregarding the Li family entirely? At that moment, Guardian 3, on the brink of collapse, gazed upon a young man who, in an instant, seemed to be imbued with newfound strength. My lord, it is a youth, who with a single strike unleashed a blade light stretching at least 10 yards. He appeared quite anxious. After a single swing, he swiftly departed. As soon as Guardian 3 finished speaking, he coughed up blood, articulating everything had proven immensely challenging for him at that moment. Rest now and tend to your wounds. A middle-aged man, exuding an air of command, placed his hand upon Guardian 3, and a flash of purple light enveloped them both. The face of Guardian 3 instantly flushed with a vibrant hue. Gazing at the middle-aged man before him, he felt a surge of excitement. Yet his body constrained him from making any grand gestures of appreciation, so he could only express his gratitude with a slight nod. A voice, resonant and commanding like a lion's roar, emanated from the middle-aged man, exuding an aura of leadership. Guardian 2 trembled suddenly, his gaze clearing as he beheld the two middle-aged figures before him. He promptly knelt and spoke. My lord, General, we have encountered a young man of remarkable prowess. With a single strike, he unleashed a blade-s radiance spanning Tinzhong. Furthermore, he harbors affections for Miss Yuan. It was our attempts to dissuade him from pursuing her that incited his aggression towards us. Brother, could he be the adept who reached the divine realm a decade ago? Inquired the man addressed as General, glancing at his companion. The general replied, could he not be the disciple of that master? The figure embodying a kingly presence furrowed his brow, sensing that they had indeed attracted significant trouble. For a youth to attain the pinnacle of the celestial realm, or even the divine realm, his master must possess capabilities beyond ordinary comprehension. It was likely that the adept who achieved the divine realm a decade prior was merely his senior apprentice, while his master had undoubtedly surpassed the divine realm. For how else could such a young individual attain such extraordinary heights? The general exclaimed in disbelief, a breakthrough to the divine realm? How is that conceivable? We have toiled for millennia, and in the past few centuries, we have made no progress whatsoever. I refuse to believe that anyone could surpass you, my younger brother. It seems that the general has become utterly devoted to his lord, viewing his younger brother as the most formidable individual, much like how Lang Feng perceives Zhang Xingfeng as the mightiest. Brother, you must understand that there are always individuals beyond our comprehension, realms beyond our grasp. Just as ordinary people find it hard to believe that anyone's martial prowess could surpass the first-tier realm, you similarly doubt the existence of those who transcend the divine realm. Legend has it that Pangu, with a single swing of his axe, cleaved the highest peak of Tianyao Mountain, thus giving rise to the boundless Tianyao mountain range we know today. You might dismiss this as mere myth, correct? The general chuckled. Pondering how such a thing could possibly be true, an axe splitting a mountain seems implausible. Younger brother, you cannot possibly believe this to be true, can you? Haha. I assure you it is indeed true. Our Li family has existed for thousands of years. We later established the Tang dynasty, which was subsequently destroyed by Xiongyu, leading us to engage in commercial development. The annals of our Li lineage record that 5,000 years ago, a giant wielding a massive axe soared through the skies, later battling another man. Our ancestor was hiding in a corner at that time, accompanied by a dozen others. The two masters fought for an extended period without emitting a single trace of energy. Are you not curious as to why there was no energy dispersal whatsoever? Could it be that they were inept, lacking in skill, merely possessing the peculiar ability to fly? The general gazed at his younger brother, filled with perplexity. The Lord gazed upon him, a smile gracing his lips, before he spoke. That general has indeed reached the realm of the divine, and he understands the terror that accompanies it. Though he has great faith in his younger brother, it remains difficult for him to fully comprehend the existence of such formidable individuals. The Lord observed his elder brother, recognizing the skepticism that lingered in his sibling's heart, and a sense of pride swelled within him. The middle-aged general was taken aback. It had been many years since his younger brother had displayed such a triumphant expression. Apart from the moment of transcending to the first rank, the only other time he had beheld such a smile was when he relinquished his position to his son, witnessing the flourishing of the realm he had governed and the prosperity of its people. And now here it was again. I shall tell you. I am on the verge of breaking through to the divine realm, the Lord proclaimed, laughter dancing in his voice. The general looked at his younger brother, momentarily at a loss for words. What did you say? You are about to transcend to the divine realm? Is this true? Please, repeat that. Surely. My ears deceive me. The Lord chuckled at his elder brother. Brother, I am about to break through to the divine realm. Did you hear that clearly? Ha. Instantly, the general erupted into laughter. Ah, my younger brother, how many years have we waited for this day? It has finally arrived. Splendid, splendid. It seems that the young man's master may indeed reach that realm. What shall we do now? For over 1,000 years, what have we feared? Moreover, this conflict is not solely reliant on brute strength. It also demands experience and wisdom. The most crucial question is whether his master has reached such a level. It remains uncertain. It is entirely possible that this young man possesses exceptional intelligence or has acquired some extraordinary treasures. Therefore, I have resolved that tomorrow, when I visit the Yuan family to propose, we shall go together to meet this enigmatic young man and his master. Haha. Very well, dear brother. Let us go and encounter him. There is nothing in this world that we, as brothers, cannot resolve. We shall see exactly who this remarkable individual is. In the blink of an eye, the four figures on the street vanished, leaving only the terrifying chasm behind. What will become of Zhang Xingfeng tomorrow? I sat in the grand chair. It was now the dead of night, and everyone had fallen asleep, save for a few servants patrolling the estate. In the darkness, several Star Peak guards stood watch at key locations within the manor. Noticing my presence in the hall, one servant hastily approached my side, remaining silent as he awaited my command. The hall was illuminated by a single lamp, its light insufficient to dispel the pervasive gloom that filled the expansive space. My heart, too, was shrouded in darkness, tumultuous and fraught with fear. I was genuinely frightened, terrified of losing Ro. No, I cannot allow anyone to thwart our union, regardless of who they may be. I felt a surge of desperation, a frenzied light igniting in my eyes, and a decision had crystallized in my mind. I raised my gaze to the servant beside me and commanded, "Summon Brother Wang to me at once, and also call for Uncle Zhang. Hurry." My heart once again sinks into darkness. "Young master, what brings you to summon me at such a late hour?" Wang Gu entered from the hall, tidying his attire as he walked in. Having learned of my distress from a servant, he had not taken the time to dress properly. "Wang Gu, please take a seat." "We shall wait for Uncle Zhang," I said, then fell silent once more. Wang Gu gazed at me, astonished. He had never witnessed his young master so shrouded in gloom. Even when he had been cast out from home, his sorrow had been evident, yet now, he revealed no hint of his intentions. It seemed something of great significance had transpired that evening. "Dear nephew, what prompts you to summon me and Uncle Zhang at such an hour?" Uncle Zhang entered, intending to speak further, but noticed Wang Gu beside him, signaling him to remain silent. He then observed the expression on my face. Having weathered life's trials, Uncle Zhang discerned my current state at a glance and promptly fell silent, seated in anticipation of my words. The entire hall felt heavy and oppressive, akin to the calm before a storm. After a considerable pause, I raised my gaze to them and spoke flatly. "Wang Gu, immediately command the preparation of a marriage entourage. There is no need to arrange gifts. Uncle Zhang, have you sculpted the 2 flawless jade pieces I entrusted to you a decade ago?" Upon hearing my words, Brother Wang appeared utterly perplexed. What was the purpose of this marriage proposal entourage, and why was there no intention of presenting a betrothal gift? However, out of respect for me, he refrained from voicing his thoughts. "No need for a betrothal gift. Simply a pair of Xingfeng guards will suffice," I suggested. Uncle Zhang, upon hearing my statement, chuckled sheepishly and said, "My dear nephew, I must apologize. I could not resist the allure of these 2 exquisite carving materials. During your 2-year seclusion, I took the liberty of crafting them. One is a carving of the phoenix seeking the, and the other a jade qilin. I beg your pardon for proceeding without your consent," he added with a chuckle. I regarded Uncle Zhang, my expression transforming as if the chill of winter had melted away, revealing a delightful smile. "The phoenix seeking the... Ah, splendid. That is precisely it. Uncle Zhang, please bring it to me. I shall use it as my betrothal gift." Uncle Zhang gazed at me in astonishment. This piece was crafted from flawless jade, sculpted by the finest jade artisan in the realm. In years past, Dragon Rising had astonished the entire continent, with some affluent families offering a staggering 1 million taels for it. Even Xingfeng Manor had refrained from selling it. For Dragon Rising was the hallmark of the Dragon Rising jade shop. It was inconceivable to part with it. Subsequently, the 2 flawless jade pieces were created. The first was due to the flourishing business of the Dragon Rising jade shop, while the second was because Zhang Xingfeng was still in seclusion. Such significant matters should ideally be addressed with Zhang Xingfeng's consent before any sale. After all, there was no shortage of wealth, and leaving it in the manor posed no risk. It could always be sold later. However, now Zhang Xingfeng intends to offer such a precious treasure as a betrothal gift. This is exceedingly generous, indeed. Even the heads of the 4 great clans, or their successors, typically present gifts valued around 5 million taels. Yet, Zhang Xingfeng dares to use the flawless jade carving of Phoenix seeking Phoenix, worth over 10 million taels, as a betrothal gift. Even the insightful Uncle Zhang, who perceives the world and comprehends nature, cannot help but marvel. Would you truly consider auctioning it? I furrowed my brow, contemplating that Uncle Zhang has spent 8 years crafting the Phoenix seeking Phoenix, and selling it is a very real possibility. If it were to be sold, what would I offer as a betrothal gift? Using treasures from the realm of cultivation may not resonate with the Yuan family. To me, they are invaluable, yet to them, they might appear as trifles, akin to the secret heaven stone. Moreover, utilizing something that has been previously owned lacks any special significance, while the Phoenix seeking Phoenix is unparalleled. If Uncle Zhang were indeed to auction it, I would be in quite the predicament. No, my dear nephew, how could I sell it without your consent? Am I that sort of person? Upon hearing my concerns, Uncle Zhang quickly waved his hand to assert his innocence, and as he continued, a sense of pride illuminated his demeanor, showcasing the nobility of his character. Observing Uncle Zhang's expression, my previously dark mood lightened considerably. since his arrival at Xingfeng Manor. His understanding of nature and subsequent cultivation of the profound Yin technique have gradually restored his childlike innocence. He now possesses a profound satisfaction with life, exuding joyfulness each day. I dismiss the presence of others, allowing my vital energy to resonate slightly, extinguishing the candle before me. I sat in tranquil silence, unwilling to ponder or move, remaining perfectly still. As dawn broke, the Star Peak Manor buzzed with life, as everyone commenced a new day. Gazing at the estate bathed in the sun's radiant glow, I inhaled deeply, contemplating. Everything hinges on today. My younger brother, you are to propose. Which fortunate maiden has captured your heart so swiftly, prompting you to seek her hand with the phoenix seeking the phoenix as a betrothal gift? Pray, inform your elder brother of her identity. Before me stood Brother Wolf, strikingly handsome, yet still bearing the visage of youth, lacking any semblance of maturity. Yet, the mere sight of him lifted my spirits considerably. I smiled, though my facial muscles felt oddly rigid. After a decade of seclusion, I had never encountered such a sensation. Could it be that my emotions had taken a toll so profound? Ah, you know her well, indeed. It is Yu Wenru, do you remember? I remarked to Brother Wolf with a smile. Yu Wenru. Yes, I know her, having attended classes with her at the National Martial Arts Academy. That girl was undeniably beautiful, destined to be a stunning woman in the future. I never imagined you would emerge from your seclusion only to propose so soon. However, it seems that Li Tianxiang is also quite taken with your Yu Wenru, following her around daily at the academy. The scene resembled that of a toad aspiring to consume a swan. Yet this young fellow possesses some remarkable abilities and boasts a formidable background. Be cautious, my second brother. Wolf Blade spoke loudly, as though he feared I was unaware of Li Tianxiang's circumstances. I chuckled softly. I was indeed familiar with this rascal. Do you know why I am so eager to propose? It is precisely because today, Li Tianxiang is also making a proposal. If I delay any further, I may lose my chance entirely. My only lamentation at this moment is the absence of an elder to assist me in this endeavor. Uncle Zhang would suffice. Yet his standing is significantly inferior to that of the four great families. His involvement might yield unfavorable results. I had contemplated adopting the guise of an elder, masquerading as my master, and showcasing some profound martial arts skills that would likely suffice. However, the most critical aspect of a proposal is that the proposer must be present, which troubles me greatly. Thus, I am left to undertake this journey alone. Upon hearing this, Wolfblade also appeared dejected. But what alternatives do we have? It must be done this way. Ah, my dear nephew, I have brought what you requested. This is a labor of love, crafted with utmost dedication. Ha ha for you. I shall bestow this phoenix seeking the phoenix upon the Yuan family, Uncle Zhang exclaimed with a grin as he approached me from outside. I gazed at the brocade box in Uncle Zhang's hands and could feel the unique energy of the flawless jade within. With a single motion, my true essence effortlessly drew the box into my grasp. Uncle Zhang showed no sign of embarrassment, as if he had not just employed innate true energy to resist my effort to seize the box. Perhaps, in his eyes, conceding to me had become a commonplace occurrence. As I opened the exquisite brocade box, the phoenix seeking the phoenix that I intended to present as a betrothal gift unfolded before my eyes. Although it radiated brilliance and charm, to me it merely appeared as a jade piece imbued with an additional layer of green luminescence and clarity. At this moment, my mind was solely preoccupied with one thought, the proposal. I glanced at the proposal entourage that had long been assembled outside, and since I had instructed them not to bring gifts, I was faced with a group of Star Peak guards armed only with weapons. Indeed, these were the Star Peak guards, skilled martial artists, and I aimed to demonstrate to the Yuan family that Zhang Xingfeng was capable of caring for Ro. Observing their stern and cold expressions, I resolutely stepped out of the door. Move, I commanded, leading the way towards the Yuan residence, followed by 12 guards clad in red. Was this truly a proposal procession? It seemed that only their vibrant attire could evoke thoughts of festivity. A small contingent of riders galloped down the street on their noble steeds, leaving a cloud of dust in their wake. This year's winter was particularly frigid these days. Even the bustling capital was unusually desolate in the early hours, with only a few vendors preparing for the impending morning market. Yet today was destined to be anything but quiet, as the streets were alive with a grand, ostentatious proposal procession, complete with drums and gongs. A mere glance at the large banner emblazoned with the character Li at the forefront would reveal the audacity of the family behind such a spectacle, and one could hardly be surprised by their brazen display. Even when the emperor marries the empress, it is merely attended by 500 imperial guards. Yet today, The prospective head of the Li family arrives with a retinue of 500 servants merely to propose, and this is but a prelude, not the grand wedding itself. This serves to illustrate the formidable influence of the Li family. However, few have noticed that a small contingent of a dozen individuals is also moving in the same direction as this vast assembly, albeit they are positioned at the forefront. Who would have anticipated that this modest group was also there to seek a marriage alliance? Today, Li Tianxiang is filled with joy and excitement, for after today, his beloved is destined to be his wife. He has awaited this day for over a decade, and it is finally within reach. Although his ancestor had forewarned him of a young man who might disrupt this proposal, the ancestor's presence today brings him reassurance. With the ancestor present, what could he possibly fear? Yet, the ancestor mentioned that this young man has already attained the heavenly realm, and may even be on the verge of reaching the divine realm, which unsettles Li Tianxiang. Since his youth, he has been heralded as a prodigy, and with the ancestor's guidance, he has now achieved the first-grade realm, marking him as the first in history to do so. Yet, the existence of a youth who has reached the heavenly realm and may soon attain the divine realm dampens his spirits. Nevertheless, a voice within Li Tianxiang whispers that this young master is none other than Zhang Xingfeng, who reached at least the third-grade realm by the tender age of 8. While he possesses no concrete evidence, Li Tianxiang is convinced. Note, to clarify the realms, the heavenly realm corresponds to the early to mid stages of the golden core. The realm of divinity is attained in the late stages of the golden core. This merely reflects a distinction in mastery. The path of martial arts diverges from that of true cultivation. The journey of cultivation is not as straightforward as merely amplifying one's true essence to break through the golden core stage. Progressing from martial arts to the path of enlightenment grows increasingly arduous. The heavenly realm and the divine realm represent two distinct levels of martial prowess, yet they are separated by a vast chasm. The pursuit of martial arts necessitates personal enlightenment. Take Zhang Xingfeng, for instance, upon mastering the slaughtering blade technique. He reaches the heavenly realm. Only upon achieving the utmost in the path of the blade and creating the technique heaven-splitting earth-cleaving does he ascend to the divine realm. It is crucial to emphasize that the heavenly guardian of the Li family constitutes a first-tier realm, while the divine guardian embodies the cultivation of the heavenly realm. I implore everyone to avoid confusion. Otherwise, the number of experts in the divine realm would be overwhelming. I found myself vexed by the attendant before me. Earlier, I had requested to meet the head of the Yuan family, yet this attendant obstinately refused entry, citing that the master had decreed that only members of the Li family would be received today, dismissing all others. However, I was acutely aware that I had come today to propose a union. I could not force my way in and was left to wait. Fortunately, I had anticipated such a scenario and arrived early. Once a member of the Li family appeared, the head of the Yuan family would undoubtedly emerge, allowing us to enter together. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through, scattering a flurry of petals around me, accompanied by the distant sound of drums and gongs. Before long, the ground was carpeted in a sea of blossoms, signaling the arrival of the Li family. I turned to face the grand gates of the Yuan residence. For the head of the family had already emerged, having received word that the ancestral elder of the Li family was also present today. Though others may remain oblivious to the identity of this ancient ancestor, the head of the Yuan clan, one of the 4 great families, which has maintained both overt and covert interactions with the Li family for nearly several centuries, possesses an acute awareness of the true power behind the Li lineage and the genuine backing it commands. He is also cognizant of this ancestor's authentic identity, one that commands reverence from all inhabitants of the Qinglong Continent. Would the head of the Yuan family dare to await the arrival of such an illustrious figure within his abode? Head of the Yuan family, I, Zhang Xingfeng, have come today to propose to Miss Yuan Ro, and I hope you will consider my request. A gentle voice resounded. The head of the Yuan family instinctively turned his gaze toward the source of the voice. A young man clad in a cerulean silk robe stood before him, an aura of inexplicable gravitas enveloping him, rendering his form somewhat indistinct. Those eyes, what extraordinary eyes they were. They bore pride, sorrow, madness, and an air of disdain for all that exists, imbued with the weight of countless ages. Such eyes. The head of the Yuan family had encountered many individuals of considerable achievement, yet none possessed eyes akin to these. What a remarkable talent. The head of the Yuan family found himself greatly impressed by this young man. However, upon hearing his request, he could only cast a regretful glance in the young man's direction. He refrained from uttering any words, for he did not wish to offend the formidable Li family. Head of the Yuan family, please allow this young gentleman to enter. A gentle voice resonated, and a middle-aged man suddenly appeared before the Yuan family. Behind him stood the head of the Li family, accompanied by another middle-aged man. Upon seeing the foremost figure, the Yuan patriarch recognized him as the revered ancestor. The mere thought of the ancestor's esteemed identity stirred a wave of excitement within him, and he could vaguely deduce the identity of the man beside him. How could the Yuan patriarch possibly defy the words of the ancestor? Zhang Xingfeng, please come in as well, he said, stepping beside the esteemed elder. Oh, young Master Zhang, let us enter together. Senior Li, General Li, please do come in, the ancestor addressed me, displaying utmost respect towards the Senior Li shortly thereafter. I observed the Senior Li, sensing his formidable power, which was nearly equivalent to that of an initial-stage nascent soul practitioner. He emanated a regal aura, not merely in presence, but in his internal energy, capable of inflicting harm upon adversaries, a truly fearsome individual. This was my initial assessment of him, though I could not comprehend why this man, who commanded such reverence from the head of the Li family and was honored so highly by the Yuan patriarch, would extend such courtesy towards me. My foremost concern at this moment was to propose marriage. I nodded, smiling in gratitude, and took my place beside him. Zhang Xingfeng, a deep voice called out. I turned around to find a handsome young man standing before me. Despite the significant changes he had undergone, I immediately recognized him as Li Tianxiang. I smiled, pondering who might ultimately have the last laugh today. Although he had managed to locate this formidable individual, I truly did not regard someone who had merely brushed the threshold of the nascent soul stage with any seriousness. However, the regal aura emanating from his inner strength seemed not to have been cultivated through traditional means. Rather, it appeared to stem from an external force. Only extraordinary treasures could possibly alter one's power to such a degree, and I had never encountered an item of that caliber before. What could it possibly be? It must be at least on par with a celestial artifact. Humph, he is but a mortal, practicing only martial arts. How could he possess such potent weaponry? I surmised that even if a treasure of celestial artifact status were placed before him, he would lack the capability to wield it. I merely nodded and smiled faintly at him before entering the grand gates of the Yuan family alongside the Senior Li. Upon entering the hall, which was both opulent and elegant, one could not help but appreciate that the Yuan family was indeed one of the four great clans. The hall was breathtakingly enchanting. Yet no one present was of a coarse nature, nor was there any astonishment among the attendees. We all took our seats in turn, and the Senior Li appeared to be quite amiable, even inviting me to sit in the second seat to his right. It is worth noting that the first seat on his left was occupied by General Li, another individual of terrifying prowess, yet only at the late stage of the Golden Core. The second seat on the left belonged to the head of the Yuan family, while Li Tianxiang could only take the third seat on the left. The head of the Yuan family stood, seemingly hesitant to take a seat, for the prominent chair crafted from purple ironwood appeared to remain unoccupied. He gazed down at the esteemed elderly and General Li, his heart brimming with frustration. What business do you two old fellows have here, making me feel so uneasy? Though such thoughts swirled in his mind, he maintained a facade of utmost respect. Elderly, General Li, how could you trouble yourselves with such matters? It is truly an honor to have you visit my humble abode. The head of the Li family rose, offering a smile. Ah, Brother Yuan. Our ancestors have come for the sake of Xiang'er. Today, I am here to formally propose marriage. Instantly, the head of the Yuan family responded with a smile. Brotherly, this matter. Please, wait, he exclaimed loudly, rising from his seat. In that moment, the entire hall fell into a hushed silence. Astonished that this young man had dared to interrupt the discourse of the heads of two prominent clans, except for the two elderly gentlemen from the Li family, who had anticipated this very situation and thus had come prepared. Upon hearing my voice, they exchanged knowing smiles, aware that the spectacle was about to unfold. The head of the Yuan family, seasoned by countless storms and grand occasions, handled such matters with remarkable ease. The head of the Yuan family turned around, smiling at me, his benevolent gaze reminiscent of an elder observing his descendants. He kindly inquired, Young Master Zhang, what brings you here? If there's something on your mind, feel free to speak. Your father and I have been good friends for quite some time. Alas, my brother Tianda and I have not met in ages. With age, one tends to grow weary, and I have not left the capital in years. Ah, I digress. Let me address you as my esteemed nephew. What is it that you wish to discuss? He gazed at me with a warm, fatherly expression. In that moment, thoughts of my father flooded my mind. It had been 11 years, and I wondered how he was faring. I sensed a resemblance in the demeanor of the Yuan patriarch to that of my own father, and I had long regarded Ro as my wife. Thus, in my eyes, the head of the Yuan family had already assumed the role of my father-in-law. I bowed respectfully and said, "Uncle Yuan, I have come today to propose to Miss Yuan, and I am pleased to say that she has already consented to this arrangement. I hope you will grant your blessing." I laid bare my greatest advantage. Ro and I had already formed a bond. The Yuan patriarch was taken aback, unable to fathom that this young scion of the Zhang family had secretly pledged his life to his daughter. However, upon hearing this, the head of the Li family was taken aback as well. He had long established an arrangement with the old Yuan fellow. Such a turn of events was unexpected. Yet he remained composed, for the Yuan family could not afford to offend the esteemed Li clan. Though he remained unperturbed, his son, however, was filled with urgency. Over the past decade, Li Tianxiang has certainly reached a remarkable level of both cunning and martial prowess. However, whenever matters concerning Yu Wenru arise, his shrewdness and composure seem to dissipate, revealing the profound impact of his affections. Despite his palpable anger, Li Tianxiang refrains from exhibiting the narrow-mindedness typical of an ordinary scion of wealth. "Brother Xingfeng, it seems we have not crossed paths in 10 years. He remarks with polite cordiality. The two elderly gentlemen from the Li family exchange knowing smiles, evidently pleased with their illustrious descendant, whose lineage spans over a millennium. I smile in response. Indeed, esteemed eldest son, it appears that a decade has elapsed since our last meeting. Haha. I have been honing my martial skills in a remote locale under the tutelage of my master, who forbids my descent from the mountain until I attain a certain level of proficiency. With a subtle smile, I had long desired to unveil my fabricated mentors, both to intimidate them and to elevate my standing in their eyes. My martial abilities, in their perception, had already reached impressive heights. Thus my master's prowess must be formidable indeed. The two elderly gentlemen's eyes gleamed with interest, sensing that the information they sought was about to surface. However, Li Tianxiang's descendants remained oblivious, as he was already feeling a sense of elation. "When did you emerge, Brother Xingfeng?" Li Tianxiang promptly inquired, not allowing me a moment's pause. I was taken aback, realizing I had unwittingly stepped into Li Tianxiang's cleverly laid trap. After contemplating for a moment, I discerned no leverage against me. Yet, adhering to a principle of caution, I cautiously replied, "Esteemed eldest son, I have been out for approximately a month. Is there something amiss?" I was taken aback, still ensnared by his words. Indeed, I had encountered Ro once I grew up. If I were to claim that my single meeting with Ro had destined my life, no one would believe me. If I asserted that we had mutual feelings for each other at the National Martial Arts Academy, I would likely be met with derision, for I was merely 7 years old then. Can you believe that a child of 7 comprehends love? I let out a bitter smile, an acknowledgement of my defeat. Yet I refused to concede. I gazed at Li Tianxiang, my eyes ablaze with determination. "Young master, are you familiar with the phrase love at first sight? I cherish Ro, and she reciprocates my feelings. I hope you will not disrupt our affection." Both the head of the Yuan family and the head of the Li family exchanged glances, their expressions shifting. Since young Master Li had spoken so candidly, it seemed evident to them that this young man, having been cast out of the Zhang family, ought to relinquish his pursuit of Miss Yuan. After all, her status far surpassed that of a youth who had been disowned, even had he not been ousted. He would stand no chance against the heir of the Li family in seeking her hand, although they could discern that this young man was no ordinary individual. A rare talent, it held little weight in their eyes. To the heads of the 4 great families, such talents are inconsequential. Even an ancestor who once looked down upon the world took over a century to establish the Li family. Thus, these so-called prodigies hold no sway against the might of established families. Initially, they treated Zhang Xingfeng with courtesy out of respect for the Zhang family. In the eyes of the heads of these 2 prominent clans, a young man cast out from his family posed no threat. Yet, this young man had the audacity to disrupt the carefully arranged betrothal between them. The authority of the heads of the 4 great families must not be trifled with, regardless of who it may be. However, as the leader of one of these esteemed families, he was not a crude individual and would not simply expel him. After all, he was still the son of the head of the Zhang family. "My dear nephew, I understand your affection for my daughter, but you must recognize her status. She is the eldest daughter of the Yuan family and deserves nothing less than utmost respect." The head of the Yuan family regarded me with a faint smile. Yet, I could sense that his smile was merely a facade, devoid of genuine warmth. Nevertheless, for the sake of my beloved, I maintained my composure and replied, "Uncle Yuan, you need not worry. I am confident I can provide my beloved with a life that is no less than that within the Yuan family. The head of the Yuan family looked at me knowingly. He was aware that I was the proprietor of the Xingfeng Jade Shop, with an annual income of at least 10 million taels of silver. Over the past decade, I had accumulated no less than 100 million taels to care for his daughter. It is worth noting that the annual business revenue of the prominent families is around 50 million taels, while the Li family boasts a much higher figure, reaching 100 million taels. However, to satisfy him, mere wealth was insufficient. My dear nephew, I must sincerely apologize. I have already made prior arrangements with the head of the Li family regarding this matter. Alas, one cannot simply go back on promises made by fate. Moreover, the head of the Li family has already come with a substantial gift alongside his nephew Li Xian. This is indeed quite embarrassing, haha. The head of the Yuan family gazed at me, expressing his apologies. Yet, I could discern that his apparent contrition was merely a fade. He truly believed I was just an ordinary young man, unaware of his intentions. Since you are so intent on obstructing me, I shall have to respond accordingly. Uncle Yuan, your assertion is flawed. Matters of marriage must at the very least be made known to Ro herself. How can you decide on such a significant issue in her absence, merely in conjunction with the Li family? I replied with a gentle smile, maintaining a demeanor of respectful assertiveness as I regarded the head of the Yuan family. A fire of fury ignited within him. After all, he had put on a congenial face, and yet this young man dared to confront me, truly a reckless act. As the head of the Yuan clan, even the emperor treats him with deference. Apart from his elders, no one else would dare to oppose him. Yet here was a young man, showing blatant disrespect even while he wore a smile. I shall make him aware of the consequences of encroaching upon my authority. Nephew, when it comes to marriage proposals, a gift is indeed essential. Pray tell, where is your offering? The head of the Yuan family scrutinized the young man before him, gauging his response. I simply smiled at them, slowly retrieving a brocade box from my robe. At this moment, the entrance of the Yuan family, one of the four great families, was teeming with a multitude of onlookers from the capital. The townsfolk were well aware that today, the Li family was to propose marriage to the Yuan family. A momentous occasion indeed. The union between two of the four great families is a rare sight, and for this reason, the entire city seemed to radiate warmth amidst the chill of winter, as if the joyous event had infused the air with a newfound vitality. Within the expansive courtyard of the Yuan residence, the servants of the Li family bustled about in high spirits, their demeanor exuding an air of refinement that spoke of extensive training. The gifts being presented were astonishing, worth an impressive 5 million taels of silver, enough to captivate any observer for an entire day. However, not far from the Li family, a group of over 10 individuals stood rigidly, their focus unwaveringly directed toward the grand hall, for their master was inside. Zhang Xingfeng held a brocade box in his hands, yet he refrained from opening it, choosing instead to display it prominently. The surrounding onlookers wore veils of disdain, skillfully concealing their contempt within, but Zhang Xingfeng discerned their true sentiments with ease. Observing the assembly of individuals before him, who were undeniably the true heroes or formidable figures of the Qinglong Continent, he felt a tinge of disappointment. It appeared that these individuals were merely inheritors of their ancestral fortunes. Their true prowess did not align with their esteemed status. When he caught sight of the two elders from the Li family, a jolt of realization struck him. It became evident that the Li family's ability to endure centuries of trials without any diminishment in their standing was not merely a stroke of luck. The head of the Yuan family gazed at Zhang Xingfeng and said with a smile, "Dear nephew, you do not intend to present the exquisite box in your hands as your betrothal gift, do you? Is it not the famed Longting?" Zhang Xingfeng looked back at the head of the Yuan family and gave a faint smile. "It is not Longting. Longting is the treasure gem of the Longting Jade Store. Why would I bring it here? That would be foolish. While I hold affection for Ro, I believe that love transcends material wealth. Moreover, the treasure I possess in my hands is scarcely inferior to Longting." Upon hearing Zhang Xingfeng's assertion that it was not Longting, those around them burst into laughter. In this world, the only items worth over 1 million taels of silver that could be contained within a brocade box were Blood Phoenix and the even more precious Longting. However, Blood Phoenix remained in the possession of the Empress, and now that it was clear the box did not contain Longting, it was rather audacious to present an item worth only several 100,000 taels as a betrothal gift, especially in the esteemed Yuan family. Although laughter ensued, there was a certain admiration for Zhang Xingfeng. At least he understood that Longting should not be offered as a betrothal gift. Had he truly brought Longting, he would have faced universal disdain. Later, When he claimed that the treasure within was of comparable value to Longting, many were left bewildered. What? There existed treasures akin to Longting? Did this young man believe Longting was just another ordinary jade artifact that could be easily acquired? Certainly, this perspective is shared by the majority. However, the high-ranking members of the two prominent families hold a different opinion. They are acutely aware that Longting is the masterpiece of the world's foremost jade craftsman, and it is undoubtedly destined for sale shortly after its creation. This is evident, for the craftsman had only recently departed from Buyuxing when Longting emerged, and this exquisite treasure belongs to Zhang Xingfeng. It was only after Zhang Xingfeng was cast out from his home that he encountered the sculptor, Master Zhang. What does this signify? It indicates that Zhang Xingfeng possesses flawless jade, a rarity that enables Master Zhang to craft Longting. Who can ascertain the true quantity of this impeccable jade in Zhang Xingfeng's possession? If he has one Longting, it is entirely plausible that he may possess a second. Observing the expressions of the head of the Yuan family and the head of the Li family, Zhang Xingfeng offered a faint smile as he carefully lowered his head to unveil the lid of the ornate box in his hands. All eyes in the vicinity were drawn to the intricately designed box, and an instantaneous hush enveloped the room. What a breathtaking beauty it was! A transparent green phoenix gracefully encircled a resplendent phoenix, their forms entwined in a harmonious embrace. The delicate green luminescence enveloped both birds, accentuating their natural elegance with exquisite lines that vividly illustrated beauty in its purest form. The radiant Fengqiuwang seemed to belong solely to the heavens. The entire hall fell silent, as everyone became enraptured by the beauty that seemed to transcend the earthly realm. After a while, everyone gradually regained their composure. The timing of their awakening revealed much about each individual's strength and psychological resilience, which are crucial factors in determining one's accomplishments. Li Tianxiang and the two clan leaders were momentarily entranced, while the two esteemed elders of the Li family exhibited no surprise, merely observing the phoenix seeking the phoenix with admiration. Uncle Yuan, what do you think of my phoenix seeking the phoenix? Can it serve as an appropriate gift? Zhang Xingfeng respectfully inquired of the head of the Yuan family, a gesture befitting a junior addressing a senior. The head of the Yuan family was quite pleased with the flawless jade artifact. Although a dragon saring now existed in the world, the value of such a pristine jade was fixed and unlikely to diminish significantly. This particular piece was estimated to be worth around 8 million, which was quite commendable compared to the Li family's financial offerings of approximately 5 million taels. However, as the patriarch of the Yuan clan, he understood that family interests must take precedence. While the phoenix seeking the phoenix was indeed exquisite and captivating, the business relationship with the Li family held greater importance. One of the two main pillars of the Yuan family's industry, the fabric business, was monopolized in partnership with the Li family, making their significance in this venture indisputable. The Yuan clan could not afford to offend the Li family. Any mishap in their business dealings would have dire consequences. For the Li family, even if they were to sever ties with the Yuan family, the losses would be minimal, as their primary enterprises revolved around gambling and smuggling salt. If the Yuan family had not received assistance from the Li family, the business of the fabric shop would undoubtedly have faced significant losses. For the power of the Li family is formidable. The current profit-sharing arrangement is already a generous concession from the Li family. The head of the Yuan family glanced at Zhang Xingfeng and smiled. My dear nephew, this financial gift is indeed commendable. Upon hearing this, a faint smile appeared on Zhang Xingfeng's face, but the subsequent words drained the color from his cheeks. However, I have already made arrangements with Brotherly regarding this matter. Can you, as the head of two distinguished families, truly disregard your word? My dear nephew, you are an exceptionally talented young man. It is indeed a pity that you cannot be my son-in-law. My daughter lacks the fortune in this regard, and I sincerely apologize. However, the marriage between my daughter and the esteemed young man of the Li family is an unchangeable affair. Zhang Xingfeng looked at the head of the Yuan family, realizing that hope had slipped away. Initially, he believed that his efforts, through the Feng Qiu Huang and his own heartfelt sentiments, might sway the Yuan family head's decision. Yet, he had forgotten that, in the eyes of a family patriarch, the interests of the family always take precedence. This silent conflict had already reached its conclusion before it even began. Throughout the ordeal, Zhang Xingfeng's struggles proved utterly futile, which also explained why Li Tianxiang remained unperturbed upon witnessing Feng Qiu Huang. Li Tianxiang gazed upon Zhang Xingfeng with a smile, brimming with pride and an overwhelming sense of triumph. Throughout his life, he had faced numerous setbacks at the hands of Zhang Xingfeng. From their very first encounter, he had experienced the sting of being disregarded. as Zhang's gentle yet indifferent gaze seemed to overlook his existence entirely. Later, during a martial arts competition, he had suffered defeat at Zhang's hands. Though Zhang had shown him a measure of grace by not vanquishing him entirely, such an act of leniency was an affront he could hardly endure. As the eldest son of the Li family and the future head of his clan, how could he accept charity from another? It was a humiliation he could not tolerate. Ultimately, during the assessment, the fleeting flash of Zhang's blade had utterly shattered his confidence, leaving him to dwell in his shadow for an entire year, until the wisdom of his ancestor restored his faith. Now, at last, it was Zhang Xingfeng who was tasting the bitter fruit of misfortune. Haha, how could he not revel in this moment? How could he not feel elated? He expressed his gratitude to Master Yuan with utmost respect, exhibiting an air of politeness and humility that greatly pleased the head of the Yuan family. Tianxiang, should you still call me uncle? It is time to address me as father-in-law, remarked the Li family patriarch with a chuckle. I pay my respects to you, esteemed father-in-law. Li Tianxiang, in that moment, displayed no sign of arrogance, embodying complete humility. The two patriarchs erupted into hearty laughter. Zhang Xingfeng surveyed the surrounding crowd, their faces alight with joy, their laughter echoing in his ears. A clear indication of his defeat, an utter and total failure. Yet, he could not bring himself to believe that he would lose the affection of Ro. How could that be? How could she possibly leave him? How could it be? Ro, come out. Tell me, do you truly love me? Why do you not emerge? Why do you not show yourself? Zhang Xingfeng cried out, his voice gradually diminishing, fading into silence. The memories flooded back, the first time they gazed into each other's eyes, their inaugural kiss, the solemn vows exchanged amidst mountains and seas. Yet now, you choose to depart from me. Why do you linger in the shadows? Are you unaware of the significance of your proposal? Why do you not come forth to declare your love, to affirm that it is I whom you cherish? How can I exist without you? How can this be? What are parental dictates? What are the agreements made between our families? Nonsense. Must I sever my bond with Ro simply because of a few spoken words? How can that be allowed? Ro and I are genuinely in love, and no one, regardless of who they may be, shall impede my heart's desire. Zhang Xingfeng bellowed, his eyes ablaze with a frightening crimson light. The two elders of the Li family exchanged startled glances, with Elder Li whispering to General Li beside him, "This is dire. The lad has succumbed to madness." Above, the sky loomed dark and foreboding, peculiar storm clouds swirling ominously over the Yuan clan's abode. These clouds were an unexpected phenomenon in a sky that had previously been clear, now ominously gathering above the Yuan family. This realm was beyond mortal comprehension. The biting winds in the capital have intensified, leaving the residents perplexed as to why such fierce gales have descended upon them during winter, a phenomenon unprecedented in history. Given the towering city walls and the surrounding mountains, one would expect the capital to be shielded from such ferocious winds. Yet, the source of this peculiar tempest lies within the grand hall of the Yuan clan. At this moment, the atmosphere within the hall has reached a critical juncture. Zhang Xingfeng's eyes blaze with a crimson fury, his once humble demeanor utterly vanquished, replaced by a terrifying thirst for blood. He never wished to confront the members of the Yuan clan in this manner. But the circumstances have necessitated a display of his formidable strength for the sake of his future with Ro. The hall is engulfed in chaos, with no one daring to approach Zhang Xingfeng, not even the two esteemed elders of the Li family. Waves of frigid air emanate from him, growing ever more potent. As the opulent architecture of the hall crumbles under the onslaught, the chilling winds shift from white to blue, and now they have begun to darken to an ominous black. For the first time in a millennium, the venerable elder Li finds himself gripped by panic, not for his own safety, but for the well-being of his beloved descendant, Tianxiang. He possesses the means to vanquish the demon-like Zhang Xingfeng before him, yet the repercussions of such an action weigh heavily upon him, urging him to wait for a change in circumstances. However, the situation continues to deteriorate. Is this still merely a cold wind? Observing the once exquisite furnishings now frozen and obliterated by the dark gales, he realizes the gravity of the impending doom. Senior Li smiled bitterly. The icy blue wind had already frozen upon contact with water, and now this terrifying black wind was overwhelming. Several of his second-tier subordinates were trembling incessantly, unable to withstand the mere presence of the dark, frigid air. Meanwhile, those at the first-tier level, including Tianxiang and his companions, could only exert their utmost effort to fend it off with their true energy. What realm is this? Senior Li believed that the young man before him had attained the lofty heights he had long aspired to, although he could reach such a level. He could never do so with such ease. The black wind continued to swirl menacingly around them. Meanwhile, The onlookers outside the Yuan family estate had fled in terror from the biting cold. The temperature throughout the capital plummeted, surpassing historical lows, and gradually, white snow began to fall from the sky, blanketing the entire city in an endless layer of white. Zhang Xingfeng found himself bereft of self-control. He realized that if he continued to endure in silence, he would lose his gentleness forever. Thus, he resolved to remove all obstacles in his path, slaying gods if they crossed him and vanquishing demons if they appeared. He was determined to act, and he possessed the capability to do so. Gentleness is mine. No one can take it away. No one. A deep, hoarse voice resonated quietly in the hall, sending a chill through everyone's hearts. The profound cold penetrated to their very souls, rendering them mute. All they could hear was the thunderous beating of their own hearts. In their world, aside from the devil's voice before them, there was only the unmistakable rhythm of their own heartbeats. Regret enveloped Seniorly, for he should have acted sooner. Yet now, the formidable Zhang Xingfeng instilled in him a sense of uncertainty. What realm could possibly summon forth endless white snow from the heavens? Though he possessed a trump card capable of completely defeating, if not eliminating, Zhang Xingfeng, doing so would forever confine him to a realm beyond reach. And what of Zhang Xingfeng's backing? Seniorly resolved within himself that he was an emperor, a great emperor. He would not allow a momentary crisis to cloud his judgment. He understood that the terror of the young man's sect was beyond what the Li family could endure, unimaginable even. Therefore, he must withdraw, awaiting the day he could fully transcend that realm. With his trump card in hand, he could ensure that, even if he could not vanquish Zhang Xingfeng's sect, the Li family would not be obliterated by them. When the decisive moment is not taken, chaos ensues. Seniorly bellowed. With one hand, he seized Li Tianxiang, while General Li swiftly grasped the head of the Li family, and they surged forth like the wind, escaping the hall. Zhang Xingfeng observed the quartet attempting to flee and smiled. Oh, the illustrious Li clan, the magnificent Li clan, the invincible Li clan. Although my power does not yet rival yours, my disdain for you is palpable. Securing a taste of interest now is quite satisfactory, especially since you are already aware of my prowess. As he spoke, his figure surged toward the exit of the hall. Seniorly gazed at the young man clad in a green brocade robe before him, his astonishment unfathomable. Although I was the first to depart, I find myself only now arriving at the entrance of the grand hall, having traversed merely a few meters. Under normal circumstances, my agility would render this distance but a fleeting moment. Yet, within that instant, my pursuers have already closed the gap. In the hall of the Yuan family, even the most skilled masters found themselves unable to escape, while the two celestial guards of the Li family could do nothing but await their fate. The Yuan family members, too, were ensnared, bereft of any means to flee. Their capabilities had waned to nothing, for Zhang Xingfeng was simply too formidable. Now, Zhang Xingfeng has stepped outside the door, and a collective sigh of relief resonates among the onlookers. Though the air remains frigid, it is far more bearable than before. For these adept individuals, the threat to their lives has dissipated. Zhang Xingfeng perceives the palpable tension emanating from the four individuals before him, which brings him a sense of satisfaction, for they are the most significant figures of the Li family. However, his utmost concern lies with Ro. She is the one he most desires to see. Casting a glance toward the Yuan family head, who has visibly relaxed, Zhang Xingfeng channels his internal energy, unleashing a surge of ethereal waves that ripple through the air. Both Senior Li and General Li immediately change countenance, acutely aware of the terrifying energy contained within those azure waves. They believe that should they be struck by such force, survival would be uncertain and grievous injury likely. In haste, they activate their protective auras. Meanwhile, the father-son duo, having reached the first rank, find themselves utterly defenseless, relying solely on the ancient Li ancestors for protection. Zhang Xingfeng's control over the azure ripple was exquisite, effectively driving the four members of the Li family into the confines of the door. With a resounding crash, the grand hall of the Yuan family, having hosted countless dignitaries and steeped in centuries of tradition, finally succumbed to Zhang Xingfeng's terrifying azure wave. The hall, already rendered frigid by an unrelenting cold, shattered under the impact of the ripple, not collapsing inward but rather exploding outward in a chaotic dispersal. Thus, this centuries-old hall vanished into oblivion. Zhang Xingfeng regarded the furious head of the Yuan family before him, a sinister smile playing upon his lips, one that sent chills deep into the souls of onlookers. Ah, head of the Yuan family, do summon Ro forth. Do not resist in the slightest. I am in a most irate state, and the consequences could be dire, he taunted. his voice laced with an eerie cadence and unsettling laughter that left those surrounding him trembling involuntarily. Hasten now. My temper is quite foul at present. If Ro fails to appear soon, the Yuan family shall endure my torment for eternity, ha 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 ha. Zhang Xingfeng's words were deliberate, drawn out, his smile unwavering, intensifying the mental strain on those around him. I implore you, be swift. He bellowed suddenly, his voice erupting in a burst of azure light. The skilled fighters from the Li and Yuan families, along with the fallen stone lion nearby, vanished without a trace, utterly obliterated. Witnessing this harrowing spectacle, the onlookers felt a chill of dread. Was he truly human? Was this the power one ought to possess? Within the range of the attack, the four members of the Li family fixated their gaze upon Zhang Xingfeng. Their continued presence was indebted to the formidable prowess of the two venerable elders of the Li clan. The two servants, who had drawn closer to deliver their gifts, could no longer endure the dual torment of mind and body. With a pained shriek, they collapsed to the ground, swiftly transforming into ice statues. In the terrifying chill enveloping Zhang Xingfeng, each individual strained to wield their vital energy in a desperate bid for resistance. Should their energy falter, they would instantaneously succumb to the icy fate. Now, with the two Li family servants already frozen, chaos ensued among the onlookers. The remaining Li family servants could no longer remain stationary. Despite the strict family discipline, the specter of death was far more terrifying. Bring the young lady forth, commanded the head of the Yuan family, fortifying himself against the frigid air while issuing orders to those around him. A sense of bitterness welled within the Yuan patriarch. Despite being the leader of a prominent family and a second-tier expert, he found himself so tormented that even speech had become a laborious task. He, the head of the Yuan clan, could not allow himself to feel at ease simply due to the laughter of a youth. Thoughts of this nature sent him into a state of disarray, consciously or unconsciously steering his mind away from such reflections. Yet, an unsettling notion suddenly emerged. Should he betroth Yuan Ro to the Li family, it would undoubtedly mark the gravest error for the Yuan clan. At that moment, a servant from the Yuan family dashed away as numerous experts from the Yuan clan stood vigil around the now-vanished hall. Although surrounded by the formidable experts of the Yuan clan, not a single one of these towering figures dared to approach Zhang Xingfeng. Even the masters of the heavenly realm could only draw near his vicinity, unable to intervene, while those of the first rank were utterly immobilized in his presence. Suddenly, a delicate and ethereal figure appeared before me. As I gazed upon the gentle and serene girl, I softly called her name in my heart. Zhang Xingfeng stood transfixed, staring at the enchanting woman before him. It was Ro, the one he had long yearned for. Yet, the Ro before him bore no trace of a smile. Her face was as pale as that of one gravely ill. To be precise, it was ghastly white. Witnessing this, an inexplicable pain pierced Zhang Xingfeng's heart. Ro, what has happened to you? He wished to speak, but his lips moved soundlessly. Young Master Zhang, what brings you here? Could it be that you truly have come to propose? Surely not. I thought your words from last night were but a jest, Yuan Ro remarked, smiling at Xingfeng. Seemingly astonished, she appeared blissfully unaware of the tense atmosphere surrounding them, her tone light and innocent. Zhang Xingfeng, however, was engulfed in bitterness as he gazed into her eyes. Young Master Zhang? Oh, so now you call me Young Master Zhang. Yet there was a time when you referred to me as Feng. When was that? Yesterday? No. It feels like a distant memory, he murmured. I came to propose. Was that truly a jest? It seems I have become the subject of her amusement now. Such is the irony, he said softly. Zhang Xingfeng was acutely aware of the practices of the aristocratic families. His presence here was merely a flicker of hope. However, upon hearing Ro's words, he realized that all hope had been extinguished. With his discerning eye and profound emotional understanding, he could see through everything. Yet the enchantment of love was overwhelming, disorienting his heart and compelling him to persist in his pursuit of Yu Wenru. Ah, love, you truly are a devil. He chuckled softly. Yet, few noticed the thickening clouds looming over the Yuan family. Yu Wenru gazed at Zhang Xingfeng, whose smile was so ethereal, so carefree. That very smile had appeared in her dreams countless times, and on that bridge, she had glimpsed an even more captivating expression. But now, no matter how hard she tried, she could not recall its essence. Did she ever love him? She was uncertain. All she knew was that he had always occupied her heart, with no room for anyone else. It had always been him. Yet a persistent voice within her insisted that her true affections belonged to Li Tianxiang. Young Master Zhang, I appreciate your misguided affection, but I am already betrothed to young Master Li. I sincerely apologize. You must understand that love requires mutual feelings, Yuanren declared, casting a glance at Li Tianxiang beside her. What kind of gaze was that? No one could articulate it. Zhang Xingfeng remained silent, unresponsive to Yuanren's words. Li Tianxiang stepped forward, emboldened now. Ah, love, you are the supreme elixir. Zhang Xingfeng remained silent. Ever since Yuanren mentioned her engagement to Li Tianxiang, he had not uttered a word. He gazed quietly at Yuanren, his expression seemingly calm, yet beneath that tranquility lay a faint trace of sorrow, a hint of relief, and perhaps a whisper of detachment. Gradually, the dark clouds in the sky began to dissipate. Suddenly, Zhang Xingfeng furrowed his brow, his body trembling. The clouds above began to gather with a terrifying swiftness, far more rapid than before. In the once vanished cold, dark winds surged forth once more. In an instant, Zhang Xingfeng moved, appearing before Ro with astonishing speed. His right hand gently rested upon Yuanren's head, a flash of azure light illuminating the moment. He gazed at her with a tenderness that radiated warmth and an unspoken affection. Yuanren shuddered at his touch. Yet, the weight of the Yuan family loomed heavily. The illustrious Yuan clan. Oh, the great Yuan clan. I am of the Yuan lineage, and you embody all that is the Yuan family. My life belongs to you. For you, the descendants of the Yuan family would sacrifice everything. Young Master Zhang, have I not made myself clear? Must I elaborate further? Allow me to state it plainly. I am to marry young Master Li, and of course, it is he whom I love. I hope you can bless us. Yuanren's gaze was steadfast as she looked directly at Zhang Xingfeng. Yet, the harshness of reality was cruel, and Zhang Xingfeng's heart was in turmoil. Suddenly, he turned his eyes toward the head of the Yuan family, a mysterious light flickering within them. Master Yuan, please elucidate how Ro could be manipulated by a secret technique to control her mind. It appears this technique is rather extraordinary, capable of rendering the affected individual seemingly unchanged. Is it possible that Ro is still under the influence of some clandestine art? Speak up, quickly. Zhang Xingfeng gazed at Master Yuan, his eyes aflame with a bloodthirsty crimson. At this moment, he seemed to be consumed by madness, having long anticipated that Yuanren would choose her family over him. Master Yuan felt great regret for his unnecessary actions yesterday, which had inadvertently led to the emergence of this demonic figure who believed that his daughter's words were insincere. In truth, he had merely acted out of concern, which he now loathed. Young Master Zhang, my daughter is presently lucid, do not doubt this. She does not wish to marry you, as I have already arranged a union with the Li family. Surely, you would not force my daughter into marriage against her will? I reiterate, she is of sound mind. If you are skeptical, you may consult the ancestor of the Li family. Surely his words would hold weight for you. Master Yuan endeavored to persuade Zhang Xingfeng, but Zhang merely smiled. Ancestor, is it you? Your realm surpasses any mortal I have encountered. It seems you are the true authority within the Li family. Are you pleased that your descendant, Li Tianxiang, is to wed Yuanren? Zhang Xingfeng remarked to the elderly, his tone and demeanor exuding an unsettling quality. As Senior Li gazed at Zhang Xingfeng's expression, an inexplicable tremor coursed through his heart. He tilted his head to the sky, where ominous clouds loomed, intertwining with flickers of lightning that danced within. Senior Li regarded Zhang Xingfeng with astonishment as an overwhelming aura of a sovereign suddenly emanated from his being. A torrent of sword energy piercing the heavens and cleaving through the ominous clouds, while a tangible purple sword-shaped barrier materialized around him. Yet, in an instant, the clouds regrouped ominously above. Beside him, General Li was also enveloped in a fierce red aura of blade energy, its sheer dominance compelling those nearby to retreat in fear. Suddenly, a familiar blade manifested in General Li's grasp, a weapon that evoked a sense of recognition in Zhang Xingfeng. Observing the formidable presence of Senior Lian glancing at the blade, memories of ancestral figures and the title of General Li surged through his mind, causing a stir within him. You are Li Shimin, you are Li Jing, how fortunate am I, Zhang Xingfeng, to behold such illustrious figures. You are the ones I hold in the highest esteem. Alas, living for a millennium, your mastery is indeed remarkable. Although Zhang Xingfeng's words conveyed admiration, the tone lacked any genuine reverence, his voice resonating among the crowd with an ordinary quality, devoid of any internal power. Let those top-tier masters be utterly astonished. Upon hearing Zhang Xingfeng's words, all present felt a profound shock, except for the head of the Li family, Li Tianxiang. And the master of the Yuan family, no one in attendance was aware of the true identities of the two esteemed elders of the Li family. Li Shimin and Li Jing were no ordinary figures. One was the legitimate founding emperor of the prosperous Tang dynasty, who dedicated his life to the flourishing of the Houtian nation, establishing an era of unparalleled prosperity that would be revered throughout history. As for Li Jing, he stood as a paragon for all generals, wielding his blood wolf blade to lead troops in such a manner that no neighboring nation dared to bully the people of the Tang. These two legendary heroes, whose tales have been recounted for over a millennium, astonishingly reappeared over 1,000 years later. Li Jing glanced at the blood wolf blade in his hand, chuckling softly as he shook his head. It seemed that this blade, along with his identity, was the true reason for being recognized by the young man before him. Zhang Xingfeng regarded these two illustrious figures, feeling no tremor in his heart. Though they had both lived for over a millennium and he was merely 18. He was a cultivator with 3,000 years of memories. Moreover, for the sake of his own power, what were these two to him? Having lived for over 1,000 years, they were evidently masters of martial arts among mortals, yet he questioned, what secrets of strength could they possibly possess? Gazing at the two unparalleled figures, he was filled with an indomitable spirit. Zhang Xingfeng, do not speak to my second brother in such a manner. Do you not recognize his status? Li Jing had always held his second brother in the highest regard, and for over a millennium, no one dared to show even the slightest disrespect towards him or his sibling. Yet, the audacious young lad before him had the gall to speak so insolently. Li Jing fixed his gaze upon Zhang Xingfeng, whose blade aura had fully materialized, with the blood wolf blade in his hand trembling incessantly, emanating a crimson blade energy. The overwhelming presence of Li Jing was unmistakable, as his piercing eyes bore down on Zhang Xingfeng. Did you not hear my words? Speak. What secret art has been employed against my Yuro? Zhang Xingfeng regarded Li Jing with utter disdain, focusing solely on Li Shimin. His voice was low, yet his form suddenly transformed into a hue of blue. The azure robe he wore erupted into fragments, revealing a dark blue battle armor that appeared to emerge from within his very being. The formidable aura of the armor compelled all present to retreat in trepidation, save for Yuan Rou, who remained unscathed. The formidable sword and blade energies of the two esteemed masters of the Li family surged, matching Zhang Xingfeng's overwhelming presence with equal ferocity. The atmosphere was charged, teetering on the brink of conflict. Above the Yuan clan, ominous clouds gathered, intermittently flickering with flashes of lightning. Li Shimin, a ruler of his era, understood the art of discernment, knowing what to relinquish and what to uphold. He set aside his royal identity, channeling the true essence within him. Achieving the divine realm grants one true essence, yet lacking the golden core. As they follow the path of martial arts, to counter the imposing presence of Zhang Xingfeng, Li Shimin remarked, Zhang Xingfeng, young Master Zhang, I have lived many years. Indeed, more than just a handful. Allow me to use my age and position to tell you that Miss Yu Wenru is indeed conscious. Her mind remains untouched in the slightest. Zhang Xingfeng laughed, a laugh brimming with arrogance, showing no regard for Li Shimin's dignity. I anticipated your words. Others may believe that what you say, given your status, must be true, but in my eyes, your words hold no credibility. You are undoubtedly considering your kin, Li Tianxiang. Humph. After all these years, with your martial prowess, how could you not discern the various martial arts in this world? How could you possibly overlook even the slightest secret technique? Why did you not declare from the outset that Rou's mind was influenced by a hidden technique? Do you expect me to trust you? Upon hearing Zhang Xingfeng's blatant disbelief, Li Shimin felt a surge of indignation. After all, what was his status? Yet, this brash young man dared to speak to him in such a manner. However, regarding Zhang Xingfeng's final inquiry, Li Shimin could only open his mouth in silence, shaking his head bitterly without uttering a word. He had recognized at once that Yu Wenru had been affected by a concealed technique. Yet out of self-interest for his beloved descendant, Li Tianxiang, he chose to remain silent. Now, he could only swallow the bitter fruit of his choice. No words left to say, you shameless individuals, treating Rou in such a manner solely for the sake of your familial interests. Humph, today, I shall undoubtedly take Rou away, and none of you shall stand in my way. Zhang Xingfeng wore a smug and audacious smile, yet he possessed the prowess to back it up. This world venerates the strong. Those with power can accomplish what others cannot. Why have emperors across generations treated the four great clans with such reverence? It is precisely because the four great clans wield that strength. Zhang Xingfeng chose not to employ his elusive lightness skill, but instead approached Yuan Rou step by step, at a pace akin to that of an ordinary person. In that moment, no one dared to impede Zhang Xingfeng. All stood silently, observing him without a single movement. Suddenly, Li Tianxiang boldly stepped in front of Zhang Xingfeng. You cannot. Rou is mine, he declared, each word imbued with unwavering resolve as he met Zhang Xingfeng's gaze. He had made his choice without hesitation. Since childhood, Li Tianxiang had been adept in strategy, yet before Yuan Ro, all his cunning vanished. From the moment he first encountered her, he understood that his life could not be complete without her. Now, as Zhang Xingfeng sought to forcibly take Yuan Ro, how could he possibly acquiesce? Even if it meant death, he would not allow Ro to be taken, for she rightfully belonged to him. Li Tianxiang, you possess courage, yet you lack the strength to obstruct my path. Ro is mine, and no one can stand in my way. Let me make this clear to all of you. Those who dare to hinder me shall meet with no mercy. I have granted the final opportunity. Should you fail to depart now, do not blame me for my ruthless nature. Zhang Xingfeng's aura suddenly intensified. Li Tianxiang remained unmoved. Like an immovable boulder obstructing Zhang Xingfeng's path, the purple energy surrounding him flickering like flames. Suddenly, Li Tianxiang sprang into action, his body diving towards Zhang Xingfeng with the grace of an eagle, a brilliant sword light manifesting in his hand, a sword light a meter long. Signaling to Zhang Xingfeng, I dare to stand against you and possess the strength to do so. Unforeseen by Li Shimin, Li Tianxiang initiated the assault. Leaving no time for assistance, Zhang Xingfeng's azure battle armor gleamed fiercely, and a surge of blade energy erupted from within him. The white blade energy obliterated Li Tianxiang's sword light with unyielding force, colliding directly with Li Tianxiang's body. The disparity was insurmountable. Li Tianxiang coughed up blood. The crimson liquid staining Zhang Xingfeng's blade energy, rendering it an eerie shade of blood red. In an instant, Li Shimin reached Li Tianxiang's side, channeling his energy to stabilize Li Tianxiang's injuries. Fortunately, at the last moment, Li Tianxiang managed to evade the full brunt of the blade energy, leaving only a horrific gash across his abdomen, preserving his life. Zhang Xingfeng observed the flickering blade energy around him, acutely aware that its potency had augmented. After a moment of contemplation, he smiled, realizing at last that while the blade inherently exudes a murderous intent, its true power is amplified only when tainted with blood. How formidable would the blade energy become when it transforms entirely into a blood-red hue? Zhang Xingfeng suddenly felt a flicker of anticipation. Li Shimin gazed at him, consumed by a fury that was almost palpable. Although he had once been a master of cunning, willing to sacrifice everything for his family, he had grown old, embodying the frailties of age, a fierce protectiveness. At that moment, the very person he cherished most, Li Tianxiang, had nearly been slain, an act utterly unforgivable. Li Shimin turned to Li Jing beside him and chuckled. Brother, how long has it been since we last took action? Li Jing, brimming with confidence, replied, It has indeed been a while, dear brother. My hands have grown restless. People might think we are too old to move. It seems we must show them whether we've lost our touch. Ha ha ha. The two brothers, renowned throughout the ages, erupted in hearty laughter. To battle! Li Shimin bellowed. In an instant, both figures surged towards Zhang Xingfeng like lightning, their blades radiating in astonishing brilliance, each extending an impressive 3 zhang terrifying. Zhang Xingfeng laughed heartily. Very well, let us see just how formidable you two old fellows truly are. With a swift motion, he unleashed a seemingly ordinary yet immensely powerful blade technique. Splitting Mount Hua, accompanied by a fearsome blade aura, equally spanning 3 zhang. Standing resolutely, he executed the move with unwavering confidence. Zhang Xingfeng, disregarding his superior strength beyond the Golden Core stage, was convinced that he could easily defeat the two with merely his Golden Core capabilities, such was his self-assurance. The resounding explosion compelled those around to retreat, as Zhang Xingfeng's blade aura was effortlessly shattered. He had lost, utterly defeated, for he sought to contend in martial arts against 2 masters who had dedicated millennia to their craft. How could he hope to emerge unscathed? Zhang Xingfeng's body trembled, and he involuntarily stepped back, his heart sinking. It was evident that his martial prowess fell significantly short compared to these 2 venerable figures. Yet, having not unleashed the subsequent 3 techniques, he was unwilling to concede. Blood devouring 1,000 miles. Zhang Xingfeng's form hunched as he swiftly wielded his blade once more. The crimson aura emanating from it exuding a harrowing intensity, the murderous intent so palpable that those nearby instinctively recoiled. Li Shimin positioned himself to the side. Having observed the earlier exchange, it was clear that although the opponent's power was formidable, their techniques were lacking, suggesting that Li Jing alone could easily vanquish them. Young man, without the experience of the battlefield, you cannot comprehend the essence of true murderous intent. Allow me to enlighten you. Earthly desolation 1,000 miles. The blood wolf blade in Li Jing's hand suddenly transformed into a vivid crimson hue. No, it was a blood red that instilled terror, a shade that sent shivers down the spine. Like a gust of wind, it swiftly approached Zhang Xingfeng. Bang! Zhang Xingfeng's blade aura shattered. Hellish catastrophe of 10,000 tribulations. A terrifying blade aura manifested once more in Zhang Xingfeng's grasp, embodying the spirit of the winds howl and the waters grow cold. A valiant man departs never to return. Li Jing's eyes sparkled with intrigue. There was promise in that display, yet it remained superficial. Blood dancing azura. Li Jing's aura surged to new heights. The figures of the two men suddenly vanished, leaving the surrounding spectators only to hear the incessant sounds of clashing, completely unable to perceive their forms. Both techniques were executed with astonishing speed. Hell's eternal torment unleashed nearly 10,000 strikes in a fleeting moment, while blood dance of the azura operated primarily on slicing motions, requiring an extraordinary velocity to achieve. After a considerable interval, both combatants came to a halt. Zhang Xingfeng bore scarcely any marks of injury, while Li Jing was drenched in crimson. Li Jing gazed at Zhang Xingfeng and smiled, exclaiming, "What remarkable speed!" Zhang Xingfeng remained silent. He had lost, not merely in technique or intent, but in essence. Yet, having reached the nascent soul stage, he possessed the ability to traverse the skies. Although he did not take flight, his speed was astonishingly swift, and it was this vast disparity that led to Li Jing's defeat. Li Jing, though frustrated, could only manage a wry smile. He acknowledged Zhang Xingfeng's speed, but refrained from commenting on the finesse of his blade or intent. Zhang Xingfeng regarded Li Jing with a smile, harboring a deep admiration for the illustrious general before him, a figure who had undoubtedly claimed countless lives on the battlefield. In a contest of blades against such a seasoned warrior, his loss was not unjustifiable. Nevertheless, the chasm in their realms was insurmountable, no matter how profound Li Jing's comprehension. Defeat was inevitable. Zhang Xingfeng observed the two men, smiling once more. "Now, I shall be serious. You two may strike together." Li Shimin said nothing as he moved to stand beside Li Jing. From the recent pace observed, it is evident that the opponent possesses formidable strength. And the eerie armor enveloping him only heightens his unease, for it is known that this armor emerged from the very body of Zhang Xingfeng. The long-awaited confrontation among the three in the realm of martial arts is finally at hand. Neither Li Jing nor Li Shimin dares to withhold their true power at this moment, while Zhang Xingfeng fully reveals his prowess at the late stage of the Golden Core. In the vast expanse of the Yuan family's courtyard, only the three of them remain, as the rest have retreated to a safe distance. This battle transcends their capacity to witness. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning strikes down between the two factions, yet they remain utterly focused, gazing intently at one another. The clash is imminent. The streets of the capital are nearly deserted, as heavy snow falls relentlessly, accompanied by biting winds. Who can endure such conditions? Yet, a group of figures darts through the streets like lightning, their faint silhouettes barely discernible. Suddenly, they come to a halt, not by choice, but by necessity. For a surging aura of battle looms before them. General, the Divine Guards number 1, 3, the Heavenly Guards number 1, 2, 3, and the Shadow Heavenly Guards no. 1 to 4 are all in position. Please give your command. Li Jing, glancing at the 9 skilled warriors at his side, feels a wave of reassurance wash over him. He proclaims loudly, "Everyone, observe from the sidelines. My second brother and I shall engage in a contest with young Master Zhang first. Pay close attention, for this will aid your future cultivation." Indeed, 9 individuals immediately position themselves around the Yuan family square, subtly forming a remarkable formation. Zhang Xingfeng surveyed his surroundings. His heart sinking. 2 had already attained the Golden Core stage, while the remaining 7 were of the first-grade realm. The prowess of the Li family was evidently formidable. Judging by their formation, it appeared they possessed knowledge of the 10 Absolute Heaven Destruction Array, a premier formation within the realm of cultivation. This array had the capacity to amplify the power of the 10 participants tenfold. Should Li Jing join them in setting up the array, the resulting power would be terrifying. Their inherent strength was already considerable. Enhanced tenfold, it would be formidable. A chill ran down Zhang Xingfeng's spine. If such a scenario were to unfold, it seemed he would have to resort to his Buddhist energy, employing the sect's ultimate sword techniques, the 9 Heaven Sword Control or the Big Dipper 7 Stars Sword Technique. Only then could he ensure victory. Yet, would he grant them the opportunity to establish their formation? With that thought in mind, Zhang Xingfeng steeled himself. "Elders, I shall make my move." This was the most formidable technique he had gleaned from his martial arts journey. Heavenly opening, earth-splitting. Zhang Xingfeng's dragon-like roar echoed through the skies, his body emanating a dazzling radiance akin to the sun, gradually transforming into pure sword light. The sword light suddenly detached from his form, piercing the heavens. In that instant, the entire capital illuminated brilliantly, and the lightning in the sky intensified, descending in fits and starts. Only those 9 masters remained to witness the spectacle in the Yuan family square, while the Yuan family's experts had retreated outside. For the square had become exceedingly perilous at that moment. Upon witnessing such an imposing aura, both Li Shimin and Li Jing were taken aback, abandoning any pretense of modesty. "Purple dragon devours the heavens," roared Li Shimin, as a terrifying purple dragon materialized before him, so lifelike that its sharp claws and gleaming fangs were distinctly visible. It soared into the sky like a blade of sunlight, cutting through the heavens. Simultaneously, Li Jing's blood wolf blade transformed into a colossal, blood-red wolf that ascended into the air. The blade radiated a fierce brilliance, while bolts of lightning began to strike it incessantly. Yet, the blade seemed to possess an insatiable void, drawing in the lightning, which flickered with faint crimson hues amidst the white light. The blade descended at an astonishing speed, targeting the purple dragon and blood wolf. Thunderous roars reverberated as the sky appeared to rend itself apart, obliterating the structures surrounding the Yuan clan's council hall, leaving only a vast expanse of emptiness in the square. Li Shimin and Li Jing remained unmoved. They had neither lost nor triumphed. Such murderous intent, such dominance. Li Shimin remarked to Zhang Xingfeng. Zhang Xingfeng's expression remained impassive, exuding an unsettling calm. "You are not lacking either. I shall now employ the swordsmanship of my sect. Are you prepared?" With that, Zhang Xingfeng opened his mouth, and a purple flying sword emerged, hovering before him. "At last, the purple blade, you are summoned to assist. Perform admirably and showcase your might," he murmured softly to the sword before him. Li Jing and Li Shimin's expressions finally changed, for the flying sword was a legendary technique reserved for celestial beings. Li Shimin immediately channeled his true essence, radiating a brilliant purple light. Zhang Xingfeng glanced and murmured, "Possessing true essence yet lacking the means to wield it is of no use. Allow me to demonstrate the true might of true essence." Li Shimin roared to the heavens. "Dragon, soar through the 9 heavens." The purple light surrounding him intensified, and suddenly, 9 purple dragons erupted from his body, soaring into the sky, not toward Zhang Xingfeng. As Zhang Xingfeng watched in awe, his heart trembled. Martial arts can indeed reach such heights. The 9 purple dragons traced an extraordinary trajectory across the sky, and suddenly, they began to converge into one. One by one, the dragons fused together, ultimately forming a colossal dragon that exuded an overwhelming terror, instilling fear in all who beheld it, for this dragon possessed the might of a true dragon. Yes, the might of a dragon. Only a genuine dragon could wield such power. Yet here was Li Shimin channeling true essence to manifest a dragon of purple hue. This was the source of Zhang Xingfeng's astonishment. After all, even the weakest of real dragons possesses the strength of the nascent soul stage. And this purple dragon appeared to be remarkably formidable. Zhang Xingfeng softly intoned the heavenly Xian sword from the Big Dipper 7-star sword technique. The purple blade suddenly radiated a brilliant purple light, and amidst the darkened sky, a star flickered, casting a beam of light upon the purple blade, which instantly surged with sword radiance. At that moment, the purple dragon in the sky also charged toward Zhang Xingfeng, descending with the force of a mighty strike. The colossal figure, its glistening claws evoking a profound sense of awe, seemed to disregard purple blade as it soared toward the celestial purple dragon. The speed was astonishing, leaving the surrounding experts merely witnesses to a meteoric flash colliding with the dragon. In response, the purple dragon accelerated, gradually coalescing into a radiant purple beam. The 2 beams, one large and one small, met with a resounding crash. In that instant, the world fell silent, enveloped in an eerie stillness. The onlookers dared not utter a sound, anxiously awaiting the outcome. The purple dragon halted, and purple blade became indistinguishable, slowly disintegrating into nothingness. As the dragon vanished, purple blade emerged, hovering serenely in the air. Suddenly, it emitted a low murmur, and after a moment, it flew back to Zhang Xingfeng, undulating beside him. Li Shimin gazed at Zhang Xingfeng, his face flushed with color. At that moment, he acutely felt the chaotic surge of true essence within him. The blood in his throat could no longer be contained and erupted violently. The surrounding spectators were taken aback. Li Shimin laughed, an eerie grin illuminating the face of this legendary emperor, instilling a chill in Zhang Xingfeng's heart. Zhang Xingfeng shuddered and quickly scanned his surroundings. At that moment, Li Jing had joined forces with 9 other formidable masters. forming the terrifying 10 absolute heaven-destroying formation. Li Jing watched Zhang Xingfeng with a sinister smile, and a bitter realization washed over Zhang Xingfeng. He had been far too arrogant. Failing to notice that Li Jing had refrained from striking earlier, Li Shimin found himself outside the formation in an instant. He glanced at Zhang Xingfeng and promptly seated himself, striving to calm the tumultuous energy coursing within him. He sighed inwardly, realizing that even before breaking through to the divine realm, employing that technique was simply beyond his reach. Its potency was merely a fraction of its true might. It appeared that the young man before him was indeed formidable. Yet, as he faced the 10 absolute heaven destruction formation, did he still harbor any hope? Li Shimin chuckled softly and began to tend to his injuries with a sense of tranquility. At that moment, Zhang Xingfeng's own energy was somewhat disordered. He observed Li Shimin, who was recuperating outside the formation, and felt an immense admiration. To unleash a power comparable to his own despite being below the nascent soul stage was truly remarkable. Fortunately, he possessed the purple blade, a top-tier flying sword, which allowed him to decisively triumph. The Buddhist energy within Zhang Xingfeng circulated throughout his body, and the chaotic energy swiftly settled, resuming its harmonious flow as before. It seemed that the healing properties of Buddhist energy were indeed exceptional. Li Jing, addressing Zhang Xingfeng with a hearty laugh, proclaimed, "Zhang Xingfeng, your martial prowess is truly remarkable. Therefore, today I shall utilize the final move of the 10 absolute heaven destruction formation to honor you, signifying my admiration. Absolute, heaven, destruction, earth." Li Jing bellowed, his voice resonating with authority. The 10 masters of the formation fervently channeled their power, striking at seemingly inconceivable targets. Their attacks began to intertwine, and suddenly, everything vanished. The world fell into silence. The onlookers were bewildered, questioning what had transpired. Only the 10 pale-faced masters revealed cold smiles, hinting at their dark foreknowledge. They seemed to have witnessed the grim fate of Zhang Xingfeng, destined to be buried without a trace. In an instant, darkness enveloped the heavens and the earth. A chaotic aura emanating from the plaza of the Yuan family, spreading outward and compelling the onlookers outside the courtyard to retreat. The world was thrown into disarray. The sun and moon obscured, as if heralding the apocalypse, the formidable terror manifesting unmistakably. The head of the Yuan family gazed at the distant battle, his heart filled with astonishment. Is this truly the power a mortal should possess? How could our Yuan clan ever aspire to rival the status of the Li family? And Zhang Xingfeng is even more terrifying. One could easily deem him a celestial being. If he were to wed Xiao Rou, would that not significantly augment our Yuan family's strength? Alas, it is too late to speak of such matters. The head of the Yuan family glanced at the skilled warriors surrounding him, then at the combatants engaged in battle, and heaved a deep sigh. A swell of resentment filling his heart. "O ancestors of the Yuan clan, why do you remain in seclusion for a century without emerging? Must it take the decline of our family for you to awaken?" Facing the terrifying formation, Zhang Xingfeng closed his eyes, steadfast amidst the cataclysmic upheaval. The azure glow emanating from him was so brilliant that it obscured his figure. Through the shimmering light, one could faintly discern Zhang Xingfeng's flushed visage, clearly indicating that he had exerted every ounce of his strength. A resounding dragon's roar echoed through the heavens. The 3 swords of the Northern Dipper 7-star sword technique, Tianxian, Tianji, and Tianquan, merged as one, piercing through the void. Before Zhang Xingfeng, the purple blade suddenly surged with a brilliant violet light, transforming into 3 colossal swords. 3 beams of starlight descended from the heavens, piercing the 3 great swords, causing their radiance to intensify dramatically. At that moment, the purple blade flew into the midst of the 3 swords, which converged towards it like a flowing stream. Gradually, the essence of the 3 swords was absorbed by the purple blade. In the center of the formation, an absolute realm of darkness was formed, consuming everything in its vicinity, including light itself. This profound darkness was the manifestation of the 10 absolute heaven extinguishing formation. Yet, at that very moment, the purple blade epitomized absolute brilliance. Its luminous glow rendering the observers from the Yuan family momentarily blinded, leaving them in utter darkness. In an instant, the purple blade transitioned from a state of complete stillness to one of frenetic motion. Before the onlookers could comprehend the unfolding events, the purple blade had already plunged into the heart of the impenetrable darkness. Silence, an eerie, terrifying silence, enveloped the scene, as if an eternity had passed, or perhaps merely a fleeting moment. Suddenly, the dark realm erupted in a violent explosion, and the purple blade emerged, now dimmed and devoid of its former luster. With a resounding clang, the purple blade fell beside Zhang Xingfeng. Observing the 10 pallid figures before him, Zhang Xingfeng felt a surge of elation. Despite his own true essence being utterly chaotic and dissipated, his Buddhist energy remained untouched, granting him complete control over the battle. His body, honed through the demon-subduing Vajrat technique, bore no trace of damage. Yet, the Li family had resorted to such an extreme formation, clearly intent on his demise. The Li family, huh? The Li family, are they not destined to fall at my hands? Since you have confronted me with such formidable tactics, do not blame me for my ruthless heart. Zhang Xingfeng's figure flickered, and before a celestial guard could react, his head had already been shattered, crimson and ivory splattering in all directions. Yu Wenru was momentarily stunned. She had never anticipated that the man she held in her heart could exhibit such brutality. Yet reality compelled her to acknowledge that he had succumbed to madness. Li Jing, drenched in blood, gazed in terror at the embodiment of death before him. He seemed impervious to blades and bullets, rendering his assaults utterly ineffective. What struck him with the deepest dread was that his blood wolf blade failed to breach even the skin on Zhang Xingfeng's unarmored arm. Was this truly human? He fought solely with his impervious form, as his true essence was entirely depleted. The lofty power of Buddha's essence was too precious to waste on these wretches. Moments ago, he had exhausted all his true essence. Now, he resorted to his fists, each punch landing with bone-crushing force, each strike drawing blood. Li Shimin observed with cold detachment as Zhang Xingfeng ruthlessly slaughtered his subordinates. Celestial Guard number 3, Celestial Guard number 1, number 3, and Hidden Celestial Guard number 1. No. 4 had all perished. Yet none of this mattered. He simply needed to eliminate Zhang Xingfeng. He must bide his time until he was fully restored, ready to strike and kill him in one fell swoop. At that moment, the cold light in Li Shimin's eyes intensified. Ro, that is tenderness. Zhang Xingfeng beheld Yu Wenru, her face as pale as snow, standing at the entrance of the courtyard. The incessant flurries of white snow rendered the surrounding bloodstains all the more jarring. A sense of urgency enveloped Zhang Xingfeng as he gazed upon his goddess. How could he allow her to be tainted by such gruesome sights? In that moment, the dormant power of his Buddha essence surged forth. A radiant golden light emanated from him, erasing the bloodstains in an instant. Zhang Xingfeng, shimmering like a divine warrior, left Yu Wenru, who had been consumed by anger, momentarily entranced. With a gaze imbued with profound affection, Zhang Xingfeng stepped closer to his goddess. Ruo is mine, he declared. Yet, the pallid-faced Li Tianxiang interposed himself before Zhang Xingfeng, unwavering in his stance, resolutely asserting, if you wish to pass, you must do so over my dead body. With a swift glance at Li Tianxiang, Zhang Xingfeng's right fist struck out like a bolt of lightning, his steps unwavering. Yu Wenru appeared to foresee Li Tianxiang meeting a fate akin to those fallen masters, and her compassionate heart compelled her to scream in desperation. No. Zhang Xingfeng froze, struck by the fear evident on Yu Wenru's face. Could it be that she truly harbored feelings for Li Tianxiang? As darkness enveloped the earth, Zhang Xingfeng's heart shattered. Of course, Yu Wenru loved Zhang Xingfeng. It was merely her kind-hearted nature that could not bear witnessing another suffer such a brutal fate. A truth Zhang Xingfeng remained oblivious to. Meanwhile, Li Shimin smirked coldly, fully aware he could not let this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity slip away. With a sword exuding an aura of boundless sovereignty, he lunged towards Zhang Xingfeng. The sound of the blade piercing through flesh sent shockwaves through the crowd. Zhang Xingfeng awoke, his gaze fixated on the blade protruding from his chest, a flicker of doubt igniting within him. What is this? How could it penetrate my armor and my body? The hot blood within him could no longer be contained, spilling forth in a vivid crimson, stark against the pristine white snow. With a thunderous roar, Zhang Xingfeng's Buddhist essence surged with terrifying velocity, expelling the sword in an instant. His wounds began to heal at a visible pace, fresh, crimson flesh sprouting forth, resembling the delicate skin of an infant. The sight left Li Shimin in a state of disbelief. Was this truly a human being? Could such capabilities belong to one of mortal coil? Yu Wenru, witnessing the bloodied Zhang Xingfeng, was overcome with tears. The sword had pierced through her peak, and the image of the blade emerging from Zhang Xingfeng would be etched in her memory forever. Although Zhang Xingfeng rapidly mended his injuries through the Fumo King Kong technique, the damage inflicted upon him was grievous. The aura emanating from the blade was that of a celestial sword. How could such a weapon exist here? How could Li Shimin wield a celestial sword? Fortunately, Li Shimin could only utilize the sword to inflict harm upon his foes, rendering its true power ineffectual. Otherwise, Zhang Xingfeng feared he might meet his demise. In that fleeting moment, Zhang Xingfeng's mind raced with thoughts. Yet all his attention was devoted to Yuan Ro. Ro, will you come with me? He implored. Yuan Ro, overwhelmed by the sight of his injuries, felt the urge to cry out, I love you. I want to be with you. Yet, the words remained trapped within her throat. As the head of the Yuan family gazed at her, Yuan Ro's heart twisted in agony. Yet, she had no choice. Li Tianxiang, standing before her, looked at her with surprise. Zhang Xingfeng's eyes were fixed on Yuan Ro. He remained hopeful, anticipating a miracle, convinced that she loved him. However, the outcome was silence, and utter stillness enveloped them, with everyone fearing Zhang Xingfeng might succumb to madness, but nothing transpired. I wish you happiness, Zhang Xingfeng said calmly, a smile gracing his lips, devoid of any madness or fury. He turned away, allowing blood to spill from his mouth. The power of the immortal sword was indeed formidable. Zhang Xingfeng chuckled, a brilliant smile illuminating his face, yet he quietly walked towards the door. Yuan Ro watched as his figure faded from her sight, her long fragile body no longer able to bear the weight of sorrow within her heart. With a sudden gasp, blood erupted from her lips, and she collapsed to the ground, her blood mingling with Zhang Xingfeng's. Xiao Ro, the head of the Yuan family, and Li Tianxiang rushed toward Yuan Ro. But Zhang Xingfeng was already out of sight. In the vacant space of the Yuan clan, all had departed, leaving behind a scene of desolation. On the expanse of white snow, the two pools of mingled blood seemed to incite the very heavens to wrath. The cold wind howled even more fiercely, and the snow fell in greater abundance. In the study of the Zhang family patriarch in Yangzhou County, the steward, Zhang Zongguan, stood respectfully beside Zhang Tinda, reporting, Master. The third young master has emerged from a decade of seclusion and has surpassed the realm of the divine. Zhang Tinda's eyes suddenly brightened, and the book in his hand instantly turned to ashes. The previously unremarkable Zhang Tinda exhibited an astonishing level of skill, evoking a sense of awe. Old Zhang, has the third young master truly broken through to the divine realm? Are you certain? Zhang Tinda's voice trembled. This was a pivotal moment for the Zhang family, as well as for him and the third young master. Indeed, news from Tianyu Tower confirmed that the third young master single-handedly battled 2 divine guardians of the Li family, alongside 3 heavenly guards and 4 hidden heavenly guards. Most importantly, he even defeated those 2 old foes from the Li family. Remarkably, the third young master was impervious to blades and arrows until, in the end, Li Shiming wielded a sword, seemingly the Xianyuan sword, that severely injured him. Yet, shortly thereafter, the third young master recovered, vanquishing the Li family's divine guardian number 3, heavenly guard numbers 1 and 3, as well as hidden heavenly guard numbers 1 and 4, thereby diminishing the Li family's strength by at least a third. However, despite his valiant efforts, the third young master ultimately failed in his courtship and departed from the Yuan family, his whereabouts now unknown, possibly at Xingfeng Manor. Zhang, the steward, remarked, Master, the third young master is indeed remarkable. Even Tianyu Tower finds it challenging to track his movements, and he has breached the divine realm at such a young age. Truly impressive. Zhang Tianda gazed quietly out of the window at the sky. After a long moment, he turned to Zhang, the steward, and commanded, immediately notify the Elder Council, the master of Tianyu Tower, and the leader of Dark Blood. I must convene a meeting regarding the future of the Zhang family. Understood, replied Zhang, vanishing from the study. Zhang Tianda gazed quietly at the sky, murmuring, well done, Xiao San. In the grand hall of the Yuan family, located in Yangzhou Prefecture, the head of the Yuan clan, having returned to their stronghold from the capital, sat prominently in the central seat. A profound silence enveloped the room. The magnitude of the revelation had left them in shock. A young talent, barely 20, had ascended to the legendary realm of martial arts, whereas their forebear had sequestered himself for over a century in pursuit of that very level. Fortunately, the Yuan family had not suffered significant losses. Only their residence in the capital required reconstruction. Nonetheless, this event highlighted the formidable power of the Li family, and most critically, the sudden emergence of Zhang Xingfeng introduced numerous uncertainties into the future power dynamics. The clan leader's authoritative voice echoed in the hall. Let us discuss how we should approach our attitude towards Zhang Xingfeng moving forward. The second elder rose to speak, asserting, since we have resolved to form a marriage alliance with the Li family, we must naturally align ourselves with them. Their strength is well known to us all. Lacking the power to contend with the Li family, it is prudent for us to walk alongside them for our own benefit. The third elder then stood, casting a glance at the second elder, and chuckled, Second brother, while we may currently lack the strength to oppose the Li family, we must not become mere echoes of their will. Should we take that path, There will come a day when the Yuan family is entirely consumed by the Li family. Furthermore, we have witnessed Zhang Xingfeng's prowess. What level of mastery does he possess? And what of his lineage? As the second elder prepared to retort, a resonant voice suddenly rang out from beyond the entrance. A middle-aged man clad in white entered, his hair flecked with gray sending a shiver through the venerable Yuan family and all those present. Yuan Wu gazed upon his descendants with a gentle smile, and the members of the Yuan clan erupted with excitement. Their ancestor had arrived. Who could they possibly fear now? Soft, fluffy clouds drifted across the azure sky, as a gentle spring breeze carried a refreshing essence. Zhang Xingfeng walked quietly along a mountain path within the borders of Jizhou. It was noon, and not a soul was in sight, save for the solitary figure of Zhang Xingfeng. This road is mine to traverse, this tree is mine to plant. Those wishing to walk this path must pay the toll. Suddenly, a group of burly men burst forth from the adjacent thicket, positioning themselves before Zhang Xingfeng. It was evident they were bandits. Alas, they had encountered Zhang Xingfeng today, and worse yet, a heartbroken Zhang Xingfeng. An unusual smile crept upon Zhang Xingfeng's typically impassive face, evoking an unsettling aura. The leader of the bandits sensed something amiss. The strange smile of the man before him sent his heart racing, and beads of cold sweat formed on his brow. He could not help but swallow hard, feeling an acute dryness in his throat. In an instant, a blood-red dagger materialized in Zhang Xingfeng's hand, not red from the blade itself, but stained crimson by the blood of many lives taken. The blood dagger of broken hearts. Upon seeing the weapon, the leader's face turned ashen. He understood all too well the reason for his disquiet. The bloodblade, known for its ruthlessness, has only been in the realm for a mere 3 months, yet the number of lives taken is nothing short of terrifying. It is said that this individual cannot distinguish between good and evil, provoking him results in one inevitable outcome, death. The extent of his prowess remains a mystery, but it is certain that he possesses at least the second tier of mastery, evidenced by the fact that among his victims was the formidable second-tier expert, Qinglong Blade Li Shua. Li Shua was the leader of 5,000 bandits on Qinglong Mountain, renowned for his exceptional skills. In a world where true first-tier masters are exceedingly rare, second-tier experts are generally considered invincible. Yet, Li Shua met his demise at the hands of the Bloodblade with a single stroke, a testament to the latter's prowess. Faced with such a heartless and unparalleled master, the bandits, none of whom possessed even a single innate expert among their ranks, harbored no thoughts of resistance. In an instant, they all knelt down. Hero of the Bloodblade, we are blind to your greatness and have offended you. Please, treat our transgressions lightly and spare us. The bandits repeatedly bowed their heads, acutely aware of their complete lack of hope for escape, for their adversaries' skills were overwhelmingly superior. Zhang Xingfeng observed the bandits pleading for mercy and smiled. The sight of his smile brought a momentary relief to the bandits. But suddenly a flash of crimson light cut through the air, leaving them in a state of shock. Zhang Xingfeng passed quietly by them, and as he vanished down the mountain path, a fountain of blood erupted from the necks of all the bandits, spraying high into the air. However, Zhang Xingfeng had crafted weapons for everyone using the secret heavenly stone, and those weapons were undeniably unmatched in the world. The reason for his creation was his awareness of the formidable power of the Li family. Within the entirety of the Star Peak Manor, only Uncle Zhang and Wolf Peak were the sole first-tier masters, a stark contrast to the prominent families. With weapons forged from the rare heavenly stone, their martial prowess would significantly enhance, thereby facilitating a smoother progression for Star Peak Manor in the future. Moreover, Zhang Xingfeng had no need to painstakingly forge blades. He could effortlessly shape the heavenly stone into various weapons using purple fire, an elevated form of Dan fire from the nascent soul stage. The only time-consuming aspect was sharpening the edges, yet even that could be accomplished in a single day for dozens of weapons. Naturally, he also crafted a blade for himself, merely as a means to disguise his identity when venturing out. Zhang Xingfeng wished to remain unrecognized by certain individuals, transforming himself into a robust figure. Adopting the alias Shattered Heart, the resentment within him had driven him to unleash a torrent of vengeance, resulting in a crimson-stained blade and cementing his reputation as the Bloodblade Shattered Heart. On the path of cultivation, a tranquil mind is essential. If one cannot fully purge the resentment within, achieving success in cultivation becomes exceedingly arduous, and even if one does succeed, they risk succumbing to the demonic realm. In the cold recesses of his heart, a soft echo seemed to whisper a farewell to the past. Farewell, Ruo. Farewell, the Zhang Xingfeng of yesterday. In a world where strength underpins power, The might of martial prowess is paramount in the Qinglong Continent, where the strong dictate all. Presently, the entire martial world and the major factions were fixated on the newly emerged Bloodblade Shattered Heart, who, within less than a year of debuting, had already slain 3 second-tier masters, and of the notorious Tin Flower Thieves, 8 had fallen to his blade. Showcasing a depth of skill that nearly rivaled the revered top 10 masters, his character left everyone perplexed. Among those he had slain were both illustrious heroes and notorious villains. Yet it was the despicable flower thief whom the martial world loathed the most whom he had killed the most. However, in the eyes of the 4 prominent families and other formidable forces, the prowess of a mere first-tier master did not signify much. What astounded them was that Zhang Xingfeng had vanquished the flower thief known as Shidonghua, whose true capabilities had ascended to the celestial realm. Due to Shidonghua's exceptional lightness of foot, few top-tier masters had engaged him in combat, and thus his true strength remained largely unknown. Yet, the major families were well aware that attempts to recruit Shidonghua had previously involved both coercive and persuasive measures. He had once triumphed over the combined efforts of 3 first-tier masters. Now, however, he had been unequivocally defeated by the Bloodblade's Heartbreaker, and most significantly, Shidonghua's once unparalleled agility had faltered. In an instant, the 4 great families extended olive branches to the Bloodblade's Heartbreaker. Yet, no matter the allure of potential benefits, they proved futile. The Li family had even sent the formidable God Guard No. 2 into action, only to witness his demise. At that moment, the Bloodblade Heartbreaker left behind a solitary proclamation: "I am the senior brother of Zhang Xingfeng." This statement evoked memories of the unparalleled battle at the Yuan family, instilling fear in all who dared to provoke the Bloodblade Heartbreaker. Simultaneously, Zhang Xingfeng's strength left them in awe. Upon his arrival in the capital, a swordsman known as the Sword God Shattered Feather had been discovered through inquiries from various families. The similarity in the names of Shattered Feather and Shattered Heart led many to ponder if they hailed from the same lineage, perhaps signifying that their generation was indeed the Shattered clan. Such thoughts permeated the minds of all the powerful factions. All of this leads the superpowers to deduce that Zhang Xingfeng is backed by a formidable sect of terrifying magnitude, with each member potentially possessing divine-level capabilities or even greater. Yet, who could fathom that the sword deity Sui Feng, the Bloodblade Shattered Heart, and Zhang Xingfeng are, in fact, the same individual? In a small county within Jizhou Prefecture, the Li family remains oblivious. I have slain your divine guardian No. 2. Yet you still fail to awaken and intend to eliminate my Dragon Rising Jade shop. Since you wish to compete with me in the jade business, I shall oblige. Zhang Xingfeng mused with a cold smile, casting a glance at his elder brother. Fear not, brother, I shall manage this matter. Now pray tell, to what level has the power of the Xingfeng guards ascended? Zhang Xingfeng desperately seeks a formidable force capable of rivaling the Li family's heavenly guards and divine guardians. However, he is acutely aware that such endeavors cannot be rushed, as the Li family has cultivated its vast influence over nearly a millennium. Moreover, the Li family possesses the hidden heavenly guards, whose strength is akin to that of the heavenly guards. Who knows what other hidden divine guardians they might have? That would indeed be terrifying. Brother, let me tell you, their progress in power is quite commendable. 2 individuals have already reached the 2nd tier, while 10 have attained the 3rd tier. As for the 4th tier, there are approximately 60, and around 100 are at the 5th tier. There are also dozens who, due to the brevity of time, have yet to reach the innate realm. Did you know that their earliest member reached the innate realm at the tender age of 13? Quite impressive, isn't it? Uncle Zhang has made remarkable contributions to the selection of Xingfeng Wei. However, last time you mentioned the formidable power of the Li family, which was quite disheartening. There are so many individuals who have surpassed the 1st grade realm. My second brother, you are so exceptional. Why not concoct some elixirs? Consuming just one would significantly enhance your abilities, wouldn't it? Wolfeng looked at him with a glimmer of hope, as he had indeed contemplated such a notion, even though he understood the slim chances of its feasibility. In his eyes, his second brother was nothing short of a miracle worker. Zhang Xingfeng inwardly chuckled bitterly. Do I not know this myself? Yet, those precious materials are essential. In my previous life, I was a master alchemist. A skilled artisan cannot work without materials. No, the reason those spiritual elixirs require such rare ingredients is because they are meant for cultivators. No, they are merely for martial artists. Surely, it cannot be that difficult. Ha ha ha! The dilemma that had long plagued Zhang Xingfeng was effortlessly resolved, prompting an uncontrollable burst of laughter. Perhaps it was a release of the pent-up frustration he had harbored over these days. Wolfeng, observing the curious onlookers in the small county town, who seemed to be watching a spectacle, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He showcased his unparalleled lightness of foot, a pinnacle of the first-grade realm. Moments ago, the pedestrians were amused by their antics, but suddenly, two living beings vanished from the street, leaving the crowd to believe they had encountered a ghost in broad daylight. Wolfeng swiftly pulled Zhang Xingfeng into an alley, gazing intently at his younger brother. Zhang Xingfeng, noticing the serious expression on his elder brother's face, realized that his earlier outburst had been quite embarrassing. Laughing heartily in the middle of the street during the day was indeed a folly. His elder brother, Wolfeng, had been diligent ever since they were together, combined with his exceptional talents and extraordinary cultivation techniques, which enabled him to attain the first rank at such a young age. However, his brother possessed a certain flaw, or perhaps it was not quite a flaw. He held himself to rigorous standards and always wished to present his most admirable self to others. Now, he found himself in a situation where his younger brother had embarrassed him in front of so many people, although the true embarrassment lay with himself, which only served to infuriate Wolfeng further. "Brother, I am truly sorry. I was just too elated," Zhang Xingfeng exclaimed. "Let me tell you, I have finally conceived a method." Haha. Upon recalling this matter, he chuckled once more, overwhelmed with joy. With a batch of elixirs capable of augmenting decades of cultivation, it would mean the mass production of innate masters. Even though the efficacy of subsequent elixirs diminishes after the first, they could still endow an individual with decades of power. Decades? How many can an ordinary person claim to possess? With decades of cultivation, entering the innate realm would be a straightforward endeavor. One elixir for one innate master. If Zhang Xingfeng were to refine several hundred, it would result in several hundred masters. "Second brother, do enlighten me. What could possibly bring you such joy?" Wolfeng inquired, his impatience evident. It was indeed a rarity to witness Zhang Xingfeng laugh so heartily. "I must tell you, I have devised a method to concoct elixirs, each capable of augmenting one's power by several decades effortlessly. Furthermore, such rudimentary elixirs can be produced in the hundreds at once. Can you blame me for my elation?" Hee. Zhang Xingfeng finally divulged his secret to Zhang Xingfeng. Upon hearing this, Wolfeng's face lit up with joy. "Is this truly the case? Splendid. We must amplify our martial prowess across all prefectures of Jiuzhou. I have been quite troubled by this. Now, at last, I can breathe a sigh of relief." Hee. After a considerable pause, Wolfeng slowly began to speak. "Second brother." Zhang Xingfeng, puzzled by his usually forthright elder brother's hesitation, furrowed his brow. "Elder brother, if you have something to say, please do not beat around the bush. What is it that weighs on your mind?" Zhang Xingfeng's initial smile faded, replaced by a calm demeanor, yet his countenance bore a faint shadow of worry. At that moment, he was completely oblivious to the fact that his elder brother had already departed. Zhang Xingfeng continued to smile, albeit in an unusual manner, as the true essence within him began to subtly shift, a change so minute that even his spiritual senses failed to detect it. With a sudden burst of energy, Zhang Xingfeng vanished from the ground like a flash of lightning. Unrestrained, he employed his aerial technique, soaring swiftly through the clouds toward the capital, a peculiar smile lingering on his face. Zhang Xingfeng stood outside the grand gates of his estate, gazing at the gilded characters spelling Xingfeng Manor. A wave of reflection washed over him as he realized his own shortcomings. Indeed, he had been rather neglectful, delegating all responsibilities to Wang Gu and others while scarcely contributing himself. Even his visits to the Lonting Jade shop had been lamentably infrequent. It seemed he must exert himself more in the future. "Good day, master." A servant standing by the gate greeted respectfully. Lai Fu, the servant, felt a pang of anxiety as the usually elusive master showed an interest in him today. Yet, he quickly added, "Master, I am among the first batch of summoned servants to this manor, and I have served for nearly 12 years now." Zhang Xingfeng glanced at the anxious Lai Fu beside him and declared, "From this moment on, your wages will be doubled. Work diligently. Xingfeng Manor shall not treat you unfairly." With that, he strode into the estate. Lai Fu was taken aback by such fortuitous news. With double the wages, his life would undoubtedly improve significantly. He watched Zhang Xingfeng's retreating figure, his heart brimming with gratitude. "Xia Shui, your skills are quite impressive. You have reached the 7th level of the Taiji Yin-Yang technique. A third-tier master indeed." Zhang Xingfeng remarked with a smile as he observed Xia Shui. Chuckling softly, Zhang Xingfeng mused, "Indeed. I shall remain here and take some well-deserved rest at the manor. I will rely on you to care for me." As he looked at Xia Shui's charming expression, he pondered why he had never noticed how delightful she was before. It seemed that women transformed significantly with age. Now, Xia Shui was already 24. But wait, why must I still retreat into seclusion? Wouldn't that render my life exceedingly dull? Zhang Xingfeng spoke with a serious demeanor. Ah Shui. Ah, master. You are here. He chuckled as a bald man appeared before him. Noticing the flushed cheeks of Xia Shui and the peculiar expression on Li Da's face, Zhang Xingfeng recalled Li Da's earlier exclamation and, with an inexplicable understanding, found himself laughing heartily at the two of them. Having returned to the Xingfeng family estate for 3 days, Zhang Xingfeng relished the tranquility of life. Everything felt remarkably serene. Young master, something incredible has happened. A eunuch and palace guards have arrived, seeking you to receive an edict. Xia Shui burst into the room with great urgency. Zhang Xingfeng, who had been absorbing the ethereal essence of water from the heavens and earth, abruptly halted. Frowning at Xia Shui's words, he pondered. What business could a eunuch from the palace have with me? I have had no dealings with the imperial court. Regardless of the matter, he decided he ought to investigate. Let us go and see how this eunuch has come to be here. As Zhang Xingfeng approached the corridor leading to the hall, he heard a shrill voice that seemed neither masculine nor feminine. Indeed, it belonged to the eunuch. Your Xingfeng Manor has been quite prosperous these years, ha. The piercing laughter made Zhang Xingfeng furrow his brow. Striding into the hall, he found an elderly eunuch clad in traditional attire, jovially conversing with Brother Wang. Upon noticing Zhang Xingfeng's arrival, Brother Wang immediately rose and approached him. Esteemed eunuch, this is our young master, Zhang Xingfeng of Xingfeng Manor. Young master. Allow me to introduce you to Eunuch Wang, a favored official in the presence of the emperor. It is evident that Eunuch Wang was quite pleased by the flattering remark about being a favored figure, although he is merely a minor leader among the palace eunuchs, with many possessing greater influence than he. Otherwise, he would not have been dispatched to the Xingfeng Manor. Young Master Zhang, you truly are a remarkable young man. Having established such an impressive estate at a tender age, I sincerely admire you. As a sycophant accustomed to flattering remarks, Eunuch Wang received this simple compliment with ease. He was also aware that the young man before him was someone he could not afford to offend. Zhang Xingfeng smiled, finding Eunuch Wang to be quite amiable, lacking the arrogance typical of palace officials, which greatly improved his impression of the elderly eunuch. Eunuch Wang, what brings you here today, that you would make such a journey? He inquired, adhering to the principle of mutual respect. Eunuch Wang felt a surge of vanity, briefly satisfied by Zhang Xingfeng's demeanor, but quickly shifted his focus to the matter at hand. Young Master Zhang, after careful evaluation, it has been determined that for the past 11 years, Xingfeng Manor has outperformed Baoyuxiang in the jade industry. Furthermore, over these 11 years, Xingfeng Manor has accumulated sufficient silver. Thus, the emperor has commanded me to inform you that in 5 days, on the 27th day of the 12th month, you shall be summoned to the palace to receive the title of Baron. Rest assured, there will be guards to escort you. Zhang Xingfeng was taken aback. A Baron title. He had been bestowed with the honor of being made a Baron. Congratulations, young master, on your elevation to the rank of Baron. Wang Gu immediately expressed his delight to Zhang Xingfeng. This matter brought Wang Gu immense joy. With a noble title, the court would extend considerable assistance in his business endeavors. It is not merely a matter of acquiring wealth to attain such a title. One must possess a sufficiently large enterprise and, most importantly, maintain a favorable disposition towards the court. For this title, Wang Gu had generously offered 500,000 taels of silver, thus ensuring a commendable attitude, which ultimately led to the arrival of the esteemed official today. Zhang Xingfeng smiled at Wang Gu, though he himself had little interest in such affairs, surprised by the sudden elevation to Baron. Nevertheless, he recognized the benefits and understood the rarity of such titles among the 4 great families. Only the head of the family held a title. Had he not been in the Zhang family, he likely would not have received this honor. Perhaps this was heaven's compensation for him. Young Master Zhang, I must take my leave now. The official exclaimed cheerfully. Thank you immensely for your trouble, Wang Gu. Lai Chun, please fetch 1,000 taels for the official, Wang Gu promptly instructed. Upon hearing this, the official beamed and walked towards the treasury with Lai Chun. Exhibiting no modesty, it seemed his previous loud call was intended for this very purpose. Wang Gu was elated by Zhang Xingfeng's words. Although the young master was slow to gather wealth, he could still refine numerous elixirs, and the increase in skilled individuals would accelerate the development of Xingfeng Manor. A bright future lay ahead. The street outside Star Peak Manor buzzed with activity, and at that moment, a carriage had come to a halt at the manor's entrance. A dignified middle-aged gentleman and a beautiful, noble lady were alighting from the carriage, attended by servants standing nearby. Lai Fu immediately discerned that the couple at the gates of Star Peak Manor were no ordinary individuals, for he sensed a commanding presence that surpassed anyone he had ever encountered. Of course, his master, Zhang Xingfeng, was an exception, as his aura transcended mere presence. "May I inquire if you have business at Star Peak Manor? If there is anything I can assist with, I would be honored to convey your message." Lai Fu humbly approached the carriage, though the piercing gaze of the nearby servants filled him with trepidation. However, when the council made this decision, Zhang Tianda chose not to delegate the task to others, but instead accompanied his third wife, believing that even if their endeavor proved unsuccessful, it would be delightful to reunite with his beloved and the third party. Was it not so? Please inform them that Zhang Xingfeng's mother and father have arrived. The third wife gently instructed. Yet, even a commoner like Lai Fu could sense her excitement. Although he had not heard mention of his young master's parents in the 12 years he had served, an instinct within him assured him that these two individuals were not deceivers. "Please wait a moment. I shall notify them at once," Lai Fu replied before hastening into the manor. Young master, Brother Wang says that the people you long to see are waiting for you outside. You must hurry to the hall to greet them," Xia Shui exclaimed as he rushed into the study. Zhang Xingfeng furrowed his brow, pondering who he truly longed to see at this moment. Apart from his parents, who else could it possibly be? Surely, his father and mother had not truly come. Xia Shui immediately spoke in a soft tone. "Young master, I am uncertain. This matter was brought to me by Brother Wang. I only caught a glimpse of two figures from afar, appearing to be a middle-aged man and a woman. I merely mentioned it to avoid causing you distress. It has nothing to do with Li Da. If you wish for him to enter seclusion, then let him do so. In truth, Li Da possesses commendable skills. There is no need for him to retreat." With that, Xia Shui turned crimson and hastily departed. Zhang Xingfeng, however, paid little heed to Xia Shui's embarrassment. Upon hearing a middle-aged man and a woman, he could not help but surmise that it must be his parents. A tempest of emotions surged within him, yet he swiftly proceeded towards the hall. "Mother." Zhang Xingfeng spotted a woman in the hall from a distance. His keen eyesight instantly recognized her as his biological mother. In an instant, a flood of childhood memories rushed to his mind, and his eyes moistened involuntarily. Lady San, in a daze, seemed to hear the call of her youngest son. Her heart trembled as she turned around. In the far corridor, a graceful and handsome young man stood transfixed, gazing at her. Although Zhang Xingfeng had changed considerably, Lady Sen recognized him in an instant as her son who had left home at a young age. It was as if her heart, longing for her wandering child, had revealed to her that the young man before her was indeed her beloved son. Zhang Xingfeng hastened towards the hall, and Lady San moved towards her son as well. Just as their paths were destined to converge, both individuals came to a halt, gazing intently at one another, as if faintly glimpsing the visage of yesteryears. In a sudden rush, Zhang Xingfeng plunged into the embrace of the third madam, bursting into tears. The solitude of 6 years away from home, the torment of 10 years in seclusion, the arduousness of his cultivation, and the heartbreak of unrequited love, his first brush with emotion had culminated in profound sorrow. Never before had he wept so freely, yet within the arms of his mother. He let his anguish spill forth, as if striving to release all the grievances of his past. The third madam could palpably sense the pain nestled within her son's heart, and she held her child, who had departed at the tender age of 6, with immense tenderness. A torrent of unsaid words surged within her, yet all she could do was quietly absorb the sound of his weeping. Zhang Xingfeng felt a wave of relief wash over him. The demons that had plagued him seemed to dissipate, transforming his state of mind into something markedly different. However, he sensed that this change bore no ill effects upon him. Raising his head, the tears in his eyes were swiftly evaporated by his vital energy. "Mother, how I long for you." In that moment, Zhang Xingfeng revealed a childlike vulnerability, leaving Wang Ge and Li Da, who stood nearby, utterly astonished. To them, Zhang Xingfeng was akin to a celestial being. The third madam, too, smiled, a genuine smile that emanated from the depths of her heart. "My dear little one, I never anticipated that you would achieve such remarkable success in such a brief span of time. Your mother rejoices for you." As she spoke, tears of happiness glimmered in her eyes. A surge of pride suddenly welled up within Zhang Xingfeng. To receive such praise from his long-lost mother was a source of joy even for someone like him. Zhang Xingfeng trembled, recognizing the voice of his father. Although he had long since forgiven him in his heart, he was at a loss as to how to confront his father. At that moment, Zhang Tianda fell silent as well. It was important to remember that the decision to expel Zhang Xingfeng from the family had been driven by substantial reasons. After all, given his position as the family head, and considering that Zhang Xingfeng had committed no grave misdeed, especially at the tender age of 6, such a harsh punishment seemed utterly unwarranted. Even if it had been for the sake of the family's interests, Zhang Tianda felt a profound sense of guilt towards his son. For a moment, both father and son were enveloped in silence. At this juncture, Wang Ge took the others away, leaving this moment solely for Zhang Xingfeng and his family. Tianda, the third madam, reminded him from the side. Zhang Tianda's eyes brightened as he turned toward Zhang Xingfeng, his voice deep and resonant. My son, I wronged you deeply in the past. Can you ever forgive me? Alas, I know my actions caused you great pain, and this was all due to my selfishness. A wave of melancholy washed over Zhang Tianda. Zhang Xingfeng's vision blurred. He reflected on his motivations for establishing the Longting Jade store and even the Xingfeng clan. Was it not to prove to his father that the family's earlier decision had been misguided? Now that his father had come to apologize, what was he to do? Should he continue to cling to the notion of pride and endure a lifetime of estrangement from his father? Father, Zhang Xingfeng managed to utter slowly, breaking the silence. Zhang Tianda felt a sudden jolt within. His youngest son had called out to him. Was this truly happening? An overwhelming joy surged through him, accompanied by a profound sense of relief. He cared deeply for all his sons, exhibiting both strictness and affection towards each. Yet he harbored a lingering guilt solely towards his youngest, who had been merely 6 years old at the time. Now, this child was calling him father. How extraordinary! Tears of warmth streamed down Zhang Tianda's cheeks. Zhang Xingfeng said nothing, merely embracing his father tightly, their hearts echoing in unison. My dear son, there is something else for which your mother and I have come, a decision made by the Council of Elders. Of course, you may choose whether to accept it or not. I shall never compel you, Zhang Tianda stated solemnly, turning to face Zhang Xingfeng. The third wife and Zhang Xingfeng fell silent, understanding that serious matters were at hand. Father, please tell me what it is. If it is within my capacity, I shall do my utmost to assist you, Zhang Xingfeng replied with a gentle smile. Once Zhang Tianda had finished speaking, he fell into a contemplative silence, sharing a knowing glance with his wife. Their mission had been accomplished. Regardless of whether their youngest agreed, the familial bonds had been restored to their former harmony. Now, it was time for the youngest to reflect upon the situation. Zhang Xingfeng rose and moved to the side of the pavilion, standing with his hands clasped behind him. Gazing into the distance at Dream Lake, Zhang Tianda and the third wife looked upon their son, who seemed to float above the mundane, filled with pride. However, can one truly do this? Can one relinquish all that has been painstakingly accumulated over the years for such matters? Can one justify this to the esteemed Wang Ge, Uncle Zhang, Brother Langfeng, and Li De? Moreover, does a proud cultivator who gazes confidently upon the world truly require the support of the Zhang family's influence to contend with the Li family? Zhang Xingfeng inhaled deeply, burying the fervor within his heart. He quietly turned to face his parents, whom he had longed to see. He spoke earnestly. Father, Mother, the situation I have created alongside my brothers and elders has demanded considerable effort. I do not wish to abandon it so easily. Furthermore, I have no desire to assume the role of a family head. What I yearn for is the expansion of my own influence in the arduous journey of establishing a family legacy. He felt he had disappointed his parents. Zhang Xingfeng truly did not wish to let them down, yet his stance on this matter remained immutable. He would forever remember the moment he boldly proclaimed his ambitions in that secret chamber. Ah, indeed, you are my son, Zhang Tianda, to establish a family legacy. What a commendable spirit! I support you. Strive with all your might, and know that I will always be behind you, Zhang Tianda declared with conviction. The third madam, pride swelling within her, gazed at her son. How many in this world do not desire to be the head of a family? How many would willingly forsake such a position? My son does not seek power merely for the sake of it. He aspires to forge his own influence. Had another uttered such words, the third madam might have deemed them mad, yet these were the words of her son. At the tender age of 6, she embarked on her entrepreneurial journey, and within a mere 12 years, she amassed an impressive fortune. Who could doubt her ability to work wonders? Establishing a prestigious lineage is indeed a formidable challenge. To his surprise, Zhang Xingfeng discovered that his parents were not only unperturbed but also wholeheartedly supportive. A wave of emotion surged within him. Father, Mother, regardless of what transpires in the future, I, Zhang Xingfeng, will always regard the Zhang family as my own. Although I may not reside with you, I firmly believe the Zhang family will flourish even more, and I shall do my utmost to assist in any way I can. Indeed, I take immense pride in having a son like you, Zhang Tianda exclaimed with a chuckle. How about your mother, and I spend some time enjoying your estate before we depart tomorrow? What do you think? Zhang Tianda now regarded his son as a mature individual. Seeking his opinion. Absolutely. It would be wonderful for father and mother to stay here. I have no objections at all. Allow me to serve you both well. Zhang Xingfeng replied joyfully. In the dead of night, at Xingfeng Manor, in his bedroom, Zhang Xingfeng sat quietly on his bed. He had long abandoned sleep, spending his nights in silent meditation and cultivation. Initially, he intended to showcase his alchemical skills to his parents that evening. However, after a long day of activities, they seemed fatigued. He resolved to wait until tomorrow to share his alchemical endeavors with them, as a gesture of goodwill from Xingfeng Manor to the Zhang family. A sudden anxiety gripped Zhang Xingfeng's heart. What should he do? Could he possibly merge true elemental energy with Buddhist elemental energy? Who could predict the potential consequences? What was he to do? What indeed? Zhang Xingfeng felt an overwhelming sense of urgency. He was acutely aware of the consequences that would arise from the intertwining of these alien forces. The outcome could either be a transformation into another form of power or a deadly clash between the two, leading to his demise. Or perhaps the vanishing of one of the forces. None of these outcomes were desirable for Zhang Xingfeng, even in the case of transformation. Who could ascertain how to wield the newfound power or which methods would effectively unleash its potential? To possess power without the means to harness it was worse than relying on his original strength. Suddenly, a glimmer of insight illuminated his mind. Indeed, while he could not control the Buddha's primal energy, he could master the true essence energy. If he simply focused the true essence energy at the Yuaning, that would suffice. If only one force existed, even a shift in mindset would yield minimal consequences, merely resulting in an uncooperative manifestation of power. However, he was burdened with two distinct forces. The most perilous aspect was that these two powers were at odds with his mental state. Helplessly, Zhang Xingfeng could only watch as events unfolded. At that moment, the Buddha's primal energy had lost its usual serenity, replaced instead by an overwhelming dominance, while the true essence energy had shed its fluidity, becoming merely ferocious. Both forces understood that they were at a critical juncture of life and death. A resounding crash echoed, as the two energies clashed like rival armies, charging forth without any sign of retreat. The battle raged on, the forces clashed violently, and both the purple Yuan Ying and the golden Buddha statue desperately unleashed their respective powers. Time flows relentlessly. The purple mansion nascent soul and the golden body Buddha seem to be lacking in power, although the golden body Buddha possesses a higher level of strength. Zhang Xingfeng has dedicated himself to cultivating true Yuan power from a young age. True Yuan power excels in quantity, while Buddha Yuan power is superior in quality, resulting in a stalemate between the two. At that moment, the purple mansion nascent soul and the golden body Buddha unexpectedly departed from their home. Zhang Xingfeng felt a chill run down his spine. The very foundations of true Yuan power and Buddha Yuan power were leaving their domains. Yet, what could Zhang Xingfeng do? He could only watch helplessly as events unfolded. Like two masters, the purple mansion nascent soul and the golden body Buddha surged towards each other at high speed, unwilling to engage in battle within their sanctuaries. Alas, the distance between them was too short. In the blink of an eye, they were already near the heart. These two entities of pure energy engaged in close combat, with the tall purple mansion nascent soul and the compact golden body Buddha growing increasingly rapid in their exchanges. Finally, all that could be seen was a flickering orb of light. A resonant sound emanating from their souls caused Zhang Xingfeng to lose consciousness in an instant. It felt as though an eternity had passed, yet in a mere moment, Zhang Xingfeng awakened. Upon regaining consciousness, he realized he had not perished, nor had any dreadful outcome ensued. He immediately directed his consciousness inward to examine the state of his body. In an instant, he found himself on the divine platform, where the golden Buddha form had vanished without a trace. Undeterred, Zhang Xingfeng focused his mind on his dantian, only to be struck with bewilderment. The primordial infant in his purple palace had also disappeared. Zhang Xingfeng was left in a daze, his mind a blank canvas. How could he contend with the Li family without power? How could he foster harmonious relations with the elders of the Zhang family in his current state? What could he possibly achieve without strength? Yet, a sudden question arose within him. How was he able to control his consciousness for introspection without any power? After all, introspection was a skill reserved for innate masters. Zhang Xingfeng surmised that he had likely experienced the first outcome among the several possibilities he had initially mentioned. His true essence and Buddhist energy had clashed, resulting in the emergence of an entirely new force. What caliber of power was this? How might one cultivate it? What purpose did this force serve? How could it be employed in combat? A multitude of questions swirled through Zhang Xingfeng's mind, with a blend of anticipation and trepidation. He directed his consciousness to analyze every part of his body. The results astonished him. The terrifying physical prowess he had attained through the demon-suppressing Diamond Sutra had now escalated to an even more formidable level. His raw strength had doubled, and his body's resilience had grown even stronger. With merely his physical capabilities, Zhang Xingfeng could contend with masters at the out-of-body stage. A sense of reassurance enveloped Zhang Xingfeng as he marveled at his newfound strength. He had unwittingly become even more powerful, turning misfortune into fortune. Apart from his physical prowess, what other abilities lay within him? Zhang Xingfeng was not only filled with anticipation but also continued to meticulously examine his entire being. He was left astounded moments ago. He had scrutinized himself microscopically, yet now, from a macroscopic perspective, his internal organs had vanished, leaving behind a diminutive figure resembling the purple palace's Yuan Ying and the golden body Buddha. This figure radiated a faint purple hue, interlaced with subtle golden accents, creating a truly mesmerizing spectacle. The purple blade floated in the palm of his hand, emanating a soft violet flame. Zhang Xingfeng surmised that this flame was undoubtedly more formidable than the purple yuan fire of the purple palace's Yuan Ying, for the purple blade had diminished in size compared to before. His attention was wholly captivated by the miniature Zhang Xingfeng, which glowed with purple and golden light at the heart's location. Yet curiously, there were no organs surrounding this diminutive form, only pathways of energy that directed power into the meridians, allowing energy to be distributed throughout his body. Suddenly, a thought struck Zhang Xingfeng. Am I still human? With the absence of internal organs, could he still be considered human? He found himself smiling wryly, though he could not truly smile, as he no longer possessed a heart. It was merely his consciousness engaged in contemplation. With a mere thought, energy manifested in his hands, swiftly taking on various sword shapes. Most remarkably, he could even utilize the diverse hand seals of the Buddha sect's subduing demon Arhat fist. Zhang Xingfeng distinctly felt that the power of the energy in his hands surpassed that of true essence, and it was not inferior to the Buddhist essence either. What should this diminutive Zhang Xingfeng be called? Since he possessed both purple and golden light, let us name him Purple Gold Yuan Zun. Such a name indeed carries a sense of grandeur. Zhang Xingfeng felt a swell of pride within himself. Zhang Xingfeng's mind suddenly jolted. How long had he been unconscious? In the realm of cultivation, it was not uncommon for individuals to remain in a state of slumber for centuries. What would he do if he had truly been in a stupor for 100 years, or even several decades? He swiftly dashed out of his chamber and into the corridor. The night sky was adorned with a multitude of stars, its dark and mysterious expanse captivating the soul. Upon seeing the celestial bodies, Zhang Xingfeng's anxious heart settled, and he began to walk calmly down the hallway. Master, it is still the dead of night. What brings you out at this hour? He heard a voice from a servant named Lai Fu. Indeed, it was him. There was not the slightest sign of aging. It seemed he had not been asleep for several decades after all. Lai Fu, how long have I been asleep? Zhang Xingfeng inquired with a smile. Upon hearing Lai Fu's response, a wave of joy surged within Zhang Xingfeng. It had only been 2 hours. Yet, in an instant, he comprehended the situation. The battle between his true essence and the Buddha's essence had felt prolonged, but in reality, their clash had occurred with remarkable swiftness, lasting less than 5 minutes, while his unconsciousness spanned nearly 2 hours. Feeling greatly relieved, Zhang Xingfeng suddenly asked Lai Fu, Lai Fu, I recall you were the gatekeeper. Why are you patrolling at night now? Lai Fu, with a cheerful demeanor, replied, I owe my gratitude to you, master. Ever since you raised my wages, the steward promoted me to head of the gatekeepers and night patrols. Tonight, I am here to ensure that my subordinates are diligently performing their duties. I did not expect to have the fortune of seeing you again. With the crowing of roosters, dawn broke, and the streets of the capital began to bustle with life. In the Star Peak Manor, many had risen from their slumber, including Zhang Xingfeng, who opened his eyes and climbed out of bed, reveling in the refreshing ease that followed a night of rest. With a surge of energy, he took a moment to appreciate his newfound strength, and joyfully made his way outside. By the Dream Lake, Wolfblade, Li Da, and a few others had already commenced their martial training. Upon seeing Zhang Xingfeng emerge from his quarters, they approached him with smiles. Brother, What brings you up so early today, and with such a radiant smile? Is there some delightful news to share? Wolfblade, clad only in a vest despite the winter chill, glistened with sweat, indicating his rigorous training. Lier chimed in. Master must have some splendid news for us today. I would wager on it. However, Lida remained silent. Ever since Zhang Xingfeng had discovered the matter between him and Xia Shui, he had adopted a demeanor of composure in front of Zhang, fearing the possibility that Zhang might not approve of him marrying Xia Shui. After all, Xia Shui, being a personal maid, was fully acquired and, in essence, belonged to Zhang Xingfeng. Li Da's clandestine relationship with her was undoubtedly improper. Yet, when Zhang Xingfeng had learned of this, he had not expressed anger, igniting a glimmer of hope within Li Da. Thus, he was determined to make a commendable impression today. Upon hearing his companion speculate about joyous news, Zhang Xingfeng paused, for he himself felt a quiet elation from the previous night's events. Not only had he escaped peril, but he had also acquired newfound power, a strength far superior to what he had known before. However, the mention of joyous news reminded him of a particular matter: alchemy. Indeed, are we not preparing to concoct elixirs today? Zhang Xingfeng remarked with a cheerful smile. What is it, Master, second brother? You have us on tenterhooks, please share. The anxious trio of Li Da, Li Er, and Lang Feng implored, for any news from Zhang Xingfeng promised to be of great significance. Ahem. Well, I shall divulge it to you now. Today, I am to refine an elixir. Consuming just one will amplify decades of cultivation. Zhang Xingfeng proclaimed with a twinkle in his eye. Li Da, ever the irrepressible spirit, interjected. Master, when you speak of refining elixirs, you mean the legendary kind, correct? Do you require an alchemical furnace? I happen to know a merchant who sells them. I could procure one at a 6/10 discount. Lier scoffed from the sidelines. Brother, have you lost your wits? Master has declared his intent to refine elixirs today. How could he possibly lack an appropriate furnace? Besides, what could your merchant offer that would meet Master's standards? Lang Feng chuckled. Lida here has been rendered foolish by love. He can hardly think before he speaks when conversing with second brother. Lida, distressed, recognized that his words were mere flattery intended to please Zhang Xingfeng. For his future happiness rested firmly in Zhang Xingfeng's hands. He wished to retort, but found no justification. Before Zhang Xingfeng, he could not throw a tantrum. So he merely glared at Lang Feng and his younger brother in frustration. The sight of Li Da's exasperation elicited hearty laughter from Zhang Xingfeng and the others. Suddenly, Li Er exclaimed, Master, you are about to concoct a pill capable of enhancing one's power for decades. Is this truly the case? It is known that many individuals aspire to refine elixirs, yet none have succeeded. Do you possess the confidence to achieve this? Indeed, second brother, Wolfgang interjected. The art of alchemy is notoriously difficult. We must not be led into false hopes. Zhang Xingfeng chuckled. Of course I am confident. Do you not believe in me? Who do you think I am? He struck a pose reminiscent of a wise sage. Lida immediately flattered. You are our unparalleled master, the embodiment of omnipotence. Our celestial mentor. Master, you are my deity. I would willingly sacrifice everything for you. Stop. Zhang Xingfeng, though initially buoyed by the joyous atmosphere, felt a twinge of embarrassment at Li Da's extravagant praises, which, while somewhat exaggerated, held a kernel of truth. Wolfgang remarked, We certainly believe in what our second brother says, but this endeavor seems almost too incredible to fathom. Second brother, one must understand that a proper alchemical furnace is essential for success. What is the condition of yours? Where is it from? Indeed, master. A quality alchemical furnace is exceedingly rare. What kind do you possess? Zhang Xingfeng grinned. Let me enlighten you. I intend to refine an elixir this afternoon. And the so-called furnace is none other than the object in my hand. As he spoke, a violet flame emanated from his palm, a manifestation of the purple-gold primordial sovereign. Wolfgang and his companions gaped in astonishment at the purple flames emanating from Zhang Xingfeng's hands. The notion that one could conjure fire with one's hands bewildered them, leaving their minds awash with questions, far exceeding their comprehension. To their surprise, Lida was the first to regain his senses. Master, I must extol your virtues. You are omnipotent, the greatest being in existence, the entirety of my soul, the deity of the people of the Qinglong Continent. Please accept the adulation of your most devout disciple. Upon uttering these words, Li Da's eyes widened in awe, fixating intently on Zhang Xingfeng. Zhang Xingfeng's face flushed crimson. He was overwhelmed. No matter how thick-skinned one might be, Li Da's fervor rendered him a mere novice. In a desperate bid for escape, he dashed towards the back hall, leaving behind a solitary remark. Lida, I consent to your union with Xiaoshui. Awakening from their stupor, Wolfeng and Li Er immediately pursued Zhang Xingfeng, eager to witness his unparalleled alchemical prowess. Meanwhile, Li De, elated and bounding with joy, soon regained his composure and, like a gust of wind, rushed towards Xiaoshui's residence to share the splendid news. Zhang Xingfeng composed himself and entered the back hall, where his parents had already commenced their breakfast. Ah, San, you're up. Come, join us for breakfast. Mrs. San warmly invited. Both she and Zhang Tianda gazed at their youngest son with delight, their hearts brimming with joy. It was hard to believe that when Zhang Xingfeng had departed from home at the tender age of 6, he had grown into such a formidable young man, possessing skills that could astound the heavens and move the spirits. The realization that this extraordinary individual was their child filled the couple with immense pride as parents. Father, mother, there is something I wish to share with you, Zhang Xingfeng said with a smile. The warmth felt in the hearts of his parents was difficult to articulate in words. It was simply a profound sense of comfort. Go ahead, what is it? We are all ears, Zhang Tianda responded with a smile. Zhang Xingfeng continued, Father, mother, this noon I will be refining some elixirs aimed at enhancing one's power. I hope you can join me to witness the process, as I intend to offer some of the refined elixirs to Father. Zhang Tianda felt a jolt in his heart, aware of the arduous nature of alchemy. The Zhang family had invested tremendous resources in this endeavor, yet they had only managed to produce a few medicinal pills. The crucial elixirs for enhancing power remained elusive. According to reports from Tianyu Tower, no faction had succeeded in creating such elixirs thus far. Should anyone achieve this feat, it would undoubtedly lead to a seismic shift in the balance of power across the Qinglong Continent, particularly among the expert practitioners of the heavenly realm. Zhang Tianda remained silent, struggling to believe that his youngest son could produce such a remarkable elixir, despite knowing his potential for miracles. However, the third lady, unaware of the significance of such elixirs, smiled and said, Of course we will be there to support you, my dear. Believe in yourself. You are my pride and joy. As Zhang Xingfeng looked into his mother's eyes, he felt a touch of moisture welling up, deeply moved. For it had been a long time since he had experienced her affection. Zhang Tianda gazed at Zhang Xingfeng and said, Little three, this is a significant matter. You must comprehend its importance. If you succeed, be sure to handle it with care, for it holds far greater value than your flawless jade. I trust you will understand all of this. Zhang Xingfeng was, of course, well aware of the significance of the elixir. Yet he felt grateful for his father's concern and smiled in response. In the back garden, within a room among the formations, Zhang Tianda, the third wife, Wang Gu, Yu Jia, Uncle Zhang and his son Zhang Yu, and her son Wolfeng, as well as Li De and Li Er, with Xiaoshui standing beside Li De, all directed their attention towards Zhang Xingfeng. Zhang Xingfeng smiled at his family and brothers during his time in the realm of cultivation. The pills he refined far surpassed those he was about to create now, thus he felt no apprehension regarding the current endeavor. Seating himself cross-legged in midair, Zhang Xingfeng remained oblivious to the astonished expressions of the onlookers. He closed his eyes, extending his hands, and strands of previously gathered elemental spiritual energy began to swirl gently between his palms, gradually forming a sphere. Everyone gaped in astonishment, their mouths agape as they beheld the incredible spectacle. With a slow and deliberate motion of his right hand, the rare treasures on the ground began to lift as if held by his fingers, gently flying towards the sphere forming between his hands. The treasures merged into the sphere. Zhang Xingfeng flicked his hands, and 2 strands of purple flames appeared above his palms. With his hands cupped upward, the sphere floated above them, while the purple flames gradually ignited it. Suddenly, the elemental spiritual energy began to rotate at an increasingly rapid pace, causing the rare treasures to be completely shattered and seamlessly blended with the elemental spiritual energy. Zhang Xingfeng remained remarkably calm, his eyes closed, legs crossed as he floated in the air, 2 wisps of purple flame dancing in his hands. His expression revealed nothing of the momentous alchemical process he was undertaking. Silence enveloped the room, broken only by the tense breaths of Wang Gu and the others, their hearts lodged in their throats, too afraid to utter a sound. Zhang Tianda, too, felt a surge of anxiety as he witnessed the extraordinary alchemy performed by his prodigy. Beginning to believe that his apprentice might indeed succeed in crafting such a remarkable elixir, time seemed to stretch indefinitely, the only indication of its passage being the encroaching darkness. Suddenly, Zhang Xingfeng's eyes snapped open, his gaze illuminating the entire room like brilliant beams of light. He sensed a substantial pill in his hand. The longer the refining process, the more potent the result. Zhang Xingfeng employed the most formidable of his innate flames from the realm of cultivation. He continued until his purple flames were nearly extinguished, at which point he paused to assess the elixir, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. It appeared that the level of his purple flames surpassed that of the purple primordial fire, allowing for an extended duration of refinement. The potency of the elixir was estimated to be thrice that of previous concoctions. In an instant, he divided the pill into 500 portions, recognizing that its strength was too intense for the average person to endure. Zhang Xingfeng estimated that a single pill could extend one's life by 30 years, which he believed was the utmost limit for an ordinary individual. With a gentle smile, Zhang Xingfeng descended lightly to the ground. Everyone instinctively knew that the alchemical endeavor had concluded and rushed over in anxious anticipation. Master, how did it go? Did you succeed? Second brother, was it a success? Apprentice, did you manage it? Young master, have you succeeded? Everyone anxiously inquired, having remained motionless since noon, waiting with bated breath for the imminent revelation of results. Unable to contain themselves any longer, they craned their necks, peering and questioning. Observing their fervor, Zhang Xingfeng offered a faint smile, and in that moment, silence enveloped the crowd. A sense of defeat washed over them. It was impossible. I have triumphed. Haha. A collective pause followed, and it took a while for realization to dawn. Success. Indeed, it was success, and laughter erupted from the depths of their hearts, joy illuminating their faces. The third lady beamed at her son, playfully chiding, "Oh, you rascal, trying to fool your mother." She then turned her merry gaze towards Zhang Xingfeng. Li Du exclaimed loudly, "Master, could you show us that elixir? We are eager to see what it truly is." The crowd responded in unison, laughter echoing, "Yes, do reveal it. We have waited so long. Please, hurry." Zhang Xingfeng surveyed the eager faces around him, all eyes fixed upon him. With a serene smile, he extended his right hand, and a pill the size of a mung bean floated above it, each precious elixir shimmering with a vibrant, life-affirming green glow. "Father, this is for you." With a swift motion of his hand, Zhang Xingfeng sent 100 spiritual pills flying towards Zhang Tianda. Trembling, Zhang Tianda caught the pills, for he had a far greater need for them than Zhang Xingfeng. It is known that many individuals struggle to break through to the celestial realm after reaching the first grade, primarily due to the saturation of true energy within their bodies, rendering further absorption exceedingly difficult. However, with these spiritual pills, a first-grade master could absorb the equivalent of 30 years' worth of cultivation, enabling them to leap into the celestial realm. It is vital to note that once one attains the celestial realm, they embark on the path of immortality. The potency of the spiritual pills lies in their composition of the essence of heaven and earth, brimming with vitality, which nourishes the meridians and allows for the instantaneous absorption of the medicinal properties of rare treasures, thus augmenting one's cultivation by 30 years. The inability of first-grade masters to enhance their true energy is due to the limitations of their meridians. Nonetheless, with the spiritual pills, a significant breakthrough to the celestial realm is achievable. Yet, even among first-grade masters, they are a rarity. For instance, the Li family's first-grade experts are at the level of celestial guards, 5 in total, with an additional 5 hidden celestial guards, 4 of whom have already fallen to Zhang Xingfeng, leaving only 6 remaining. The Li family possesses merely 6 first-grade masters, and other prominent factions are unlikely to have many more. Furthermore, the efficacy of the spiritual pills for second-grade masters is limited, primarily benefiting those martial artists of later stages, enabling them to reach the innate realm, a position of abundance for the aristocratic families. Therefore, the emergence of spiritual pills does not significantly alter the balance of power among factions. Early in the morning, the street vendors of the capital were already calling out in their lively manner, as the bustling crowds added to the vibrant atmosphere. Today marks the day when Zhang Xingfeng is to enter the imperial palace, and the entire Xingfeng Manor is filled with joy. Zhang Xingfeng finds himself unable to resist the insistence of others and reluctantly dons a magnificent robe intricately embroidered. Normally, he dresses casually, but today is a momentous occasion. The manor is adorned with vibrant decorations, and the protagonist, Zhang Xingfeng, awaits the arrival of the palace officials in the grand hall. "Master, master, the palace guards have arrived." An anxious servant rushes in from outside. "Are they here? Hurry up, we must enter the palace." Lita calls out from the entrance of the hall. "Second brother, why are you still so leisurely?" "We are going to the palace." Lang Feng reminds him from beside. Zhang Xingfeng cannot comprehend the extravagance surrounding this event. After all, he is merely meeting a mortal emperor. In the realm of cultivation, emperors show utmost respect towards cultivators, Yet it seems overly formal to celebrate an emperor's bestowal with such gravity. As he observes the urgency of those around him, Zhang Xingfeng can only feign a smile and proceed outside. Two guards, clad in yellow embroidered robes, stand proudly at the entrance. Upon seeing Zhang Xingfeng approaching, they deliberately raise their voices, asking, "Who is Zhang Xingfeng?" Zhang Xingfeng takes a couple of steps forward and replies calmly, "I am Zhang Xingfeng." The guards appear dissatisfied with his demeanor and are about to reprimand him when Wang Gu strides quickly to their side and addresses them, "Gentlemen, it is indeed arduous to come to Xingfeng Manor. Please accept this as a token for your troubles," as he hands them a stack of silver notes. The leading guard glanced at the stack of banknotes in his hand, then at the prominent inscription declaring 100 taels. Instantly, the two guards became courteous. A single note was worth 100 taels, and this stack must contain at least 1,000 taels, 500 taels each for them, a sum equivalent to their annual salary. "Oh, what are we saying? Since you are so generous to us, feel free to seek us out in the future. I am Zhang Long, and this is Zhao Hu. From now on, we shall be brothers," chuckled one of them. Zhang Xingfeng smiled faintly. He had never deemed it worthwhile to engage with such sycophantic individuals. Observing Wang Ji's behavior, he chose to feign ignorance, as he wished to avoid any unnecessary trouble from these two men. It was simply challenging to maintain a facade of cordiality with such opportunistic characters. After bidding farewell to Wang Gu and the others, Zhang Xingfeng and the two guards swiftly galloped towards the imperial palace. A quarter of an hour later, Zhang Xingfeng and several others awaiting their nobility titles stood outside the Golden Hall, anticipating the emperor's summons. "Shen Wangtian, Zhang Xingfeng, Li Ho, Qi Xiaodi, present yourselves." The sharp voice echoed within the Golden Hall. After standing outside for quite some time, Zhang Xingfeng and his companions promptly entered the grand chamber. The exquisite railings and resplendent decorations left those who had never before visited the Golden Hall utterly astonished. Although they were all immensely wealthy, their fortunes paled in comparison to those from families with centuries of legacy. Nonetheless, Zhang Xingfeng remained unperturbed, exhibiting remarkable composure. Even upon entering the Golden Hall, he exhibited no sign of psychological upheaval. "Long live our emperor! Long live! Long live!" Zhang Xingfeng could only helplessly kneel down alongside the other three individuals. "Please rise. You are the pillars of my great Ming dynasty," the emperor, seated majestically at the highest point of the Golden Throne Hall, proclaimed with a resonant voice. The current emperor, now in his 50s, remained remarkably vigorous and was regarded as the most sagacious monarch since the establishment of the Ming dynasty, having founded the National Martial Arts Academy. "Who is Zhang Xingfeng?" the emperor suddenly inquired loudly. Zhang Xingfeng promptly stepped forward and respectfully replied, "I am but a humble subject, Zhang Xingfeng, your majesty." Zhu Li gazed curiously at the young man below. This young individual had departed from the prestigious Zhang family at the tender age of 6, and by 7, had astonishingly attained at least a third-grade level at the National Martial Arts Academy. His fame spread across the land, and within a mere decade, his establishment, the Dragon Rising Jade Store, had decisively outperformed the Earl family's cornerstone enterprise, Baoyu Xiang, becoming the true leader in the jade industry. The flawless jadeite loaned from Dragon Rising Jade Store garnered widespread acclaim. All these extraordinary feats were attributed to the young man before him. However, what weighed most heavily on Zhu Li's mind was the ancient cataclysmic battle that had transpired within the Yuan clan. As the ruler of the Ming dynasty, he was acutely aware of the formidable influence wielded by the four great families, as well as the terror posed by the Li family. He understood that had the Li family harbored ambitions of rebellion, his throne would have long since been usurped. Fortunately, the four great families primarily engaged in commerce and harbored no aspirations for the imperial throne. In that battle, the Li family lost a celestial guardian and 4 formidable masters of the first rank, and astonishingly, the 2 venerable elders of the Li family, who were symbols of invincibility, also faced defeat. Julie vividly recalled the shock he felt upon first learning of this event. Even now, witnessing the refined young man before him, it was difficult to believe that all this turmoil stemmed from him. Upon recognizing such talent, Zhu Li's first thought was to bring Zhang Xingfeng into his fold. He gazed at Zhang Xingfeng with a warm smile, saying nothing, while his mind raced with thoughts about the young man. The entire Golden Luan Hall fell into a profound silence. Only the emperor's eyes remained fixed on Zhang Xingfeng. Had it been anyone else under such scrutiny, their silence would have been unnerving. Yet Zhang Xingfeng exhibited no discomfort, returning Zhu Li's gaze with a gentle smile. After a considerable pause, Zhu Li regained his composure and, surveying the hall, understood the situation. Still, he smiled amiably and said, "Young Master Zhang, I have heard that you attained the third rank at the tender age of 7. I'm most curious to know what level you have reached now." Zhang Xingfeng was momentarily taken aback. It was common knowledge that the highest realm was the first rank. What could he do? With great respect, he replied, "Your Majesty, I attained the first rank a year ago. Unable to do otherwise." Zhang Xingfeng instantly diminished his power by several folds. However, the entire Golden Luan Hall erupted in commotion. Zhang Xingfeng, still in his 20s, had astonishingly attained the first-grade realm at such a tender age. This, while not necessarily unprecedented, was indeed extraordinary. How could the court officials possibly come to terms with such a mythical occurrence? What kind of decorum was this? Zhu Li bellowed, his gaze fixed upon the officials, asserting the majesty of the most sagacious emperor since the founding of the Ming dynasty. In an instant, all the officials fell silent. One must bear in mind that Zhu Li was also the monarch responsible for the highest number of executions among officials since the dynasty's inception. Zhu Li's expression transformed into a broad smile as he addressed Zhang Xingfeng with hearty laughter. "Young Master Zhang, I hold you in great esteem. However, it seems that just now, many were skeptical of your abilities. Might you demonstrate your prowess for all to witness?" Zhu Li was acutely aware of Zhang Xingfeng's formidable capabilities. Should he unleash his full might, it was likely that even the emperor himself could not contain him. Hence, his tone was cordial, akin to that of an elder conversing with a junior. Zhang Xingfeng offered a resigned smile, pondering his limited options, and replied respectfully, "It is an honor for a humble subject to have such an opportunity. May I inquire, Your Majesty, if it is permissible to commence now?" Zhu Li paused, contemplating that allowing such a peerless master to exhibit his first-grade prowess might not be a trivial matter. Would the Golden One Hall withstand the tumult? "Dear, is that truly feasible?" Zhu Li questioned. Zhang Xingfeng smiled and assured him, "Certainly, I am quite confident." Zhu Li chuckled in return, "Very well. But take care not to harm my beloved ministers. Alas, perhaps I am indeed too stingy. It is merely a Golden Luan Hall. Young Master Zhang, please feel free to showcase your talents without reservation." He. Zhang Xingfeng chuckled softly. In truth, he harbored a favorable impression of the emperor before him. The emperor's boldness invigorated him. Glancing towards the left, he observed the fearful ministers timidly approaching the Golden Luan Hall, and he couldn't help but smile at their evident cowardice. Conversely, the martial generals on his right exhibited remarkable courage, remaining steadfast and gazing intently at Zhang Xingfeng, eagerly anticipating his performance. With a flick of his right hand, he leapt into the air, and a gleam of blade light manifested beneath his feet. This blade light, as if it were a tangible entity, lifted Zhang Xingfeng effortlessly into the air, where he stood proudly with his hands clasped behind his back, resembling a celestial deity. All present watched in astonishment at Zhang Xingfeng, who appeared divine. "The blade light has materialized. I am thoroughly satisfied to witness such legendary mastery." The foremost martial general sighed in awe. "General Fan, I too am immensely pleased to witness the pinnacle of swordsmanship, the manifestation of blade light. It is indeed a rare fortune. Zhang Xingfeng, tell me, how on earth did you cultivate such exceptional prowess?" Zhu Li, who had previously commanded troops in battle, frequently revealed his martial spirit. Zhang Xingfeng, upon hearing this, smiled warmly and replied, "Your Majesty, the path to mastering martial arts is rather elusive. It primarily hinges upon the quality of one's mentor." Zhu Li immediately responded, "Ah, your profound skills are the result of your esteemed mentor's guidance. Might I have the honor of meeting your master? I have long wished to encounter a recluse of extraordinary talent, but alas, I have yet to find the opportunity. Uncertain whether young Master Zhang would grant me this opportunity." Zhang Xingfeng smiled knowingly and replied, "Your Majesty, my master, Taiying Xinzi, has transcended to the realm of immortals. It is by serendipity that I became his disciple, and even I am unaware of his current whereabouts." Upon hearing this, Zhu Li secretly chuckled, realizing that his expectations were met. Indeed, Zhang Xingfeng had a master. And with such formidable skills, it was remarkable that his master had attained the status of an immortal. It became evident that securing Zhang Xingfeng was crucial to restoring the imperial authority, ensuring that the four prominent families recognized the supremacy of the imperial lineage. Zhu Li gazed at Zhang Xingfeng and sighed, "It is truly unfortunate that I have no opportunity to meet an immortal such as your master. Alas, such encounters are rare and elusive. Young Master Zhang, how could I almost forget the matter at hand? Haha, let us commence the conferment ceremony." The other three individuals promptly approached Zhang Xingfeng, their hearts filled with indignation. today had become a stage for Zhang Xingfeng's display. The elderly eunuch standing beside the emperor shrieked, "Wang Tian, Zhang Xingfeng, Li Ho, Qi Xiaodi, heed the decree. By heaven's command, the emperor proclaims, Wang Tian, Zhang Xingfeng, Li Ho, and Qi Xiaodi have made significant contributions to the Ming dynasty, and they are hereby bestowed the title of barons of the Ming. With great reverence." Zhang Xingfeng and the other three knelt in gratitude, exclaiming, "We thank your majesty for your profound grace." The four received a token of their baronial status along with a ceremonial outfit. Wang Tian stepped forward and declared, "Your majesty, in gratitude for your concern for my Wang family, I present 200,000 taels of silver, and I hope you will graciously accept." Li Ho stepped forward and said, "Your majesty, in gratitude for your concern for the Li family, I bring you 1,500,000 taels of silver. I humbly hope you will accept it." Qi Xiaodi followed suit, proclaiming, "Your majesty, out of appreciation for your kindness towards the Qi family, my elders have instructed me to present you with 3 million taels of silver. I sincerely hope you will accept it." Zhang Xingfeng was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated the necessity of offering a tribute after being bestowed the title of baron. Observing the gazes of others upon him, he felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. Zhu Li, noticing Zhang Xingfeng's predicament, could not suppress a smirk. It seemed this young man had come unprepared. He watched with a grin, seemingly eager for Zhang Xingfeng's offering. Wang Tian and a few others exchanged mocking glances at Zhang Xingfeng, taunting him for his previous arrogance. Now curious to see how he would respond, Zhang Xingfeng, overwhelmed with a bitter smile, suddenly had a thought. He approached Zhu Li with a warm smile and respectfully declared, "Your Majesty, today I present to you a rather ordinary elixir crafted by my master. This elixir has the remarkable ability to enhance one's power by 30 years. I humbly offer you 5 of these elixirs, and I hope you will graciously accept them." Upon hearing the promise of a 30-year enhancement to one's power, Zhu Li felt a surge of excitement, nearly leaping from his dragon throne to seize them from Zhang Xingfeng. In the intricate power dynamics of the Qinglong Continent, the imperial court found itself at a disadvantage. Despite possessing 4 first-tier experts, they lacked a single master of the celestial realm. Given that the Ming dynasty had only been established for a century, it was implausible to expect an abundance of unparalleled masters. However, with the acquisition of these 5 elixirs, the court will swiftly possess 4 masters of the celestial realm. It is noteworthy that the combined forces of the Li family's divine guards and the hidden divine guards amount to merely 6, 2 of whom have already fallen to the hands of Zhang Xingfeng, leaving only 4 remaining. Now, the court instantaneously boasts 4 formidable experts. This will significantly enhance their bargaining power in the covert struggle. As Zhang Xingfeng presented the 5 elixirs, Zhu Li's eyes widened in astonishment, and he exclaimed with exuberance, "Ha ha! Splendid, splendid! Zhang Xingfeng, you have done remarkably well. Henceforth, I shall elevate you to the rank of Count. Indeed, Count. Ha ha ha! Splendid, the court is dismissed." With that, Zhu Li swiftly took the 5 elixirs and departed, even foregoing the formalities of the investiture. He merely instructed the eunuch to present him with a token and a set of garments symbolizing his new title. Zhu Li was particularly eager for his 4 elite masters to ascend to the celestial realm, and most importantly, he himself, as a first-tier expert, could attain the celestial realm after consuming the elixir, thus achieving immortality. The officials of the court promptly approached Zhang Xingfeng to extend their congratulations. It is well understood that barons are plentiful within the Ming dynasty, while counts are exceedingly rare. The significance of becoming a count is beyond the comprehension of the ordinary individual. Count Zhang, truly a prodigy of youth. Your future is boundless. Count Zhang, have you yet to become engaged? My daughter, at the tender age of 18, is exceptionally beautiful, might I propose? Lord Wang's daughter is quite unappealing, Count Zhang. Do not be deceived. My daughter, at merely 17, is virtuous and composed. Zhang Xingfeng was on the brink of madness, surrounded by officials who were tightly pressed together, leaving them with no means of escape. Meanwhile, 3 despondent individuals were unable to comprehend why their generous gift of over 1 million taels of silver had gone unacknowledged, while Zhang Xingfeng, having bestowed merely 5 green bean-sized pills, was instantly elevated to the rank of count. Truly, the disparity between individuals could be infuriating. Witnessing the throng of people fervently congratulating him, Zhang Xingfeng could no longer endure the situation. At last, seizing an opportune moment, he showcased his unparalleled agility and vanished in an instant, leaving behind a group of court officials who sighed in awe. What a remarkable master! His lightness of foot is so extraordinary that we couldn't even catch a glimpse of him. Once outside the palace, Zhang Xingfeng glanced back and exhaled deeply. This palace is truly no place for a person to linger. As he raised his gaze, he spotted Zhang Long, who was mounted on a magnificent steed, exuding an air of grandeur while smiling broadly. Ever since he had received the funds from the Xingfeng Manor, Zhang Long's demeanor towards Zhang Xingfeng had undergone a complete transformation. To him, Zhang Xingfeng was merely a walking treasury. Lida was the quickest to react. Upon seeing Zhang Xingfeng, his eyes lit up. Master, no, Baron Zhang, I humbly greet you. Yet, upon witnessing Lida's exuberance, Zhang Xingfeng was reminded of the officials in the palace. With a mere wave of his hand, Lida found himself silenced. Flailing his arms in futile expression without a sound, Li'er soon emerged as well, and upon spotting Zhang Xingfeng, his eyes brightened. Congratulations, Master. Best wishes to you. The moment Zhang Xingfeng heard Li'er's words, he was reminded of the congratulatory officials, and with another wave of his hand, Li'er too was rendered mute, reduced to mere gestures. As the others emerged, they beheld the Li brothers, who were animated yet rendered voiceless. They all fell silent. While the Li brothers endured their predicament in frustration, for Zhang Xingfeng's acupoint sealing technique was not something just anyone could unravel. They could only wait for the effects to wear off. Ultimately, it was Wang Ge who stepped forward and inquired, "Young master, how did it go today?" Zhang Xingfeng's complexion turned a subtle shade of pallor as he tossed the command token and garments to Wang Ge before hastily retreating into the estate, exclaiming, "You all can see for yourselves. Do not trouble me." Wang Ge glanced at the token in his hand, then looked quizzically at the garments, murmuring, "Wasn't it a baron? Why is it now a count?" He then turned to observe the others. Zhang Xingfeng sat quietly at his desk, gazing at the phoenix, seeking the phoenix on the table. His expression one of serenity, devoid of the earlier mischief. He suddenly exhaled deeply. "Tomorrow is your wedding, isn't it? I must certainly wish you happiness and joy." The morning sky was adorned with hues of crimson, casting a warm glow over the eastern horizon, while strands of pale blue sky were shrouded by an unusual dark cloud. Today marked the wedding of Li Tianxiang, the eldest son of the Li family and the future head of the clan, to Yu Wenru of the Yuan family. The capital was bustling with affluent merchants and high-ranking officials, far more than usual, causing the taverns of the city to overflow with patrons. Zhang Xingfeng awoke early, beaming with joy, exchanging greetings with every individual in Xingfeng Manor. Though everyone reciprocated his smiles, a sense of perplexity lingered in their hearts. Wolfeng turned to Lida beside him and inquired, "Lida, what's the matter? Today is the wedding of that girl, Yuan Ro, isn't it? Why does it seem like Erdi is particularly joyful?" Lida cast a disdainful glance at Wolfeng and replied, "You wouldn't understand, would you? Without experience. How could you possibly know? The master is merely swallowing his sorrows. On the surface, he must maintain a facade of happiness, yet it is truly a painful charade. The master, alas, I shan't waste further breath on someone as inexperienced as you." Wolfeng could only glare at Lida in frustration, powerless to retort. After all, he himself was over 20 and had never experienced love. Inwardly, he mused, perhaps I should also seek a wife. Zhang Xingfeng, seated in the main hall's prominent position, observed that everyone seemed to have finished breakfast. He then cheerfully announced, "Everyone, may I have your attention? I have an important matter to discuss. Today, Li Tianxiang and Yuan Ro are getting married, and as their friend, I must go congratulate them. Who will accompany me?" As everyone exchanged glances, Lida finally spoke up. "Master, how could I possibly miss such an occasion?" Li'er chimed in, "Master, since elder brother is going, I certainly shall as well. Today, I also hope to find a lovely girl. Seeing elder brother always with Xia Shuiqing makes me envious." Wolfeng rose and added, "Erdi, I feel the same. Look at me. I'm not that young anymore. I might as well see if there's a girl I fancy today." He exchanged a knowing smile with Li'er. The elderly lady rose, gazing at Wolf Peak with delight as she remarked, "You rascal, it has taken you this long to consider this matter. You nearly gave me a heart attack." Zhang Xingfeng suddenly stood up, a smile gracing his features as he declared, "Very well. Today, Lida, Li'er, and my elder brother shall accompany me. It is settled." With that, he turned and strode away, leaving the others in a state of bewilderment. Uncle Zhang's expression darkened as he commented, "It seems my dear nephew is quite troubled. Today's visit and celebration do not appear to be merely a simple festivity." Zhang Yu calmly replied, "We must place our trust in our master. Regardless of the circumstances, he will find a solution." All eyes were fixed on Zhang Xingfeng's vanishing silhouette. a heavy gloom hanging in the air. Li suddenly exclaimed, "Why concern ourselves with so much? I know he is my master, and I will stand by him at all times. No matter how he may change, I firmly believe in his righteousness." The faces of those present brightened. Indeed. Why worry about anything as long as they believed in Zhang Xingfeng's correctness? Without hesitation, Zhang Xingfeng leapt onto his steed, glancing back at the Li brothers and Wolf Peak who were mounting their horses, and with a hearty shout of "Giddy up!" the four figures swiftly vanished into the street. Outside the grand gates of the Li family residence, a throng of people gathered, all eager to enter. However, the entrance was not easily accessible to the ordinary folk. It was evident that many bearing gifts of money were barred from entry. Suddenly, the crowd at the entrance beheld four majestic steeds galloping towards them, coming to a halt before the Li family gates as four valiant young men approached the entrance. "Do you have an invitation?" inquired a servant from the Li family, stationed at the entrance. Zhang Xingfeng cast a fleeting glance at the servant, choosing silence. The servant, incensed by Zhang Xingfeng's apparent disdain, had witnessed countless individuals like him attempting to gain entry without an invitation. He immediately barked at Zhang Xingfeng, "Did you not hear? If you lack an invitation, step aside and do not obstruct the entrance." "Ah, is it not Lord Zhang?" exclaimed a finely attired official who approached with a friendly demeanor. "I saw you at the Golden Lawn Hall the other day. Regrettably, I had no opportunity to converse with you then. Today, I am fortunate to finally have the chance." The servant was taken aback. A marquis, aside from the four prominent families, represented the pinnacle of nobility. "My apologies, my lord. Please, do come in," he stammered, realizing the gravity of the situation. A person of marquis rank was not to be trifled with. The servant dared not neglect such an esteemed guest. Zhang Xingfeng dismissed the servant's earlier rudeness, offering a faint smile to the official before proceeding through the gates alongside his companions. Wolf Feng and the others strode confidently into the entrance, casting a disdainful humph at the servant, who was now drenched in cold sweat. Fully aware of the consequences of offending someone of such high status, the Li family, true to its noble heritage, had constructed a residence that rivaled the grandeur of a royal palace. The estate featured meandering streams and elegant pavilions, creating an ambience that imbued all who entered with a sense of tranquility and delight. Upon entering, Zhang Xingfeng couldn't help but marvel at the architectural splendor before him. The building was a testament to meticulous craftsmanship, rivaling the exquisite gardens of Suzhou. However, he lamented the fact that such beauty was claimed by the Li family. Sighing inwardly, he approached the middle-aged man receiving the monetary gifts. The man, upon noticing Zhang Xingfeng, expressed his confusion. "May I inquire who you are? Forgive my ignorance." Zhang Xingfeng promptly replied, "I am Zhang Xingfeng, an old friend of Li Tianxiang and the soon-to-be Mrs. Li. I've come to partake in the joyous occasion." Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man's demeanor transformed. As someone acquainted with the upper echelons of the Li family, he recognized the significance of the name Zhang Xingfeng. His face brightened instantly. "Ah, it is Count Zhang. The Li family extends a warm welcome to you. The head of the family has instructed me to ensure your utmost comfort." Zhang Xingfeng, taken aback, realized that he had only been bestowed the title of Count the day prior, and yet, this servant of the Li family was already aware of it. Clearly, the Li family's intelligence network was formidable. Nevertheless, he maintained a cheerful demeanor. "Oh, not at all. The Li family is the foremost family in the realm, and I, a mere count, cannot possibly accept such lavish hospitality." With a light-hearted laugh, he continued, "By the way, here is my gift. Please accept it." With a smile, Zhang Xingfeng placed the silver note on the table. The middle-aged man promptly accepted it, flipping to the front of the gift ledger and meticulously inscribing, "Count Zhang Xingfeng, 200,000 taels of silver." Upon completing his task, the middle-aged man promptly rose to his feet and signaled to someone behind him. Instantly, an elderly gentleman took a seat on the chair designated for receiving gifts. The middle-aged man approached Zhang Xingfeng and said, "Count Zhang, I am Li Si. May I guide you, young Master Zhang?" Zhang Xingfeng regarded Li Si for a moment before responding, "That would be quite an inconvenience. Since you hold me in such high esteem, please call me Xingfeng. If you prefer otherwise, you may refer to me as young Master Zhang. But I am unaccustomed to being addressed as Count Zhang." A fleeting look of admiration crossed Li Si's eyes as he smiled and replied, "Young Master Zhang, allow me to introduce you to these splendid gardens." Observing the exchange between Zhang Xingfeng and Li Si, Wolf and the others decided to peruse other areas. Suddenly, a voice announced, "The groom and bride have arrived." Zhang Xingfeng and Li Si simultaneously turned to gaze into the distance. With a beaming face, The elegant Li Tianxiang led the groom, who was adorned in a red ceremonial outfit and covered by a crimson veil. Li Tianxiang engaged in trivial pleasantries with the esteemed guests and wealthy patrons nearby. Despite the insipid nature of his conversation, he exhibited no hint of impatience, maintaining a gentle smile that made those conversing with him feel as if they were basking in the warmth of spring, earning him universal admiration. Zhang Xingfeng remained still, a subtle smile lingering on his face as he observed the scene. He clearly recognized that the delicate figure draped in vibrant red beside Li Tianxiang was Yu Wenru. Yet he refrained from any action. At this moment, Li Si felt a surge of anxiety. The reason for her presence alongside Zhang Xingfeng was her concern that he might lose control during the wedding, which would bring great shame to the Li family. However, Zhang Xingfeng appeared remarkably calm, showing no signs of agitation, leaving Li Si perplexed. She suspected that this tranquility was merely the calm before the storm. Zhang Xingfeng followed the crowd into the grand hall. As the auspicious hour had arrived, the officiant announced loudly. Li Tianxiang and Yu Wenru slowly made their way to the center of the hall. Yu Wenru's heart was in turmoil. Was there no opportunity left for her? Would she truly become a member of the Li family? Her thoughts raced with remorse over her previous actions towards him. What was the use of such musings now? Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced her heart, and her lovely face, hidden beneath the red veil, turned ashen, though no one noticed her distress. After a considerable time, Yu Wenru began to regain her composure. Li Tianxiang's eyes suddenly brightened as he spotted Zhang Xingfeng, and a smile spread across his face. He called out to Zhang Xingfeng joyfully, "Brother Zhang, I never imagined you would attend my wedding. It brings me immense joy. Today, we must not leave sober." Zhang Xingfeng replied with a smile, "How could I possibly miss Brother Li's joyous occasion? I extend my heartfelt congratulations to both of you, wishing you a lifetime of love and companionship." Yu Wenru felt a pang of sorrow. She could hardly believe that the man who once fought fiercely for her, who had risked everything against the Li family, now spoke so cheerfully. Each of Zhang Xingfeng's words struck her heart like a dagger. At that moment, the head of the Yuan family and the head of the Li family entered through a side door of the main hall, radiating joy as they approached the main seats, taking their places on either side. Li Tianxiang and Yu Wenru immediately stood respectfully. They bowed to the heavens and the earth. Zhang Xingfeng observed as the two began their ceremonial bows, initially believing that he would have an easy time. Yet, a subtle bitterness crept into his heart, leaving him in a daze. By the time he regained his composure, Li Tianxiang had already entered the bridal chamber with Yu Wenru. Moments later, Li Tianxiang emerged, and all the guests had gathered around the dining table. With a wine jug in one hand and a wine cup in the other, he commenced the rounds of toasting. Zhang Xingfeng, too, found himself drinking while engaging in the same insipid pleasantries with the affluent official seated nearby. Thus, lost in a haze of alcohol and idle chatter, Zhang Xingfeng was eventually approached by Li Tianxiang at his table. Today, Li Tianxiang was in high spirits. Not only had he wed his goddess, but he had also managed to make his rival, Zhang Xingfeng, feel discomfort. How delightful and gratifying it was. Li Tianxiang poured a cup of wine from the jug in his left hand into the cup in his right, gazing at Zhang Xingfeng with exuberance and declaring, "Brother Zhang, I am truly elated today. I never expected you to join us in celebrating my and Rose's joyous occasion. Now, allow me to toast you, brother. You must drink this. Otherwise, it would be a slight against me." Zhang Xingfeng stood up with a grin and replied, "Of course, I shall drink this cup. However, before we indulge, I have a matter to attend to." Li Tianxiang chuckled and urged, "What is it? Speak quickly. Once you're done, we brothers must revel in our drinking." "Brotherly, today marks your momentous occasion, and I wish to present you with a gift, the phoenix seeking the phoenix. Although in the eyes of the Li family, this exquisite jade artifact may not hold significant value, it is nonetheless the most precious item I can offer. I wonder if you would graciously accept it." As Zhang Xingfeng spoke, he retrieved the phoenix, seeking the phoenix from his bosom, and held it in his palm for all to see. Despite the daylight, the subtle green luminescence emanating from the artifact captivated the attention of those present. The seemingly natural patterns and the flawless jade evoked astonished gasps from the esteemed guests surrounding him. It is indeed crafted from the fabled flawless jade, and even without considering the jade itself, the craftsmanship displayed is unparalleled, the finest I have ever beheld. Count Zhang is truly generous. It is worth noting that Count Zhang is the proprietor of the Lonting Jade shop and the third son of the Zhang family, who, at the tender age of 6, established such a prosperous enterprise. What an impressive feat. Li Tianxiang, listening to the crowd rallying behind Zhang Xingfeng, felt a tumult of emotions, his complexion shifting from crimson to pale. Both the Li and Yuan families understood that the phoenix seeking the phoenix was meant as a betrothal gift from Zhang Xingfeng to Yuan Rou. Today should be a celebration of his own union with Yuan Rou, yet Zhang Xingfeng had chosen to present that very betrothal gift as a token. What could this signify? Li Tianxiang, true to his nature, bore a smile upon his face as he addressed Zhang Xingfeng. Ah, brother Zhang. I never anticipated such a lavish gift for both myself and Rou. I am indeed flattered. Very well, I shall accept this present, but you must partake in the wine. With that, Li Tianxiang graciously accepted the Feng Qiu Wang and raised his cup. Observing the beaming Li Tianxiang, Zhang Xingfeng also smiled and swiftly consumed the contents of his glass, savoring the fiery essence of the wine. Simultaneously, Li Tianxiang followed suit. Cheers and applause erupted from the surrounding guests. In a hushed tone, Zhang Xingfeng conveyed a warning to Li Tianxiang. I caution you, should anything unforeseen befall Rou in the future, do not blame me for my ruthless nature. Li Tianxiang responded in kind. Fear not, on the territory of the Li family, there truly exists no one who dares to act recklessly. Amidst the fervor of the gathering, a sudden explosion reverberated through the air from the midst of nearly 100 banquet tables. Bang! Li Tianxiang jolted in shock, exclaiming, Fire thunder. The fire thunder was an extraordinarily potent explosive devised by the Lei family of Jiangnan, capable of annihilating even innate experts upon detonation. Among the guests, not to mention innate experts, even the presence of ninth-tier martial artists was scarce, for they were predominantly esteemed dignitaries and affluent individuals. As he witnessed these high-ranking and influential figures succumbing to the devastation of the fire thunder, Li Tianxiang felt as though he were on the brink of madness. With dozens, even hundreds, falling victim to the explosion, the Li family could withstand a few losses, but such a catastrophic toll would be unbearable. Even for the foremost family among the four great clans, Zhang Xingfeng, even at the first crack of thunder, swiftly manifested his unparalleled prowess, instantly retreating beyond the blast radius. He leisurely observed the frantic Li Tianxiang as he rushed to rescue the noble and affluent, occasionally interrupting his efforts. Of course, with Li Tianxiang's formidable abilities, he remained oblivious to Zhang Xingfeng's actions. Li Tianxiang's eyes burned with fury. Today should have been a day of joy, yet calamity had struck, and countless troubles loomed ahead. Each deceased individual had been a powerful figure in their own right, and now that they were gone, their kin would undoubtedly seek vengeance. Although the Li family also bore the brunt of this tragedy, the fact remained that it was within their domain that these lives were lost. Frustration mounting, Li Tianxiang bellowed. Detain the scoundrel who orchestrated this chaos in the dungeon. Search everyone. I want to uncover who possesses such audacity. Just as Li Tianxiang was consumed by rage, a shocking twist unfolded. Over a dozen of the Li family's servants surged toward the terrified tycoons, instantly claiming the lives of several prominent figures. Zhang Xingfeng had taken action. Like a gust of wind, he darted through the chaos, and in the blink of an eye, the assailants were dispatched, leaving only one survivor. Zhang Xingfeng approached Li Tianxiang, casting the weapon in his hand before him with a heavy heart. Brotherly, he lamented, I never anticipated such a turn of events. This sole survivor must be thoroughly interrogated to unveil the identity of the one with such audacity. The toll of lives lost today is truly devastating. Li Tianxiang gestured to the members of the Li family beside him, prompting them to escort the surviving captive away. He turned to Zhang Xingfeng and expressed his heartfelt gratitude, saying, I am truly thankful, Brother Zhang. Without your intervention, the death toll would have undoubtedly been much higher. Li Tianxiang felt a deep sense of frustration. He could hardly fathom that among the usually loyal Li family, there could exist traitors, over a dozen, in fact, leaving him to wonder if there were more hidden among them. Numerous dignitaries flocked to Zhang Xingfeng's side, offering their thanks, for had it not been for his timely actions, they too might have met a grim fate. Each one vowed their unwavering support, pledging that anyone who opposed Zhang Xingfeng would be opposing them as well, unexpectedly securing him numerous formidable allies. What was meant to be a joyous wedding had devolved into chaos, prompting many guests to leave prematurely. After bidding farewell to Li Tianxiang, Zhang Xingfeng departed alongside the unfruitful Wolf Fang. Just as he was about to leave, Yuner, the anxious maid of Yuanru, rushed to Li Tianxiang's side, exclaiming in distress, Sir, something terrible has occurred. Already irritable, Li Tianxiang's annoyance surged at Yuner's panic, and he snapped, What is it? Can you not see that I am quite busy? With tears welling in her eyes, Yuner replied, Mississippi. Miss is spitting blood. It was the 29th day of the 12th lunar month, just before the new year, yet the sounds of commotion echoed throughout the back garden of Xingfeng Manor. Standing on the elevated platform, Zhang Xingfeng observed the diligent training of the Xingfeng guards below with great satisfaction. Glancing at the sun in the sky, he deemed it was time to address them. He called out to the practicing guards below, "Everyone," upon witnessing their esteemed master standing before them. The members of the Xingfeng guard immediately stood at attention, prepared to receive his words of admonition. They were acutely aware that their master's martial prowess was unparalleled, and all that they possessed was bestowed upon them by his grace. Their sentiments towards him were marked by both reverence and unwavering loyalty. Zhang Xingfeng, observing their rapt attention, felt a sense of satisfaction and smiled as he proclaimed, "Today, I have a significant announcement to make. Those who have attained the third tier of cultivation shall be recognized as disciples of my Tianqin sect, to whom I will impart the supreme techniques. Meanwhile, those who have not yet reached this level shall remain as outer disciples, and I encourage you to strive diligently in your cultivation." Currently, within the Xingfeng guard, there are 3 individuals at the second tier, one of whom has recently ascended, quite commendable indeed. There are also 10 who have achieved the third tier. Thus, these 13 members of the Xingfeng guard shall constitute the inaugural disciples of my Tianqin sect, alongside my 6 disciples of equal standing. Of course, as outer disciples of my sect, I shall also impart techniques to you. Effective immediately, I shall teach you the 7 stars North Dipper sword formation. The most exceptional group of 7 among you will be designated as the first disciples. Initially, many of the Xingfeng guard felt a sense of disappointment. Yet they were pleasantly surprised by the opportunity that lay before them, not only to learn the sword formation, but also to potentially become among the first disciples. Such fortuitous prospects were met with great approval. They were well aware of the formidable capabilities of Zhang Xingfeng's previous disciples, each of whom had attained the second tier. The position of disciple under Zhang Xingfeng was certainly one to be contested fiercely. Without delay, Zhang Xingfeng commenced the teachings of the 7 stars North Dipper sword formation to Li De, Li Er, and Lang Feng, as well as Zhang Yu, who frequently oversaw the Xingfeng guard. Their capacity to disseminate this knowledge would undoubtedly be expedited. Zhang Xingfeng moved a chair and seated himself. Observing them as they practiced the sword formation, his gaze fell upon Zhang Yu, and a profound sense of satisfaction enveloped him. Initially, when he took on disciples, Zhang Yu possessed the most modest aptitude among the trio. Yet now, while Li Da and Li Er had only reached the second-tier realm, Zhang Yu had ascended to the first-tier realm. Even Zhang Xingfeng found it perplexing how Zhang Yu, despite his seemingly inferior talent, could cultivate at such an accelerated pace. In stark contrast, the other 3 disciples, the Qi brothers, had become a topic of concern since graduating from the National Martial Academy. They had departed and only sent representatives to pay their respects annually. On the rare occasion of their visit, Zhang Xingfeng had been engrossed in seclusion. Sigh. Zhang Xingfeng let out a long sigh, pondering when he might reunite with the Qi brothers. "What are you sighing about, dear nephew? You are still so young." Upon hearing this, Zhang Xingfeng recognized the voice of his uncle Zhang and smiled in response, choosing not to speak. He gazed at Uncle Zhang and then at the diligent Xingfeng way below, softly remarking, "Uncle Zhang, you are blissfully unaware of your own fortune. You have already comprehended the essence of nature. Your mental cultivation has attained a remarkable height, far surpassing your true essence power. Thus, there is no cause for concern. Focus solely on your cultivation, the rest will unfold in due course. When you reach the transcendent stage, there will indeed be a necessity for further deepening your mental realm." Uncle Zhang, upon hearing this, chuckled lightly but did not dwell on it, merely sharing a faint smile as he and Zhang Xingfeng turned their attention back to Xingfeng way below. The hour was late, and it was time to dine. Zhang Xingfeng glanced at the assembled Xingfeng guards below and smiled before heading outside. Accompanying him throughout the afternoon, Uncle Zhang promptly followed suit. Suddenly, Zhang Xingfeng turned to Uncle Zhang and remarked, "Uncle Zhang, I must say, the Xingfeng guards you have gathered are truly remarkable. Each one is a prodigy in martial arts. Their progress and training is astonishing, with some even surpassing Brother Longfeng's aptitude. What could be the reason for this?" Uncle Zhang, observing the puzzled expression on Zhang Xingfeng's face, replied with a proud smile, "In our domain, we may lack in certain areas, but we are abundant in population. Many martial arts geniuses emerge from this pool. However, larger sects often charge exorbitant fees for apprenticeship, making it unaffordable for ordinary families. We, on the other hand, even accept individuals from the streets, allowing us to select from an exceptional group. Furthermore, our annual intake is quite limited. Aside from the initial 100 recruits, we accept only about 10 each subsequent year. On average, a single loading jade shop can discover a martial arts talent each year, which is quite feasible, given the plethora of outstanding candidates. Last year, when you requested 100 recruits, I selected them directly from among the finest, and they are truly exceptional. With your Tai Chi Yin Yang technique, the progress of everyone is remarkably swift. Is that not to be expected? Upon hearing this, Zhang Xingfeng found it to be quite reasonable. If these Xingfeng guards were in the realm of cultivation, they would likely have been snatched up by various sects long ago, he mused inwardly. Regardless of the circumstances, Uncle Zhang, you have made significant contributions. Whatever your desires may be, I shall endeavor to fulfill them. Zhang Xingfeng, feeling an overwhelming sense of satisfaction with Xingfeng Wei, exuberantly expressed such grandiloquent sentiments to Uncle Zhang. Observing Zhang Xingfeng's beaming countenance, Uncle Zhang simply smiled and replied, I have no particular requests. Zhang Xingfeng, momentarily taken aback, quickly urged, Uncle Zhang, do not squander this opportunity. Once you forfeit it, you may find it difficult to seek my assistance. With a serene smile, Uncle Zhang stepped forward and, after a prolonged silence, inquired, Dear nephew, what do you believe is the purpose of life? Zhang Xingfeng was momentarily stunned. He had not anticipated Uncle Zhang would pose such an ambiguous question. However, upon reflection, a wave of realization washed over him. What indeed is the purpose of one's existence? Some live for wealth, others for power, some for love, while others pursue ideals. And what of himself? From a young age, he sought to establish a formidable influence. Was it for power? No, it was to prove himself to his parents. Was it in pursuit of life or the path of cultivation? He remained uncertain. Was it for love? Perhaps. In Zhang Xingfeng's eyes lingered a profound sense of bewilderment. He still did not comprehend the true reason for his existence. The ambitions of his childhood had been realized, but what remained now? Uncle Zhang did not turn around. He merely gazed at the enigmatic formation before him and spoke softly. I once reveled in youth and folly. I once cherished moments under the moonlight. I once made solemn vows with my beloved, and I once held dominion over my profession. Yet it was my arrogance that led to my wife's demise. It was my hubris that rendered my son and me as hunted animals, pursued by others. Had it not been for my virtuous nephew, my life would have been devoid of anything but torment. Now, with a successful son, enhanced skills, and even the legendary art of immortality cultivation, what more could I possibly desire? What I seek now is to discover the ultimate realm of jade carving, to pursue the pinnacle of the Tao. Zhang Xingfeng felt little. He was acutely aware that he did not know what he should aspire to. He walked with a tranquil demeanor, aimlessly traversing the 8 formations without employing any of his powers. Everyone noticed that although Zhang Xingfeng had shared moments of joy with him, there seemed to be a certain emptiness lingering around him. As spring gave way to autumn, the season brought a bittersweetness to the hearts of many. With a faint smile gracing his lips, Zhang Xingfeng looked up at the swirling yellow leaves falling from the trees. Autumn has arrived, he murmured softly to himself. Behind Zhang Xingfeng, heavy footsteps echoed ominously, casting a shadow over his mood. Sensing that something significant was amiss, his heart grew restless. Slowly, he turned around to find Brother Wang watching him with a somber expression, devoid of any other emotion, only the weight of gravity in his gaze. Zhang Xingfeng remained silent, patiently awaiting Wang Ji's words. After a prolonged silence, Wang Ge finally spoke, his dry voice resonating throughout the surrounding space. Yuan Rou is dead. Suddenly, an overwhelming wave of anguish engulfed him, drowning him in despair. He finally comprehended the truth. His goddess, the girl he had cherished since childhood, the one for whom he had fought against the Li family, Yuan Rou was gone. In this moment, he realized the depth of his love for Rou, a love so intense that he had never before been so certain of his feelings. It penetrated to the very depths of his soul. Without a moment's thought, he was propelled by an inexplicable urge, vanishing from Wang Ji's side in an instant. Yes, he disappeared, not merely at great speed, but utterly, completely gone. Wang Ge was bewildered by Zhang Xingfeng's sudden change, yet he understood that everyone in the Xingfeng Manor was devotedly following Zhang Xingfeng. Wang Ge, everything is ready. The 300 Xingfeng guards are fully prepared for battle at any moment. Wolfblade stood before Wang Ge, his hand caressing the elongated knife crafted by Zhang Xingfeng from the rare heavenly stone. Memories flooded back of their first encounter, when a small boy had defeated him with an immense presence, all the while wearing a serene smile. The boy was none other than Zhang Xingfeng. Wolfblade murmured to himself, no matter what lies ahead, I will follow you. I shall vanquish Buddhas when I meet them, and devour gods when I encounter them. A resolute light sparkled in his eyes. In an instant, All gazes met with a shared smile, for they were perpetually prepared. Upon receiving the news of Yu Wenru's demise, they had come to this realization: Zhang Xingfeng would never let the Li family escape unscathed for failing to care for Yu Wenru. The consequence would be an all-out war with the Li family. Although they could already envision the outcome, not a trace of fear resided within them. The Zhang family in Hangzhou learned of the incident even more swiftly than those at Xingfeng Manor. Zhang Tianda, upon hearing the news from Tianyu Tower, experienced a sudden change in expression. As the father of Zhang Xingfeng, he was acutely aware of his son's temperament. He glanced at the elixir in his hand, resolutely declaring in his heart, "Little three, I have disappointed you in the past, but this time I shall not fail." He commanded, "Execute plan overthrow 1. Zhang Tianda ordered decisively, leaving Zhang the steward momentarily stunned. He understood all too well what the overthrow 1 plan entailed. Master, Zhang the steward, who had devoted his life to obedience, now wished for his master to reconsider. Zhang Tianda raised his hand, signaling silence. "I have made my decision. Proceed swiftly. I shall bear all consequences." "Understood." Zhang the steward turned and vanished. Zhang Tianda gazed at the few elixirs in his hand, then looked through the window towards the azure sky, his expression resolute and profound. Meanwhile, the Li family was engulfed in silence, for Yu Wenru, who had married into the family for less than a year, had passed away. After joining the Li family, she had not even consummated her marriage with Li Tianxiang before she began to cough up blood. From that day forth, her health had deteriorated steadily, and even Li Shimin and others found themselves utterly powerless, having tried numerous remedies to no avail. Ultimately, last night, Yu Wenru succumbed to her fate. Li Tianxiang knelt before the coffin of Yu Wenru, utterly motionless, his heart shattered. Since that fateful wedding, he had languished in a state of anxious torment, each day growing more anguished as he beheld the woman he adored in such sorrow. Yet, he found himself utterly powerless. Night after night, he remained vigil beside his goddess, never straying an inch. That night, the pivotal night, he heard Yu Wenru's whispered call in her dreams. Though her voice was barely audible, he distinctly caught the words, "Brother Feng." In that instant, he comprehended the truth. He finally understood that Zhang Xingfeng's declarations at the Yuan residence were indeed genuine. Yu Wenru and Zhang Xingfeng shared a heartfelt love. A wave of fury washed over him. He could not fathom why, after spending over a decade with Yu Wenru, Zhang Xingfeng, who had not laid eyes on her for 10 years, could command her heart. How was he inferior to Zhang Xingfeng? He acknowledged Zhang Xingfeng's prowess. Yet he too had ascended to the first-tier realm. How many had achieved such a feat at his tender age? Was he not a dragon among men? Why, oh why, did Yu Wenru not love him? That night, he succumbed to intoxication at Yu Wenru's bedside. Upon awakening, he bore no resentment towards Yu Wenru. Instead, he fretted for her well-being and toiled in concern, though she remained oblivious to his struggles. Kneeling in silence, Li Tianxiang reminisced about their childhood play, a faint smile of happiness gracing his lips. Suddenly, his still form quivered slightly. Li Tianxiang rose quietly, turning to gaze towards the doorway. A voice resonated softly in the vastness of the universe. "Ro, I love you. I truly adore you. I should not have allowed you to marry into the Li family. I should not have. Ro, do you still remember our first encounter outside the gates of the National Martial Arts Academy? All the formidable warriors of the Li family launched an assault on the man who had suddenly appeared before them, yet he made no effort to defend himself, merely muttering like a fool. To their horror, the Li family masters discovered that their blades could only tear his clothing, while not a single hair on his body was harmed. "It's snowing," shouted one of the Li family's servants. It was only October, and snowfall at this time was unprecedented. The servant's exclamation stemmed not only from this anomaly, but also from the sheer intensity and rapidity of the snowfall. Li Tianxiang could not help but gaze upward. Every inch of the heavens was filled with snowflakes as large as goose feathers, falling with an unprecedented swiftness and volume, making it exceedingly difficult for the innate masters of the Li family to maintain their formidable assaults amidst the flurry. Yet, the suddenly appeared man remained unaffected by the snow, blissfully recounting his feelings. "That night by the Osmanthus Bridge, you declared your desire to be with me, and I vowed to marry you. I proposed. But I did not persevere, and for that, I am truly sorry. I failed to see you one last time. If only I had been steadfast." In an instant, Li Tianxiang vanished from the morning hall, his speed a terrifying spectacle. "Zhang Xingfeng, what on earth do you intend to do? Stop this madness." Suddenly, Li Tianxiang was struck with terror as he noticed that Zhang Xingfeng's hair had turned completely white. At first, he had assumed it was merely snow covering his head. But now, from this proximity, he could distinctly see Zhang Xingfeng's hair, as white as the snowflakes falling from the sky. In that instant, an inexplicable fear gripped Li Tianxiang. For the sight of that snow-white hair instilled a profound dread within him, rendering him incapable of unleashing even a fraction of his refined powers. Zhang Xingfeng ceased his narration and lifted his gaze towards the distant hall, where the large character for offering only deepened his anguish. He paid no heed to Li Tianxiang's presence. In his eyes, there existed only Yu Wenru. He took deliberate steps towards the hall, slowly passing by Li Tianxiang. Entering the chamber and approaching the coffin, the cold jade casket made Yu Wenru appear as beautiful as she had in life, as if she were merely slumbering. Zhang Xingfeng leaned against the ice coffin, gazing dreamily at the exquisite goddess within, savoring a faint sense of fulfillment in his heart. Remarkably, Li Tianxiang remained utterly still. Not even a flinch escaped him as Zhang Xingfeng brushed past. In that moment, he was overwhelmed with shame, feeling utterly unworthy of Yu Wenru. Painfully, he knelt in the snow, allowing the relentless snowfall to envelop him. Suddenly, a hand clapped upon his shoulder. Li Tianxiang looked up to see his ancestor and a multitude of skilled members from the Li family gazing at him with concern. Instantly, tears streamed down his face. Hong Fu embraced Li Tianxiang tightly, allowing him to weep freely. Li Shimin, Li Jing, and Hong Fu Nu exchanged knowing smiles as they approached the grand hall. Meanwhile, Zhang Xingfeng was wholly absorbed in the presence of his goddess, oblivious to the arrival of the trio. Get lost. Zhang Xingfeng dismissed them without a glance, unwilling to allow anyone to intrude upon his moment with Ro. With a deep sigh, Li Shimin reflected on the young man's plight, realizing that he bore an anguish even greater than his own youth. Sister-in-law, do you know what I sacrificed for Shan my younger days? Li Jing placed a reassuring hand on Li Shimin's shoulder and remarked, Brother, have you not yet forgotten her? Over 1,000 years have passed. Li Shimin's demeanor shifted dramatically as he replied fervently, Forget? How could I forget? That arrow at Xuanwu Gate is etched in my memory forever. I lost Sha that day. Yet I refrained from confronting Yu Wenhua for the sake of the realm. He believes I am unaware of his burgeoning power. But I simply wish to spare the world from further suffering. Does he think I do not realize that the Yuan family is his creation? I have waited for over a millennium for vengeance. Now, at last, I possess the Xianyuan sword to match his sun-shooting bow. Yet, that scoundrel has vanished. One day, I shall eradicate him and his lineage completely. Hong Fu Nu suddenly regarded Li Shimin with a complex gaze and said, Brother, you have devoted your life to the Li family. Is it truly worth it? Have you never contemplated living for yourself? Li Shimin replied nonchalantly. Do I still have that chance? With Sha gone, my only remaining purpose lies in the pursuit of the Li family and martial arts. Ro is sleeping. If you wish to converse, kindly do so from a distance. Did you hear that? Zhang Xingfeng's voice was barely audible, so faint that Li Shimin and his companions could hardly perceive it. Yet, their extraordinary abilities allowed them to grasp every nuance of the exchange. Instead of departing, Li Shimin and his companions remained, their expressions resembling those of the deceased as they gazed at Zhang Xingfeng, their eyes betraying a hint of muted sympathy. Hong Fu Nu looked at Zhang Xingfeng with hopeful anticipation, saying, Zhang Xingfeng, you must understand that this is the Li family. If you choose to leave now, we shall not pursue you. I can assure you of that. Zhang Xingfeng replied softly, all three of you have reached the early stage of the nascent soul, having transcended what you refer to as the realm of the divine. Each of you stands as an invincible force in the Qinglong Continent, yet in my eyes, you are insignificant. Do not mistake my words for bravado, nor think I am unaware of your possession of celestial artifacts. Let me make it clear, no matter how formidable your formations may be, they are futile. For the nascent true essence you wield to activate your artifacts holds no power to breach my defenses. Li Shimin retorted coolly, even if one boasts, one should not trip over one's own tongue. A year ago, without having transcended the divine realm, I wielded the Xianyuan sword to injure you. Now, my powers have significantly increased, and with my elder brother and sister-in-law at my side, how could we possibly fail to defeat you? Do you know of the 3 talents rotating formation? How unfortunate for you, but we are well versed in it. A flicker of astonishment stirred within Zhang Xingfeng's numbed heart. The 3 talents rotating formation appeared formidable, yet the last time he was wounded, he had not even unleashed his true strength. Moreover, his physical prowess had since grown immensely. Even the most powerful attacking formations would struggle to breach his defenses. Why do you not leave? Hong Fu Nu gazed at Zhang Xingfeng before her heart heavy with the thought of such an extraordinary talent perishing so prematurely. At merely 20, he had achieved a level of mastery that they estimated would take 2,000 years for others to attain. This was no ordinary genius. Most importantly, Hongfu could not bear the thought of such a passionate individual meeting an untimely end. Li Shimin exchanged glances with his companions, and in a flash, they encircled Zhang Xingfeng. At that moment, Li Tianxiang approached, his eyes fixed intently on Zhang Xingfeng. In a grave tone, he declared, Zhang Xingfeng, listen well. Ruo is my wife, my lawfully wedded spouse, and you shall not tarnish her. Xianger, Li Shimin called out anxiously from the side. Fully aware that a mere flick of Zhang Xingfeng's hand could extinguish the life of his great-grandson, the generational gap necessitated this simplification, lest it become excessively convoluted. There was no room for retaliation, for the disparity in power was insurmountable. Ancestor, this matter concerns Ruo, myself, and the three of us. If I falter today, I shall endure a lifetime of torment. Li Tianxiang spoke with unwavering determination, showing no signs of compromise. Seeing the resolute gaze of Li Tianxiang, Li Shimin, who had watched him grow, understood that no words of his would sway the young man. He stepped aside, helplessly observing the unfolding events. Zhang Xingfeng, watching Li Tianxiang approach, was flooded with thoughts. It was Li Tianxiang who had taken Ruo from him. It was he who had caused her demise. Had he not existed, none of this would have transpired. Indeed, had I resolutely taken the life of Li Tianxiang that day at the Yuan residence, and had I whisked Ruo away at that moment, would all of this have transpired? Certainly not. It is Li Tianxiang. It is solely because he continues to draw breath that these events have unfolded. Li Tianxiang, I shall bring about your demise. Zhang Xingfeng pronounced each word with chilling clarity. The murderous intent emanating from him coalescing into a palpable, viscous darkness, a testament to his formidable power, which Li Tianxiang could not help but sense. Yet, Li Tianxiang did not falter. He gazed at Zhang Xingfeng, the inferno of rage in his eyes seemingly capable of incinerating him. Zhang Xingfeng, what are you? A discarded child of the Zhang family, a mere insignificant wretch. By what right do you presume to be so arrogant? And remember this well, Ruo is my wife, my legally wedded spouse. Her life and death are intertwined with mine. Her spirit shall be mine in the afterlife. You shall never lay claim to her. You come seeking retribution? I have not sought you out, yet you dare to approach me. It was because of you that Ruo met her tragic fate. It is you. Li Tianxiang seemed to hear you in Ruo, in her unconscious state, calling out for Brother Feng, igniting a fierce blaze of fury within him. You scoundrel, perish. Zhang Xingfeng growled softly. At that moment, as he beheld Li Tianxiang, the flames of anger surged within him, consuming his entire being, as he seethed. This scoundrel, Li Tianxiang, failed to protect Ruo. And now she lies dead, a sin beyond absolution. Upon hearing Zhang Xingfeng's roar, Li Shimin immediately sensed the gravity of the situation. However, the disparity in their powers was insurmountable, and more critically, Zhang Xingfeng had acted first. By the time Li Tianxiang reacted, he had already been struck with ferocious force by Zhang Xingfeng's right fist to his abdomen, propelling him into the air. Blood sprayed, staining the entire hall. Li Shimin watched in horror as his beloved great-grandson met such a tragic fate, igniting an unprecedented fury within him, reaching its zenith in a millennium. He was acutely aware of Zhang Xingfeng's formidable strength. A single blow from him could spell instant death even for a master of the heavenly realm, let alone for Li Tianxiang, who was merely at the first-tier level. Li Jing and Hongfu, too, were consumed by rage, their eyes aflame. They had watched Li Tianxiang grow, a boy of exceptional talent and maturity whom they had cherished deeply. Now, he had been murdered before their eyes. Their earlier sympathy for Zhang Xingfeng had vanished, leaving only the desire for vengeance. Almost instantaneously, the three unleashed their most potent personal attacks. Dragon Soar's 9 Heavens. Li Shimin's body emanated a vibrant purple light, and suddenly, 9 purple dragons erupted from him, soaring above the hall and swiftly coalescing into a colossal dragon, albeit smaller than the one they had summoned during their encounter with the Yuan clan. Bloodwolf's Kiss. Li Jing's Bloodwolf blade morphed into a massive, blood-red wolf, howling fiercely beside the dragon as it confronted Zhang Xingfeng. Heavenly Maid spreads flowers. The sword from Hongfu's shoulder flew forth, while her hands conjured an array of phantom hands, forming intricate seals through an inexplicable trajectory. Her sword unexpectedly transformed into various dazzling sword flowers, each composed of true essence energy as it followed the movements of her hand. Zhang Xingfeng raised his head, observing these formidable attacks, only to lower it again with a hint of disdain curling at the corner of his mouth. Li Shimin and his companions watched in despair as Zhang Xingfeng displayed no sign of defense. Their 3 earth-shattering moves struck him completely. It seemed they could already envision Zhang Xingfeng's demise. Perhaps the scene of their failed assault left them momentarily dazed, for while Zhang Xingfeng's clothing lay in tatters, his body bore no marks of injury, remaining as flawless and robust as ever. The disdain in Zhang Xingfeng's eyes deepened as he glanced at Li Shimin and his companions, casually remarking, "You are far too lacking." Li Shimin, Li Jing, and Hong Fu Nu exchanged glances, a sense of absurdity creeping into their minds. Three individuals who had traversed the Azure Dragon continent for a millennium were being dismissed as too lacking by a mere 20-year-old. Yet, the young man possessed the strength to warrant such a claim, as their full-force assault had utterly failed to breach his defenses. A bitter smile crossed their faces, quickly replaced by indignation. Who were they to allow a mere youth like Zhang Xingfeng to mock them so? Li Shimin glanced at Li Jing and nodded. A sword emerged from within him, the Xianyuan sword, the very celestial artifact that had once wounded Zhang Xingfeng. The Xianyuan sword soared above Li Shimin's head, while Li Jing and his wife positioned themselves beside him, moving in a peculiar rhythm, sending forth streams of azure light towards Li Shimin as they walked. Li Shimin remained motionless, his gaze fixated on the Xianyuan sword, as the true essence within him surged relentlessly towards it. Observing this spectacle, Zhang Xingfeng's expression shifted slightly. The three talents rotating formation was an offensive array, yet he had never anticipated that Li Shimin and his companions would transform it into a supportive formation, enabling two of them to channel their power into the third. Most crucially, after passing through the three talents rotating formation, Li Shimin was not merely infused with the essence of three individuals, but rather that of 10 or even more. In this moment of peril, Zhang Xingfeng refrained from unleashing that enigmatic power within him. He merely sought to gauge the true strength of his physical form. Absolute kill. Li Shimin's blood-red eyes locked onto Zhang Xingfeng, forcing those two words through gritted teeth. In an instant, the Xianyuan sword radiated an extraordinary brilliance, conjuring a sword-shaped phantom upon its blade. Zhang Xingfeng, his expression devoid of emotion, witnessed the Xianyuan sword darting towards him with astonishing speed. He could distinctly sense the sword's formidable might, yet he chose not to employ his power to shield his corporeal form. The Xianyuan sword struck him with lightning speed, and Zhang Xingfeng felt his physical body teetering on the brink of succumbing to the sword's assault. Li Shimin and his companions stared in shock as the Xianyuan sword sliced through Zhang Xingfeng's flesh with the lethargy of a tortoise. In that moment, despair enveloped them. They comprehended that Zhang Xingfeng was relying solely on his physical form, unarmed by any power. Had he chosen to harness his strength for protection, it was likely that not a single hair would have been harmed. Suddenly, they grasped Zhang Xingfeng's intention. He sought death. Indeed, Zhang Xingfeng yearned to depart this world alongside Yuan Rou. From an initial sense of guilt and indebtedness towards her, he gradually realized that his love for Yuan Rou had reached an abyss of profound sorrow. Now, his sole desire was to share death with her. Li Shimin and the others observed this with complex emotions. They had deeply experienced Zhang Xingfeng's formidable strength. Yet, despite Zhang Xingfeng having slain Li Tianxiang, they were helpless witnesses to his gradual demise. With a gentle smile, Zhang Xingfeng gazed at Yuan Rou, quietly affirming, "Rou, I have come to accompany you." At that very moment, an inexplicable transformation overtook his body. The halves that had been severed rejoined seamlessly, as if they had never parted. Li Shimin and the others stood in stunned disbelief. However, Zhang Xingfeng distinctly sensed a surge from the purple-gold Yuan Zun located near his heart, which suddenly radiated a brilliant purple-gold light. In an instant, his bisected form restored itself, leaving him in awe. He finally comprehended the nature of his power. It was the legendary chaotic force of the realm of cultivation. The chaotic force, a fabled energy, was on par with true essence energy, yet its potency approached that of celestial power. When its possessor ascended to the realm of immortality, the chaotic force would evolve into an infinite power akin to divine strength. What this infinite power might become upon reaching the divine realm was beyond the comprehension of any cultivator. Zhang Xingfeng recognized this as the chaotic force primarily due to its attribute of immortality. In the realm of cultivation, the most formidable and alluring aspect of chaotic power lies in its bestowal of immortality upon its wielder, allowing one to recover instantaneously from any form of devastation. However, this chaotic power is not invincible. Should one's primordial spirit be extinguished, the possessor would inevitably meet their demise. This power is solely beneficial to the corporeal form. It is critical to note that in the world of cultivation, the greatest fear is the destruction of the physical body. Once the body is obliterated, further cultivation merely leads to the status of a wandering immortal, unable to progress for eternity and facing tribulations every millennium. Yet, there are exceptions. Enduring 9 tribulations could elevate a wandering immortal to the rank of an immortal being. However, throughout the annals of history, there has not been a single wandering immortal capable of withstanding 9 tribulations. With the aid of chaotic power, the body becomes impervious to destruction. The preciousness of chaotic power is thus evident, and its inherent offensive capability is astonishingly potent, nearly rivaling that of celestial energy. Who in the realm of cultivation would not yearn for such power? Yet, historically, only the legendary Pangu has been known to wield this force. And he has no disciples in either the realm of cultivation or the celestial domain, who can fathom the methods to cultivate such power. Zhang Xingfeng's heart swelled with ecstasy, only to be swiftly engulfed by the anguish brought forth by Ro's demise. With a breath, Zhang Xingfeng, bearing Yuenra's icy coffin, vanished from the grand hall. Meanwhile, the seemingly deceased Li Tianxiang clung to a flicker of life within his mind. Hey, kid, you're utterly pathetic. Even a mere finger of theirs could completely vanquish you. Haha. An eerie voice reverberated within Li Tianxiang's consciousness. Li Tianxiang was still immersed in the shock of Zhang Xingfeng's terrifying punch when he heard the voice. And he suddenly exclaimed, "Yes, it is my fault, but can I be blamed for it? What is his sect, and what is my sect?" His sect can empower a 20-year-old youth to surpass even a 1,000-year-old ancestor. Can I really be held accountable for that? Indeed, young man. Do you aspire to reach his level? The strange voice echoed once more. Of course, I wish to defeat him. I dream of it. However, the chasm between us is insurmountable. Did you see? He sought to kill me, and I was unable to react, utterly defenseless. The anguish and sorrow in Li Tianxiang's heart were beyond anyone's comprehension. Fear not. As long as you take me as your master, I guarantee you will be able to vanquish him. The enigmatic voice persisted. Ha, ha. Li Tianxiang laughed maniacally. Young man, what is it that you find amusing? The voice inquired again. Li Tianxiang replied softly. Are you aware of my current condition? My body lies in tatters from a single blow. My vitality has waned. What good is it? Young man, there is no need for concern. Without my intervention, your life force would have faded completely. But I have preserved the last vestiges of your vitality, and I can certainly restore your body. Very well, if that is the case, I, Li Tianxiang, shall take you as my master. Li Tianxiang was not one to easily pledge himself to a master. Yet he found himself in such dire straits that he had no conditions left, only obedience. Then, how could being my disciple, the demon lord of reverse consumption, prevent you from defeating even an advanced cultivator in the nascent soul stage? Aha! Now, I shall restore your body. Second brother, quickly look. Honghuang exclaimed loudly, as if witnessing something truly extraordinary. Following her indication, Li Shimin and Li Jing looked on in astonishment and delight as they beheld the miraculous restoration of Li Tianxiang's physical form. With a rosy glow beginning to illuminate his face,